Chapter 1: Rebirth and the Awakening of the System. On the Tianjin continent, in Boyun Prefecture, lies my city. Ji Wuchang stands at the city gate, his expression extraordinarily complex. Ji Wuchang is the scion of the Ji family in my city and has joined the Changxing sect as an inner disciple. He may not be the most exceptional, yet he is certainly competent. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang returned home on this very day to participate in the family competition held once every 20 years in my city, only to suffer a devastating defeat at the hands of Xiao Fan from the Xiao family. This was an outcome Ji Wuchang had never anticipated. He had originally thought it would be a trivial battle, one he had no desire to attend. However, as a quasi-head of the Ji family, he felt obligated to repay the kindness he received from his adoptive family. This battle was pivotal for the reallocation of resources in my city, and Ji Wuchang, both emotionally and rationally, felt compelled to attend and secure the best resources for the Ji family. What he had expected to be an easy contest turned into a complete humiliation, resulting in damaged meridians, making his path to immortality exceedingly arduous. After a lifetime of cultivation, he reached only the Soul Division realm, and that was the weakest form. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan ascended to prominence, stepping on Ji Wuchang's reputation, successfully garnering the attention of the Changxing sect, and eventually becoming the sect's holy son. He later left Boyun Prefecture, competing with the prodigies from various regions of the Tianjin continent, and achieved the status of a quasi-saint, becoming renowned across the world. Of course, these were the memories Ji Wuchang retained before his death. He never expected to be reborn, returning to the time before the family competition in my city. Not only that, Ji Wuchang awakened a system, the Sign-in and Duplication System. This system possesses only two functionalities, sign-in and duplication. The sign-in process is straightforward, allowing him to check in once daily at special locations, each sign-in yielding rewards from the system. Moreover, every month, there is an opportunity for a lottery draw, the results of which depend solely on luck. Duplication allows him to replicate the attributes of his opponents, including techniques, battle skills, secret arts, lifespan, innate qualities, medicinal pills, comprehension abilities, and more. In essence, there is almost nothing that cannot be duplicated. However, duplication is not without cost. It requires corresponding luck points. Luck is an inherent trait in every individual, with ordinary people possessing a base value of 1, while cultivators boast luck values several times that of ordinary individuals, even reaching dozens of times. Of those with great luck possess exceedingly high values, often exceeding 1,000. As for the children of fate, their luck values can be astonishingly high. System: sign in. Ji Wuchang gazes at my city, his demeanor calm. Although my city is small, the fact that it can nurture someone like Xiao Fan, a person of great fortune, indicates its unique qualities. Ding! Successful sign-in at the north gate of my city. Reward: 10 years of cultivation, luck points, 5. The system's voice resonates, and Ji Wuchang instantly feels a surge of pure spiritual energy flooding into his body. His cultivation, originally at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, skyrockets to the pinnacle of the 4th layer, just a step away from the 5th. Ji Wuchang is overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. There are still 5 days until the competition. In his previous life, after entering the city, he consumed a millennium-old ginseng from the Ji family, elevating his cultivation to the peak of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang had believed that this level of cultivation would be sufficient to sweep away all opponents, yet Xiao Fan remained hidden, revealing at the critical moment the pinnacle of the 5th layer, leaving Ji Wuchang utterly defenseless. It is noteworthy that Xiao Fan had been deemed a waste within the Xiao family. Had it not been for the family's decline, he would not have been sent to participate in the competition. No one anticipated that Xiao Fan could endure to this extent. Upon returning after 2 years of travel, he transformed from a mere postnatal realm individual into a genius of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Only later did Ji Wuchang learn that Xiao Fan's extraordinary prowess stemmed from a fragment of a Soul Division realm expert's bone fused within him. The true catalyst for Xiao Fan's transformation was a storage ring he acquired after joining the Changxing sect, which contained the divine soul of a supreme realm expert and a stunningly beautiful woman. However, now that Ji Wuchang has been reborn, all of this shall belong to him. Ji Wuchang checks the system panel. Host: Ji Wuchang. Cultivation: pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Root bone, mid-grade earth rank. Luck points, 117. Special abilities, none. System tasks, none. The panel appears pristine. Ji Wuchang's luck points had originally been 110, but after 2 days of sign-ins, they have risen to 117. Taking a deep breath, Ji Wuchang realizes he has been away from the sect for nearly a month. Upon awakening the system yesterday, he was tempted to return to the sect, for that storage ring from the back mountain was of utmost importance. However, recalling Xiao Fan, his eyes glimmer with cold determination. Where one falls, one must rise. In his previous life, had he known that Xiao Fan had reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement, he might not have lost hope. He had underestimated his opponent, neglecting to don the armor bestowed upon him by the sect. It is worth noting that this armor could withstand attacks from those at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Had he worn it then, not only would Xiao Fan's 5th layer cultivation have been ineffective against him, even a 6th layer opponent would not have been able to harm him. Living again has imparted Ji Wuchang with a vital lesson: even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Underestimating others marks the beginning of one's downfall. Thus, in this lifetime, Ji Wuchang shall not underestimate anyone. He will either refrain from action or, once he does act, he will commit fully. In his previous life, due to his damaged meridians, upon returning to the Changsheng sect, he faced discrimination, even from his once respected senior sister, Enkerson, who regarded him with disdain. Ultimately, he fell into Xiao Fan's embrace, becoming one of Xiao Fan's women. Regrettably, Enkerson did not meet a favorable end either. During a trip to a secret realm, she suffered damage to her dantian and was callously abandoned by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan would not tolerate a useless individual by his side. Enkerson awaited him for a century, only to awaken to the truth as she lay dying, seeking out Ji Wuchang, who had by then become a Soul Division realm expert, and kneeling in repentance, recalling the various grievances inflicted upon him by Enkerson in his previous life, ignites a fire of rage within Ji Wuchang. His meridians had originally held the potential for recovery, yet Enkerson, seduced by Xiao Fan's deceit, swapped a valuable Peiyuan grass. Replacing a 500-year-old Peiyuan grass with a mere 100-year-old variant severely diminished the efficacy of the resulting Peiyuan pill. As a result, his meridians were only repaired to about 70%, leaving lasting damage. This is also why, in his previous life, he could only struggle to elevate his cultivation to the Soul Division realm. He vowed never to spare this pair of treacherous lovers. Pitifully, he only understood the truth of the matter when Enkerson kneeled in repentance. After enduring so long for Enkerson, he ended up with such a result. Ji Wuchang often self-mocks these days, realizing that a devoted admirer meets a tragic fate. Xiao Fan, Enkerson, Ji Wuchang has returned. How will you respond to the reckoning? Ji Wuchang murmurs to himself with a smirk before stepping into my city. Chapter 2: The Duplication of Thunderclap Fist. My city is a bustling metropolis with a population of 30,000, with the Ji family reigning as the foremost clan. The Wang and Zhang families stand as equals to the Ji family, albeit with slightly lesser overall strength. These three families are considered the elite clans of my city. Each family boasts a master of the 6th layer of qi refinement as their pillar. The second-tier families consist of the Xiao, Bai, and Lan families, with their highest cultivation reaching only the 4th layer of qi refinement. Wherever there are people, competition thrives, and my city is no exception. The primary competition in my city revolves around two resources: a large iron mine located outside the city and the operating rights of the southern and northern markets within. My city, upon entering through the north gate, Ji Wuchang is immediately engulfed in the bustling vibrancy of the north market. Indeed, the north market is lively, filled with numerous shops and a congregation of merchants. In a previous life, after being defeated by Xiao Fan in a competition, Ji Wuchang retreated to the Changsheng sect, never to revisit the place that brought him such sorrow. This decision stemmed from a significant shift in the Ji family's attitude towards him. Ji Wuchang was not born into the Ji family but was adopted by the family head, creating a distance as he drifted away from them, unbound by blood ties. As he observed the bustling crowd, Ji Wuchang's expression grew distant, his eyes clouded with memories. Suddenly, he collided with another person, jolting him back to reality. "It's you!" they exclaimed in unison, their gazes sharpening with a hint of hostility. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind: "Ding! The system has detected Xiao Fan practicing the low-grade battle technique, Thunder Explosion Fist. Copying requires 100 luck points. Would you like to proceed?" Coincidentally, the person he had bumped into was indeed Xiao Fan, who had just exited a shop, contemplating how to explain the past 2 years to his parents upon returning home. Neither had noticed the other was lost in thought until their paths crossed. Xiao Fan's sole purpose for returning was to defeat Ji Wuchang and restore the Ji family's honor. Additionally, he sought to leverage Ji Wuchang's reputation as an inner disciple of the Changsheng sect to pave his own way. At that moment, Ji Wuchang's mind was tumultuous, having spent the last few days contemplating how to counter Xiao Fan's Thunder Explosion Fist. Though merely a low-grade technique, its power was formidable, with faint flashes of lightning illuminating the fists when unleashed. Ji Wuchang, possessing memories from his previous life, was well-versed in numerous techniques. However, many could not be casually employed in public, and given his current cultivation level, he should not resort to such techniques. To do so would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. On the Tianqian continent, the protection of techniques and skills by various sects was stringent. The only techniques he currently practiced were the wind-breaking palm and the Qingyun sword art, both selected from the library when he became an inner disciple of the Changsheng sect. While these techniques were effective against those of lesser power, they would pose challenges against opponents of equal strength. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had faced Xiao Fan's Thunder Explosion Fist using the wind-breaking palm and had been thoroughly suppressed. The saying goes, only magic can defeat magic. As fate would have it, Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with realization, and he silently urged for a copy. Ding. Copy successful, consuming 100 luck points. Consuming 4 luck points will allow the Thunder Explosion Fist to reach minor mastery, 8 points for major mastery, and 16 points for perfection. Would the master like to invest luck points in cultivation? The system's voice brought Ji Wuchang back from his reverie. Although he had possessed the system for days, he had only familiarized himself with the sign-in function, leaving the other features largely unexplored. He had initially planned to research the Thunder Explosion Fist upon returning, hoping to cultivate it to minor mastery, and now presented with the prospect of an auxiliary tool, hesitation was unwarranted. System, consume 16 luck points. Ding. 16 luck points have been deducted. Congratulations, Master, the Thunder Explosion Fist is now perfected, insights are being transmitted. As the system's voice faded, a torrent of comprehension regarding the Thunder Explosion Fist surged into Ji Wuchang's mind. In that instant, he felt as though he had practiced the technique for decades, gaining insights even deeper than those from the wind-breaking palm. What seemed like an eternity was merely the span of 2 breaths. Ji Wuchang and Xiao Fan exchanged glances, both recognizing the animosity reflected in each other's eyes. However, they simultaneously averted their gazes, unwilling to reveal the hidden depths of their thoughts. Xiao Fan could not help but glance back, sensing an inexplicable loss, a tinge of worry creeping into his heart. Yet, he quickly dismissed it. He had honed himself fiercely over the past 2 years and felt unafraid of any rival among his peers. Ji Wuchang, watching Xiao Fan's retreating figure, felt a flicker of murderous intent. In his previous life, he had been forced to the edge of the arena by Xiao Fan's Thunder Explosion Fist, who had suddenly activated a fragment of power from a soul fragment within his body, shattering Ji Wuchang's meridians. In this life, Ji Wuchang vowed not to grant him such an opportunity. Glancing at the system panel, Ji Wuchang noted only 1 luck point remained, prompting a wry smile. Despite the system's might, his lack of luck points was a considerable limitation. Once this competition concluded, he would sever ties with the Ji family. Winning this match would alleviate the Ji family's resource concerns for the next 20 years, allowing Ji Wuchang to repay the family for 3 years of nurturing. Ji Wuchang had been taken in by the Ji family at the age of 10, chosen by the current head, Ji Ping, for his exceptional potential. 3 years later, he passed the aptitude test conducted by the Changsheng sect in Muji City and was accepted as a disciple. Now, 5 years had elapsed, and Ji Wuchang had reached the age of 18. In truth, he had spent only 3 years with the Ji family, resulting in a lack of deep emotional ties. The Ji family's actions in his previous life had left him disillusioned, and in this life, he sought to minimize his entanglements with them. Winning this match would serve as his way of repaying the Ji family for their care. The past 5 years had transformed Ji Wuchang significantly. He was no longer the same person who had left. Xiao Fan, I shall use the Thunder Explosion Fist to break your Thunder Explosion Fist. I wonder how you will feel then. Ji Wuchang murmured, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. Truthfully, Ji Wuchang was genuinely eager to witness the despair on Xiao Fan's face. Chapter 3, The Pinnacle of Qi Refinement. 5th layer. As Ji Wuchang strolled, he immersed himself in the understanding of the Thunder Blast Fist, a broad smile gracing his lips. Clenching his right fist, he felt the flow of his internal cultivation technique, and sparks of lightning flickered enticingly around his hand, exuding an air of mystery. However, Ji Wuchang furrowed his brow. The power of the lightning had diminished somewhat. To unleash the full potential of the Thunder Blast Fist, it was essential to possess magical artifacts or treasures of the Lightning series. Ideally, a pair of lightning attribute gauntlets would be the ultimate aid. With this thought, Ji Wuchang began to rummage through his memories from a past life, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. If memory served him right, the Bai family possessed a pair of gauntlets imbued with lightning attributes. In his previous existence, Xiao Fan had visited the Bai family, hoping to purchase these gauntlets with a couple of 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, the Bai family refused, even humiliating Xiao Fan in the process. Angered, Xiao Fan had left in a huff. The Bai family had not taken the incident to heart, but after the grand competition, when Xiao Fan had triumphed overall, they were left astonished. To make amends, the Bai family gifted the gauntlets to Xiao Fan, resolving the unpleasantness. Little did the Bai family know. These gauntlets concealed an extraordinary secret. Ji Wuchang had only heard his senior sister and Curson mumble about the gauntlets containing a high-tier battle technique of celestial rank. Yet, he remained unaware of the specifics, as the gap between him and Xiao Fan had widened drastically thereafter, leaving no room for interaction. Upon realizing this, a smile crept onto Ji Wuchang's lips. He decided against rushing to the Bai family. It would be more effective to let Xiao Fan face obstacles first. With that thought, he continued his journey towards the Ji family residence. At the entrance of the Ji family, the head of the family, Ji Ping, stood waiting alongside the elders. Ji Wuchang had previously informed them of his return time. Can Wuchang truly represent our Ji family to win this year's competition? Elder Ji Chang expressed his concerns. The other elders shared his apprehension, as this competition would determine the Ji family's resources in my city for the next 2 decades. Ji Ping maintained a calm demeanor before responding, "We have no other options. Ji Bing has just reached the first layer of Qi refinement and stands no chance against the others." His words silenced the crowd, for as Ji Ping stated, they had no alternative. Ji Wuchang represented the Ji family's greatest hope. In truth, Ji Ping and the others had no obligation to personally greet Ji Wuchang at the door, given their seniority. However, Ji Wuchang was a disciple of the inner sect of the Changshen Gate, a status that warranted respect from the Ji family. From a distance, Ji Wuchang spotted the group gathered at the Ji family's entrance. Their appearance was just as he remembered. He recognized the family head and the elders. Approaching them, he spoke calmly. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's voice, Ji Ping and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. They were unsure of how best to express themselves. "It's good to be back, truly good," Ji Ping said with a smile, though inwardly he sighed. He had long wished to adopt Ji Wuchang as a son. And this address clarified Ji Wuchang's intentions. Ji Ping had already arranged a banquet to welcome Ji Wuchang, just as in the past life. After several rounds of toasts and a variety of dishes, Elder Ji Chang could no longer restrain himself. "Wuchang, what is your current cultivation level?" With a slight smile, Ji Wuchang's gaze drifted towards a nearby young woman named Xiao Mei, a servant of the Ji family, who possessed a fair degree of beauty. Xiao Mei had once been saved by Xiao Fan, who had rendered great kindness to her. In Ji Wuchang's previous life, Ji Ping had assigned Xiao Mei to serve him. One day, she had taken the opportunity to go out and divulged everything to Xiao Fan, including today's conversation. Ji Wuchang smiled subtly before responding calmly, "Elder, I am currently at the late stage of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. With the aid of special spiritual herbs, I should be able to break through to the 4th layer." This answer diverged slightly from his prior life, where he had truthfully stated he had reached the peak of the 3rd layer, concealing some details. He cast a nonchalant glance at Xiao Mei, who was attentively listening. Her ears perked up. A cold smile flickered across Ji Wuchang's lips. He decided to let her live a few more days, and when the competition approached, he would reveal her secrets to Ji Ping, who would undoubtedly be displeased. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, smiles broke out among the Ji family members. They had learned that the participants from the Wang and Zhang families were only at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Even if they managed to enhance their abilities, they would only reach the 3rd layer at most. Yet, if Ji Wuchang's cultivation were to be elevated, he would be at the 4th layer. With this thought, the Ji family members turned their gazes towards Ji Ping, nodding slightly. This was a pre-arranged agreement among Ji Ping and the elders. Should they agree to gift the Millennium Ginseng to Ji Wuchang, everyone would simply nod during the banquet to signal their consent. After the feast concluded, just as in the past, Xiao Mei was assigned to serve Ji Wuchang. The courtyard remained unchanged, with another maid named Xiao He accompanying her. Shortly after Ji Wuchang's arrival, Ji Ping approached, carrying a wooden box. "Wuchang, this is the Millennium Ginseng, a treasure our Ji family has painstakingly acquired. If you refine it, it should enable you to ascend another level in your cultivation." Upon hearing Ji Ping's words, Ji Wuchang smiled and nodded, accepting the wooden box without any pretense of modesty. "Thank you, family head." Ji Ping nodded, wanting to say something more but finding himself at a loss for words. He sighed and patted Ji Wuchang on the shoulder before departing. Ji Wuchang understood that Ji Ping was likely reminiscing about his deceased son. Who would have been around Ji Wuchang's age had he lived? Ji Wuchang instructed Xiao Mei and Xiao He to step outside, then. After setting up a simple defensive barrier in his room, he began to meditate. Moments later, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, his demeanor calm and composed. Without hesitation, he opened the wooden box and extracted the Millennium Ginseng. A flame erupted from Ji Wuchang's hand, enveloping the ginseng. Under the intense heat, the ginseng began to dissolve, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a droplet of yellow liquid the size of a thumb. Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with fervor, without a moment's pause. He swallowed the yellow liquid. A surge of immense spiritual power erupted within him, causing his dantian to swell. He promptly activated his cultivation technique, guiding the overwhelming medicinal energy throughout his entire body. With a resounding thud, Ji Wuchang felt as though a barrier within him had been breached, and his cultivation soared. In mere moments, he ascended from the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the zenith of the 5th layer. Chapter 4, The Art of Celestial Flames. Before dawn broke on the second day, Ji Wuchang had already risen, sitting cross-legged on the rooftop and facing the east. In his past life, Ji Wuchang encountered a serendipitous event, acquiring a profound technique known as the Art of Celestial Flames. This very art enabled him to transcend into the Soul Division realm. Regrettably, the scars within his meridians lingered for too long, hindering his recovery. A sorrow he would carry throughout his life. The Art of Celestial Flames consists of 11 levels, perfectly corresponding to the 11 grand realms of the Tianqian continent: the postnatal realm, Qi refinement realm, foundation establishment realm, purple mansion realm, soul division realm, sixth divine realm, Tao severing realm, celestial phenomenon realm, supreme realm, sage, and the unparalleled emperor. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang halted at the 5th level, merely scratching the surface of its profoundness. Now, having been reborn, his foremost ambition was to forge an unparalleled foundation for himself, with the Art of Celestial Flames as his chosen path. Since his rebirth, Ji Wuchang had been contemplating this matter. Last night, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement 5th level, he resolved to make a decisive change. Previously, he had been cultivating the evergreen technique of the Changsheng sect, a vibrant art well suited for newcomers to the realm of immortality. However, even the strongest ancestor of the Changsheng sect had only achieved the peak of the Soul Division realm, and the evergreen technique had merely 4 levels. This was precisely why Ji Wuchang sought to transition to the Art of Celestial Flames in his past life. In this new life, he abandoned the evergreen technique and devoted himself to mastering the Art of Celestial Flames. Ji Wuchang's cultivation was still in its infancy, making it the perfect time to embark on the path of the Art of Celestial Flames. Should he delay until the foundation establishment stage, complications would surely arise. As he activated the technique, his gaze fixated on the gradually brightening clouds on the horizon, aware that the sun was about to rise. As the sun ascended from the clouds, it illuminated the distant sky. Ji Wuchang inhaled deeply, channeling the Art of Celestial Flames, feeling a unique force of attraction within him. A vast surge of purple energy converged towards him, entering his body through every pore. The purple energy reorganized within him, coalescing into what resembled a great purple sun. Ji Wuchang emitted a muffled groan, for the temperature within him soared as the purple energy restructured, making him feel as if he were being forged in a furnace. Yet, Ji Wuchang felt no trepidation, rather, a hint of joy graced his features. In his previous life, he had only experienced this sensation on the 15th day of cultivation. Now, to feel it on his very first attempt was a clear indication that this technique was indeed suited for him. With his meridians intact, the magnificent purple energy flowed ceaselessly within him, ultimately gathering in his dantian, where it underwent further transformation, a truly exquisite sensation. The sun's radiance bathed Ji Wuchang, casting him in a golden light. With his expression serious, he resembled a golden Buddha seated upon the rooftop. From his body, wisps of black essence drifted away, vanishing into the ether. This was the impurities contained within his meridians, expelled from his body as the purple energy coursed through him. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuchang, he simply felt an increasing warmth enveloping him, as though he were ensconced in a furnace. Initially, the searing sensation was confined to his meridians. But as the purple energy continued to flood into him, he sensed that his entire flesh was beginning to ignite. Yet, Ji Wuchang was not alarmed, instead, he felt elated. For the first layer of the art of celestial flames was the tempering of the body, corresponding to the postnatal realm. In his previous life, he had never experienced the benefits of body tempering, but he understood its significance. A saying circulated among the martial artists of Tianqian continent: those who attain the postnatal realm possess skin as tough as bronze and bones as sturdy as iron. Once this level is achieved, ordinary blades and swords struggle to inflict even the slightest harm. Such individuals are regarded as masters within the martial world, yet for cultivators, they have barely scratched the surface. For cultivators, the Qi refinement realm emphasizes the refinement of the body, particularly the internal organs. Compared to the postnatal realm, the Qi refinement realm is more comprehensive and thorough, enabling the transformation of true energy into spiritual power. In the eyes of cultivators, the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm is the golden skin and jade bones, a level deeper than the bronze and iron of the postnatal realm. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang could not possibly reach this realm, but in this life, he must. A weak foundation leads to instability. Without perfecting both the postnatal and Qi refinement realms, Ji Wuchang would be unable to achieve flawless foundation establishment. It is crucial to recognize that the foundation establishment stage serves as the touchstone for a cultivator's foundational strength. Some may forge 5 Dao platforms within their bodies, or even more, while others may only manage 3 or fewer. In his past life, Ji Wuchang established 5 Dao platforms during his foundation establishment, but in this life, he aspired to forge 10 and ambition others deemed unattainable. In the realm of 9 lies the extreme, yet 10 signifies completeness. Should he succeed in establishing 10 Dao platforms within himself, Ji Wuchang would possess the qualifications to compete against all the prodigies of this continent. The small confines of Boyun Prefecture had ensnared him for the better part of his previous life. In this new existence, he yearned to venture forth sooner and explore the vast world beyond. As time flowed on, the surging purple energy gradually diminished, and the temperature within Ji Wuchang's body began to lower in tandem. He felt no surprise at this phenomenon, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. At this moment, within his dantian, a fist-sized orb of purple energy floated serenely. Ji Wuchang gazed at the orb with bright, eager eyes. The day's cultivation had equated to more than half a month's worth in his previous life. Slowly, he opened his eyes, their color a vivid purple, but within moments, they returned to their original hue. Below the rooftop, Ji Ping and Ji Cheng awaited his arrival. Ji Wuchang had long sensed their presence but chose to remain focused on his cultivation, which he deemed far more important. He leaped down to join them, his demeanor calm and collected. "Wuchang, how fare you?" Ji Ping inquired, though he had already sensed the change in Ji Wuchang's aura. After all, this was a matter of great significance for the Ji family over the next 2 decades. Ji Ping scanned the surroundings and spotted Xiao Mei nearby. She appeared indifferent to their conversation, yet she was eavesdropping intently. Fortunately, she has successfully broken through to the Qi refinement 4th level. A smile graced Ji Wuchang's lips, and his aura surged, revealing unmistakable evidence of his own Qi refinement 4th level cultivation. Ji Ping and Ji Cheng exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles as they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Ji Ping then patted Ji Wuchang on the shoulder, engaging him in light conversation, which was nearly indistinguishable from their interactions in Ji Wuchang's recollections of his previous life. As Ji Wuchang observed Xiao Mei's departing figure, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Chapter 5: Intimidation. Ji Wuchang stepped outside, following closely behind Xiao Mei. Lacking any cultivation, Xiao Mei was oblivious to Ji Wuchang's presence. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had been unaware of where Xiao Mei had encountered Xiao Fan. This time, he followed out of sheer curiosity. Furthermore, based on the information Ji Wuchang had gathered in his former life, today Xiao Fan would be eager to visit the Bai family. After all, acquiring a pair of Thunder attribute artifacts would indeed bolster Xiao Fan's combat prowess. Xiao Mei led Ji Wuchang through a series of twists and turns until they finally halted at a corner, ceasing further movement. Ji Wuchang glanced around, then chuckled softly to himself. If his memory served him correctly, the Bai family was not far beyond that corner. This realization sparked his curiosity, and with a slight shift of his body, he vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself at a tea house approximately 100 meters from the Bai family's entrance. Ji Wuchang selected a seat on the second floor, by the window, and opened it just enough to have a clear view of the Bai family's entrance. After the waiter served him tea, he joyfully retreated with Ji Wuchang's generous tip of a tael of silver. A pot of tea cost only a few dozen coins. How could the waiter not be delighted with such a reward? As Ji Wuchang leisurely sipped his tea, his gaze fell upon the Bai family's door. At that moment, several individuals emerged, among them was Xiao Fan. Though he was a young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Fan was garbed in simple, coarse linen clothing, exuding an air of humility. A faint smile curled at Ji Wuchang's lips. This fellow was indeed cunning, deliberately dressing down to invite underestimation. He had suppressed his own cultivation to a low level when visiting the Bai family, for if he revealed his true strength, the Bai family would undoubtedly present him with the thunder attribute artifacts. Ji Wuchang understood Xiao Fan's motives well. He feared that revealing his capabilities would make Ji Wuchang wary. This individual had been scheming against him from the start, seeking to step over him to ascend. Observing Xiao Fan leave the Bai family with a grim expression, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly. After leaving the tea house, Ji Wuchang indeed saw Xiao Fan heading in the direction of Xiao Mei. A cold sneer flickered in Ji Wuchang's heart, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him, only to be swiftly suppressed. Why bother quarreling with a man on the brink of death? With a self-deprecating smile, Ji Wuchang waited a moment at a distance, ensuring that Xiao Fan had departed before making his way toward the Bai family. The gatekeeper of the Bai family noticed Ji Wuchang's splendid attire and dared not be negligent, promptly approaching him. Before the gatekeeper could speak, Ji Wuchang calmly interjected. Please inform the Bai family's patriarch that Ji Wuchang from the Changsheng sect has come to pay a visit. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper nodded vigorously, leaving one person to guard the entrance while the other hurried inside. Meanwhile, in the Bai family's main hall, Patriarch Bai Yenshan and his son Bai Long were engaged in leisurely conversation. Father, why did you refuse Xiao Fan's request? The Xiao family is also a second-tier clan, much like our Bai family. If Xiao Fan were to achieve a good ranking, it would benefit us as well. Bai Long queried, puzzled. Bai Yenshan smiled slightly before responding. Ah, you are still too naive. Do you know who from the Ji family is participating in this competition? Bai Long furrowed his brow slightly, then replied. It must be Ji Bing. She currently possesses the highest cultivation in the Ji family. Bai Yenshan shook his head, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. Ji Bing? A mere girl at the first level of Qi refinement, how could the Ji family place their hopes upon her? The true competitor from the Ji family is Ji Wuchang, who joined the Changsheng sect several years ago and just arrived in Muyu City yesterday. Bai Long was taken aback by his father's words, exclaiming in surprise, Father, how do you know this? Bai Yenshan smiled knowingly and explained, I have invested heavily to place a spy within the Ji family. This information was relayed to me last night. At that time, Ji Ping and Ji Cheng were at the Ji family estate to welcome Ji Wuchang. Just think. Even if I sold those artifacts to Xiao Fan, do you truly believe he could defeat Ji Wuchang? That is simply unthinkable. Therefore, why should we offend the Ji family and the formidable Ji Wuchang backed by the Changsheng sect? A glimmer of wisdom shone in Bai Yenshan's eyes, and Bai Long was left in profound admiration. Just then, a servant hurried in, clasping his fists as he addressed Bai Yenshan, Patriarch. There is a person claiming to be Ji Wuchang from the Changsheng sect at the entrance seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, Bai Yenshan's eyes brightened, and he swiftly rose, gesturing for Bai Long to accompany him as they hurried outside. Soon, the three men were seated across from one another in the Bai family's hall. Unlike the previous visit from Xiao Fan, Bai Yenshan did not boldly take the seat of honor but instead settled into the first chair on the right, while Ji Wuchang occupied the first chair on the left. Once the servant had delivered the tea and departed, Bai Yenshan smiled and inquired, Young Master Ji, what brings you to the Bai family today? Ji Wuchang returned the smile before replying, Patriarch Bai, to be frank, I have heard that your esteemed family possesses a pair of thunder attribute gauntlets, which pique my interest. Might I inquire if you would be willing to part with them? I would gladly offer spirit stones or elixirs in exchange. Bai Yenshan and Bai Long exchanged astonished glances, both surprised to find their interests aligned so closely. As Xiao Fan had just departed and Ji Wuchang arrived for the very same artifact. Was there some hidden secret within those gauntlets? Simultaneously, this thought crossed their minds. However, Bai Yanshan, being shrewd, quickly adjusted his expression and replied with a smile, "Young Master Ji, to be honest, I have already promised those gauntlets to Xiao Fan from the Xiao family. He will come to collect them in a few days." Bai Yanshan's strategy was simple: delay for a few days and observe. He intended to take this time to investigate the gauntlets and discern whether they concealed any secrets. Xiao Fan had indeed just visited the Bai family, making him the perfect shield to employ. Upon hearing Bai Yanshan's words, Ji Wuchang's lips curled into a slight smile. He had anticipated this response. Without uttering a word, Ji Wuchang's aura began to surge, rapidly escalating until it reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement. In that instant, both Bai Yanshan and Bai Long felt their faces blanch, as a similar aura of the 4th level of qi refinement emanated from Bai Yanshan. Although both were at the same level, there was no comparison. If Ji Wuchang's presence could be likened to a blazing torch, Bai Yanshan's was merely a flickering flame. As for Bai Long, he felt as though a colossal mountain had been placed upon him, rendering him speechless. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to form on the brows of both Bai Yanshan and Bai Long. Chapter 6, Arrival. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment before Ji Wuchang withdrew his imposing aura, allowing Bai Yanshan to exhale in relief. At that instant, the gazes of Bai Yanshan and Bai Long towards Ji Wuchang transformed entirely. Yet, the events were far from over. In that very moment, Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist. Arcs of lightning crackling across its surface, and a faint rumble of thunder resonated from within his fist. He then relaxed his grip, turned to Bai Yanshan, and calmly stated, "Master Bai, I, Ji Wuchang, never coerce others. Since you have already promised the boxing gloves to Xiao Fan, I shall take my leave, as my visit today may have been presumptuous." Upon hearing this, Bai Yanshan lost his composure. Ji Wuchang, so young yet already a pinnacle practitioner of the 4th layer of qi refinement, showcased his extraordinary talent. With the backing of the Eternal Life sect, it was only a matter of time before his cultivation soared even further. If the Bai family were to offend such a formidable adversary, they would likely find it difficult to sleep peacefully in the future. "Young Master Ji, please wait." Bai Yanshan wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly rose to speak. Naturally, Ji Wuchang had no intention of leaving. Should Bai Yanshan refuse to honor his word, Ji Wuchang would have no choice but to impose a penalty. He was determined to acquire those boxing gloves, and anyone who dared obstruct him would face his ire. Bai Long, utterly astonished, could scarcely utter a word. His gaze towards Ji Wuchang now entirely altered. "Master Bai, do you still have something to say?" Ji Wuchang glanced at Bai Yanshan with calm eyes, earning his quiet admiration, truly a disciple of the Eternal Life sect. Not wanting to prolong the matter, Bai Yanshan directly inquired, "Young Master Ji, you mentioned the possibility of exchanging those boxing gloves for elixirs. Is that a sincere offer?" Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, then waved his hand, causing 2 elixirs to soar from his palm, landing effortlessly before Bai Yanshan. "Master Bai, these 2 are first-grade vitality elixirs. Although their quality is somewhat lacking, they are sufficient to elevate 2 practitioners of the 1st layer of qi refinement to the 2nd layer. Furthermore, if both are administered simultaneously to a practitioner of the 2nd layer, there is a 60% chance they will break through to the 3rd layer. These elixirs originate from my Eternal Life sect and contain a trace of the Eternal Life technique's spiritual energy, which should adequately reflect the value of those boxing gloves." As Bai Long's eyes gleamed at the sight of the elixirs, his heart raced. He was a practitioner of the 1st layer of qi refinement who had been stagnant for far too long. In that moment, Bai Yanshan's eyes sparkled as well. With these 2 elixirs, the Bai family would effectively gain 2 powerful practitioners at the 2nd layer, an exceedingly worthwhile bargain. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Yanshan promptly accepted the elixirs. "Young Master Ji, please hold on, I will fetch the boxing gloves from the Bai family's storeroom immediately." Bai Yanshan clasped his hands in gratitude and hurried away. In the hall, only Bai Long and Ji Wuchang remained. Bai Long sat upright, a flattering smile adorning his face. Ji Wuchang nodded towards Bai Long, then lifted his teacup, inwardly addressing the system, sign in. Ji Wuchang had intentionally come to the Bai family to sign in, as they were, after all, a minor sect of cultivators, which might yield additional rewards. Ding! Sign in at the Bai family in my city successful. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Fortune value 2. The system's voice resonated in Ji Wuchang's mind, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooding into his body. The previously peak fourth layer of Qi refinement cultivation within him fluctuated violently. Startled, Ji Wuchang quickly activated the purple Qi burning heaven technique to refine the excess spiritual energy, distributing it throughout his limbs and bones. As this energy coursed through him, Ji Wuchang felt his physical form strengthen once more. At that moment, a revelation struck him. In his past life, he had not placed sufficient emphasis on bodily cultivation. His physical improvement had largely stemmed from the purple Qi burning heaven technique. He recalled hearing that one's innate talent merely determined their starting point, while the body defined their limits. To continually transcend those limits, one must relentlessly enhance their physical training. Contemplating this notion, Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with joy. He had discovered his cultivation direction for the foreseeable future. Bai Long shot a puzzled glance at Ji Wuchang. Having sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him, but it dissipated just as swiftly, leaving him uncertain whether it had been a mere illusion. Bai Yenshan returned swiftly, reappearing in the hall within mere minutes, a wooden box in hand. Ji Wuchang accepted the box, opening it to reveal a glimmer of delight on his face. From this moment forth, his destiny was poised for a profound transformation. After a moment of reflection, he waved his hand, storing the boxing gloves within the system's space. Standing, Ji Wuchang calmly addressed Bai Yenshan, "Master Bai, I hope you will keep my visit here confidential." Bai Yenshan nodded eagerly, responding with a smile, "Young Master Ji, rest assured. No word of today's events will be leaked." Ji Wuchang nodded in satisfaction, then added with a smile, "I appreciate your hospitality, Master Bai. I, Ji Wuchang, am not one to owe favors to others. Allow me to share a piece of information with you. In about half a month, the Eternal Life sect will be recruiting disciples in my city. If the Bai family has suitable candidates, I encourage you to bring them to my city in advance." Ji Wuchang's words rang true. In his past life, the Eternal Life sect had indeed recruited disciples around that time. The tale of Xiao Fan defeating the inner sect disciple Ji Wuchang had circulated throughout my city, reaching the ears of the fifth elder responsible for recruiting disciples. As a result, Xiao Fan had gained entry into the Eternal Life sect. In his previous life, the sudden arrival of the Eternal Life sect had caught many, both the Ji family and other clans, unprepared, as many young talents were away on journeys, missing this opportunity. By revealing this information in advance, Ji Wuchang offered the Bai family an invaluable opportunity. Should someone from the Bai family manage to join the Eternal Life sect, it would provide them with a formidable ally. "Thank you, young Master Ji." Bai Yenshan expressed his gratitude, his eyes shining with joy. In that moment, he truly felt a profound appreciation for Ji Wuchang. Father and son personally escorted Ji Wuchang to the entrance of the Bai family estate. Watching his retreating figure, they both sensed an unshakable intuition: this man was destined for greatness. Bai Long looked at his father with newfound admiration, recognizing the wisdom of experience. Had they presented the boxing gloves to Xiao Fan earlier, the Bai family would not have reaped such substantial rewards. Chapter 7. Attending the auction. Upon returning to the Ji family, Ji Wuchang found that Xiao Mei had already arrived. Although this woman lacked spiritual cultivation, her mental fortitude was commendable. Upon seeing Ji Wuchang, she exhibited no signs of weakness. Alas, no matter how profound one's scheming may be, it is futile in the face of absolute power. Ji Wuchang had no intention of allowing Ji Ping to eliminate her immediately. After all, in a couple of days, the outcome would remain unchanged, and time was not of the essence. At that moment, Ji Ping approached with a smile and inquired, "Wuchang, there will be a small auction tomorrow evening. Would you care to join me?" Ji Wuchang paused, recalling that in his previous life, Ji Ping had also asked him about this, but he had outright declined. He had believed that an auction held in a small town like my city could hardly yield anything of value. However, he later learned from senior sister in Curson that Xiao Fan had once purchased an unwanted box at the My City auction, which contained a map to a secret realm. Subsequently, Xiao Fan ventured into the secret realm and acquired a unique technique known as the instantaneous elevation technique, allowing him to amplify his cultivation level dramatically in an instant, enabling him to vanquish his foes. This technique proved invaluable, as Xiao Fan had repeatedly turned the tide in desperate situations, showcasing its brilliance. Moreover, This secret realm was rumored to be located behind the Changshan Gate, and a storage ring containing the spirit of a powerful being had also originated from there. With this thought igniting his enthusiasm, Ji Ping eagerly nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany the family head to take a look tomorrow evening." Ji Ping was momentarily taken aback, as he initially believed Ji Wuchang would be disinterested, considering the lack of valuable items at such a small auction. However, Ji Wuchang's agreement delighted Ji Ping, who quickly nodded in approval. Watching Ji Ping depart, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. Tomorrow's South meeting place was settled. Before dawn the next day, Ji Wuchang continued his meditation on the rooftop, practicing the purple chi burning heaven technique. As the sun rose, a torrent of purple energy surged into his body, and Ji Wuchang felt as though he were once again immersed in a crucible. The sound that echoed was not that of a door creaking but rather the grinding of bones within him. Occasionally, wisps of black gas would rise from his body, dissipating into the air. These were the impurities being expelled under the influence of the purple chi burning heaven technique. Though his entire body throbbed with pain, he remained resolute and silent. If one were to speak of pain, the agony of his damaged meridians in his previous life was a true torment. The flow of spiritual energy had often brought excruciating pain, especially during battles when the agony in his meridians intensified. The discomfort he felt now paled in comparison to the tribulations of his former life. Half an hour later, Ji Wuchang, drenched in sweat, leaped down from the rooftop. After bathing, he felt instantly refreshed. Time flew by, and as night fell, Ji Wuchang, along with Ji Ping and Ji Chang, set out. The auction house in my city was named Minglu Auction House, an establishment independent of any local power. As Ji Wuchang stood at the entrance, a woman's visage flashed in his mind. Minglu Auction House was part of a chain across Boyun Prefecture, with branches in many cities. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had inadvertently saved the life of the auction house's young lady, which led to a complicated entanglement between them. She had provided him with numerous valuable items, but tragically, she met an untimely demise, the details of which he remained unaware. Ji Wuchang harbored a lingering suspicion that her death was somehow tied to him. In their last meeting, she had informed him of a special spiritual herb that could completely heal his meridian injuries, promising to return after procuring it. However, since then, he had received no word from her. Reflecting on this, Ji Wuchang sighed. That foolish girl was better off not crossing paths with him in this lifetime. A chance encounter with Wuchang could spell disaster for her. It was entirely unnecessary. Setting aside his musings, Ji Wuchang followed Ji Ping and Ji Chang into the auction house, taking a seat in box 1 on the second floor. System, check in. As he settled in, Ji Wuchang immediately communicated with the system. Ding. Check-in at Minglu Auction House in my city successful. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Luck value, 3, upon hearing the system's voice. Ji Wuchang felt a surge of immense spiritual energy flood into his body. Drawing from his previous experience, he wasted no time and began circulating the purple chi burning heaven technique, dispersing this newfound energy throughout his limbs. He distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his physical strength, with a faint golden glow appearing on his skin. It was worth noting that over the past 2 days, Ji Wuchang had essentially devoted 5 years of cultivation solely to refining his physical form. If this were to become known, many would surely be astonished. Who in the world would act so foolishly? Yet, Ji Wuchang felt no regret. He sensed that he was on the verge of mastering the first layer of the purple chi burning heaven technique. At that moment, a man dressed in coarse linen entered the auction hall. Ji Wuchang recognized him immediately. It was Xiao Fan. A cold smile crept across Ji Wuchang's lips. His presence here tonight was destined to result in disappointment. Xiao Fan, prepare to leave empty-handed. Ji Wuchang did not have to wait long. The auction began. A woman approached the stage, appearing to be in her 30s with a cultivation level of initial chi refinement. She was voluptuous, capturing the attention of many attendees. Esteemed guests, I am Lu Dandan, tonight's auctioneer. Thank you for gracing Minglu Auction House with your presence. I wish you all a bountiful evening. With no further ado, the auction commenced. The first item for bid is a magical artifact. Although it possesses minor flaws, it should serve as a valuable asset for those cultivating water-based techniques. As Lu Dandan spoke, a maid entered, holding a porcelain vial enveloped in a thick mist of water vapor, indeed, a water attribute magical artifact. However, it bore a small chip at the mouth, the flaw Lu Dandan had mentioned. The starting bid is 50 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 5 low-grade spirit stones. Interested guests may now place their bids. After allowing the maid to showcase the vial, Lu Dandan smiled and opened the floor for bidding. Immediately, offers began to pour in, and it ultimately sold for 150 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 8, The Darkwood Box and the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Ji Wuchang observed the proceedings of the auction house with a calm demeanor, having already witnessed the auction of 6 or 7 items. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had attended numerous auctions and was well acquainted with the process. The finer the item, the later it would be presented. Wuchang, should you have an eye on anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall secure it for you, Ji Ping remarked with a smile. Ji Wuchang nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Fan below. This fellow remained silent, and naturally, he would not speak either. Although he was unaware of the extent of Xiao Fan's fortune, he sensed it was formidable. This individual was one of great destiny, and only items he desired held any significance. Ji Wuchang's intent was to intercept and procure the treasures that caught Xiao Fan's attention. Ji Ping cast a glance at Ji Wuchang, a sigh escaping his lips inwardly. He yearned to strengthen his bond with Ji Wuchang, for in the years of absence, he felt Ji Wuchang had undergone significant transformation. Yet, the more he observed, the more Ji Ping recognized Ji Wuchang's potential. Should Ji Wuchang choose to support the Ji family in the future, they might not have to worry for centuries to come. Esteemed guests, we are about to auction an item of uncertain origin, Lu Dandan announced, and at her behest, a maid approached with a tray bearing a small, dark wooden box, barely the size of 2 palms. The moment this item emerged, Ji Wuchang noticed Xiao Fan, who had been languid, sit up straight. Ji Wuchang felt a surge of excitement, instinctively straightening his posture as he focused on the dark wooden box atop the auction stage. Ji Ping cast a fleeting glance at the box, his brow furrowing slightly. To him, it appeared to be an ordinary wooden box. However, he quickly noticed Ji Wuchang's expression and felt a stirring in his heart, sensing he was onto something significant. Esteemed guests, this box is crafted from dark wood, originally intended to contain a valuable item, now removed. There is no starting price, feel free to bid as you wish. As Lu Dandan concluded her statement, the audience collectively withdrew their gazes, pondering the utility of a mere box. A hush fell over the room, leaving Lu Dandan on the auction stage feeling quite awkward. I bid 5 inferior spirit stones. At that moment, Xiao Fan spoke up, his voice steady. Yet Ji Wuchang could detect a hint of excitement within. 10 inferior spirit stones. Just as Ji Wuchang prepared to interject, Ji Ping made his bid. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Fan's brow furrowed, recognizing it as that of the Ji family patriarch. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan was determined to possess this item. During his travels, he had heard whispers of a secret realm left behind by the ancestor of the Feng family in Tianhe City, harboring a terrifying technique capable of crossing borders to vanquish foes. After the Feng family was annihilated, the map contained within the dark wooden box was seized. But the thief discarded the box, leaving only the map, which turned out to be blank. Rumors then circulated that the true map lay hidden within the dark wooden box. Xiao Fan had been seeking information on this matter, and he never anticipated that this dark wooden box would appear at the prestigious auction house. 15 inferior spirit stones. Xiao Fan raised his bid once more. Ji Ping had initially thought that a mere box would not attract much contention, but to his surprise, others were bidding. 20 inferior spirit stones. Upon hearing Ji Ping's offer, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with anger, yet he responded, 25 inferior spirit stones. 40 inferior spirit stones. Ji Ping's demeanor grew serious, adding an additional 15 inferior spirit stones. Ji Wuchang watched intently as Xiao Fan turned to glance at the private box number 1 on the second floor, fury evident in his eyes. 45 inferior spirit stones. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. 50 inferior spirit stones. Ji Ping's brow furrowed. How could a mere wooden box command such a high price? Xiao Fan fell silent, refraining from further bids. At that moment, a chilling aura of malice filled him, yet he knew he must suppress it for the time being. He could not be certain if this box was indeed the one he sought, and it appeared that the Ji family was intent on acquiring it. Continuing to bid would not be prudent. Moreover, Xiao Fan had his sights set on another item later in the auction. Should he expend too many spirit stones now, he might not afford it. Ji family, await your reckoning. Once I triumph in the contest, you shall return everything you have taken today. With this thought, Xiao Fan found himself feeling somewhat relieved. Lu Dandan appeared somewhat bewildered. She had anticipated a maximum bid of 10 inferior spirit stones, yet the bidding had soared to 50. Far exceeding her expectations. Congratulations to box number 1 for securing this wooden box at 50 inferior spirit stones. With her announcement, the contest for the box drew to a close. Soon, a maid delivered the wooden box to the first private box, where Ji Ping handed over 50 inferior spirit stones. Ji Wuchang gazed at the box in his hands and then clasped his fists towards Ji Ping, expressing, "Thank you, Patriarch." Ji Wuchang did not examine the box here. This was not the place for such inquiries, so he directly stored it within the confines of his system space. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, a smile graced Ji Ping's face, affirming that all was worthwhile. The auction continued, with elixirs, techniques, artifacts, and more making their appearances, though all were of the lowest tier. Nonetheless, they were fervently contested. Esteemed guests, next up for auction is a Thunder Spirit Pearl. This Thunder Spirit Pearl was obtained by a predecessor of our prestigious auction house from a lightning relic. The power contained within is equivalent to the full force strike of a 6th layer Qi refining practitioner. The starting bid is 30 inferior spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 10 inferior spirit stones. As Lu Dandan's words echoed, Ji Wuchang's ears buzzed. He realized a crucial fact: the full force strike Xiao Fan had unleashed in his previous life was not his own power, but that of this Thunder Spirit Pearl. Utilizing the formidable lightning power within the pearl, he had injured Ji Wuchang while simultaneously damaging his meridians. Xiao Fan had been plotting against him for quite some time, while he remained blissfully unaware. In his previous life, his loss was not in vain. Contemplating this, Ji Wuchang could not help but admire Xiao Fan for his cunning, patience, and ability to win the affection of women. No wonder he was always surrounded by various foolish women. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over Xiao Fan, his heart filled with murderous intent. "Xiao Fan, what you did to me in my past life shall be repaid in this one. I shall return the favor in kind. Do not even think of claiming the Thunder Spirit Pearl, I shall take it for myself." Ji Wuchang murmured to himself. The moment Lu Dandan finished speaking, he straightened his posture and calmly declared, 150 inferior spirit stones. Chapter 9: The advantages of having spies nearby. As Ji Wuchang's words fell, the entire auction hall fell into an unexpected silence, with many astonished glances directed towards the private box number 1. The Thunder Spirit Pearl was indeed a rare treasure, especially beneficial for those who practiced thunder-based cultivation techniques. However, for those who did not cultivate in that particular realm, such an item was merely superfluous. The Thunder Spirit Pearl before them was quite diminutive, no larger than a thumb. Ji Wuchang made a bid of 150 low-grade spirit stones, a sum that was already quite substantial. Just as Xiao Fan was about to place his own bid, he instantly fell silent upon hearing Ji Wuchang's offer. He possessed only 200 low-grade spirit stones in total. He had initially planned to procure some from the Xiao family, but they had been experiencing financial difficulties over the years and lacked sufficient spirit stones. Without needing to turn around, Xiao Fan instinctively knew that the bidder was Ji Wuchang. A wave of irritation surged through him, but he naturally could not concede defeat. 200 low-grade spirit stones. He resolutely offered all his spirit stones, gambling on the hope that Ji Wuchang lacked the means to outbid him or would hesitate to do so. However, this notion was swiftly dispelled. 210 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang's voice emerged lazily, as if he were utterly indifferent. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Ji Wuchang, you have paved your own path to demise." Xiao Fan murmured to himself, yearning for the competition to commence the following day. His murderous intent was barely contained. With Xiao Fan's bidding ceased, many attendees, mindful of the Ji family's reputation, shook their heads with sighs. And no one else dared to place a bid, leading to the inevitable drop of the gavel. Ji Wuchang handed over the 210 low-grade spirit stones to a maid and received the Thunder Spirit Pearl in return. He nearly erupted into laughter, reveling in the substantial profit garnered by the auction house. Ji Ping had initially intended to assist Ji Wuchang with the auction fees, but Ji Wuchang stopped him. Having already accepted a gift from Ji Ping, he could not accept a second without appearing greedy. Following that, Ji Wuchang refrained from participating in subsequent bids, paying no heed to the items for sale. Half an hour later, he and his companions departed from the Minglu auction house and returned to the Ji family estate. Recalling Xiao Fan's ashen face upon leaving the auction house brought a wave of satisfaction to Ji Wuchang. Once back in his chamber, he retrieved the wooden box and began a meticulous examination. At first glance, the box appeared to be an ordinary piece crafted from dark wood. However, armed with the memories from his past life, Ji Wuchang was not so naive as to believe that. He first attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the box. To no avail. Blood recognition also yielded no results. When he attempted to infuse his soul into it, he was met with a powerful rebuff, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Gradually, Ji Wuchang inspected the perimeter of the box and finally detected a faint trace of soul energy at the junction. With renewed vigor, he channeled his soul power into the box. As his energy flowed forth, runes began to illuminate the surface of the box, only to shatter shortly thereafter. As these runes dissipated, a slender crack appeared at the junction of the box. Ji Wuchang exerted a gentle pressure, fully opening the crack to reveal a hand-sized map within. The map was intricately drawn on a delicate silk fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing. Ji Wuchang suppressed his elation and hurriedly examined the map. Moments later, excitement flickered in his eyes. He had confirmed that the location depicted was indeed the back mountain of the Changsheng sect. No wonder Xiao Fan frequently ventured there under the pretense of cultivation. In reality, he was treasure hunting. However, the back mountain of the Changsheng sect bore little resemblance to the marked location on the map, which explained Xiao Fan's persistent search. Having spent over 200 years in the Changsheng sect, Ji Wuchang was intimately familiar with every tree and blade of grass in the back mountain. Even so, he had taken considerable time to ascertain the truth. Xiao Fan, it turns out your true starting point lies within the Changsheng sect. Ji Wuchang murmured to himself, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. Ji Wuchang had been pondering how Xiao Fan had discovered the storage ring containing the soul of a beautiful woman in the back mountain. Now, he was 100% certain that everything stemmed from this secret realm. With this realization, Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with confidence for his future. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled a perilous situation from his previous life. While in the Purple Mansion realm, he had explored a secret realm alongside over 30 others. They had all been brimming with confidence, only to discover that the secret realm was a trap, an absolute dead end. Had it not been for Ji Wuchang's fortuitous activation of a fractured teleportation array, he would have surely perished. Regrettably, all others had met their end within the secret realm. The mere recollection of this event brought a cold smirk to Ji Wuchang's face. He retrieved a piece of silk, equally as delicate as the one housing the map. Drawing upon his past memories, Ji Wuchang meticulously illustrated the secret realm and placed the drawing within the wooden box. He then restored the box to its original state, leaving only subtle marks. Thus, save for Ji Wuchang, no one would discern that the box had been tampered with. Xiao Fan, I shall present this wooden box to you, hoping that it will please you. A smile graced Ji Wuchang's lips as he stored the box within his spatial ring. Early the next morning, after completing his practice of the purple chi burning heaven technique on the rooftop, Ji Wuchang summoned Xiaomei and Xiaoha to his side. Greetings, young master. Both girls bowed in unison, their faces alight with admiration. While Xiaomei's demeanor was feigned, Xiaoha's expression was genuine. I have a task for you both. Last night, I acquired a wooden box, which I have studied for some time without yielding any discoveries. Since you are both young ladies, you may possess the attention to detail necessary for this task. If you uncover anything significant, I shall certainly report it to the family head, and you will be richly rewarded. Ji Wuchang stated, presenting the wooden box he had acquired the previous night to the two girls. Upon hearing this, Xiaomei and Xiaoha nodded eagerly, with Xiaomei stepping forward to accept the box from Ji Wuchang's hands. This box is of utmost importance, and I cannot allow any mishaps. I can only grant you 2 days for this task, after that, it must be returned to me. Do you understand? Ji Wuchang's expression turned serious as he regarded both girls intently. Rest assured, young master, we will remember. Both Xiaomei and Xiaohe responded respectfully. Ji Wuchang nodded and waved his hand for them to depart. Xiaohe, since the young master has granted us 2 days, how about we each dedicate 1 day to our research? After all, we must leave one of us to attend to the young master, right? Xiaomei's voice echoed from outside. And a faint smile graced Ji Wuchang's lips. Chapter 10, the first system task released an hour later, Xiaomei departed from the Ji family, carrying a wooden box nestled within a basket. Ji Ping appeared beside Ji Wuchang, and the two watched as Xiaomei receded into the distance. Shouldn't we stop her? Ji Ping's demeanor was calm, yet his words dripped with lethal intent. Let her live for another 2 days, we shall deal with her once the competition begins. Ji Wuchang replied with an impassive expression. Ji Ping nodded and coldly remarked, if the seller seeks glory, let her entire family accompany her to the grave. It mattered not if it was the Ji family, the foremost clan of my city, or even an ordinary family, the presence of a traitor would never be tolerated. From the moment Xiaomei relayed information to Xiao Fan, the fates of her and her family were sealed. Once Ji Ping departed, Ji Wuchang softly spoke to himself, System. Sign in. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Ji family of my city. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Luck value, 4, as the system's voice echoed. An immense spiritual power surged within Ji Wuchang's body. This time, rather than dispersing the energy throughout his limbs, he concentrated it all within his dantian. With this vast spiritual energy flowing in, Ji Wuchang's aura soared, breaking through the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi refinement, reaching the mid-stage of the 6th level. Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed as he savored the sensation. Although he was still far from the peak of the 6th level, his overall strength had more than doubled compared to that of the pinnacle 5th level. Ji Wuchang was determined to crush Xiao Fan with his formidable cultivation. He thinks he can act? He believes he can endure? Let us see who outlasts whom. Furthermore, as Ji Wuchang began to cultivate the purple qi burning heaven technique, he felt his physical strength had significantly surpassed that of his previous life at this stage. Ji Wuchang glanced at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, mid-stage of the 6th level of qi refinement, root bone, earth grade. Mid-quality, luck value, 10, special abilities, none, system tasks, none. Seeing only 10 luck points, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Such a meager sum would likely yield little. However, there was no rush, he would steadily sign in each day, and it would surely accumulate over time. Ji Wuchang paid no mind to when Xiaomei would return. He had no interest in quarreling with a dead person. With only 2 days remaining until the competition, Ji Wuchang took out the Thunder Spirit Pearl, infusing it with his soul, leaving behind his spiritual mark. The Thunder Spirit Pearl was an unclaimed object, and with his mark, Ji Wuchang could summon the thunderous power within at any time. After stowing the pearl, Ji Wuchang began to wander around the courtyard. Initially, his steps were slow, but they gradually quickened, graceful as a startled swan, exuding an ethereal elegance. Anyone observing Ji Wuchang's feet at that moment would notice that every step he took traced the pattern of the 8 trigrams formation. This was a movement technique he had cultivated in his previous life, the 8 trigrams dragon step. Although merely a high-grade yellow-tier technique, when executed with full effort, it resembled teleportation. Ji Wuchang could utilize it until he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Ji Wuchang had initially presumed that mastering this technique would take considerable time. Yet he soon discovered he was mistaken. As he moved, insights from his past life surged forth, allowing him to perfect the 8 trigrams dragon step in less than an hour, mere moments away from completion. From a distance, Ji Ping watched Ji Wuchang in astonishment. With his own cultivation at the late stage of the 6th level of qi refinement, he could not even discern Ji Wuchang's form, leaving him utterly astounded. At that moment, Ji Ping was certain that merely by employing this technique, Ji Wuchang had already secured an invincible position for the upcoming competition. Ji Wuchang noticed Ji Ping but was too engrossed in his critical practice to pay him any heed. System, sign in. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Ji family of my city. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Luck value, 1. The following noon, Ji Wuchang remembered he hadn't signed in yet. However, Upon completing the sign-in, he was left speechless. The difference between signing in at the same location a second time compared to the first was staggering. No wonder the system had warned him upon binding that it was best to change locations daily, otherwise, the rewards would diminish sharply. Feeling the pure spiritual energy surging within him, Ji Wuchang wasted no time dispersing it throughout his body, honing his physical form. My lord! Xiao, he was unable to discern anything amiss with this box. Xiao, he said apologetically, clutching the box. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang nodded slightly. Taking the box from Xiao's hands with a smile, no matter, I merely wanted to test you. Xiao He, who had been slightly anxious, instantly relaxed upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words. After Xiao He departed, Ji Wuchang took the wooden box and infused it with his soul, causing the hidden compartment to unveil. Indeed, the items he had concealed within had vanished without a trace. Satisfied with this outcome, Ji Wuchang reflected, spies are not to be feared. What is truly alarming is when a spy possesses intellect. Before this ancient demon of 1,000 years, spies are treasures. Ji Wuchang stored the wooden box away, knowing it could serve to hold various special items and should not be discarded lightly. Time passed swiftly, and the next day, after concluding his morning training, Ji Wuchang exited the Ji family estate. He meandered until he arrived at the Wang family's entrance. System, sign in. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Wang family of my city. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. Luck value, 2, as the system's voice resonated, a faint smile graced Ji Wuchang's lips. Indeed. It was far more beneficial to sign in at a different location. Had he signed in at the Ji family again today, he likely would have received nothing. Sensing the influx of pure spiritual energy within him, Ji Wuchang hesitated not a moment, dispersing it throughout his body. As this energy flowed in, he could hear a thunderous roar resonating within. At that moment, Ji Wuchang felt every bone in his body vibrating, a faint golden glow illuminating his skin. He understood that this was due to nearing perfection in the first layer of the purple chi burning heaven technique. Once perfected, he would achieve the first stage of the golden skin and jade bone. However, he still lacked a final push, sensing he was on the cusp of completion. With the competition among the various clans of my city set for tomorrow, Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ding! The system has detected that the host is to battle Xiao Fan tomorrow. System task released. Defeat Xiao Fan decisively and alter destiny. The shorter the time taken, the greater the reward. System reminds the host that this is the first task issued, with substantial rewards, so be sure to seize the opportunity. At that moment, the system's voice ignited a spark of excitement in Ji Wuchang's eyes. The system had finally released a task, his experience was about to unfold. Chapter 11, Xiao Fan triumphs. The grand square of my city buzzed with excitement, for today marked the day of the great competition among the families. The esteemed Ji, Wang, and Zhang families, 3 first-rate families, were set to participate, alongside the second-rate Xiao, Bai, and Lan families. Additionally, several third-rate families would also be in attendance. The classifications of first, second, and third rates pertain solely to my city. Beyond its borders, they all dwelled in the same realm of mediocrity. At the center of the square stood a colossal competition stage, already constructed and ready for the events. The throng of spectators swelled to nearly 20,000. And the numbers continued to rise. After all, this contest would determine the landscape of my city for the next 2 decades. The Ji family has arrived. A voice rang out, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd, which parted to make way. The Ji family brought over a dozen members, including 3 competitors, Ji Wuchang, Ji Bing, and Ji He. Ji Wuchang and Ji Ping walked side by side, their expressions serene. Earlier that morning, Ji Ping had ordered the tongue removed and the feet severed from Xiao Mei. Her family had been captured the previous night, totaling 19 souls. These individuals would serve as nourishment for the Ji family's garden, with only a select few of appealing appearance destined for the brothels. Ji Wuchang scanned the surroundings with a calm demeanor, immediately eliciting gasps of admiration from the young women present. Young Master Ji has looked my way. How handsome he is! Whispers filled the air, with many declaring that young Master Ji, a disciple of the longevity sect, was destined to claim first place. The Ji family was already recognized as the foremost family in my city, and with young Master Ji's exceptional talents, victory was indeed a foregone conclusion. The crowd buzzed with fervent praise for Ji Wuchang, while Ji Bing and Ji He, though slightly envious, dared not voice any dissent. Not even in the presence of their family head. Nearby, in the section designated for the Xiao family, 5 members had gathered, among them Xiao Fan. Dressed in simple linen robes. Listening to the discussions around him, Xiao Fan felt a cold smirk form within. A collection of unrefined bumpkins, soon, I shall leave you all astounded. Xiao Fan clenched his fists discreetly, maintaining an outwardly calm expression, though his eyes glimmered with pride. The secret realm map he had obtained from Xiao Mei just days prior ignited a fervor within him. He had not anticipated that a seemingly trivial move would yield such significant rewards. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over the Wang and Zhang families before lingering momentarily on Xiao Fan. A faint smile gracing his lips. Beneath his attire, Ji Wuchang wore the inner armor reserved for inner disciples of the longevity sect. Capable of withstanding the full force of a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Having lived a second life, Ji Wuchang had come to understand a crucial truth: preserving one's life was of utmost importance. As for pride, it was utterly worthless. His gaze returned to the stage, where he took his seat among the Ji family. System, sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful at my city's Grand Square. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Luck value, 3. Ji Wuchang was overjoyed, having deliberately saved this opportunity for today. The Grand Square, being the most popular venue in my city, offered far greater benefits than signing in at the Ji residence. This notion proved correct as he felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flooding into his body. Without hesitation, he absorbed it into his limbs. In that instant, a thunderous sound echoed within him. Ji Wuchang distinctly felt a special golden sheen manifest on his skin. As he touched it, he found it both soft and imbued with an unyielding resilience. A premonition washed over him, ordinary blades would barely graze him. Is this the sensation of golden skin? Ji Wuchang murmured, his eyes sparkling. After breaking through to golden skin, he sensed that his overall strength had more than doubled. Moreover, he felt light and unblemished, as if in a unique state of mind. Overwhelmed with joy, Ji Wuchang realized that his power now stood in stark contrast to his previous life. Ji Ping shot a glance at Ji Wuchang, who was closest to him. He had felt a terrifying power emanating from Ji Wuchang moments ago, but that sensation had vanished in an instant, leaving Ji Ping uncertain if it had merely been an illusion. The drawing of lots for the competition commenced, with over 20 participants. The first round would be an elimination match, and Ji Wuchang's opponent remained unchanged, a member of the Lan family. They were the 5th to take the stage. As in his previous life, the Lan family disciple conceded without contest, and no blows were exchanged. Following Ji Wuchang's match, Xiao Fan faced off against Wang Cun of the Wang family. Wang Cun, a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, regarded Xiao Fan with disdain as he stepped into the ring. Ji Wuchang observed the duel with a smile, watching as Wang Cun's relentless attacks forced Xiao Fan to retreat continuously. Cheers from the Wang family echoed, and spectators rallied behind Wang Cun. In his past life, Ji Wuchang would have closed his eyes at this point, deeming it unnecessary to witness further. Yet now, he found himself captivated. Noting that while Xiao Fan seemed to be retreating, the entire battlefield was under his control. Although Wang Cun appeared fierce, he was being toyed with by Xiao Fan. In a blink, after exchanging over 100 moves, Wang Cun was panting heavily, and the cheers from his supporters began to dwindle. At that moment, Xiao Fan sprang into action, darting forward with lightning speed. Before Wang Cun could react, Xiao Fan delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Wang Cun's face to contort in pain as he staggered backward, ultimately falling off the competition stage. Xiao Fan of the Xiao family wins. Wang Cun glared at Xiao Fan, still convinced that his defeat was due to a mere stroke of bad luck, believing it impossible for Xiao Fan to have bested him otherwise. Ji Ping glanced at Ji Wuchang and inquired, "Wuchang, what are your thoughts on this Xiao Fan?" The familiar question echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind, reminding him of his previous life's response, not worth mentioning. Hearing Ji Ping's inquiry now, a subtle smile crept across Ji Wuchang's lips as he replied calmly, "He is a master of patience, our ultimate confrontation awaits." Surprised, Ji Ping blinked, not expecting Ji Wuchang to hold Xiao Fan in such high regard. Initially, he had believed Xiao Fan's victory over Wang Cun was purely a matter of luck. Yet, With Ji Wuchang's assessment, he began to reconsider the earlier match. The more he reflected, the more he realized that Xiao Fan had been orchestrating the rhythm of the battle all along. In that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Ji Ping's eyes as he turned to gaze in the direction of the Xiao family. Chapter 12, a decisive blow that alters fate. The subsequent contests unfolded just as they had in a previous life, with each round culminating in the victories of Ji Wuchang and Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang's triumph elicited no surprise, for he was a disciple of the Changqing sect. In contrast, Xiao Fan's successive victories were akin to a dark horse emerging from obscurity, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. Particularly, the ordinary spectators in the square rallied behind Xiao Fan, for Ji Wuchang, clad in resplendent attire, seemed distant and unattainable, much like the stars in the sky. Although Xiao Fan hailed from the Xiao family, his simple garb bore little distinction from that of the common folk. Thus, psychologically, many chose to support Xiao Fan, hoping he would realize an extraordinary feat. The gazes of all families in my city toward the Xiao family underwent a transformation. Should Xiao Fan secure first place, the Xiao family would supplant the Ji family, ascending as the foremost family in my city. Unbeknownst to them, the most thrilling contest, and indeed the final one, was upon them: Ji Wuchang versus Xiao Fan. At that moment, many held their breath, and the previously cacophonous crowd gradually fell silent. Ji Wuchang rose calmly from his seat and strolled toward the contest stage, exuding no hint of pressure, appearing as an ordinary individual. In stark contrast, Xiao Fan radiated a fierce battle spirit, no longer needing to conceal his resolve. In that moment, he resembled a sword unsheathed, gleaming with sharp brilliance. Observers glanced between Ji Wuchang and Xiao Fan, sensing an inexplicable notion that Xiao Fan resembled a mere jester. Among the crowd, two figures stood apart, an elder and a youth. The elder, named Tang Yuan, was the fifth elder of the Changqing sect, possessing an 8th-tier cultivation in the Zifu realm, and was responsible for recruiting disciples this time. Behind him stood his disciple, Bu Qiushuang, who had attained the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Tang Yuan regarded Xiao Fan, who resembled a sword ready to strike, with an appreciative glint in his eyes. In the previous life, it was Tang Yuan who recognized Xiao Fan's potential and took him as a direct disciple, leading Xiao Fan to become the saint son of the Changqing sect due to his remarkable performance, bringing great honor to Tang Yuan and making him beholden to Xiao Fan. Master, that Ji Wuchang is the 4th disciple recently accepted by the 3rd elder, and I am quite familiar with him, Bu Qiushuang remarked, observing Ji Wuchang as he ascended the contest stage. Tang Yuan shifted his attention from Xiao Fan to Ji Wuchang upon hearing Bu Qiushuang's words. His rapport with the 3rd elder, Meng Kaihong, was strong, otherwise, Xiao Fan would not have met in person so swiftly. Indeed, his aura is composed, neither arrogant nor hasty. It appears the 3rd elder has taken a commendable disciple, Tang Yuan praised without reservation. Bu Qiushuang added with a smile, Master, Ji Shixiang is incredibly diligent in his training. Every time I visit him, he is immersed in his practice. Tang Yuan nodded approvingly and advised, Qiushuang, although your innate talent is commendable, you must diligently cultivate your skills to solidify your foundation. The foundation establishment stage is a critical juncture for cultivators. Without a stable foundation, even the best innate talent would be squandered. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yuan imparted guidance to Bu Qiushuang, who was still the youngest of his disciples and thus favored. In the previous life, after Xiao Fan's initiation, Bu Qiushuang had often found himself overshadowed, leading Tang Yuan to neglect him. Yes, Master. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, Bu Qiushuang responded, his tone exceptionally respectful. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was oblivious to the presence of the 5th elder in my city, for in his previous life, he had been unaware of such matters. As he ascended the contest stage, he donned a pair of gauntlets, appearing rather indifferent as he equipped them. The system had previously mentioned, this was the first task issued, with rewards increasing for shorter completion times. Thus, Ji Wuchang had no intention of testing the waters nor holding back, immediately producing his strongest equipment. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan's gaze was fixed upon the gauntlets on Ji Wuchang's hands, fiery rage igniting within him. So, the Bai family looks down upon me, Xiao Fan. Yesterday, you treated me with indifference. Today, you shall find me beyond your reach. Once I defeat Ji Wuchang and claim the top position, I shall obliterate your Bai family. You have already charted your path to destruction. Consumed by hatred, Xiao Fan cast a dark glance toward the Bai family's direction, his expression grim. At that moment, Ji Wuchang stood on the contest stage, glanced at Xiao Fan, and spoke calmly. I hear you visited the Bai family, seeking these gauntlets? I wonder if it is true. A smirk played upon Ji Wuchang's lips, his gaze laced with mockery. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Xiao Fan's eyes blazed with fury, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. Ji Wuchang, I have awaited this battle with you for long. Today, you shall serve as my stepping stone, Xiao Fan declared, his aura surging. Ji Wuchang observed that Xiao Fan managed to contain his emotions, refraining from erupting in rage, and silently acknowledged that in his previous life, he was indeed inferior to Xiao Fan. Do you truly believe that having defeated a few opponents grants you the audacity to act arrogantly before me? To be frank, in my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Ji Wuchang proclaimed, no longer concealing his cultivation. His cultivation at the mid-sixth layer of Qi refinement burst forth, unleashing a tempestuous aura that shattered the battle intent emanating from Xiao Fan. In the midst of Xiao Fan's astonishment, Ji Wuchang made his move. The 8 trigrams dragon step was executed, causing his figure to vanish before Xiao Fan in an instant. Thunderclap fist. Ji Wuchang shouted, the gauntlets crackling with electricity, emitting sizzling sounds. A faint golden glow enveloped Ji Wuchang's skin. Without a moment's hesitation, his fists crossed, aiming squarely at the back of Xiao Fan's heart. Sensing impending danger the moment Ji Wuchang disappeared, Xiao Fan was overwhelmed with shock. Wasn't Ji Wuchang merely at the pinnacle of the 4th layer? How could he be this strong? Cursed be it! Feeling the terrifying force approaching from behind, Xiao Fan hastily employed his footwork to evade, attempting to dodge Ji Wuchang's fists. However, his speed paled in comparison to Ji Wuchang's. As he took a step forward, 2 fists struck ruthlessly against Xiao Fan's back. A chill coursed through Ji Wuchang's heart as the lightning from the Thunder Spirit Pearl surged forth, combining with the Thunderclap fist to deliver a devastating blow to Xiao Fan's back. Ah! Xiao Fan let out a piercing scream, his body hurtling several meters away as blood gushed from his mouth. Chapter 13, Abundant Rewards. With a resounding thud, Xiao Fan crashed onto the ground outside the arena, his body crackling with lightning, his back a gruesome mess, and he fainted instantly. At that moment, the audience was stunned. Even the formidable Xiao Fan could not withstand a single move from Ji Wuchang, who had dispatched him with ease. Time seemed to stand still as silence enveloped the grand square. Not a soul dared to utter a word, all were paralyzed by Ji Wuchang's ruthless strike. Fanner. The first to react was Xiao Fan's father, Xiao Kong, who leapt towards the arena, swiftly reaching his son's side. After checking for a pulse and sensing a faint breath, he exhaled in relief. He promptly scooped Xiao Fan into his arms and dashed towards the Xiao family estate. Not casting a single glance at Ji Wuchang, he feared that hatred would seep into his gaze. The Xiao family could scarcely contend with the Ji family, let alone Ji Wuchang, who was backed by the Longxing sect, a true sanctuary for cultivators. How could this happen? It was supposed to be a fierce contest, a battle of equals culminating in a decisive showdown. Curse it, I just lost my vision momentarily. Yet I dared to hope that Xiao Fan could triumph over young Master Ji. To soar alongside a phoenix is to be a splendid bird. To walk with tigers and wolves is to be a fierce beast. Young Master Ji, a disciple of the Longxing sect, is not someone an ordinary scion can rival. How magnificent young Master Ji is! No matter who steps into the ring, he dispatches them with a single strike. Truly formidable. The crowd erupted into fervent discussions, their voices filled with accolades for Ji Wuchang. As for Xiao Fan, he had already become a relic of the past. Such is the nature of this world. When a champion stands tall, who pays heed to the runner-up? Tang Yuan cast a glance at Ji Wuchang, admiration gleaming in his eyes, thoroughly pleased with him. Ji Wuchang's victory was clean and decisive, bringing honor to the Longxing sect, and as an elder, Tang Yuan could hardly contain his joy. Xiao Shuang. Upon your return to the sect, ensure you spend more time with Wuchang. Bu Qiao Shuang nodded mechanically. He had only been apart from Ji Wuchang for a couple of months and was puzzled by the sudden surge in his cultivation. Had Ji Wuchang concealed his true power all along? Upon this realization, Bu Qiao Shuang felt he had found the correct answer. Hearing his master's words, he promptly nodded and departed with Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, Ji Ping was surrounded by the heads of various families in my city. The Wang, Zhang, Bai, and Lan families all gathered to congratulate him. Congratulations, Ji family head. With Wuchang, the Ji family is bound to reach greater heights. Congratulations, Ji family head. Under your leadership, my city will undoubtedly flourish. Congratulations, Ji family head. The talents emerging from the Ji family are truly enviable. The family heads clasped their fists in salutation, their attitudes obsequious, their faces adorned with smiles. The weight on Ji Ping's heart lifted entirely. He too was awed by Ji Wuchang's fearsome punch. Ji Ping knew well that even he could not withstand such a blow. With a hearty laugh, Ji Ping returned their greetings. Yet the smile on his face could not fade. At that moment, Ji Wuchang descended from the arena, his demeanor serene as if he had not just unleashed his power. However, this calm was merely a facade. Within him, tumultuous waves surged. His destiny had irrevocably altered. Indeed, it had transformed completely. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing your first system task. Accomplished in the span of 2 breaths, rewards are being distributed. Host rewarded with 15 years of cultivation. Luck value, 500. Xiao Fan's luck value, 500. Host rewarded with a 5th grade marrow cleansing pill. Host rewarded with a heart communication rune. Can be activated on a specific individual, allowing the host to hear their thoughts. Permanent effect. Host rewarded with 2 6th grade teleportation talismans. These are consumables. Upon use, one can traverse vast distances instantly. The system's voice resonated continuously as an immense force surged into Ji Wuchang's body. After hesitating for a mere moment, he immediately activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, refining this overwhelming power and channeling it throughout his limbs and bones. As this vast energy coursed through him, Ji Wuchang felt his bones tremble as they underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from a pure white hue to a milky color, glistening like jade. This marked the beginning of his jade bone metamorphosis. Of course, Ji Wuchang was unaware of all this. He could only feel his physical strength escalating at a terrifying rate. In that instant, he sensed that even a 6th-layer cultivator would struggle against him, even without using spiritual energy. He believed he could hold his ground solely with his physical prowess. This was merely a feeling, however, and its validity required testing. Following his victory over Xiao Fan, Ji Wuchang recognized a profound shift in his mindset. The shadows that once loomed over him dissipated, and he felt unshackled, a surge of ambition igniting within him. Ji Wuchang yearned to explore the world beyond, refusing to remain confined to Boyun Prefecture for eternity. He wished to compete with the prodigies of all provinces. He, Ji Wuchang, would not be inferior to anyone in this lifetime. Gazing at the 500 luck points awarded to him, Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, mid-stage of the 6th layer of Qi refining, root bone, mid-grade earth rank, luck value, 516, special abilities, none, system tasks, none. As he beheld the 516 luck points, Ji Wuchang's enthusiasm intensified. Now, should he discover valuable treasures, he possessed the means to replicate them. Ji Wuchang was well aware that Xiao Fan had sustained numerous injuries, far exceeding those he had endured in his past life. Surely, the damage to Xiao Fan's psyche was even more severe than the physical injuries, as Ji Wuchang had shattered his belief in invincibility. Truly, a person of great fortune could lose 500 luck points in an instant. Ji Wuchang murmured to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. If his conjecture was correct, Xiao Fan would likely still gain entry into the Longsheng sect, after all. He was a man of great fortuity. Ji Wuchang eagerly anticipated this. He intended to keep a close watch on this experience-laden individual, introducing him to his senior sister, and Curson. With that thought, a cold smile flickered across Ji Wuchang's heart. You treacherous pair, I shall personally send you to hell in this lifetime. With the affairs of my city concluded, the pressing matter was to return to the sect promptly, lest the night grow long and lead to unforeseen complications. The thought of that hidden realm propelled Ji Wuchang forward, eager to utilize the newly acquired teleportation talismans. Chapter 14, Capturing Xiao Shuecheng in a chamber belonging to the Xiao family. Xiao Kong anxiously gazed at the unconscious Xiao Fan lying on the bed, his expression grim. An elder's hand rested on Xiao Fan's left arm, his demeanor solemn. After a moment, the elder released Xiao Fan's arm and sighed deeply. This elder, known as Xiao Ming, Was the chief elder of the Xiao family, a peak practitioner of the second level of qi refinement, and an esteemed first-tier alchemist. Elder, how is Fanner? Xiao Kong, unable to contain his impatience, inquired hastily. Xiao Ming shook his head and replied, Patriarch, Xiao Fan's injuries are severe. 13 meridians within his body have ruptured, and 7 have been charred to ashes by lightning. Even his dantian has suffered some damage. With my current alchemical skills, I can only produce a few pills to stabilize his condition and prevent further deterioration. For a complete recovery, we will need at least a Tier 3 Pei Yuan pill. And the primary ingredient, Pei Yuan grass, must be of the oldest age possible. After speaking, Xiao Ming sighed again, feeling that Xiao Fan was essentially ruined. A Tier 3 Pei Yuan pill was beyond the Xiao family's current means. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kong felt a pang of despair but nonetheless said, Elder, I entrust everything to you. Xiao Ming nodded, then, shaking his head and sighing, turned to leave. In that moment, Xiao Kong noticed that Xiao Fan had awakened, a smile creeping onto his face. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Fan's eyes were devoid of light, staring blankly at the ceiling, still grappling with the reason for his defeat. After enduring for so many years, was it not for this day? Today should have been the day he triumphed over all his adversaries. Yet, he could not even fend off a single strike from his opponent. What was the significance of all those years of patience? A grimace of rage appeared on Xiao Fan's face, but the excruciating pain in his body compelled him to cry out. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere surrounding the Xiao family, the Ji family was filled with joy. Ji Ping, Ji Chang, and many other members of the Ji family stood at the entrance, there to see off Ji Wuchang. Though Ji Wuchang had just declared that he owed the Ji family nothing after winning the match, Ji Ping and Ji Chang still came to bid him farewell. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, bowed to Ji Ping, and then left without looking back. With this bow, his ties to the Ji family were severed. Although Ji Ping and Ji Chang felt a twinge of reluctance, they ultimately sighed and turned back to the Ji residence. Ji Wuchang was eager to return. He had no intention of lingering any longer with the Ji family, having already given Ji Ping a final courtesy. However, he now possessed a jade token. Its front depicting a grinding wheel and the back inscribed with the name Ji Wuchang. Ji Ping had informed Ji Wuchang that this item had belonged to him when they first met, possibly linked to his origins. Ji Wuchang was taken aback, for he did not recall such an experience in his previous life. Yet, he dismissed the thought, prioritizing his return to Changsheng Gate above all else. Soon, Ji Wuchang exited my city, racing towards Changsheng Gate. Dozens of miles away, Ji Wuchang halted, his brow furrowing slightly. He then calmly called out, Who goes there? Step forward. As soon as Ji Wuchang's words fell, a woman's figure emerged. He recognized her instantly, Xiao Xuecheng, the most enigmatic member of the Xiao family. Memories from his past life surged in his mind, causing Ji Wuchang's pupils to constrict. If memories served him correctly, Xiao Xuecheng was not from the Xiao family of my city but rather from a true noble lineage. As a child, she had been fostered by the Xiao family, leaving after Xiao Fan joined Changsheng Gate. By the time Ji Wuchang heard news of her, she had become a formidable 6th realm practitioner, while he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Later, Curson had mentioned Xiao Xuecheng, who had already ascended to the supreme realm, while Ji Wuchang was still at the Purple Palace stage. They were worlds apart in power. Do you recognize me? Upon seeing Ji Wuchang's expression, Xiao Xuecheng was momentarily taken aback, her face hardening like frost. Ji Wuchang, having regained his composure, replied with a calm demeanor, naturally. I know you, Xiao Xuecheng of the Xiao family. Xiao Xuecheng was undeniably beautiful, a fact Ji Wuchang could not deny, but it had no bearing on him. Her expression turned icy, tempered with a hint of indignation as she replied, You should not have harmed my brother Xiao Fan. Today, I shall avenge him. With those words, her aura surged, revealing a formidable pressure of peak 6th realm cultivation. What a farce! Is it a common trait among your family to act without reason? Ji Wuchang scoffed. Xiao Fan sought to step on me, why should I grant him that opportunity? What gives you the right to impose your will upon me? This world is vast. Do you really think the Xiao family can dominate it all? Ji Wuchang's expression remained impassive as he revealed his own mid-level 6th realm cultivation, standing resolutely against Xiao Xuecheng. Her countenance grew colder, tinged with both anger and humiliation. "Prepare yourself. If you can defeat me, you may leave, otherwise, the injuries inflicted upon my brother will befall you." With that, Xiao Xueqing lunged at Ji Wuchang, her palms weaving like a butterfly in flight as she aimed to strike him. Ji Wuchang snorted, unleashing the 8 trigrams dragon step, his form blurring into a series of afterimages. He clenched his fists, channeling the thunderous fist technique. Bang! Their fists collided, sending both Ji Wuchang and Xiao Xueqing staggering back 3 steps, a flicker of seriousness flashing in their eyes. "Kill!" Ji Wuchang bellowed, his gaze icy, as the spiritual energy within him surged violently, causing his skin to radiate a golden glow. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a torrent of lightning towards Xiao Xueqing. Golden skin! Xiao Xueqing was taken aback by the golden radiance emanating from Ji Wuchang's skin, a phenomenon only attainable through extreme refinement at the postnatal stage. Yet, in an instant, she scoffed, revealing a faint golden glow on her own skin as well. Boom! The two figures collided violently, a fierce wind obliterating everything within several meters around them. In mere moments, they exchanged over 100 blows. With a resounding crash, both Ji Wuchang and Xiao Xueqing were hurled backward. However, at that moment, Ji Wuchang moved with uncanny agility, twisting his body into a half-arc as he appeared directly in front of Xiao Xueqing. Before she could react, he seized her throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. The rapidity of the events left Xiao Xueqing reeling, her throat constricted painfully. "Dare to touch a hair on Our Lady, and you shall surely meet your end today." Just then, an elderly woman's voice echoed, a terrifying pressure descending upon the scene. Chapter 15. The life-linked curse. Ji Wuchang had just executed the 8 trigrams dragon step. Although this technique was of a lower grade, it was sufficiently formidable for one at the chi refinement stage. Hearing the voice of the old woman, Ji Wuchang's expression remained unchanged as he raised his gaze to the distance. There, in the sky, stood an old woman, emanating a powerful oppressive force. A Soul Division realm expert. Ji Wuchang calmly assessed the old woman, instantly discerning her cultivation level, though he could not ascertain her exact stage within the realm. At that moment, Xiao Xueqing's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, yet there was no hint of fear upon her visage. Her eyes blazed with fury as they fixated on Ji Wuchang. Suddenly, the old woman shifted her body and appeared several paces away. "Release our young lady, or you shall not leave here alive," she declared coldly, though she dared not make a move. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Ji Wuchang could not suppress a cold smirk, tightening his grip on Xiao Xueqing's throat slightly. She struggled for breath, her face turning crimson. "How bold! Do you not fear the annihilation of the Ji family?" The old woman's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, yet a flicker of concern crossed her features. "You old hag! Who are you calling bold? I dare you to say that again." Ji Wuchang's eyes glinted dangerously as a thread of azure sword energy flickered at his left index finger, aimed at Xiao Xueqing's brow. This was the Qing Yun sword technique he cultivated, though its power was not overwhelming, it sufficed for the current situation. The old woman's complexion darkened. She had not anticipated that a mere 6th-level Qi refiner would dare to reprimand a master of the Soul Division realm. At that moment, her heart seethed with murderous intent. Yet she truly did not dare to act. If anything were to happen to the young lady, her life would be forfeit. "Ji Wuchang, what must you do to release our young lady?" The old woman's voice softened involuntarily, though it retained an icy tone, lacking the earlier domineering demeanor. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, forming a unique seal with his left hand, causing a special mark to materialize. Before Xiao Xueqing could react, he pressed this mark directly onto her brow. At the moment the mark touched her forehead, a crimson glow shot forth from Xiao Xueqing, connecting with Ji Wuchang's brow. The old woman was taken aback, ready to strike. "Dare to move, and you shall die." Ji Wuchang bellowed, his demeanor frigid, causing the old woman to halt in her tracks, paralyzed with fear. Fury surged within the old woman's eyes. If glares could kill, she would have slain Ji Wuchang hundreds of times over. Xiao Xueqing glared at Ji Wuchang. Her eyes filled with ire. In merely a moment, the crimson glow from their brows faded, and Ji Wuchang casually tossed Xiao Xueqing aside. "Cough, cough." Xiao Xueqing touched her throat, coughing several times, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Ji Wuchang, what skill you possess. To even master the life-linked curse, it is no wonder my brother Xiao Fan met his defeat. She remarked coldly. The old woman had suspected this. But upon hearing her young lady's words, a chill coursed through her heart. The life-linked curse was a secret technique that intertwined the lives of two individuals. Should one perish, the other would instantaneously be rendered soulless. This was a technique Ji Wuchang had inadvertently acquired in his previous life, never having utilized it until now, when it became necessary. Ji Wuchang was, in fact, compelled to resort to this. The old woman was too powerful, and he lacked the means to confront her directly. Although he possessed 2 teleportation talismans capable of transporting him 1,000 miles in an instant, they did not resolve the immediate crisis. After pondering for some time, Ji Wuchang had conceived the idea of the life-linked curse. He understood clearly that Xiao Xueqing would not come to harm, after all. She was destined to be one of the powerful figures of this continent. Thus, he need not fear for her life. With this understanding, he felt emboldened to employ this technique to alleviate the current predicament. Due to his lower cultivation level, the life-linked curse could only bind their lives for 3 years. Yet, 3 years was ample time for him to alter many circumstances. Miss Xiao, we are alike. Without a measure of cunning, would I not be at your mercy today? Ji Wuchang's lips curled into a slight smile, retorting without reservation. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Xueqing's expression calmed, though she merely scoffed in response. Should I capture him for you, miss? The old woman inquired, her tone grave as she gazed at Xiao Xueqing. Old hag. Should you dare to touch even a hair on my head, I shall take my own life. Go ahead, test me. Ji Wuchang interjected, startled, as he quickly produced a 6th-grade teleportation talisman. If the situation turned dire, he would make his escape without hesitation. Xiao Xueqing regarded Ji Wuchang with a complex expression before coldly declaring, Ji Wuchang, you are shameless. You wait, I will undoubtedly seek retribution for this grievance. With that, she turned and departed, her heart filled with confusion. The old woman, hearing her young lady's words, let out a cold snort and flicked her fingers, sending a gust of wind directly towards Ji Wuchang. With a resounding crash, Ji Wuchang was sent hurtling backward, colliding with a large tree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The old woman turned away, following Xiao Xueqing, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Ji Wuchang slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips. You old crone, I shall remember this grievance. And I will seek you out for vengeance in the future. A smile crept upon his face, for he knew he had made the right gamble. Ding! Congratulations, master. For defeating the fortuitous individual Xiao Xueqing, you are awarded 100 fortune points. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Ji Wuchang's mind. He was momentarily taken aback, then elated, not anticipating such a reward. System, does defeating anyone yield fortune point rewards? Ji Wuchang inquired eagerly. Master, not at all. Only by overcoming those with great fortune or children of destiny will you earn fortune points. Others do not provide rewards. Generally speaking, individuals with over 300 fortune points are considered to have great fortune. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he quickly regained his composure. It appeared he was destined to tread the path of the antagonist, otherwise, how could he acquire greater fortune points? Having clarified his thoughts, Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with determination. In his previous life, he had always played the virtuous role, yet he had reaped little reward. If being the villain meant he could gain more, then so be it. With the system at his disposal, he need not fear anyone. He would topple all who obstructed his path. After ensuring no one was following him, Ji Wuchang decided against lingering and swiftly made his way into the distance. He resolved to return to the Changsheng sect with utmost speed, lest the night grow long and dreams turn perilous. Chapter 16, Return to the Longevity Gate. 20 days later, Ji Wuchang stood before the grand entrance of the Longevity Gate, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. At last, he had returned, and in an unblemished state. Ji Wuchang sighed with a sense of nostalgia, then declared, System, sign in. Ding! Successfully signed in at the entrance of the Longevity Gate, reward, 10 years of cultivation. Fortune value, 12. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ji Wuchang was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. For the past 20 days, he had been signing in the wilderness. Receiving only a meager fortune value of 1, and cultivation rewards had been entirely out of reach. After 20 days, he had accumulated a total of 24 fortune values. Feeling a surge of pure spiritual energy coursing through his body, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate. He immediately activated the purple chi burning heaven art, channeling this energy into his meridians and dantian. As this energy flooded into him, Ji Wuchang's cultivation began to ascend, and in an instant, he reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of chi refinement. Yet, it did not end there. He subsequently broke through to the mid-stage of the 7th layer of chi refinement. He had elevated his cultivation by an entire realm. 10 years of cultivation had granted him only a single realm of advancement, which, to be frank, felt rather insufficient. However, Ji Wuchang was no longer the same as before. He had forged a golden skin through the purple chi burning heaven art and had spent these days refining his jade bones. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was relentlessly pushing the limits of his physical capabilities. Glancing at the system panel, he noted, Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, Mid-stage of Chi Refinement. 7th layer, Root Bone, Earth Grade, Mid-tier, Fortune Value, 652, Special Abilities, None, System Tasks, None, with a Fortune Value of 652. Ji Wuchang felt hopeful that he might soon acquire something of merit. Junior brother Ji, you have returned. Just then, a man emerged from the longevity gate, greeting Ji Wuchang with a smile. This individual was Chang Bei, a registered disciple of Elder Yin Shuyao, who had entered the sect alongside Ji Wuchang. And they shared a degree of camaraderie. In the past, Ji Wuchang would have greeted him warmly, given their amicable relations. However, in a previous life, Chang Bei had belittled Ji Wuchang upon noticing his damaged meridians, often referring to him as trash and suggesting he should be expelled from the sect. During a trial in a secret realm, Ji Wuchang had ultimately caused Chang Bei's demise, leaving him to perish at the hands of a horde of demonic beasts. Now, faced with Chang Bei's greeting, Ji Wuchang merely nodded in acknowledgement before soaring into the sect. Chang Bei watched Ji Wuchang's departing figure, his brow furrowing in displeasure. What an arrogant fellow, truly believing himself to be significant. Just wait until the grand competition in a few months, I shall show you. Chang Bei's expression transformed from friendly to venomous, his jealousy palpable. From the moment he entered the longevity gate, he had envied Ji Wuchang. With Ji Wuchang possessing a mid-tier earth grade root bone while he only had a high-tier mystic grade, the disparity was undeniable. Had it not been for a stroke of fortune that allowed him to break through to the 3rd layer of chi refinement, he would have never transitioned from the outer to the inner sect. Yet why should he remain a mere registered disciple while Ji Wuchang was a direct disciple of Elder Meng Kaihong? This notion infuriated him. Thus, Chang Bei yearned to prove himself, believing that defeating Ji Wuchang would be the ultimate triumph. The thought of a mere registered disciple besting a direct disciple was exhilarating. Such an event would surely cause a stir within the longevity gate. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuchang, someone was concocting grand dreams of youth. Without a moment's pause, he made his way to Xiao Bamboo Peak, the residence of Elder Meng Kaihong, and his own dwelling. Although Ji Wuchang's absence had spanned less than 2 months, he felt as though he had returned from a distant realm. Everything on Xiao Bamboo Peak remained unchanged, though the grass appeared greener than before. 4th junior brother, you have returned. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated, bringing to mind the warmth of spring. The speaker was Zhang Linghong, his 2nd senior brother, with a cultivation of the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Hearing this voice, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile, quickly clasping his fists in respect. Greetings, 2nd senior brother. This smile was genuine. In his previous life, aside from his master Meng Kaihong, Zhang Linghong had treated him the best. Regrettably, during a trial in a secret realm, Zhang Linghong had not returned, but that was still decades away. Zhang Linghong regarded Ji Wuchang with a smile, stating, "Little junior brother has returned from his journey. And it appears your cultivation has significantly improved. Congratulations." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang chuckled, "2nd senior brother, your insight is unmatched, nothing escapes your notice." Zhang Linghong laughed heartily before continuing, "Master is still in seclusion, 4th junior brother need not visit him for the time being." Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that upon his return in a previous life, his master had already emerged from seclusion, having successfully broken through to the Soul Division realm. Suddenly, it dawned on him, this time he had rushed back to the sect in merely 20 days, while in his past life, he had taken over a month, during which his master had already been out for 2 days. With this realization, Ji Wuchang smiled gently and remarked, Master had mentioned recently that he would enter seclusion to break through to the Soul Division realm. It seems this time he is on the verge of success. Our Xiao Bamboo Peak will surely be bustling again soon. Zhang Linghong nodded in agreement, fully aware that his master's breakthrough was highly likely. Just then, 2 figures approached from afar, the foremost of whom possessed striking features. With elegantly arched eyebrows and delicate red lips, complemented by a fair visage and flowing black hair, she indeed captivated the eye. This person was Incursion, Ji Wuchang's senior sister, at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. The girl behind her, sporting twin ponytails, was his 3rd senior sister, Tai Yujie, at the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment. In his previous life, upon seeing Incursion and Tai Yujie, Ji Wuchang would have rushed to greet them immediately. For decades, he had been a devoted admirer of both, enduring their close association with Xiao Fan. However, this time, he would not be so submissive. Greetings, senior sister, 3rd senior sister. Ji Wuchang spoke calmly. Incursion's demeanor was frosty, and she nodded coolly, saying, It's good that you have returned, do not disturb master during his seclusion. Her tone bore an air of authority, reminiscent of her previous life, each word imbued with an undeniable weight. Chapter 17, Thunder and Lightning Fist. Ji Wuchang harbored a cold smile within, nodding calmly. In his past life, he was particularly fond of Incursion's serene demeanor, which perfectly matched the image of a celestial being in his heart. Even when she treated him like a mere servant, he found a peculiar sweetness in it, believing that his senior sister cared for him. It was only upon witnessing her radiant smile as she lay in Xiao Fan's embrace that Ji Wuchang came to a bitter realization. Consumed by silent resentment, he felt powerless, for his cultivation was far inferior to theirs. In this lifetime, he vowed not to be anyone's sycophant, but to remain true to himself. Senior brother, senior sister. I have traveled for over 20 days and shall take my leave now. Ji Wuchang said calmly, clasping his hands in salutation, and without waiting for their response, he turned and departed. Incursion and Tai Yujie exchanged a slight frown but chose to remain silent. Shortly after, Ji Wuchang arrived at a modest abode situated on the northern side of Xiaozhu Peak, his residence, which was relatively secluded. Xiaozhu Peak was the least populated among the peaks of Changsheng sect, with Meng Kaihong as the peak master, followed by her 4 primary disciples and a dozen or so guardians of the medicinal fields. Although these individuals were part of the inner sect, they held the status of outer disciples. Should they perform admirably, they could potentially join Xiaozhu Peak as attendants to Ji Wuchang and his 3 senior siblings, with the most favorable outcome being to become a registered disciple of Meng Kaihong, though such chances were exceedingly slim. Ji Wuchang pushed open the door that had remained closed for nearly 2 months, revealing a thick layer of dust on the floor. With a flick of his hand, a dust-cleansing talisman soared forth, swiftly dispersing the accumulated dust throughout the room. His quarters were quite simple, consisting of a bed, a table, a chair, and a mat. Ji Wuchang settled onto the mat, sitting cross-legged, and retrieved the pair of boxing gloves acquired from the Bai family. It was time to unveil the secrets contained within. During the 20-day journey, he had already examined them and discerned some clues. Without hesitation, Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist and struck down upon the gloves. The force of his 7th-level Qi cultivation erupted, crashing against the gloves and unleashing strands of lightning energy, forming a thin shield of light. With a resounding bang, the shield shattered, and the lightning surged towards Ji Wuchang's hand, charring the surface of his fist to a deep black. Yet, Ji Wuchang's expression remained composed, as if he were unaffected by the pain. As the spiritual energy within him surged, the charred surface of his hand gradually faded, returning to normal after a brief moment. Observing his fist, he noted that without the protective shield, it appeared rather ordinary. A thread of azure sword energy danced at his left fingertip, and with a gentle swipe, the gloves parted, revealing a small piece of silk within. Ji Wuchang picked up the silk, which crackled with lightning, adorned with numerous electric runes that pulsated with energy. At that moment, Ji Wuchang understood that the lightning power emanating from the gloves was entirely derived from this slender piece of silk, no thicker than 2 fingers. His spiritual force surged forth from his brow, enveloping the silk. The instant his spiritual energy made contact with the fabric, it transformed into a beam of light and vanished into his consciousness. When the silk reappeared, it had entered Ji Wuchang's sea of spiritual awareness. The thunder and lightning fist, fierce and domineering, swift as the wind. The vitality of the 9 provinces relies upon the thunder and lightning. When the thunder strikes, myriad fists lament. Characters leapt from the silk and materialized in Ji Wuchang's mind. His body trembled with exhilaration, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Ji Wuchang recalled how Xiao Fan, after joining the Changsheng sect, had participated in the sect's grand competition several months later. At that time, his cultivation was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yet he had defeated a 2nd-level foundation establishment disciple with an exceptionally powerful boxing technique. This victory had thrust Xiao Fan into the eyes of the sect's upper echelons, prompting Elder Wu to devote himself fully to Xiao Fan's training. Ji Wuchang was now certain that this was the very technique of the thunder and lightning fist. Compared to the lightning burst fist, it was utterly inferior, not even worthy of comparison. He hastily calmed his mind to absorb the contents of the silk. Moments later, the silk dissipated, revealing the upper portion of the thunder and lightning fist. With ardent eyes, Ji Wuchang turned his gaze to the other glove, replicating the process, and soon uncovered another piece of silk, this time containing the lower section of the thunder and lightning fist. The technique comprised 10 punches. But mastering it was no easy feat. One must create a distinct space within their body to consolidate the power of thunder and lightning. However, this would pose no challenge for Ji Wuchang, as there existed a place within the Changsheng sect that was perpetually suffused with the power of thunder and lightning, the Thunder and Lightning Valley. A favored location for many disciples to temper their physiques. The energy there was so dense that even those at the soul separation stage dared not venture too deep, lest they faced the risk of demise. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang often frequented the Thunder and Lightning Valley, solely utilizing its energy to refine his body, never once considering the consolidation of thunder and lightning power. After thoroughly examining the thunder and lightning fist, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Each of the 9 punches required a specific level of cultivation. He would only be able to practice the first punch after condensing the thunder and lightning power. Given his current Qi refinement stage, each subsequent punch demanded a significant increase in cultivation level, as the power required for each punch multiplied exponentially based on its predecessor. Thus, only through elevated cultivation could one withstand the formidable force. Instead of feeling daunted, Ji Wuchang felt elated. This was precisely the kind of peak martial technique he needed. In the Tianqian continent, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and innate talents were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into low, middle, high, and supreme grades. Although the silk did not specify the tier of the thunder and lightning fist, Ji Wuchang estimated it to be a heavenly grade technique. A heavenly grade technique. This was a domain Ji Wuchang could not have hoped to reach in his past life. In his previous existence, he had employed every means possible to acquire only a single supreme grade earth technique, which he cherished dearly. Looking at the now defunct gloves before him, he felt not a shred of regret. With a wave of his hand, a fireball appeared, engulfing the gloves, which were reduced to ashes in mere moments. As the saying goes, fortune often lies within misfortune, and misfortune often harbors fortune. The journey to my city, though fraught with danger, ultimately brought forth abundant blessings. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had been overly confident, perhaps even arrogant, failing to regard his adversaries as worthy, resulting in his disastrous defeat. In this lifetime, he had maximized his advantages, yielding such bountiful rewards. Ji Wuchang understood clearly that the Changsheng sect was his true sanctuary. If he wished to compete with those genuine prodigies in the future, he must lay the most solid foundation within the Changsheng sect. Chapter 18, The Transformation of Xiao Xuecheng's Attitude. Ji Wuchang contemplated for a moment and subsequently set a modest goal for himself, to consolidate 10 flawless Dao platforms. The number of Dao platforms is a crucial measure of a person's future accomplishments. Many believe that the Qi refinement stage consists solely of 9 levels. However, Ji Wuchang, possessing memories from a past life, is acutely aware that there exists a 10th level. The 10th level of Qi refinement does not belong to the conventional cultivation system but represents a unique state of being. Individuals of great fortune, like Xiao Fan, were unable to touch this realm in their previous lives, highlighting the immense difficulty of attaining it. To achieve the 10th level of Qi refinement, one must fulfill a singular condition: to refine oneself to the utmost limit of the 9th level. This pinnacle encompasses the physical body, spirit, and mental state. In simpler terms, it necessitates the simultaneous peak of essence, energy, and spirit alongside the corporeal form. Specifically, it entails achieving the golden skin, jade bones, and divine abode. Only in this extraordinary state can one access the realm of the 10th level of Qi refinement. It is understood that only upon reaching this level can one potentially condense 10 Dao platforms during the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. In Ji Wuchang's recollection, there was a person on the entire Tianqian continent who managed to condense 10 Dao platforms, and it was a woman. Yet, he could not recall her identity. After memorizing the essence of the first punch of the Wind Thunder Fist, Ji Wuchang began to meditate on the purple Qi burning heaven technique. This technique is best cultivated at dawn when a substantial amount of purple Qi floods into the body. However, practicing at night also yields significant benefits, allowing the absorption of moonlight energy, thereby achieving the fusion of yin and yang. Thanks to his previous life's cultivation experience, Ji Wuchang understood this well. As the night swiftly passed, Ji Wuchang awakened from his meditation and soared to the rooftop, awaiting the rising sun. The magnificent purple Qi surged like a torrent into Ji Wuchang's body, and without a moment's hesitation, he channeled it entirely into refining his physical form. In his previous life, he had suffered from an obsessive pursuit of cultivation, neglecting his physical body, which led him down a narrowing path. In this life, he aimed not only for golden skin and jade bones but also to refine his divine abode. The divine abode is a description of the organs refined to their utmost. The 5 internal organs can create the divine and harbor the cosmos, thus termed the divine abode. If golden skin and jade bones represent the external aspect of the body, the divine abode signifies the internal. Of course, he had yet to begin refining his internal organs. The divine abode felt too distant at this stage. As the last wisp of purple Qi entered his abdomen, Ji Wuchang sensed a slow transformation of his physical body, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. System. Sign-in. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Xiaozhu peak of the Changsheng sect. Reward, 6 years of cultivation. Luck value, 5, the system's voice rang out. And a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into Ji Wuchang's body. He promptly activated his cultivation technique, dispersing this immense spiritual energy throughout his limbs and bones. A series of crackling sounds erupted within his body, akin to firecrackers exploding. Outside Ji Wuchang, wisps of black gas occasionally wafted away, representing the impurities within him. He possessed a 5th-grade cleansing marrow pill but chose to delay its consumption until he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang understood well that good steel should be used at the cutting edge. Consuming it at the peak of the 9th level could elevate his overall strength, thereby uncovering the opportunity to reach the 10th level. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. It was his second senior brother, Zhang Linghong. "Good morning, second senior brother," Ji Wuchang greeted with a smile. Zhang Linghong glanced at Ji Wuchang, momentarily taken aback. For some reason, he felt that his junior brother seemed considerably stronger. However, after assessing Ji Wuchang's cultivation, he dismissed the notion, convinced it must be a mere illusion, as Ji Wuchang's cultivation had not changed. "Junior brother, I plan to cultivate in the back mountain for a few days. Would you like to join me?" Zhang Linghong inquired, casting aside his thoughts with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. He was eager to venture to the back mountain, having been unable to contain his excitement for that secret realm. If someone were to seize the treasures within beforehand, Ji Wuchang would be utterly distraught. He had been contemplating how to concoct a reason to go. And now that his senior brother had asked, it was perfect. "Absolutely, second senior brother." Ji Wuchang readily agreed, his mind racing with thoughts. If he was correct, the Changsheng sect's recruitment of disciples in my city should have concluded. He wondered if it would mirror his past life, where Xiao Fan became a disciple under Elder Tang Yiyuan. As Ji Wuchang pondered this, in my city, as he suspected, the Changsheng sect's recruitment had indeed ended. Xiao Fan, Ji Bing, Bai Yao, and others had all been selected. However, unlike in his previous life, Tang Yiyuan did not take Xiao Fan as a disciple. Xiao Fan's expression darkened considerably. Although his internal injuries had mostly healed, it was due to a mysterious figure delivering a pill. This mysterious individual was none other than the old woman by Xiao Wuchang's side, who had provided a fourth-grade pulse extension pill. While this pill was not specifically designed for treating meridian injuries, it proved effective enough to remedy approximately 90% of Xiao Fan's internal afflictions. Every time Xiao Fan recalled the moment he could not withstand even a single blow from Ji Wuchang, his countenance twisted into a grimace. Although he understood Ji Wuchang was in the Changsheng sect, he still came. Xiao Fan believed in his own strength, not inferior to Ji Wuchang's. Xiao Wuchang and the old woman stood atop a nearby peak, watching as the Changsheng sect's flying vessel gradually receded, and she couldn't help but sigh. "Miss, how should we handle the matter concerning Ji Wuchang?" The old woman spoke helplessly, for Ji Wuchang had placed a life-binding curse on Xiao Wuchang. Although it was only for 3 years, if Ji Wuchang were to perish, so too would she. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's name, Xiao Wuchang suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck, struggling to breathe. "That scoundrel deserves to die," she muttered inwardly, then said, "Never mind, let us return home." The old woman, alarmed, quickly responded, "Miss, what if Xiao Wuchang shot her a glance and calmly replied, 'Do you think such a cunning individual would die so easily?' I noticed that day he possessed a 6th-grade instant teleportation talisman. Even without the threat of the life-binding curse, we could not kill him. Brother Xiao Fan has endured for years, hoping to trample him down and ascend, yet he could not withstand even a single blow. Good people do not live long, while calamities linger for 1,000 years. Thus, he will not perish. Let us go, he will inevitably venture beyond Boyun Prefecture, and we can deal with him then." Upon hearing this, the old woman could not refute her, simply nodding in agreement. "Miss, what about young Master Xiao Fan?" Xiao Wuchang sighed and replied, "Let fate decide." Chapter 19, The Third Order Beast hunting the fox within the dense thicket of the jungle. 2 figures advanced cautiously. These two were none other than Zhang Linghong and Ji Wuchang. "Be careful, junior brother, this place is home to many ferocious beasts," Zhang Linghong remarked with a smile. Though his spirit was diligently probing the surroundings, exuding an air of vigilance. Ji Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the commendable nature of his senior brother, who had always treated him well in both their past and present lives. Furthermore, Ji Wuchang was acutely aware of Zhang Linghong's unspoken affection for their senior sister, Tai Yujie. A sentiment he had never voiced even until his last breath in his previous life. Subsequently, Tai Yujie had become a devoted follower of Xiao Fan, suffering a fate far worse than that of their eldest sister. During a perilous moment when Xiao Fan faced a life-threatening crisis and needed someone to delay time for him to perform a secret technique, Tai Yujie was pushed forward, ultimately meeting a gruesome end, her essence obliterated. This traumatic event prompted Zhang Linghong to venture into the secret realm, seeking to enhance his strength in order to exact vengeance on Xiao Fan. Unfortunately, he too met his demise within the secret realm, leaving everything to settle into a somber silence. Reflecting upon these events, Ji Wuchang sighed, feeling a deep sense of injustice for his senior brother. To sacrifice one's life for a woman who does not reciprocate one's feelings is a futile endeavor. Thus, Ji Wuchang resolved to assist Zhang Linghong, intending to rescue him from his tragic fate. As for the eldest and third sisters, it would be best for them to depart early to prevent further harm. Should the opportunity arise, Ji Wuchang would personally bring their stories to a close, for his own past misfortunes were intricately linked to them. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the distance, instantly alerting Ji Wuchang and Zhang Linghong. "Senior brother, it appears to be the hunting fox," Ji Wuchang declared. Although he had not yet laid eyes on them, his previous life's experience giving him an 80% certainty about their presence. The hunting fox was a ferocious beast characterized by its 2 tails. These creatures were typically small, usually ranked at the 1st level, with a maximum of 3rd level. Akin to cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. Their fur was exceedingly soft, highly prized by cultivators. Hunting foxes preferred to operate in packs, reminiscent of wolf packs, and possessed claws so sharp that they could easily tear through a throat. Coupled with their remarkable speed, they posed a significant threat among lower-tier beasts. Just as Ji Wuchang finished speaking, a small head emerged a few hundred meters away. Indeed, it was a hunting fox. As this head appeared, one after another, dozens of small heads followed suit, revealing a veritable multitude. Zhang Linghong's expression turned serious as he instructed, "Junior brother, when the time comes to engage, stay behind me." Ji Wuchang smiled faintly and replied, "Senior brother, there is no need for concern, I can certainly manage these little creatures. With that, he waved his hand. Conjuring a long sword, a gift from Meng Kaihong upon his apprenticeship, said to be a tool she had once wielded in her youth, an inferior-grade magical weapon. In the realm of cultivation on Tianqian continent, weapons were categorized into 6 ranks: treasured artifacts, magical weapons, spiritual artifacts, spiritual weapons, holy weapons, and imperial weapons. Ji Wuchang, possessing only Qi refinement realm cultivation, was greatly esteemed by Meng Kaihong for receiving even an inferior-grade magical weapon, as many lacked even treasured artifacts. Zhang Linghong and his companions wielded magical weapons as well, albeit of a higher grade, medium-grade magical weapons. Both wielding long swords, the two stood their ground. The hunting foxes, after a brief moment of eyeing the duo, slowly began to disperse, encircling them in a semi-arc formation. This was a common tactic employed by hunting foxes, attacking from multiple angles. Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he assessed the hunting foxes. Despite each weighing no more than 10 pounds, their speed and strength were formidable. Senior brother, that fiery red hunting fox in the center is their leader, you should focus on that one. Ji Wuchang, drawing on his extensive experience, immediately identified the leader of the pack. Once the leader was slain, the remaining foxes would undoubtedly scatter in fear. Zhang Linghong was momentarily taken aback. He too had been searching for the leader but had been unable to discern which it was, as several exhibited considerable strength. The one Ji Wuchang pointed out, however, was not the strongest, which left Zhang Linghong somewhat astonished. Yet, he trusted Ji Wuchang's judgment, knowing his junior brother was not one to speak recklessly. Be cautious. Junior brother, I shall deal with it swiftly. Zhang Linghong urged, his demeanor now grave. At that moment, the hunting foxes surged forward. Dozens of them leaping from all directions toward the two, their sharp claws poised to strike. Should they land a blow, even Ji Wuchang, with his hardened skin, would likely be left bloodied and mangled, for their claws were far superior to ordinary blades. Kill! Ji Wuchang and Zhang Linghong shouted in unison. Zhang Linghong unleashed his long sword, cleaving downward. The blade transformed into numerous shadows, striking several hunting foxes. With anguished cries, several foxes were sliced in two, their blood spraying forth. Ji Wuchang maintained a calm demeanor, employing the 8-trigram dragon step to deftly maneuver. As he wielded his long sword, azure light flickered, piercing the throats of the leaping hunting foxes. Blood erupted as the foxes fell, their life essence spilling across the ground. Unceasing in his movements, Ji Wuchang leaned back to evade the throat strikes of 2 hunting foxes. With a powerful punch, he struck one fox in the abdomen, sending it soaring several dozen feet away, its life extinguished. Ji Wuchang nearly forgot that the pelts of these hunting foxes were quite valuable. A cloak fashioned from their fur would provide exceptional warmth. This thought ignited a fervent gleam in his eyes as he summoned swordlight to pierce the eye of a hunting fox, shattering its brain while preserving the pelt intact. Just then, a fierce wind rushed from behind Ji Wuchang. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he halted abruptly, thrusting his sword backward, plunging it into the mouth of an approaching hunting fox. With a swift motion, Ji Wuchang reduced its innards to a pulp. At this moment, Zhang Linghong had already dispatched over a dozen hunting foxes and stood before the fiery red leader Ji Wuchang had mentioned. As he prepared to strike, the aura emanating from the red fox surged dramatically, causing Zhang Linghong's expression to shift in alarm. This was no ordinary second-order hunting fox. It was a third-order hunting fox. The mere thought sent a shiver down Zhang Linghong's spine. A third-order hunting fox was equivalent to a being of the Purple Mansion realm. How could such a creature appear here, on the outskirts of the rear mountain? Zhang Linghong found himself utterly perplexed. Chapter 20, Master Sister Jin Miaoqing. At this moment, Zhang Linghong had no time to ponder. The speed of the third-tier hunting fox was formidable. If he allowed it to strike first, he would find himself in dire straits. Zhang Linghong took the initiative, his longsword slicing through the air in a flurry of strikes, each one transforming into a stream of sword shadows hurtling towards the hunting fox. He employed the Qingyun sword art, a technique practiced by all members of Shaozhu Peak. The gleaming sword light whistled as it surged towards the third-tier fox. However, just then, the hunting fox moved, creating a series of afterimages before vanishing in an instant. All of Zhang Linghong's strikes met with nothing but empty air. The sword energy struck the ground beside him, leaving deep gashes in the earth. Alarmed by the fox's sudden disappearance, Zhang Linghong felt a chill of apprehension. Unwilling to retreat, he instead lunged forward. A fierce gust of wind brushed against his back, tearing a long slit in his clothing. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Linghong. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he would have met his end. Without a hint of indecision, he waved his hand, conjuring a set of inner armor that he donned swiftly. Although this armor could only withstand attacks from those at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, it was better than having no protection at all. Subsequently, 3 small swords appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending the swords flying towards the nearby third-tier hunting fox. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, yet the hunting fox was even quicker. It raised its paw, shimmering with a faint glow, and struck, sending Zhang Linghong's 3 small swords flying. Instantly, the fox transformed into a flurry of afterimages, charging towards Zhang Linghong. Its speed was overwhelming, far surpassing his own. Meanwhile, Ji Wuchang, who had been felling hunting foxes in succession, kept a watchful eye on the entire battlefield from the corner of his vision. To be frank, Ji Wuchang's speed could not compare to that of the hunting foxes. Yet, his Bagua dragon step was exquisitely refined. By maintaining a firm hold over a narrow area, he rendered himself nearly invincible. As a result, several hunting foxes lay defeated around him. Noticing his second brother in peril, Ji Wuchang furrowed his brow, surprised to discover the existence of a third-tier hunting fox. Just then, Zhang Linghong let out a muffled groan as the fox's claws raked across his left arm, shattering his armor and leaving him bloodied and in agony, his face paling from the pain. There was no time to hesitate. Ji Wuchang realized that they were out of options as a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He moved with agility, continuously dodging the hunting fox's attacks. With his hands forming seals, he concentrated his spiritual energy, summoning a purple sphere that radiated a terrifying aura. This was the purple energy sphere formed from the purple chi he consumed daily, now called forth by Ji Wuchang. Although the purple chi burning heaven technique was a method of cultivation, it also contained formidable combat skills. Ji Wuchang was preparing to unleash the purple chi, transforming the sun from this technique, capable of slaying foes beyond his level. However, once executed, it would deplete all his accumulated purple chi, necessitating a new buildup. Yet, Ji Wuchang paid no heed to such details. His second brother's life was at stake. Just as Ji Wuchang was about to propel the purple sphere, a sword energy descended from the heavens, piercing through the head of the third-tier hunting fox. The sudden turn of events left both Ji Wuchang and Zhang Linghong momentarily stunned, their gazes drawn skyward. There, they beheld a woman in white, standing upon a sword. Her face veiled, exuding no discernible aura. She stood there silently, as if in a realm of her own. "Greetings, Master Sister. Thank you for your timely intervention." Zhang Linghong quickly clasped his fists in respect, his expression filled with reverence. The Master Sister he referred to was not in person, but the true Master Sister of Changsheng sect, Jin Miaoqing. The daughter of the sect leader, Jin Miaotian, she had reached the second level of the Purple Palace realm. "Greetings, Master Sister." Ji Wuchang, momentarily taken aback, also hurriedly bowed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Recalling the memories of his previous life, he knew that Jin Miaoqing was soon to depart from Changsheng sect to embark on her travels. A century later, during a life-and-death crisis faced by the sect, she would unexpectedly reappear, having ascended to the 6th stage of divinity. Beside her stood an incredibly formidable elder, whose single palm strike obliterated thousands of invaders into a cloud of blood mist. Ji Wuchang had heard Jin Miaoqing refer to this elder as her master. Yet in his past life, he had been too weak to discern the elder's origins. Following this encounter, Jin Miaoqing left with her master, and Ji Wuchang never saw her again. Recently, several ferocious beasts have been battling in the back mountains, causing many to flee. You should return to the sect. Jin Miaoqing's voice was cool and crisp, and with a swift motion, she soared away on her sword, disappearing in an instant. Zhang Linghong watched her retreating figure, a look of deep respect in his eyes. This master sister of Changsheng sect, though seemingly aloof, possessed a warm heart. She would always lend her aid to disciples in peril. Zhang Linghong had not anticipated that this excursion to the back mountains would prove so treacherous. At this moment, The hunting foxes had vanished. The instant the third-tier fox fell, the others had fled. Ji Wuchang had already retracted the purple sphere, relieved not to have to use it. For it represented over 20 days of arduous effort in its accumulation. Seeing his second brother's left arm mangled and bloodied, Ji Wuchang rushed forward to assist with the bandaging. "Junior brother, I apologize. I did not foresee today's dangers. I, too, am injured and must return to recuperate. Let us forego this venture to the back mountains." Zhang Linghong spoke with genuine regret. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang smiled and replied, "Second brother, you should return first. I will take a look around the periphery. I have yet to complete the sect's monthly task." Ji Wuchang had no intention of returning. He was determined to seek treasures in the secret realm. Zhang Linghong furrowed his brow upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Junior brother, please do not venture too deep, stay around the edges. As for the monthly sect task, we still have over 10 days left. If need be, I will accompany you to complete it." Deeply moved by Zhang Linghong's concern, Ji Wuchang promptly nodded in agreement. The two then tidied the battlefield, collecting the intact hunting foxes, which could yield rewards upon their return to the sect. Zhang Linghong offered a few more words of caution to Ji Wuchang before taking his leave. After watching Zhang Linghong disappear from sight, Ji Wuchang surveyed his surroundings, then chose a direction, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Chapter 21, The Hundredfold Sublimation Instant Kill Technique within the depths of a dense forest. A figure darted through the underbrush with remarkable speed. This individual was none other than Ji Wuchang. With his second senior brother absent, Ji Wuchang felt no need for concealment and opted instead to traverse the terrain using the 8 trigrams dragon step. As he executed his steps, his body flickered rapidly, vanishing and reappearing, even leaving behind traces of afterimages. Unbeknownst to him, dusk fell silently, prompting Ji Wuchang to seek refuge in a cave for the night. The cave he chose was the domain of a second-tier black bear. Engaging in a friendly negotiation, Ji Wuchang managed to secure the bear's reluctant consent. However, as the bear departed, it couldn't help but grimace in pain. Yet, the bear did not leave the cave altogether, it merely relinquished one spot for Ji Wuchang, as 2 cubs remained inside. Though the bear's abode was far from fragrant, Ji Wuchang opted for it nonetheless. He understood that the sect's rear mountain was not merely a hill but an extensive mountain range extending thousands of miles, inhabited by various ferocious beasts. The deeper one ventured, the more formidable the creatures became. Thus, selecting a cave with living occupants ensured a peaceful night. For it was the territory of the black bear, a strategy Ji Wuchang had successfully employed in his previous life, proving infallible time and again. As anticipated, he spent the night in tranquil cultivation, undisturbed. Watching Ji Wuchang's retreating figure, the bear exhaled in relief. Had it not been for the need to care for its cubs, it would have fled the previous night. Ji Wuchang retrieved a silken map, scrutinizing it carefully before selecting a direction and sprinting towards the distance. By midday, a small valley emerged before him. Comparing the surroundings with the map, Ji Wuchang sighed in relief. He had reached his destination. At that moment, he stowed the map and began to observe the valley intently. However, after a brief moment, his brow furrowed. Although he had not erred in locating the site, the entrance to the secret realm was unmarked, necessitating his own search. He stepped cautiously into the valley, hearing a hissing sound emanating from the nearby underbrush. Raising his sword, he swiftly struck downwards. In a flash, several snakes, as thick as an arm, were severed in twain. Without a glance back, Ji Wuchang traversed the valley, his spirit extending to meticulously search every nook and cranny. An hour passed in this manner, and having inspected the entire valley, he discovered nothing of import. His brow knitted in concentration, his gaze fell upon a dry well not far off, the sole area yet to be examined. Approaching the well, he cleared the surrounding area and peered inside. The depths were unfathomably dark. Using his spiritual perception, he discerned that it plunged dozens of meters down. Rather than hastily descend, Ji Wuchang pivoted and raced away. Moments later, he returned, clutching a gray rabbit with large ears. This was no ordinary rabbit, but a first-tier demonic beast. Its teeth sharp enough to snap bamboo with ease. Ji Wuchang affixed a trace of spiritual imprint upon the rabbit and then tossed it into the dry well. once inside. The rabbit darted about frantically, but soon it began to run in a singular direction. Ji Wuchang monitored its movements with his spiritual perception, and after a short while, the rabbit returned, evidently having made a round trip. Seeing the rabbit unharmed, Ji Wuchang felt reassured and leaped into the well. Though the well was shrouded in darkness, Ji Wuchang was no mere mortal, he was a qi refining practitioner of the 7th layer. His eyes could discern objects clearly even 10 meters away, making the darkness inconsequential. Indeed, on the left side of the well, a passageway beckoned, leading farther into the depths. Clutching a teleportation talisman in his left hand and his sword in his right, Ji Wuchang advanced slowly. The passage was lengthy, and after traversing half a stick of incense worth of time, he emerged into a spacious cavern spanning dozens of square meters. At the center of the cave lay a skeleton seated, with a wooden box beside it. Ji Wuchang did not rush forward but first surveyed the surroundings. Noting that apart from the skeleton and the box, there was nothing else of interest, he approached the skeleton cautiously, his brow furrowing upon noticing a line of small characters inscribed before it: "Bury my bones, gain my secret method, bear my karma." These 12 concise words hinted at deeper implications, prompting Ji Wuchang to frown. Yet, moments later, he broke into a wry smile. Having been reborn, why cower in fear? Why not embrace the challenge? What harm could come from intertwining his fate with countless karmas? With this thought, a surge of audacity welled up within Ji Wuchang. "Predecessor, since you request the burial of your remains, I shall fulfill your wish." With that declaration, he brandished his sword, striking down multiple times before the skeleton, sending soil flying and creating a deep pit. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the disintegrating bones in a gust of energy and gently placed them into the pit below. To his astonishment, as the bones settled, a box materialized at the spot where the skeleton had sat. Though he had previously sensed the area with his spirit and found nothing, this box now emerged. And upon scanning it, Ji Wuchang could still perceive nothing. At this moment, his countenance grew serious. He refrained from seizing the box immediately, instead completing the burial of the skeleton before approaching it cautiously. As he examined the 2 boxes, he lightly prodded the one that had rested beside the skeleton, causing it to open and reveal a yellowed scroll within. The scroll was adorned with numerous peculiar symbols, emanating an ancient aura. 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique. Upon reading the title, Ji Wuchang felt a rush of excitement. This was the very thing he had longed for. Grasping the scroll in his left hand, he unfurled it. Despite the cave's oppressive darkness, it posed no challenge for Ji Wuchang. He could read the text clearly. Each character illuminated his vision, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. This secret technique was astonishing, capable of reversing spiritual power, enabling it to surge exponentially by several folds, dozens of folds, or even 100-fold, culminating in a breathtaking transformation that bestows immense strength and speed. Of course, this was contingent upon one's meridians being able to withstand such power. As Ji Wuchang perused the entirety of the secret method, his body trembled slightly. Although its application would render him momentarily exhausted, it could undoubtedly allow one to transcend realms and vanquish foes, a supreme life or death technique. No wonder in his past life, when Xiao Fan faced life-threatening crises, he could repeatedly turn peril into safety. Such a method was indeed formidable. Chapter 22, Gaining Secret Techniques and Entangling Cause and Effect. At that moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly noticed that the characters on the scroll were gradually becoming blurred, and the scroll itself began to disintegrate. In a fleeting instant, the scroll vanished without a trace, leaving only a silk piece the size of a palm behind. "Obtain my secret technique, assist me in vanquishing Zhan Wuyuan, and erase the cause and effect in one stroke." These were the words inscribed in blood upon the silk. Though merely a dozen blood-written characters, Ji Wuchang felt an overwhelming hatred emanating from them. As he gazed at the silk before him, Ji Wuchang combed through his memories, discovering a complete absence of any recollection of Zhan Wuyuan, which sent a chill through his heart. The lack of memory only underscored the terrifying nature of Zhan Wuyuan, as the level of this individual was far beyond what Ji Wuchang had ever encountered in his previous life. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, having acquired your secret technique, I shall fulfill your last wish once I possess the requisite strength." Ji Wuchang spoke solemnly to the crimson silk. As if comprehending his words, the blood-colored silk spontaneously ignited, reducing itself to ashes. Letting out a sigh of relief, Ji Wuchang retrieved another box but refrained from opening it. He was well aware of its contents and opted to wait until he returned to his dwelling to open it, to avoid any unforeseen complications. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the remains of the Supreme Windwalker, rewarded with 10 years of cultivation and 10 fortune points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ji Wuchang gasped in astonishment, realizing that he had just buried the remains of a supreme powerhouse. The supreme realm was an existence Ji Wuchang had looked up to in his previous life, the strongest entity beneath a sage. To say nothing of direct confrontation. Even a decree from a supreme would be a formidable force. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt a headache coming on. The entangled cause and effect had grown significantly. To have a supreme harbor a grudge meant that the adversary's cultivation was at least at the supreme level. While Ji Wuchang was merely a novice at the chi refining stage, worlds apart from his opponent. Just then, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Ji Wuchang's body. With a thought, he guided this energy into his internal organs, initiating their first refinement. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, Ji Wuchang distinctly felt a transformation within his organs. His heart beat like a drum, and the flow of blood quickened noticeably. His liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all fortified, endowing Ji Wuchang with the sensation of harboring a ferocious tiger within, a powerful force rising from deep within. His eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. In this life, he was in no rush. He intended to meticulously hone his physical form. Golden skin, jade bones, divine essence, he desired them all. Ji Wuchang respectfully bowed to the grave of the Supreme Windwalker before turning to leave. On his way, he encountered a rabbit, which he chose to release upon exiting. Standing at the edge of a dry well, Ji Wuchang's expression grew complex. He had not anticipated the ease of this endeavor. He had expected to face some risks. With a sigh, Ji Wuchang reflected on the tragic fate of a supreme powerhouse who had perished in such a desolate well. With a wave of his hand, countless stones and dirt flew into the well. In mere moments, the well vanished, and the ground was leveled. This was the last act Ji Wuchang could perform for the Supreme Windwalker. Unbeknownst to him, the dry well had originally been concealed by a grand formation, which had only recently collapsed. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. Having acquired what he sought, Ji Wuchang no longer lingered. His cultivation level remained relatively low, and the risks of the back mountain were still considerable. Returning to the sect for training was the wisest choice. 2 days later, Ji Wuchang returned safely. He went directly to the mission hall, presenting several complete fox carcasses and a few beast remains from his storage ring. Young Ji, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. However, do not rush. Pay attention to the refinement of your physical form. An elder regarded Ji Wuchang with a cheerful smile. This individual was Jing Fengcheng, the head of the mission hall and the 7th elder of the Eternal Life sect, possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had faced issues with his meridians, often failing to complete sect tasks monthly, and Jing Fengcheng had turned a blind eye. Hence, Ji Wuchang felt immense gratitude towards the 7th elder. He often offered Ji Wuchang casual advice, though Ji Wuchang had previously dismissed it. Hearing Jing Fengcheng's words now, Ji Wuchang promptly clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Thank you, elder." Jing Fengcheng nodded with a smile, his expression reflecting a sense of teachable potential. "I shall credit these as 2 months' worth of tasks. You need not come to submit next month." After taking Ji Wuchang's token, Jing Fengcheng infused it with information and returned it. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Ji Wuchang's face. Many individuals entered the mission hall, but most did not recognize Ji Wuchang, and he naturally did not greet them. After bowing to Jing Fengcheng, Ji Wuchang departed. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Eternal Life Sect Mission Hall, rewarded with 5 years of cultivation and 5 fortune points. The system's voice rang out, filling Ji Wuchang with joy. As he walked, he activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, channeling the vast spiritual energy into his internal organs for further refinement. Jing Fengcheng observed the direction Ji Wuchang had vanished, his brow furrowed slightly. He had just sensed a surge of spiritual energy within Ji Wuchang and wondered what it could mean. By the time Ji Wuchang returned to his dwelling, the pure spiritual energy had been fully consumed. He glanced at the system panel. Everything remained unchanged, except for a significant increase in fortune points. Fortune points, 671. During his 5-day excursion, he had gained a total of 19 fortune points, with 15 points stemming from the dry well and the mission hall. Ji Wuchang understood that, despite signing in daily, the rewards varied depending on the location. He resolved to seek out more favorable places for signing in the future. Ji Wuchang then stood up and visited the residence of his second senior brother, Zhang Linghong. Upon seeing Ji Wuchang return safely, Zhang Linghong breathed a sigh of relief. For it was he who had suggested this outing. "Second brother, are your injuries all right?" Ji Wuchang inquired with a smile as he approached Zhang Linghong. Zhang Linghong shook his head, replying with a grin, "No worries, I shall recover after a few days of rest. Now that you have returned, I am at ease." Ji Wuchang nodded with a smile, just about to speak when two figures approached from afar, his senior sister, Enkerson, and third senior sister, Taiyujie. The smile on Ji Wuchang's face vanished instantly, his expression becoming as calm as water. "Senior sister, third junior sister, you have arrived." Zhang Linghong greeted them at the door. Clearly delighted. Chapter 23, Ji Yaoyao senior sister, third senior sister. Ji Wuchang greeted with a mix of politeness and detachment, as it was essential to maintain a semblance of cordiality. At this moment, both of them possessed greater cultivation than Ji Wuchang. Unless it came to life and death combat where he could wield the newly acquired hundredfold ascension instant kill technique, he was genuinely no match for them. And Koaxian and Taiyujie were taken aback upon seeing Ji Wuchang, and their expressions subtly turned cold. "Junior brother, the back mountain is perilous. Do not recklessly persuade your second senior brother to accompany you in the future." And Koaxian remarked calmly, casting a glance at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang frowned at her words. It was evident that something was amiss. After all, it was the second senior brother who had suggested this expedition to the back mountain. Seeing Ji Wuchang frown, Zhang Linghong quickly interjected, "Senior sister, I had already informed you that it was my suggestion for the junior brother to accompany me." As soon as Zhang Linghong finished speaking, Taiyujie chimed in, "Second senior brother. We understand your kind-heartedness and your concern that the junior brother might not complete this month's sec mission, but the back mountain has become exceedingly dangerous lately. If the junior brother wishes to gain experience, he can take on other tasks at the mission hall. There is no need to drag the second senior brother along." Ji Wuchang's anger surged within him. It seemed that these two senior sisters were determined to place all the blame upon him. And Kuxian glanced at Ji Wuchang before continuing, "Junior brother, your second senior brother is injured, you should return with him. After all, more hands mean more safety. Have you considered the consequences if your second senior brother encounters danger?" Upon hearing Kuxian's words, Ji Wuchang's anger subsided. He was merely a novice at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while his second senior brother was at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Should danger arise, remaining by his second senior brother's side would only serve as a burden, or worse, a death sentence for himself. Indeed, his senior sisters were quite adept at shifting blame. With just a few light words, they had cast all wrongdoing upon him. A cold glint flashed in Ji Wuchang's eyes, and he spoke calmly. "I understand what you both have said." After finishing his words, Ji Wuchang turned to Zhang Linghong and said, "Second senior brother, please take care and rest. I shall take my leave." With that, Ji Wuchang departed without a backward glance. Did they truly believe he would continue to acquiesce to their whims as he had in his past life? Just wait, he would eventually bring them all to ruin. "Junior brother," Zhang Linghong called out, but upon seeing Ji Wuchang's back fade away, he could not help but sigh. "Senior sister, junior sister. You should not speak to the junior brother in such a manner, this matter has nothing to do with him." Zhang Linghong glanced at Kuxian and Taiyujie, his expression reflecting a hint of exasperation. "Second senior brother, you need not concern yourself with him. Just observe his attitude, I am only advising him for his own good." Taiyujie muttered, "Our master is rather biased. Even gifting him the long sword he used in his youth. I have requested it many times." And Kuxian furrowed her brow, watching Ji Wuchang's departing figure. She felt that this junior brother had changed significantly after returning home. In the past, even when she reprimanded him, he would not dare to leave until she had departed. Yet now, he had simply walked away, disregarding their feelings entirely. A flicker of anger surfaced in Kuxian's eyes, deepening her disdain for Ji Wuchang. Upon returning to his dwelling, Ji Wuchang's demeanor settled into complete tranquility, and the murderous intent in his gaze dissipated. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a box and, after a moment's hesitation, opened it. Inside lay a storage ring, which he recognized all too well. It had once belonged to Xiao Fan in his past life, and he had seen it numerous times. Unlike other storage rings, this one emitted a faint blue glow. However, no one in his previous life would have guessed that this storage ring concealed the soul of a supreme realm beauty. Gazing at the storage ring before him, Ji Wuchang spoke calmly, "Come forth." The storage ring remained unresponsive. Ji Wuchang was unperturbed, patiently observing it. "How did you know I was hiding within?" After nearly a stick of incense had passed, a cool voice echoed. The storage ring then began to levitate, and a nearly translucent figure emerged from it, a soul that was on the brink of disintegration. Despite being merely a remnant soul, her beauty was breathtaking, causing Ji Wuchang to momentarily lose his composure. Yet, this was only for an instant, as he quickly regained his clarity. The woman regarded him with surprise. Typically, even those at the Supreme Realm would be stunned for quite some time upon seeing her visage. Yet here was a mere chi refinement cultivator who could promptly compose himself, earning Ji Yaoyao's respect. "I possess a unique secret technique that allows me to see through all residual souls. Although you were concealed within the storage ring, you could not escape my gaze," Ji Wuchang said with a serious expression, fabricating a tale to maintain his facade. He could hardly reveal that he had known of her existence from his past life. Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang skeptically, clearly unconvinced by his claims. "What do you require of me? And what has become of Master Fengxing?" Ji Wuchang met her gaze and responded calmly, "Master Fengxing has passed away. I was the one who buried him, or else I would not have been able to obtain his belongings." He refrained from addressing her first question, wanting to assess the situation further before proceeding. Upon hearing the news of Master Fengxing's demise, a glimmer of sorrow crossed Ji Yaoyao's eyes. Years ago, she had been slain by Zhan Wuyuan and was left with only a fragment of her soul. Master Fengxing had been enraged and had battled Zhan Wuyuan, but was ultimately gravely wounded. In his final act, Master Fengxing chose to nourish her remnant soul with his own body, allowing her essence to endure. The thought of this brought Ji Yaoyao immense pain, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within her. Yet, her current state was barely better than that of a remnant soul. How could she possibly seek revenge? With this in mind, Ji Yaoyao turned her gaze upon Ji Wuchang and calmly proposed, "I would like to make a deal with you." Ji Wuchang smiled slightly. He was nearing the fulfillment of his objective. "May I inquire about your relationship with Master Fengxing? How should I address you?" Ji Yaoyao regarded him and replied, "Master Fengxing was my protector. As for my identity, I cannot disclose it at this moment. You are not yet ready to bear the consequences of this knowledge. However, you may call me Ji Yaoyao." Chapter 24, The Completion of Secret Arts. Ji Yaoyao spoke with remarkable candor, bluntly stating that your strength is woefully inadequate. Ji Wuchang maintained his usual demeanor, unaffected by Ji Yaoyao's words, for he was indeed aware of his own shortcomings in power. "How shall we negotiate?" Ji Wuchang inquired, gazing calmly at Ji Yaoyao. She was taken aback by his reaction. Despite being merely a spectral soul without any overt display of pressure, she had once been a supreme being, exuding an innate authority. Most individuals of the Qi refinement realm would have crumbled under her presence, yet here stood Ji Wuchang, unperturbed. This pleased Ji Yaoyao, as it indicated that he was not a naive fool. "I can instruct you in cultivation and impart the most superior battle techniques. But I require half of the spiritual energy you cultivate daily to nourish my soul. Admittedly, this will have some impact on your cultivation at first, but it will not persist for long, at most, 1 to 2 years. After that, I will be able to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth myself. Moreover, once you grow stronger, you will need to assist me in restoring my physical form. What do you think?" Ji Yaoyao laid forth her conditions. Ji Wuchang regarded Ji Yaoyao with a calm gaze, unperturbed by her stipulations. "I can acquiesce, but I have 2 additional conditions. First, should I find myself in peril that I cannot resolve, you must lend me your strength. Second, we must establish a soul bond. Only then can I place my complete trust in you." These were conditions Ji Wuchang had long contemplated. He would never relinquish control of his fate to another. Should the Supreme Soul recover its power, it would be an unimaginable threat, one beyond Ji Wuchang's capacity to confront. A soul bond, however, would intertwine their fates. Should Ji Wuchang perish, Ji Yaoyao would vanish as well. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Ji Yaoyao fell into silence. The binding of a soul bond was irrevocable, even a supreme being could not annul it before its time. Ji Wuchang observed Ji Yaoyao and then spoke calmly. The binding of the soul bond ensures mutual security. Surely, you would not wish for me to plot against you? Ji Yaoyao's countenance shifted slightly at his words. For they struck a chord within her. Presently, her strength was such that even Ji Wuchang may not be able to overcome her. Should she eliminate him? She too risked annihilation. Clenching her teeth, she finally conceded, "Very well, I accept your demands." A faint smile graced Ji Wuchang's lips as he formed a seal with his hands, conjuring a special mark that floated towards Ji Yaoyao. She hesitated momentarily, but ultimately relinquished her resistance, allowing the mark to enter her soul. The instant it integrated with her essence, a red light burst forth, striking Ji Wuchang's forehead. Though he felt a sharp pain, his expression remained unchanged. Internally, Ji Wuchang chuckled at the absurdity of having bound himself by a soul bond with two women within a month. Yaoyao, I shall endeavor to provide you with as much spiritual energy as possible. Await my signal to absorb it. Having established the bond, he felt no need for formality and addressed her by name. Ji Yaoyao furrowed her brows at this familiarity but chose not to comment. Gradually, her dissipating soul began to solidify, much to her ecstatic surprise. She had anticipated that achieving such a state would take years. Yet she had attained it in a single day. This left her bewildered. Had the world undergone significant changes during her centuries of slumber? Ji Wuchang had no intention of lingering in the library. His sole purpose was to sign in. With that task accomplished, he returned to his small courtyard. Once there, he commenced his training in the hundredfold sublimation instant kill technique, a crucial method for counterattacks that he needed to master swiftly. In the succeeding days, Ji Wuchang visited various peaks to sign in, bestowing the accumulated cultivation rewards upon Ji Yaoyao, leaving her utterly astounded. Now, she was able to absorb external spiritual energy effortlessly, which relieved Ji Wuchang considerably. He speculated that perhaps his rebirth had enhanced his comprehension. In merely a few days, he had mastered the hundredfold sublimation instant kill technique entirely. Ji Yaoyao was equally astonished. This technique was a closely guarded secret of the Windwalker Sovereign, one she had never been able to grasp. She had once inquired about it, but the Sovereign deemed her unsuitable for its practice, leading her to abandon her pursuit. Ji Yaoyao understood that mastering such secret arts was often a matter of destiny. Some could grasp them instantly, while others might never succeed. Ji Wuchang's rapid progress signified a profound connection to this technique. A sudden realization dawned upon Ji Yaoyao. Ji Wuchang was destined for greatness in the future. Chapter 25, The Master emerges from seclusion. Shattered Jade Finger. Today, the small bamboo peak is bustling with excitement as Elder Meng Kaihong has emerged from her seclusion. She has successfully broken through to the Soul Division realm, becoming a formidable practitioner at the first level of this realm. Within the Changsheng sect, the most powerful ancestor is only at the 9th level of the Soul Division realm, while the sect leader stands at the 6th. Elder Meng's breakthrough undoubtedly marks her as a master among the Changsheng sect. As a result, the atmosphere on Bamboo Peak is lively, with numerous peak lords arriving to extend their congratulations. The disciples of Ji Wuchang are particularly busy, serving tea and attending to the guests. Following her breakthrough, Meng Kaihong appears significantly rejuvenated, looking to be in her 40s. Ji Wuchang can't help but display a hint of joy upon seeing her. In his past life, Meng Kaihong did not disregard him due to his meridian issues. Instead, she actively sought medicinal herbs for him and crafted elixirs. Had it not been for Incurson's theft of the 500-year-old cultivation herb, his meridians would have returned to their original state. Eventually, due to his enmity with Xiao Fan, Meng Kaihong's relationship with Elder Tang Yuan grew increasingly strained, culminating in animosity. Years later, during an outing, she was killed by Xiao Fan. Ironically, his two senior sisters believed Xiao Fan's claims that their master had perished at the jaws of a 5th-tier ferocious beast. It was only after Incurson was abandoned by Xiao Fan that she learned the truth, leading to her tearful repentance when she later sought out Ji Wuchang. As Ji Wuchang gazes at his master, he silently vows never to allow such tragedies to transpire again. After much effort, peace finally returns to Bamboo Peak as the well-wishers depart, allowing Ji Wuchang and his peers to conclude their busy tasks. In the Great Hall of Bamboo Peak, Meng Kaihong sits at the head, surveying her 4 disciples with great satisfaction. At that moment, she turns her attention to Ji Wuchang, her eyes gleaming with delight. Wuchang, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. You have reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi refinement. It seems you have not idled away your time during my seclusion. Upon hearing Meng Kaihong's praise, and Curson and Tai Yujie exchanged startled glances. Since the last scolding they had received from her, they had not seen Ji Wuchang again. To be frank, they were never particularly fond of this newly accepted junior brother, hence they had not monitored his progress. Now, hearing their master's acknowledgement, they feel a sense of alarm. It is noteworthy that just over 2 months ago, Ji Wuchang was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement. And now he has soared to the 7th level. Such rapid advancement is indeed astonishing. When they advanced from the 3rd to the 7th level, they had taken nearly 2 years, during which they had the assistance of elixirs. In comparison, Ji Wuchang's innate talent and root are evidently far superior. The master has keen insight. My recent cultivation allowed me to enter a state of epiphany, resulting in a miraculous leap in my capabilities. Ji Wuchang's explanation is carefully crafted to account for his progression. Achieving an epiphany is a coveted state for practitioners, fostering rapid enhancement in both cultivation and comprehension of techniques. Some individuals even transcend an entire realm due to such insights, as recorded in the history of Tianjin continent. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Meng Kaihong smiles and responds, "This is Wuchang's own opportunity." And Curson and Tai Yujie cannot help but exhibit envy, their eyes betraying a flicker of jealousy, though they hide it skillfully. Zhang Linghong chimes in, "Our junior brother possesses a mid-grade earth root, the best among the 4 of us. Given time, he will surely catch up to us." Zhang Linghong speaks sincerely, genuinely pleased for Ji Wuchang, as he and the others possess only low-grade earth roots. Meng Kaihong nods in agreement, then adds, "In the path of cultivation, one must not solely rely on innate talent. The most crucial factor is one's diligence. Therefore, none of you should become complacent in your training. Practitioners must contend with fate and defy the heavens. A single step ahead leads to progress in every step thereafter." While Meng Kaihong's words are intended to inspire her 4 disciples, their impact is less than effective. And Curson and Tai Yujie, despite their outward compliance, harbor increasing disdain for Ji Wuchang. From the very beginning, they have envied his superior root, unable to voice their feelings directly. In Ji Wuchang's previous life, they secretly relished his misfortune when his meridians were damaged, as it eliminated the pressure he placed upon them. Ultimately, it all boils down to jealousy. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, Ji Wuchang glances at Curson and Tai Yujie, instantly discerning their forced smiles. He understands them all too well, recognizing their fade before their master. Ji Wuchang internally scoffs, he feels no fear towards them. Not to mention the secret techniques he possesses, even Ji Yaoyao could easily crush them, akin to squashing 2 ants. While he refrains from acting against them within the sect to avoid drawing suspicion, he nonetheless cherishes the bond he shares with Meng Kaihong as his master. However, the secret realm trial will soon commence. In his past life, he could not participate due to his damaged meridians, but this time he will not miss the opportunity. Ji Wuchang recalls that this secret realm trial is exclusively for disciples at the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Previously, it was during such a trial that Xiao Fan genuinely became acquainted with Curson and the others, leading to their deepening relationship. This time, Ji Wuchang is determined to ensnare them, if not to their demise, then at least to ensure they suffer greatly. Subsequently, Meng Kaihong begins to individually inquire about the 4 disciples, addressing their questions and offering guidance in their training. In truth, she treats her 4 disciples equally, showing Ji Wuchang a bit more attention due to his lower cultivation level, occasionally providing him with additional insights. However, this is perceived differently by Curson and Tai Yujie, who interpret it as favoritism towards their junior brother. Only Zhang Linghong maintains a balanced perspective, believing that if the master favors Ji Wuchang slightly, it is only natural, as she had done the same when they first entered her tutelage. As Ji Wuchang departs the hall of Bamboo Peak, he finds himself in possession of a jade slip. a new combat technique bestowed upon him by Meng Kaihong. This technique, known as Shattered Jade Finger, is one of his favorites from his previous life, comprising a singular decisive strike. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like pottery. The emergence of the Shattered Jade Finger symbolizes a life and death struggle. Chapter 26, Epiphany. Observing the retreating figure of Ji Wuchang, and Curson and Tai Yujie exchanged glances filled with envy, their expressions growing colder. They were acutely aware of the formidable power of the Shattered Jade Finger, having witnessed their master wield it. With a mere flick of her finger, mountains were shattered, reduced to mere fragments. This scene was etched in their memories, haunting them endlessly. Why was it that, despite being earlier disciples with superior cultivation, their master chose to impart this technique to a junior brother at the 7th level of Qi refinement instead of them? In that moment, both Curson and Tai Yujie felt a deep-seated outrage, their hearts twisted in discontent. Even a hint of resentment towards their master began to fester within them. An unfairness that gnawed at their souls. Ji Wuchang, however, remained oblivious to the turmoil of his two senior sisters. They were not worthy of his attention. Recalling his past life, where he would greet them each morning only to be shooed away like an unwelcome fly, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. A devoted follower, he realized, could end up with nothing in the end. Had it not been for a stroke of luck in a hidden realm where he acquired the purple Qi burning heaven technique, the notion of breaking through to the soul division realm would have been nothing short of a fantasy. Seated in contemplation, Ji Wuchang began to recall the essential techniques of the Shattered Jade Finger. This technique was indeed domineering. To execute it, one had to compress their internal spiritual energy to an extreme density. This compressed energy would then be channeled into the fingertips, merging with physical strength to create a tumultuous force, ready to explode at any moment. The term Shattered Jade here also implied an explosive nature. While this method rendered the Shattered Jade Finger immensely powerful, it also demanded a terrifying expenditure, consuming nearly a third of one's spiritual energy with each use. Of course, this consumption was relative to Ji Wuchang's current capabilities. As he advanced, the ratio would diminish, yet the output would only grow more formidable. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had never practiced the Shattered Jade Finger. Due to issues with his meridians, Meng Kaihong had not passed it on to him, instead bestowing it upon the second senior brother, Zhang Linghong. However, this second brother, a sycophant at heart, secretly taught it to junior sister Tai Yujie, who then passed it on to Xiao Fan, transforming the Shattered Jade Finger into one of his trump cards. Ji Wuchang had witnessed Xiao Fan's displays of the technique multiple times, and though jealousy brewed within him, he felt powerless to change his fate. The Shattered Jade Finger was not a technique of the Changsheng sect, it was a treasure Meng Kaihong had acquired during her own trials. Upon witnessing Xiao Fan's use of it, she had been enraged and had demanded to know its origin. However, protected by the fifth elder, Tang Yuan, Xiao Fan faced no repercussions, while only Zhang Linghong was left to bear the brunt of her ire. True to form, Zhang Linghong, despite Meng Kaihong's pressures, never revealed Tai Yujie's involvement, resulting in her disdain for him and his subsequent melancholy. Consumed by guilt towards his master, he ventured out to seek a technique of equal rank to present as an apology, but such low-tier combat skills were not easily found. After Tai Yujie's demise, Zhang Linghong's heart brimmed with hatred, leading him to perilous explorations in a hidden realm, where he ultimately met his own end. Now, with the Shattered Jade Finger bestowed upon him by his master, Ji Wuchang felt destined to rewrite this narrative. After a moment of contemplation, having clarified the method of practicing the Shattered Jade Finger, he began his training. The following morning, Ji Wuchang leapt from his rooftop, his eyes radiating with a violet aura. System, Sign-in. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Shaoyun Peak of Changsheng Sect, reward, 1 year of cultivation. Luck value, 1, hearing the system's notification. Ji Wuchang could only smile wryly. This marked his third sign-in at Shaoyu Peak, and each reward seemed to diminish in magnitude. He mused that the next sign-in might yield nothing at all. Ji Wuchang directed the pure spiritual energy within him to circulate through his organs before checking the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation level, peak of Qi refinement 7th layer, root bone, mid-tier earth grade, luck value, 782, special abilities, none, system tasks, none. Noticing his luck value had accumulated over 700. Ji Wuchang absent-mindedly stroked his chin. During his free moments, he had been delving into the workings of the system. To be honest, He had yet to fully grasp its functionalities. Suddenly, the thought of the thunder-exploding fist crossed his mind, and his eyes lit up. System. Can I use my luck value to cultivate the Shattered Jade Finger? Master, that is certainly possible. The Shattered Jade Finger is a mid-tier Earth-grade technique with high consumption. Consuming 500 luck points will allow the Shattered Jade Finger to reach minor perfection. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. Quickly exclaiming, System, are you trying to swindle me? Why such a steep cost? Master, if you were to cultivate the Shattered Jade Finger normally, it would take at least 6 months to achieve minor perfection. Is 500 luck points still considered excessive? Ji Wuchang frowned. The system's words rang true. Although he had trained all night prior, he had barely scratched the surface, recognizing that significant time would indeed be necessary for mastery. In that moment, Ji Wuchang hesitated. System. How can I replicate others' techniques, skills, secret arts, lifespan, and root bones? Master, the system will automatically detect and filter out items beneficial to you, providing prompts. Considering your current luck value is insufficient, it would be wise to conserve it. Otherwise, you might miss out on valuable opportunities in the future. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang felt a pang of embarrassment. It seemed the system held him in disdain. System reminds the master that you still have one unused lottery opportunity. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again, catching Ji Wuchang off guard. He had indeed forgotten about it. System, let's draw. As his voice rang out, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated what he might obtain from his first draw. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, Master. You have gained one opportunity for sudden enlightenment, lasting for half a stick of incense. During the period of enlightenment, the Master may inspect his own body to identify and rectify deficiencies. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang was overjoyed. Just yesterday, he had told his master Meng Kaihon that his rapid cultivation was due to a sudden insight, and now, it seemed that this insight had truly arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Wuchang promptly seated himself, a mysterious aura enveloping him. He felt an exponential increase in his spiritual power, his soul rapidly expanding. Akin to a towering giant. Astonished, Ji Wuchang suddenly recalled that this was indeed an opportunity to identify his own flaws. With that thought, he began to scrutinize his body with his divine sense, quickly uncovering numerous issues. Chapter 27, Ji Yaoyao's decision. Firstly, regarding his skin. There were certain areas that had not been thoroughly refined. Though it barely reached the level of golden skin, there remained ample room for improvement. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate. He summoned the spiritual power within him and commenced the refining process. Next, he turned his attention to his flesh and veins. Although his physical body had been adequately refined and his veins were unobstructed, there were still minor blockages in certain areas, marred by dark impurities. Without a moment's pause, Ji Wuchang channeled his spiritual power to eliminate these dark contaminants. Following this, he examined his bones, and upon seeing them, he gasped in shock. Many of his bones were covered with dark substances, with some almost entirely blackened, causing Ji Wuchang's expression to darken. He had diligently used his spiritual power to refine his bones during this time, yet he had not anticipated such poor results. Ji Wuchang quickly activated his spiritual power, enveloping the impurities on his bones and meticulously removing them. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuchang, at that very moment of enlightenment, the spiritual energy throughout the entire bamboo peak began to stir restlessly. Almost all the spiritual energy converged towards the small courtyard where Ji Wuchang resided. And like moths drawn to a flame, it surged into his body. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of all the inhabitants of Bamboo Peak. Meng Kaihong's figure flickered and vanished, only to reappear at Ji Wuchang's residence. Observing Ji Wuchang, who was enveloped in spiritual energy not far away, she was astonished. Enlightenment! Meng Kaihong exclaimed. Just yesterday, she had harbored doubts about whether her disciple was lying. She had thought that Ji Wuchang might have merely stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. However, witnessing this scene, Meng Kaihong was utterly convinced. At that moment, 3 figures soared in from the distance, and Kursen, Zhang Linghong, and Tai Yujie. The trio gazed in astonishment at Ji Wuchang, bewildered by the unfolding events. Master, what is happening? Is the junior disciple practicing some extraordinary technique? And Curson questioned. Her expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. Upon hearing in Curson's words, Meng Saihong's face broke into a wide smile as she replied. Wuchang is not cultivating any technique, he is in a state of enlightenment. The mere mention of enlightenment left the three of them dumbfounded, each displaying a different reaction. And Curson and Tai Yujie revealed expressions of jealousy. Why him? Is it merely because his innate talent slightly surpasses ours? What gives him the right to enter such a state? Has Master imparted some unique technique to him? Seething with jealousy, and Curson and Tai Yujie longed to interrupt Ji Wuchang's enlightenment. Meanwhile, Zhang Linghong wore a look of contentment, albeit with a hint of confusion, and turned to Meng Kaihong. Master, I have heard that enlightenment can lead to a dramatic increase in one's cultivation, along with a rapid enhancement of techniques and combat skills. Yet, I notice that dark energy occasionally seeps from the junior disciple. What could that signify? As Zhang Linghong posed his question. And Curson and Tai Yujie also turned their gaze towards Meng Kaihong, equally perplexed. Filled with delight, Meng Kaihong, a formidable Soul Division realm expert, recognized the significance of the situation. Your junior disciple is undergoing body refinement. I have heard that during a state of enlightenment, the soul can expand 100-fold or even more. In this state, when one surveys oneself, it is akin to gaining a divine perspective, allowing for a clear view of one's bodily flaws and deficiencies. If this state is utilized for body refinement, its efficacy surpasses that of any marrow cleansing or vein purging elixir by several times. Your junior disciple has not directed his enlightenment towards enhancing his cultivation or techniques, rather, he is focusing on refining his physical form. His tenacity of spirit suggests that his future achievements will far exceed mine. You must treat him well. After speaking, Meng Saihong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Contemplating that if she were in Ji Wuchang's position, she would likely succumb to the temptation of solely enhancing her cultivation at that moment. Meng Kaihong treated all her four disciples equally, hence her candidness in conversation. Yet, unbeknownst to her, as her words unfolded, and Curson and Tai Yujie's expressions darkened, their gazes towards Ji Wuchang tinged with resentment. They felt that everything they had once claimed was now being taken by Ji Wuchang. Thus, from that moment onward, their jealousy morphed into outright animosity. However, with their master present, they dared not act, compelled to merely observe as events unfolded. It was not just them, even Ji Yaoyao, who resided within the storage ring, was rendered speechless by the revelation. Though she had spent only around 10 days with Ji Wuchang, he had repeatedly astonished her. The daily influx of vast spiritual energy had already left her astounded, and now, witnessing his enlightenment was another marvel. Enlightenment was unrelated to one's innate talent. It was a profound and enigmatic state. Ji Yaoyao, having been a supreme realm expert in her past life, had experienced enlightenment only once. That singular moment had propelled her cultivation to unprecedented heights, marking her as one of the strongest talents in the Ji family. Regrettably, she had been betrayed by those within her clan, revealing her whereabouts. The war clan's Zhan Wuyuan, leading several supreme realm experts, had set a trap for her. Although she fought valiantly, slaying numerous supreme experts and even self-destructing her body, she could not escape, and her soul was cleaved in two by Zhan Wuyuan. Were it not for the timely arrival of Master Fengxing, who had watched her grow since childhood and employed the secret technique 100-fold elevation instant kill, wounding Zhan Wuyuan, her remaining fragment of a soul would have been lost. However, Master Fengxing suffered unprecedented injuries and could not recover. To evade Zhan Wuyuan's pursuit, he tore through space, carrying her remnant soul to safety. Subsequently, he nurtured this fragment with his supreme blood, leading to his ultimate demise, his soul extinguished. Ji Yaoyao had resolved to behead Zhan Wuyuan to avenge Master Fengxing. Simultaneously, she planned to return to her clan and eliminate those who had betrayed her. Observing Ji Wuchang, who was lost in his state of enlightenment, Ji Yaoyao contemplated for a moment, and a significant decision began to take shape in her heart. She resolved to observe Ji Wuchang for a while longer. If his character proved commendable, she would impart to him the Ji family's supreme combat technique, the Great Sun Divine Fist. This technique was a heavenly-grade masterpiece, the most formidable combat skill of the Ji family. Each punch unleashed was akin to the blazing sun in the sky, unparalleled in its might. However, mastering this technique was excruciating. Every training session felt as though one were immersed in flames. It also required continual absorption of the essence of the Great Sun to refine the body, rendering it indomitable and invulnerable. Even within the Ji family, no one had managed to cultivate this combat skill to its utmost pinnacle. Chapter 28, Valley of Wind and Thunder. This martial technique is exceedingly formidable. Even those of the Ji family who train in it often face perilous outcomes. Ji Yaoyao had naturally practiced it in the past, yet she only dared to attempt the initial few strikes, fearing that further practice might cause her supreme body to shatter. Ji Yaoyao's gaze was fixed upon Ji Wuchang, and for reasons unknown, she felt that perhaps he could indeed master it. However, there was no rush. She intended to observe Ji Wuchang for a while longer. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was oblivious to the external matters and Ji Yaoyao's thoughts. He was entirely immersed in a state of enlightenment. The spiritual energy within him was being mobilized, incessantly washing away the dark substance clinging to his bones. As the spiritual energy surged violently, these shadowy materials began to flake off from his bones, transforming into wisps of black smoke that drifted outward. As time elapsed, Ji Wuchang felt the dark substance on his bones diminishing, which brought him immense joy. Yet, at that moment, he sensed his spirit waning rapidly, prompting a sigh of resignation. He had not anticipated that half a stick of incense would pass so swiftly. Nevertheless, Ji Wuchang was acutely aware that the dark substance on his bones had not been entirely eradicated. He slowly opened his eyes and was taken aback upon seeing his master and the others nearby. He quickly rose to his feet and clasped his hands in greetings. Master! Meng Kaihong swayed and appeared by Ji Wuchang's side, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Although his cultivation had not changed, his entire demeanor was utterly transformed. His skin glowed with a subdued radiance, and his physical strength was robust and vibrant. Excellent! Excellent! Meng Kaihong exclaimed twice, revealing her inner excitement. Congratulations, junior brother. Best wishes to you. Zhang Linghong said with a smile, genuinely pleased for his junior. And Kursin and Tai Yujie pinched their noses and offered their congratulations as well. Yet the flames of jealousy had already warped their hearts. It was evident that their smiles were merely superficial. In this moment of elation, Ji Wuchang paid little heed to their inner thoughts and cheerfully expressed, "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. It was all quite unexpected." The nature of enlightenment is inherently serendipitous, and Ji Wuchang's assertion of it being unexpected was entirely reasonable. Meng Kaihong then encouraged Ji Wuchang with a few words before turning to leave. Once she departed, the other three did not linger and swiftly bid their farewells. With their departure, Ji Wuchang began to scrutinize his own physical form meticulously. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt an explosive power surging within his body. This force was remarkably fierce. Should he confront Xiao Fan at this juncture, even without utilizing spiritual energy, his physical prowess alone would suffice to overpower him. As the impurities within his body were purged, Ji Wuchang felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. He keenly sensed that his perception of spiritual energy had ascended to new heights. It felt as if the energy was swirling around him. Could it be that my foundational aptitude has improved? This thought suddenly crossed Ji Wuchang's mind, igniting a fervor in his eyes. It seemed an opportune moment to test this theory. If his foundational aptitude had indeed elevated, it would be an immense boon. For the next 3 days, Ji Wuchang remained in his dwelling, diligently practicing the shattered jade finger technique, though he regrettably had yet to reach a fundamental understanding. Just yesterday, when he attempted to check in with the system, he received no rewards whatsoever. This morning, Ji Wuchang resolved to venture to a particular location, the Valley of Wind and Thunder. This site was renowned as the most fearsome place within the Changsheng sect, frequented by many. The Valley of Wind and Thunder was uniquely characterized by incessant lightning descending from the heavens, forming a natural thunder pool. According to sect regulations, only those at or above the foundation establishment stage were permitted entry into the valley. Presently, Ji Wuchang, being at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, was not qualified to enter. However, after persistently pleading with his master, Meng Kaihong, during his visit to her, she ultimately acquiesced to his request. The rationale behind Meng Kaihong's agreement was her recognition that Ji Wuchang's physical form was indeed comparable to those at the foundation establishment stage. Upon reaching the entrance of the Valley of Wind and Thunder, Jia Yuanliang furrowed his brow instantly. As the 8th elder of the Changsheng sect, With a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Purple Mansion, he oversaw the valley. "Greetings, Elder." Ji Wuchang approached Jia Yuanliang, clasping his hands in respect. In his previous life, Jia Yuanliang had treated Ji Wuchang neither well nor poorly, adhering strictly to sect rules, and his demeanor was relatively stern. Yet, this very nature had fostered a favorable impression of him in Ji Wuchang's mind. Regrettably, Jia Yuanliang's life was drawing to a close, if Ji Wuchang recalled correctly. He would perish outside in 2 years due to unforeseen circumstances. "Leave swiftly, this is no place for someone at the qi refining stage," Jia Yuanliang declared. Having encountered many individuals like Ji Wuchang who wished to merely observe the valley, Ji Wuchang was not taken aback. He promptly produced a token. This was the token of the third elder, Meng Kaihong. "Elder, my master has permitted me to enter the Valley of Wind and Thunder for a trial." Jia Yuanliang glanced at the token, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he eventually nodded in acquiescence. "Stay at the outermost perimeter of the Thunder Pool to acclimate. Do not venture too deep, as any injury to your meridians will leave you with regrets." With a wave of his hand, a fissure appeared in the barrier surrounding the valley, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Ji Wuchang stowed the token away, bowed in gratitude to Jia Yuanliang, and then leaped through the opening. As Jia Yuanliang observed Ji Wuchang's vanishing figure, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured, "Quite intriguing." Now, the scene before Ji Wuchang had transformed completely. Above, a thick layer of thunderclouds loomed, with bolts of lightning cascading from the sky. Below lay a vast thunder pool, stretching into the distance. The cliffs flanking the thunder pool towered several dozen feet high, resembling sheer precipices. Man-made stone steps appeared along the sides of the cliffs. On these cliffs, square platforms emerged, some occupied by individuals seated in meditation, their bodies flickering with arcs of lightning. These platforms were not to be occupied casually. The higher one ascended, the more potent the lightning became, and only those of considerable cultivation dared to sit upon them. Atop the highest stone platform, Ji Wuchang beheld a graceful figure seated in meditation, a long sword resting across her knees. At this moment, she had her eyes closed, allowing the power of lightning to permeate her being from the cliff above, her expression remaining utterly unchanged. The onlookers surrounding her could not help but reveal a hint of reverence in their gazes. It was her. Chapter 29, The Stirring of Wind and Thunder Valley. Upon entering Wind and Thunder Valley, Ji Wuchang was immediately enveloped by a deafening roar of thunder, resonating through his ears. This sound felt extraordinarily familiar to him. In his past life, he had frequented this place, becoming intimately acquainted with its every facet. Indeed, this valley was the location where Ji Wuchang had spent the most time. System, Sign-in. Ding. Successful sign-in at Wind and Thunder Valley of the Eternal Life Sect. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Luck value, 10. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wind and Thunder Valley was truly a treasure trove. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed this surge of power into his internal organs, refining them thoroughly. As the immense spiritual energy surged within him, Ji Wuchang instantly sensed a transformation. His heart pounded vigorously, akin to a drumbeat. To his astonishment, a silvery glow coursed through the blood flowing in his veins. The organs of his liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys shimmered with a similar silver radiance. The blood within his vessels surged like a mighty river, echoing with a faint roar. Feeling the remarkable changes within his internal organs, Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with brilliance. This sensation, in his previous life, could only be experienced upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm. Now, in the qi refining stage, he was already feeling this way, indicating that his foundation in this life was incomparably stronger than in his past. How could a qi refining stage practitioner of the 7th level appear here? Could he have sneaked in while Elder 8 was away? At that moment, a man spotted Ji Wuchang's cultivation level and exclaimed in astonishment. His words immediately drew the attention of those nearby, many of whom gazed curiously at Ji Wuchang. It is worth noting that the sect had strict regulations. Only those at the foundation establishment stage or above were permitted to enter Wind and Thunder Valley. Niu Lao-san, why not try sneaking in yourself? The barrier here is impenetrable, not even easily breached by those at the Purple Mansion stage. To enter, one must be personally granted permission by Elder 8. Another man chuckled, glancing at the first speaker. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. One more man, observing Ji Wuchang, spoke with a smile, "Junior brother, as you are new to Wind and Thunder Valley, do not venture too deep too quickly. Take some time to acclimatize at the periphery. If it becomes unbearable, make your exit." Ji Wuchang smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." The man nodded and then closed his eyes, continuing to contend with the force of the thunder and lightning. In reality, the individuals Ji Wuchang encountered were mostly of relatively lower cultivation, primarily ranging from the first to the fourth level of foundation establishment. Those at higher levels typically ventured deeper, as the intensity of the thunder and lightning increased in those regions. With fervor igniting within him, Ji Wuchang approached a stone wall to the left, locating a stone platform at the very bottom that was just large enough for one to sit cross-legged. As he settled onto the platform, it seemed to awaken, and tendrils of lightning energy manifested, entering Ji Wuchang's body. A tingling sensation surged through him, accompanied by a hint of pain, which made his eyes shine with excitement. This was a feeling he had experienced many times in his past life. The onlookers surrounded Ji Wuchang, eager to witness his impending misfortune. They understood that even the lowest platform required a cultivator of at least the first level of foundation establishment to withstand its power. "How long do you think this chi refining junior brother can endure?" one mused. "I wager he won't last more than 100 breaths. Ha ha. I doubt he can last that long. When I first came here at the first level of foundation establishment, I couldn't endure even 100 breaths. I have faith in this junior brother, I believe he can surpass 200 breaths." As the crowd observed Ji Wuchang enter a meditative state, discussions erupted around him. Most believed that his limit would indeed be around 100 breaths. Yet, moments later, astonishment rippled through the crowd. 200 breaths had passed, and Ji Wuchang remained seated in tranquility. At that moment, several individuals felt a flush of embarrassment on their faces. They had not anticipated that a 7th-level chi refining junior brother could prove so formidable, enduring for such an extended period. At this juncture, Ji Wuchang was diligently practicing the wind and thunder fist technique, channeling the lightning energy. The energy that flowed into his body began to coalesce into a small spherical form of lightning, albeit only the size of a pinky finger. Ji Wuchang furrowed his brow. The accumulation speed was rather sluggish. He opened his eyes and stood up. The onlookers sighed in relief. At least this junior brother had only managed to endure for around 500 breaths, though remarkable, it was still within the realm of acceptability. This was due to the existence of a prodigy within their sect, the esteemed senior sister Jin Miaoqing. According to sect records, she had entered Wind and Thunder Valley at the 8th level of chi refining and endured for a full 2 hours. This record had become a pinnacle that many disciples aspired to, a mountain they deemed insurmountable. 500 breaths paled in comparison to her 2 hours. Just then, many individuals exchanged glances in disbelief as they noticed Ji Wuchang was not departing. Instead, he was boldly advancing to the next stone platform. He passed the 2nd platform and seated himself before the 3rd. In that moment, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. With each elevation to a new platform, the intensity of the lightning energy would multiply. Now seated on the 3rd platform, Ji Wuchang was facing 4 times the power he had encountered on the 1st. Panic coursed through the crowd. This junior brother must not overexert himself, otherwise, he risks injuring his meridians. A man urgently called out to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang smiled gently and replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother, I am well aware of my capabilities." With that, he closed his eyes, and waves of lightning energy enveloped him. The potency of the lightning in this area was vastly superior to that of the previous platform, causing Ji Wuchang's body to tremble slightly. Internally, he rejoiced, the intensity was just right for him to endure. Quickly, he resumed his practice of the wind and thunder fist technique, gathering the lightning energy within him. The small lightning sphere gradually began to expand. Many eyes remained fixated on Ji Wuchang, eager to witness how long this junior brother could withstand the pressure. Yet, soon, they were left in awe as the first incense stick of time passed, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, until an hour had swiftly elapsed. In that instant, Wind and Thunder Valley erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 30, The Schemes of Incursion Heavens. Has our sect already produced one prodigy, and now we are to witness the emergence of another? Indeed. If another arises, how shall we survive? Which peak does this junior brother belong to? Does anyone know? I find myself quite curious. I wonder if this junior brother can surpass the record set by our senior sister. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Each person eager to voice their thoughts, their gazes shifting towards Ji Wuchang, their expressions transformed. Outside the Fenglai Valley, and Curson and Tai Yujie approached with measured steps. Initially reluctant to come, both were stirred by Ji Wuchang's sudden enlightenment, igniting a sense of urgency within them. They were determined not to be overshadowed by this junior brother. Thus they resolved to hone their skills in the Fenglai Valley. Upon entering the valley, they were taken aback by the sheer number of onlookers. Previously, they had visited this place and encountered a handful of people, but today, the crowd swelled to at least 100, leaving them bewildered. Brother, what has transpired? Why are there so many gathered here? Tai Yujie inquired of a young man. Standing at the back, their view was obstructed, preventing them from spotting Ji Wuchang. The young man, blushing slightly at the sight of Tai Yujie's enchanting visage, replied, Junior sister, you are unaware. A junior brother of the 7th layer of Qi refinement has come to the Fenglai Valley today. We all thought he would last only a few moments. Yet he has astonishingly endured for over an hour on the 3rd stone platform. This has caused quite a stir. Everyone has gathered to see how long he can maintain this feat. Though the young man was merely at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Admiration shone in his eyes as he spoke. And Curson and Tai Yujie exchanged astonished glances, fully comprehending the significance of his words. They pushed forward, eager to discover the identity of this celebrated young talent. When they finally recognized Ji Wuchang, they were struck dumb with disbelief. Impossible. How could it be him? Surely there must be some mistake. At that moment, jealousy surged within them, their expressions darkening, and a flicker of malice glinted in their eyes. The senior sister has arrived. Someone shouted. Suddenly, a figure soared from within the Fenglai Valley. Adorned with a veil and radiating with the power of lightning, she stepped lightly, yet leaped several feet with grace. This figure was none other than Jin Miaoqing, the daughter of the sect leader of Changshen Gate. Revered as the senior sister by all within the sect. Jin Miaoqing gracefully positioned herself beside the woman on the highest stone platform. Greetings, senior sister. The disciples of Fenglai Valley exclaimed, their eyes alight with fervor. Jin Miaoqing nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor calm, eliciting no surprise from the disciples. As Jin Miaoqing alighted on the platform, the woman beside her opened her eyes and greeted her with a smile. I pay my respects, senior sister. This woman was Huang Wanxiu, the foremost disciple of Lingjian Peak, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, merely a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. Jin Miaoqing nodded, then cast a glance at Ji Wuchang, momentarily taken aback, realizing she recognized him. Wanxiu, how long has it been? She inquired. Her tone casual as they were close friends. Huang Wanxiu smiled and replied, Senior sister, it has been an hour and a half. Upon hearing this, Jin Miaoqing nodded and remarked, at last, someone may surpass my record. I thought I would not witness this before my departure, but it seems I have overestimated myself. Huang Wanxiu chuckled softly, teasingly echoing Jin Miaoqing's earlier words, Senior sister, do you recall what you once proclaimed? That any man worthy of you must surpass your strength? That whoever breaks your record would have you as a companion? Jin Miaoqing's composed demeanor faltered, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Years ago, when the sect leader Jin Yaotian sought a match for her, Jin Miaoqing had cleverly countered with those very words. Now, a decade later, she had nearly forgotten. Huang Wanxiu's reminder brought it all rushing back. Feigning calm, Jin Miaoqing stated, what I say must be honored, however, the record of Fenglai Valley is but one of many. Should anyone break all my records within Changshen Gate, I shall undoubtedly keep my promise. Huang Wanxiu stifled a laugh, recognizing this as a clever evasion on Jin Miaoqing's part, and chose not to press the matter further. What shall we do, sister? Tai Yujie asked in Curson, a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes. Their master, Meng Kaihong, had bestowed the shattered jade finger upon Ji Wuchang, fueling their disdain for him. And Curson's mind raced, she understood that if Ji Wuchang truly surpassed Jin Miaoqing's record, he would attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups. If he were favored by them, resources would surely flow in his direction. To put it bluntly, When mentioning Xiao Zhupeak in the future, no one would recall who they were, but only Ji Wuchang. This was something they could never allow. Yet, with so many eyes upon them, they could not resort to any underhanded tactics. Thus, Curson pondered for a moment before shaking her head at Tai Yujie, signaling her to observe the situation quietly. In contrast to Tai Yujie's lack of foresight, Curson exhibited a keen intellect. Otherwise, Ji Wuchang from her past life would not have suffered so greatly at her hands. As Curson scanned the crowd, her eyes sparkled upon spotting a familiar figure, Gui Gang from Joyang Peak, at the second layer of Foundation establishment. Joyang Peak was led by the second elder, Zhou Yuan, who was at the first layer of soul separation. It was well known within Changshen Gate that Zhou Yuan and the third elder, Meng Kaihong, shared a tumultuous relationship. The last time Meng Kaihong achieved a breakthrough, Joyang Peak had not sent anyone to celebrate. Joyang Peak's disciples certainly did not wish for Xiao Zhupeak to overshadow them. Thus, upon seeing Gui Gang, Curson's mind sparked with a cunning idea to use another as a weapon. "Sister, we have another genius emerging from Xiao Zhupeak. Who would have thought our junior brother would endure for such a length of time upon his first entry into the Fenglai Valley? If our master were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Just after her breakthrough to soul separation, having a junior brother of such extraordinary talent is truly a double blessing." Curson spoke to Tai Yujie with a smile, her voice intentionally loud enough for those around them to hear. Chapter 31, The Intimidation of Jin Miaoqing. Tai Yujie, slow to comprehend, was left bewildered by Curson's words, failing to grasp their meaning. However, those around them quickly began to murmur in excitement. It turned out to be the junior disciples from Zayas Yufeng, along with two senior sisters, offering their congratulations. A man beside Curson immediately chimed in, wearing a smile that suggested flattery. This man, with a cultivation level equivalent to the second stage of Foundation establishment, was quite perceptive and had secretly taken note of the beauties from various peaks. Though Curson and Tai Yujie were not strikingly beautiful, they were still pleasing to the eye, naturally garnering the affection of several male disciples. Upon learning that the individuals hailed from Zayas Yufeng, many acquaintances of Curson clasped their hands in greeting. With a smile playing at her lips, Curson responded softly. Yet her gaze shifted toward Gui Gang. Indeed, Gui Gang's expression changed instantly upon hearing the chatter around him. Recently, Meng Kaihong, the peak master of Zayas Yufeng, had made headlines by breaking through to the Soul Division realm, overshadowing the Jiang Peak. If the record set by the senior sister from Fenglai Valley were truly to be surpassed, Zayas Yufeng would surely bask in glory once more. I cannot allow this to happen. Gui Gang resolutely determined to intervene and turned his attention toward Ji Wuchang on the third stone platform, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Though Gui Gang lacked the audacity to act openly, he quickly devised a plan. He approached the cliff face adjacent to Ji Wuchang and began to ascend. Given his cultivation level, the first or second platforms would have been most suitable. However, Gui Gang deliberately chose the fourth platform, which had just become vacant. It was not uncommon for those enduring the lightning tempering on the stone platform to lose their grip and fall. Gui Gang's plan was straightforward. Feigning an inability to maintain his stance, he would tumble from the fourth platform, ensuring he landed squarely on the third platform where Ji Wuchang stood. Thus, Ji Wuchang would inevitably fall as well. Curson observed Gui Gang settling into a cross-legged position atop the fourth platform, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. At this moment, Tai Yujie finally grasped the situation, casting a look of admiration at Curson. Jin Miaoqing regarded Gui Gang with a furrowed brow. Huang Wanxiu's laughter broke the tension as she remarked, "Senior sister, it seems Zayas Yufeng is not as harmonious as one might think." Jin Miaoqing's lips curled into a disdainful smile as she calmly replied, "Just a clown in the circus." Huang Wanxiu nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Curson and Tai Yujie, a bemused smile lingering on her lips. Curson, sensing something amiss, glanced upward and locked eyes with Huang Wanxiu, a flicker of panic igniting within her heart. Meanwhile, Ji Wuchang was oblivious to the external turmoil, wholly focused on his task. In addition to condensing the lightning orb, he was directing a portion of the electricity to his bones, employing the power to refine them. Ji Wuchang could distinctly feel that under the gentle caress of the lightning, his bones were undergoing some peculiar transformation. Occasionally, wisps of black smoke emerged, signifying the expulsion of impurities from his bones. Ji Wuchang had not anticipated the effectiveness of this method. At this moment, within Ji Wuchang's dantian, a fist-sized lightning orb materialized. Though it appeared somewhat insubstantial, it brimmed with the might of electricity. The lightning coursing through Ji Wuchang's body split into two streams, one of which flowed continuously into the orb. With this orb, he could commence his training in the first punch of the Wind Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang held a fervent anticipation for the technique. Regrettably, the Ziki Fenshinju was categorized as a fire attribute technique, otherwise, he would not have needed to focus on harnessing the power of wind and thunder. Just then, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ji Wuchang felt a fierce gust descending upon him, hurtling downward. As he prepared to open his eyes, he sensed a powerful force from above that deflected the descending wind away from him. Recognizing that someone had intervened on his behalf, Ji Wuchang chose to disregard it. The spectators in Fonlei Valley erupted in astonished gasps, witnessing Guigang plummeting into the thunder pool, his cries of despair resonating through the air, eliciting expressions of schadenfreude from the crowd. None present were fools. They understood that Guigang had just fallen from the fourth platform onto Ji Wuchang, only to be flicked away by the senior sister with a mere gesture. Everyone comprehended that Guigang harbored malicious intent. No one is permitted to ascend the platforms above the third tier until this little disciple regains consciousness, otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Jin Miaoqing's voice rang coldly as her gaze swept over the assembly, prompting all to bow their heads in submission. Yes, senior sister. They responded, their expressions solemn, silently praising her commanding presence. And Kursen and Tai Yujia both lowered their heads. And Kursen's hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms, drawing blood. Yet, the pain was inconsequential compared to the turmoil within her heart, which screamed with disbelief. How could the senior sister possibly aid him? Were they acquainted? Cursed Ji Wuchang. Just you wait. And Kursen's inner fury surged, her demeanor shifting from calm to visibly distressed. Guigang's agonizing screams echoed as he writhed in the thunder pool. A perilous place for someone at the second stage of foundation establishment. Jin Miaoqing, seeing Guigang's pallid complexion, emitted a cold snort and extended her left hand toward the thunder pool below. A surge of power enveloped Guigang, lifting him from the pool and casting him onto the shore. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still a disciple of the second elder, a reprimand would suffice. Guigang convulsed, his body crackling with electricity, a pitiful sight. After a brief period, he finally regained his composure, not daring to utter a word as he left Fonlei Valley in disgrace. Guigang's misfortune was but a minor interlude, as the crowd's attention shifted back to Ji Wuchang. Senior sister, how long do you think he can endure? Huang Wanxiu inquired with a smile, glancing at Jin Miaoqing. Upon hearing this, Jin Miaoqing shook her head and, with a serious expression, replied, I once stood on the fourth platform, where the power of lightning is most potent. If he can last for 3 hours, he will match my record of 2 hours. Huang Wanxiu nodded in agreement, aligning with the senior sister's assessment. Chapter 32. The record-breaking arrival of the Great Blade Sect. Time swiftly passed, and over an hour had elapsed while Ji Wuchang remained motionless. At this moment, those present were utterly stunned. Master Sister, it has been 3 hours. Huang Wanxiu spoke, her gaze complex. Jin Miaoqing nodded, then glanced at Ji Wuchang before calmly stating, he is stronger than I am. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanxiu trembled slightly. This statement carried immense weight, as it came from Jin Miaoqing, the foremost genius of the Eternal Life sect. Just then, a figure appeared, Elder Jia Yuanliang, the eighth elder. He had learned about Ji Wuchang from the departing disciples and had come to see for himself. Greetings, Elder Jia. Jin Miaoqing, Huang Wanxiu, and others respectfully saluted him. Jia Yuanliang nodded slightly, then smiled, saying, Miaoqing, it seems you have encountered a worthy opponent. Jin Miaoqing smiled faintly, a powerful confidence radiating from her. Elder, I have set many records for our sect, let him break them one by one. Besides, he is merely a novice at the chi refinement stage. It won't be so easy for him to catch up to me. Her words resonated throughout, and the disciples of the Eternal Life sect looked on with admiration. This was their master sister, always so formidable and self-assured. Jia Yuanliang, jokingly, did not believe Ji Wuchang could compare to Zhen Miaoqing. He glanced at Ji Wuchang and declared, "Alright, disperse. Go cultivate. I will keep an eye on this lad, I am curious how long he can endure." Upon hearing Jia Yuanliang's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Some departed from the Wind and Thunder Valley while others sought places to practice. And Kachin pulled Tai Yujie away directly, feeling embarrassed to stay. Zhen Miaoqing also nodded to Huang Wanxiu, then swiftly left the Wind and Thunder Valley. As for Huang Wanxiu, she sat cross-legged, her sword resting on her knees, closing her eyes to cultivate. At this moment, at the entrance of the Eternal Life sect, the sect leader Zhen Yaotian stood with the second elder Zhou Yuan and third elder Meng Kaihong, patiently awaiting. Suddenly, a massive blade appeared nearby, upon which stood dozens of figures. The foremost among them was a man with a large chopping knife on his back. The others behind him all wore similar attire, albeit with different blades. "Zhao Sandao, after 10 years, you still carry on in this manner." Zhen Yaotian greeted the leading man with a smile, appearing relaxed. "Zhen Yaotian, take my blade." Zhao Sandao laughed heartily, swiftly leaping from the massive blade while gripping his large knife with his right hand. Without hesitation, he raised it and struck at Zhen Yaotian with 3 successive slashes. What seemed like one strike was, in fact, 3. The 3 arcs of blade light surged with the wind, swiftly crossing dozens of yards to hover above Zhen Yaotian's head, then converged into one, descending sharply. The chilling blade light emitted a sharp sound, and though the blade had not yet arrived, an overwhelming pressure descended. Zhou Yuan and Meng Caihong's expressions changed dramatically, feeling as though a mountain had been placed upon them. Zhen Yaotian laughed heartily, waving his sleeves to dissipate the immense pressure in an instant. Zhou Yuan and Meng Kaihong exhaled in relief, although the pressure was not aimed at them. Zhao Sandao, a 5th-layer soul separation realm expert, was indeed beyond their capability to contend with. Zhen Yaotian, gazing at the descending blade, brought his 2 fingers together to form a sword and thrust it forth. If Ji Wuchang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this sword technique, the Qingyun sword art, the most fundamental sword technique of the Eternal Life sect. However, in Zhen Yaotian's hands, it exuded an entirely different aura. As he thrust forth, it was as if 100 swords were unleashed simultaneously, streams of sword light cascaded continuously, clashing with Zhao Sandao's descending blade. Clang, clang. The sounds of blades and swords clashing filled the air until both sword and blade eventually vanished. Throughout the encounter, Zhen Yaotian had not moved an inch, while Zhao Sandao had unleashed 3 strikes, clearly illustrating the disparity in their abilities. "Enough! I cannot win." Zhao Sandao laughed heartily, sheathing his blade back onto his back. Zhen Yaotian chuckled, then said, "Lord Zhao, please." Zhao Sandao nodded, walking side by side with Zhen Yaotian as they entered the Eternal Life sect. Soon, news of the Great Blade sect's arrival spread swiftly, accompanied by the announcement that Lord Zhao had brought many disciples of varied realms, Purple Mansion, Foundation Establishment, and Qi Refinement to engage in friendly exchanges, thereby enhancing the camaraderie among their disciples. This news stirred excitement throughout the Eternal Life sect, with discussions buzzing among all members. In the main hall of the Eternal Life sect, Zhen Yaotian sat at the head, flanked by the 2nd elder Zhou Yuan, 3rd elder Meng Kaihong, 4th elder Yin Shuyu, 7th elder Jing Fengcheng, 8th elder Jia Yuanliang, and Zhen Miaoqing. Zhen Yaotian smiled and addressed everyone. "As you all know, this competition is not merely a contest. It also involves the reallocation of resources. The Purple Mansion match will be handled by Miaoqing. Her cultivation level is on par with the opponent, and I believe she can manage." Upon hearing this, Zhen Miaoqing rose, calmly asserting, "Father, rest assured, I will secure this match." The elders had no objections, for this competition was strictly for the younger generation, bound by age restrictions. As the leading figure among her peers, Zhen Miaoqing's participation would undoubtedly ensure victory. Zhen Yaotian nodded with a smile, continuing, "For the Foundation Establishment segment, we need 5 participants. I have tentatively decided on Huang Wanxiu and Zui Yan. The remaining 3 we shall discuss together." Zui Yan was Zhou Yuan's disciple, with a cultivation level comparable to Huang Wanxiu, both at the peak of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. It must be said that Zui Yan and Huang Wanxiu were in a rather unfortunate position. Despite being of similar age to Zhen Miaoqing, they were consistently overshadowed by her. Now, with Jin Miaoqing advancing to the Purple Mansion realm, the gap had widened further. As the elders pondered the selections, though they wished to recommend their own disciples, they knew the gravity of the situation. Third Elder Meng Kaihong spoke up, sect leader. Esteemed elders, I propose Kai Ping. Upon hearing Kai Ping's name, the faces of those present displayed expressions of intrigue. Kai Ping, Jin Yaotian's disciple, was at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. However, he had been vocally pursuing Jin Miaoqing, which had led to her anger and a recent physical confrontation. It remained uncertain if he had fully recovered. At the mention of Kai Ping, Jin Miaoqing's expression darkened instantly. She harbored a genuine disdain for this junior. Were it not for her father's presence, she would have swiftly resolved the matter with a single strike. Chapter 33, Jin Miaoqing's recommendation. Jin Yaotian cast a glance at Jin Miaoqing, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Ultimately, this predicament stemmed from his own actions, otherwise it would not have escalated to the point where his daughter contemplated leaving home. Years ago, Kai Ping's father, also an elder of the Changsheng sect, perished in a secret realm while attempting to save Jin Yaotian. Upon returning to the sect, Jin Yaotian took Kai Ping as his personal disciple, jesting that he would marry his daughter to Kai Ping in the future. To his surprise, Kai Ping took this jest to heart, and upon seeing Jin Miaoqing, would call her madam. This infuriated Jin Miaoqing, leading her to strike him each time they met, leaving Kai Ping in tears. Eventually, Kai Ping ceased calling her madam. Yet his persistent pursuit of Jin Miaoqing did not wane. Recently, upon Jin Miaoqing's return from training in the back mountains, Kai Ping, having just broken through to the 8th layer of the foundation establishment stage, was brimming with confidence and reverted to his old ways. Jin Miaoqing retaliated fiercely, causing Kai Ping to spit blood and suffer severe injuries. This incident became common knowledge within the sect, which led everyone to instinctively overlook Kai Ping. However, at this moment, Meng Kaihong brought it up, and the other elders nodded in agreement, recalling Kai Ping's cultivation level. Seeing the consensus among the elders, Jin Yaotian also nodded. Subsequently, 2 more individuals from the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage were recommended, solidifying the 5 slots for this stage. With the foundation establishment slots confirmed, Jin Yaotian's expression turned serious as he spoke. This time, the most crucial aspect of the competition lies in the Qi refinement stage. In the distribution of the Spirit Stone mines, the Qi refinement stage accounts for 50%, the foundation establishment stage 40%, and the Purple Mansion stage 10%. Therefore, I urge everyone to consider how to recommend the 5 candidates for the Qi refinement competition. Jin Yaotian's words rendered the attendees solemn, each beginning to ponder deeply. The distribution of the Spirit Stone mines mentioned by Jin Yaotian referred to the joint development of the mines by the Changsheng sect and the Dedao Pavilion. The income from these Spirit Stones constituted 40% of the entire Changsheng sect's revenue, underscoring its significance. In past years, the Changsheng sect claimed 60%, while the Dedao Pavilion received 40%. However, every 20 years, the 2 sects would hold a competition to re-establish the distribution ratio based on the results, marking a significant event for the Changsheng sect. The Grand Elder Pei Yuanqing has long presided over the Spirit Stone mines, further highlighting their importance. Respected sect leader and esteemed elders, Chen Boyu, Duan Junsheng, and Fan Huajun are all at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Their participation is unquestionable. As for the remaining 2 slots, we must deliberate carefully, for each competition impacts the sect's 10% revenue. The second elder Zhou Yuan spoke calmly. His words garnered agreement from the crowd. These 3 were indeed promising candidates for the Qi refinement stage. Though it remained uncertain how many Dao platforms the foundation establishment stage could consolidate, I believe Huang Guangwen should participate. Although he is at the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he is also a body cultivator, and his combat prowess is not significantly inferior to that of Chen Boyu and the others. The 7th elder Jing Fengcheng interjected. Huang Guangwen was the disciple of the 7th elder, and his combat capabilities were well known, having challenged Chen Boyu and his peers multiple times within the sect. Though he ultimately lost each time, he had managed to withstand hundreds of exchanges. Jin Yaotian nodded before speaking. Let us confirm these 4 individuals. Is there anyone else to recommend for the final slot? Upon hearing this, the elders fell into contemplative silence. I have a recommendation. At that moment, Jin Miaoqing spoke calmly. Jin Yaotian and the other elders turned to her in surprise. for they had never heard her express admiration for anyone before. Jin Yaotian smiled at his daughter and said, "Miaoqing, please elaborate. I am quite curious about which chi refinement candidate has caught your eye." The other elders shared his curiosity, all gazing at Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing pointed towards the third elder Meng Kaihong and declared, "I recommend the third elder's disciple, Ji Wuchang." Her words stunned most of those present, including Meng Kaihong, who was equally astonished. Just then, the eighth elder Jia Yuanliang chuckled and said, "This young lad is indeed intriguing. I too believe he is worthy." Hearing the eighth elder's endorsement, Jin Yaotian, Zhou Yuan, and Yin Shuyu were all taken aback. Jia Yuanliang did not withhold his thoughts, recounting the events that transpired at Fenglei Valley, which sparked excitement among the crowd. Zhou Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Meng Kaihong, despite their previous disagreements. He would not resort to underhanded tactics in such matters. After contemplating for a moment, Jin Yaotian inquired, "Isn't the seventh layer of qi refinement a bit low?" His question plunged the assembly into thought, as every competition directly influenced a 10% revenue share, equating to over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yin Shuyu glanced at Jin Miaoqing before proposing, "I have a compromise. Let Ji Wuchang compete against an 8th layer qi refinement practitioner. Should he emerge victorious, the slot shall be his." That proposal is quite sound. Although I am Ji Wuchang's master, I must admit I am not entirely aware of his capabilities, Meng Kaihong remarked with a smile. By suggesting this, Meng Kaihong aimed to protect Ji Wuchang. Considering the stakes involved, a victory would boost Ji Wuchang's standing, while a loss could adversely affect him. Arranging an initial match would provide him with a safeguard. If he triumphed, it would solidify his candidacy in the eyes of all. Seeing the nods of agreement from everyone, Jin Yaotian smiled and said, "Very well, it shall be as you propose. Once Ji Wuchang emerges from Fenglei Valley, we shall bring him here. I am also quite curious to see what manner of person can break Miaoqing's record at Fenglei Valley." Jin Yaotian's words elicited envious expressions from many elders, silently praising Ji Wuchang's fortuitous circumstances. Not only had he received a personal recommendation from the sect's foremost prodigy, but he had also captured the attention of the sect leader. Regardless of the outcome, Ji Wuchang had already made a lasting impression in the minds of many elders within the Qingsheng sect. At this moment, Ji Wuchang remained unaware of the discussions surrounding him. He found that the third-tier stone platform no longer sufficed to meet his needs. He had just channeled the power of lightning throughout his bones, expelling numerous stubborn impurities. Yet some remained. Ji Wuchang reluctantly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with traces of lightning energy. Upon witnessing Ji Wuchang finally awaken, many present breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow was no ordinary individual, he had endured for 4 full hours. Huang Wanxiu's eyes also opened, and she cast an appreciative glance at Ji Wuchang below. Just then, the crowd noticed Ji Wuchang standing up and moving forward with measured steps. Goodness, what does this fellow intend to do? Does he feel unsatisfied and wish to challenge a higher stone platform? Chapter 34, Jade Bones and New System Tasks. Those who were attentive to Ji Wuchang immediately noticed his movements, and someone gasped in astonishment. Huang Wanqiu, who was about to gently close her eyes, also stared at Ji Wuchang in surprise. Could it be that this fellow truly intended to challenge the 4th platform? As the crowd's astonished gazes fell upon him, Ji Wuchang approached the 4th platform, settling into a meditative position, and with this act, he unequivocally revealed his intentions. In that moment, many within Fenglei Valley grew increasingly restless, regarding Ji Wuchang as if he were some peculiar creature. It is worth noting that the 4th platform corresponds to individuals at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. Upon witnessing Ji Wuchang close his eyes, with arcs of lightning dancing around him, the onlookers finally grasped the reality of the situation. In an instant, someone relayed the news beyond. Huang Wanqiu cast a deep glance at Ji Wuchang before once again slowly closing her eyes. As soon as Ji Wuchang settled, he was immediately engulfed in a wave of tingling pain throughout his body. The power of lightning here was at least twice as strong as that of the 3rd platform. Ji Wuchang felt elated as he channeled the lightning power into his bones, allowing it to refine the dark impurities coating them. Tendrils of black smoke rose continuously, filling Ji Wuchang with joy. With the passage of time, he gradually sensed a transformation within his bones. The originally pristine white bones seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. This mist thickened progressively, as if something additional had enveloped his bones. It bore a resemblance to the special luster of solidified lard. At that moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly perceived a resounding crack emanating from within his bones. Following the first explosion, subsequent sounds erupted. Every bone in his body reverberated with this noise. This was the sound of bone resonance. Ji Wuchang's heart soared with elation. Bone resonance, also known as bone transformation, was akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. The sound of bone resonance is one of the most exquisite sounds within the human body, signifying the complete expulsion of all impurities from the bones, resulting in the purest form of sound. It resembled a newborn's first cry, heralding its arrival into the world. The sound of bone resonance proclaimed a significant event, the emergence of jade bones. A total of 206 resonant sounds left Ji Wuchang feeling extraordinarily euphoric. The source of human strength lies within the bones, the very foundation of power. Without the support of bones, everything is but a jest. As the 206 sounds concluded, Ji Wuchang felt an overwhelming surge of formidable strength coursing through his flesh. Based on his experiences from a previous life, he surmised that even relying solely on his physical prowess, he could overpower an individual at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, many focus on muscle and meridian training, which is not incorrect but somewhat superficial. The true wellspring of strength lies within the bones, where the marrow produces blood, invigorating the entire body and transforming it. Thus, the pinnacle of external training is bone refinement, and the ultimate internal practice is the honing of the organs. Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, astonished by the immense gains from this expedition to Fenglai Valley. With golden skin, jade bones, and divine concealment, he had already achieved 2 of the 3. Moreover, within his dantian, a lightning-infused orb flickered, indicating that he could now practice the Thunder Fist. The thought of the formidable Thunder Fist ignited a fervor within Ji Wuchang. He paid no mind to the gazes of the crowd as he descended slowly, departing from Fenglai Valley. The little anomaly has finally left, having persisted on the 4th platform for over an hour. Truly, he is a prodigy. As Ji Wuchang vanished from view, many within Fenglai Valley breathed a sigh of relief, feeling genuinely overwhelmed by his presence. In high spirits, Ji Wuchang had scarcely exited Fenglai Valley when he was intercepted by Elder Jiayuanliang. Ji Wuchang, come with me, the sect leader wishes to see you. Ji Wuchang was utterly perplexed, unsure of why the sect leader sought an audience with him. In his previous life, he and the sect leader had existed like parallel lines, with no intersection, merely glimpsing each other from afar. Could it be that his return had triggered a butterfly effect? Or perhaps the events of Fenglai Valley had reached the sect leader's ears? Unable to decipher the reason, Ji Wuchang relinquished the thought. He recalled that the sect leader had ultimately met his demise at the hands of his disciple, Kai Ping, who later took control of the Changxing sect, leading to the tragic fate of many high-ranking members. Kai Ping, however, had formed an alliance with Xiao Fan. It was through Xiao Fan's support that he had succeeded. After Ji Wuchang departed from the Changxing sect, he had not followed its affairs closely. However, he had vaguely heard that senior sister Jin Miaoqing had sent someone to eliminate Kai Ping. Yet, the specifics remained a mystery to him. Standing on Elder Jia Yuanliang's flying sword, the two swiftly arrived at the main peak of the Changxing sect. Ji Wuchang felt immense regret. He had already exhausted his opportunity for sign-in at Fenglai Valley today, otherwise, signing in at the main peak would surely yield grand rewards. At that moment, within the main hall of the peak, Jin Yaotian and the elders had yet to disperse, still deliberating over various details. Jin Miaoqing sat quietly below, attentively listening. Typically, with Jin Miaoqing's temperament, she would have departed by now. However, as Ji Wuchang was her recommendation, she decided to stay and observe, lest she face embarrassment if Ji Wuchang were to fail. Just then, Huang Wanqiu had transmitted a message to her, informing her of the events within Fenglai Valley, granting Jin Miaoqing a newfound confidence. As Ji Wuchang and Jia Yuanliang arrived, all eyes turned toward Ji Wuchang, scrutinizing him closely. Ji Wuchang surveyed the assembly, taken aback. He recognized everyone present. Disciple Ji Wuchang pays respects to the sect leader, to all esteemed elders, and greets senior sister. Ji Wuchang bowed respectfully, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. Jin Yaotian appraised Ji Wuchang, noticing his composure upon encountering them, and could not help but nod in approval. This poise alone indicated that Ji Wuchang was distinct from other disciples. Ji Wuchang, tomorrow, our Changsheng sect will hold a competition against the Dedeo Pavilion among the disciples. And Miaoqing has recommended you. However, this contest is of utmost importance to our sect, influencing the allocation of resources for the next 20 years. To ensure caution, we have arranged for you to compete against an individual at the 8th level of Qi refinement. If you emerge victorious, this opportunity shall be yours. I will also provide you with certain rewards. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Zhen Yaotian wasted no time, directly outlining the reasons for the meeting. In truth, Elder Jia Yuanliang had already divulged some details upon their arrival, and with the sect leader's introduction, Ji Wuchang instantly comprehended the situation. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for him. Just as Ji Wuchang prepared to respond, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the master is at a crossroads of choices, system task issued. Accept the challenge, defeat the Dedeo Pavilion's representative, and begin to establish your name within the Changsheng sect. The shorter the time taken to complete the system task, the more generous the rewards. Chapter 35, a single move. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. To hesitate even for a second would be an affront to both the system and himself. As a disciple, I shall heed the arrangements of the sect leader, Ji Wuchang proclaimed, cupping his fists in respect. Meng Kaihong cast a concerned glance at Ji Wuchang but chose to remain silent. Zhen Yaotian, upon hearing Ji Wuchang's declaration, revealed a look of admiration, followed by a hearty laugh. Excellent! A young man should embrace challenges. 7th Elder, please bring forth Li Jiwen. Jing Fengcheng nodded and promptly departed. Moments later, a robust man was brought forth by Jing Fengcheng. This man was indeed Li Jiwen. Li Jiwen was physically imposing. Despite being clothed, his muscles bulged prominently, indicating his mastery in body refinement, boasting a cultivation level at the late stage of the Qi refinement's 8th layer. Disciple Li Jiwen pays respect to the sect leader and esteemed elders. He bowed, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ji Wuchang, revealing a hint of disdain. How audacious for a Qi refinement's 7th layer individual to challenge him. He resolved to teach Ji Wuchang a lesson. Zhen Yaotian nodded and spoke. You all are aware of the stakes. The victor will represent our sect in tomorrow's competition against the Blade Pavilion. I shall also offer a small incentive. Whoever triumphs today will receive 10 mid-grade spirit stones. These 10 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. But in reality, their value surpassed that, amounting to 110 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang was taken aback by this unexpected fortune, his eyes gleaming with delight. He was currently preparing to break through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Although he had already secured a cleansing pill, it was not entirely reliable. With the addition of these 10 mid-grade spirit stones, along with the over 100 low-grade spirit stones he possessed, his chances of success would indeed improve. The group proceeded to the plaza outside the Grand Hall, with Ji Wuchang and Li Jiwen taking their positions on the square. This spectacle naturally attracted some attention. But seeing the sect leader and elders present, no one dared to approach, merely observing from afar. Li Jiwen glanced at Ji Wuchang and grinned, "Junior brother. My punches are quite heavy. Even someone at the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement may struggle to withstand them. I suggest you concede to avoid injury." Ji Wuchang regarded Li Jiwen calmly, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. "Brotherly, I wonder if your fists are as powerful as your words." Upon hearing this, Li Jiwen's expression darkened, and his aura surged dramatically, manifesting the full extent of his late-stage Qi refinement power. As his cultivation was fully revealed, he appeared even more formidable, nearly equivalent to 2 Ji Wuchang's. Magnia fist. Li Jiwen bellowed, his right hand clenched into a fist, muscles rippling as he struck at Ji Wuchang. His punch radiated a special glow, accompanied by the roar of a python, exuding an extraordinary momentum. Observing this punch, the elders nodded slightly. Even at the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, one would need to exert their utmost to withstand such force. Ji Wuchang felt the wind from the punch rush toward him and nodded quietly. Had he not yet reached the Jade Bone stage? He too would have to give his all, employing the Thunder Burst Fist to counter it. However, in his current state, the power was simply inadequate. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist and delivered an unadorned punch. With a resounding crash, the two fists collided mid-air. Ji Wuchang remained unfazed while Li Jiwan's face contorted in pain. At that moment, Ji Wuchang's body swayed, directly lunging into Li Jiwan's embrace. Before Li Jiwan could react, Ji Wuchang's left fist struck forcefully into Li Jiwan's abdomen. A scream echoed as Li Jiwan was sent flying, crashing several feet away. His right hand trembled incessantly. Cold sweat pouring down his face, his expression twisted in agony. Jin Yaotian and the elders stood frozen, having witnessed Ji Wuchang's display of pure physical prowess. The clarity of what they had seen left them in astonishment. Jin Miaoqing, who had appeared somewhat tense, immediately relaxed. Though she had confidence in Ji Wuchang, she had never witnessed his combat abilities firsthand, leaving her uncertain of his strength. However, in this moment, she realized that Ji Wuchang's capabilities exceeded her expectations. Third Elder Meng Kaihong also sighed in relief, astonished by Ji Wuchang's formidable physicality. As for Li Jiwan, he had become an afterthought. Such is the reality of the cultivation world, it is both pragmatic and ruthless. Jin Yaotian laughed heartily. Ji Wuchang, well done. Continue to strive tomorrow. After speaking, he waved his hand, and 10 mid-grade spirit stones appeared before Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang accepted them without hesitation, cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. Jin Yaotian nodded and then turned to Meng Kaihong, smiling as he said, Third Elder, nurture him well, perhaps our Longsheng sect is on the verge of producing a master. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaihong's face broke into a radiant smile. Rest assured, sect leader, I have found a promising talent. The elders exchanged glances at Ji Wuchang, well aware that he had caught the sect leader's attention. Should Ji Wuchang perform well tomorrow, he would undoubtedly receive prioritized cultivation resources from the sect. Ji Wuchang approached Jin Miaoqing and solemnly cupped his fists. Thank you, senior sister. Jin Miaoqing maintained a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly, perform well tomorrow. Do not bring shame upon me. Ji Wuchang nodded vigorously, inwardly amused by her unique manner of speaking. Ji Wuchang returned to Shaozhou Peak alongside Meng Kaihong. Wuchang, would you like me to impart a combat technique? You could practice it well tonight, Meng Kaihong proposed, having contemplated this matter during their journey. Ji Wuchang shook his head with a smile. Master, one night is insufficient to grasp much. Furthermore, you recently taught me the shattered jade finger, and I have yet to master it. It would be unwise to take on too much at once. As for tomorrow's competition, do not worry. As long as my opponent is at the chi refinement stage, I shall not lose. Meng Kaihong nodded, dispelling her earlier thoughts. Then rest well tonight. You can face tomorrow's battle with confidence. Even if you were to lose, it matters not. With me around, the resources that rightfully belong to you will not be lacking. As a soul division cultivator, I have the capability to protect my disciple. Chapter 36, The Thunder Fist and the Little Follower. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang felt deeply moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In his previous life, he had suffered from issues with his meridians, yet his master, Meng Kaihong, had never cast aside his plight, tirelessly seeking medicinal herbs for him. At this moment, Ji Wuchang silently resolved to devote himself to his training, vowing never to allow the tragedies of his past life to befall him again. Rest assured, master, your disciple understands. After Meng Kaihong offered a few more words of caution, she turned and departed. Ji Wuchang returned to his residence, refraining from entering his room, as a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. He recalled the first technique of the Thunder Fist, known as Thunder Transformation. This initial strike of the Thunder Fist harnessed the power of wind and thunder within the body, manifesting as a formidable thunderous punch. Ji Wuchang had rehearsed this technique numerous times, and though he felt quite familiar with it, he meticulously reviewed it once more to avoid any mistakes. Closing his eyes, Ji Wuchang immersed himself in the experience. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and strands of lightning danced within their depths. Thunder Transformation! He exclaimed softly, clenching his right fist as the thunderous sphere within his dantian began to swirl, surging with electric energy that coursed through his meridians. Ji Wuchang felt a sharp pain radiating through his veins, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fist, which shimmered with the brilliance of lightning, striking a massive stone several meters away. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, shattering the stone into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Ji Wuchang swallowed hard, startled by the sheer force of his own attack. Sparks of lightning crackled among the shattered stones, and the point of impact was charred black. This was merely the first strike, yet its power was already terrifying. Ji Wuchang surmised that even a foundational practitioner at the first level might not withstand such a fierce blow. To take it head-on would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Yet, he was merely at the peak of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang recognized that his strength was now entirely different from his past life. What kind of martial art is this? It's exceedingly domineering. Ji Wuchang heard the astonished voice of Ji Yaoyao beside him. Unconcealed, he revealed, it's the Thunder Fist. Having signed a life bond with her, he felt no trepidation in sharing certain aspects of his life. Moreover, Ji Wuchang was acutely aware that Ji Yaoyao was a treasure trove yet to be fully unearthed. Just then, several figures approached, revealing Meng Kaihong and Curson, Zhang Linghong. And Tai Yujie. Wuchang, are you all right? Meng Kaihong inquired, glancing at the scattered stones. Ji Wuchang felt a tinge of embarrassment, having momentarily forgotten about the commotion. Master, I was merely testing a combat technique, and it seems I created quite a stir. Meng Kaihong sighed in relief upon hearing this. And Curson and Tai Yujie exchanged glances with their master and then with Ji Wuchang, their expressions instantly darkening. The scattered stones clearly indicated the technique's formidable power. At this moment, they felt increasingly resentful of Meng Kaihong's favoritism towards Ji Wuchang. Unperturbed by the opinions of his two thoughtless senior sisters, Ji Wuchang greeted his second senior brother, Zhang Linghong, and, as soon as Meng Kaihong departed, he promptly entered his room. With a resounding bang, the door shut, isolating him from the outside world. And Curson and Tai Yujie furrowed their brows but said nothing further as they turned to leave. The following day, the Grand Plaza of the main peak was teeming with people. Thousands of disciples from the Changsheng sect had gathered, with many having secured their spots the previous night to witness the exciting contests of the day. When Meng Kaihong and her 4 disciples arrived at the main peak, the area was already overflowing with spectators. However, Meng Kaihong had reserved seating at the very front of the viewing platform, while Curson and the others were left to find their own places. Curson, you and your companions should find your own spots, Meng Kaihong stated calmly. And Curson and the others nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, Tai Yujie frowned and glanced back at Ji Wuchang, speaking flatly, "Little junior brother, aren't you leaving?" Ji Wuchang maintained a tranquil expression, merely casting a glance at Tai Yujie without uttering a word. Seeing Ji Wuchang's demeanor, Tai Yujie felt a surge of anger, believing he was increasingly disregarding them. "Wuchang doesn't need to accompany you, he can stay by my side," Meng Kaihong interjected calmly. And Curson and Tai Yujie froze in place, unaware that Ji Wuchang intended to participate in the competition. And Curson's heart brimmed with uncontainable fury. As the eldest disciple of Meng Kaihong, she felt entitled to be at her master's side. Why should it be this little junior brother? She lowered her head, concealing the anger in her eyes, but her fists clenched slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Meng Kaihong remained oblivious to their sentiments as she led Ji Wuchang directly to the viewing platform. Ji Wuchang cast a calm glance at Tai Yujie, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes before he followed closely behind his master. "Sister, did you see him?" Tai Yujie began, only to be interrupted by Curson shaking her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she departed. Though Tai Yujie was displeased, she refrained from further comment. Among the trio, only Zhang Linghong remained unperturbed, finding nothing amiss. As the eldest disciple of Xiao Peak, Curson attracted her share of admirers. Upon seeing Curson and her companions approach, a chubby young man in the distance waved frantically, having saved them a prime spot. This position was close to the contest stage, allowing for a clear view of the battles to come. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over the slightly overweight figure, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. This young man, Feng Shuiao, was the disciple of Elder Yuzhen, currently at the 3rd level of foundational cultivation. His fate would be tragic. During a trial in a secret realm, he would shatter his dantian while protecting Curson, rendering him a cripple and forcing him to leave the Changsheng sect in despair. Ji Wuchang vividly recalled the moment the young man had come to Xiao Peak seeking Curson, waiting from day until night only to depart in disappointment when she never appeared. Even now, Ji Wuchang could picture the youthful figure of the chubby boy as he left, his back hunched despite his young age. Nevertheless, Ji Wuchang had no intention of aiding the young man, as their relationship in their previous life had been merely ordinary. Furthermore, the young man had acted as Xiao Fan's lackey due to his infatuation with Incursion. Chapter 37, The Arrival of Many Master Sister. The master is so biased. Among the four of us from Xiaozhu Peak, how is it that he gets to stay by the master's side? It should be the senior sister instead. Tai Yujie exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation. Her words struck a chord with Incursion. Junior sister, the master must have her reasons for this arrangement. As disciples, how can we gossip behind her back? Zhang Linghong interjected, furrowing his brow. Though he harbored feelings for Tai Yujie, he was straightforward and held deep respect for the master, prompting his immediate rebuttal. Tai Yujie, incensed by Zhang Linghong's response, opened her mouth to retort but fell silent under Incursion's stern gaze. 3 junior sisters. Let us not discuss this matter any further. It is only fitting that the master gives a bit more attention to the junior brother, who joined later. Incursion stated calmly, her expression impassive. Zhang Linghong nodded in agreement. What the senior sister says is true. It is only right for us to accommodate the junior brother a little. Tai Yujie, upon hearing Zhang Linghong's words, felt her anger boil over, and at that moment, she even held a grudge against this second senior brother. Seeing the situation escalate, Fang Shuo quickly intervened with a smile. Senior brother, senior sister. What is the point of standing up there? We can't even move. It is much more carefree and unconstrained down here. I detest being around the elders. With Fang Shuo's intervention, Incursion and Tai Yujie ceased their discussion, though Tai Yujie continued to find Zhang Linghong increasingly disagreeable. At that moment on the observation platform, the 4th elder Yin Shuyu, the 6th elder Yuzhen, the 7th elder Jing Fengcheng, the 8th elder Jia Yuanliang, and the 9th elder Li Jianfeng had all made their appearances. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ji Wuchang's eyes at the sight of the 6th elder Yuzhen, but it vanished almost immediately. Yuzhen presided over the punishment hall of the Changsheng sect, executing disciplinary actions against disciples who committed serious offenses. In a past life, Yuzhen had favored Xiao Fan, leading to a fierce battle between Ji Wuchang and Xiao Fan ignited by Xiao Fan's deliberate provocation. Naturally, Ji Wuchang was defeated and injured by Xiao Fan. Without discerning right from wrong, Yuzhen accused Ji Wuchang of bullying the new disciples, ordering Ji Wuchang to receive 50 lashes that left him severely wounded. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan was merely confined for 3 days to reflect on his actions. Ji Wuchang had never forgotten this incident. Another grievance stemmed from the death of Meng Kaihong, after which Yuzhen had forcibly occupied Xiaozhu Peak, driving Ji Wuchang and others away. These two events combined left Ji Wuchang with no fondness for Yuzhen, placing him on Ji Wuchang's list of future targets. However, that would not be executed just yet. He intended to wait until his cultivation improved further. The 9th elder Li Jianfeng was a man obsessed with alchemy, concerned with nothing but the craft, pouring his heart and soul into it. Most of the current elixirs of the Changsheng sect derived from the Pill Peak under the 9th elder's management. At that moment, the 2nd elder Zhou Yuan arrived, accompanied by a man whose aura was as steady as a mountain, his eldest disciple, Zuoyan. Both Zuoyan and Ji Wuchang positioned themselves behind their respective masters. Zuoyan glanced back at Ji Wuchang, his expression placid as water, yet his eyes held an inexplicable depth. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Their past interactions had been minimal, so his demeanor remained relatively neutral. Zuoyan offered no response, turning away to disregard Ji Wuchang's presence. Ji Wuchang felt indifferent. Yet he sensed something different in Zuoyan's gaze. The senior sister has arrived. Sister Huang is here. At this moment, the disciples of Changsheng sect erupted in cheers. In the distance, 2 graceful figures stood atop a long sword. The leading woman, donned in purple robes, exuded an air of noble elegance. Though merely standing still, she radiated a natural confidence. This was, of course, Jin Miaoqing. Behind her stood a woman in bright yellow attire, a long sword strapped to her back, equally captivating. However, overshadowed by Jin Miaoqing's imposing presence, she seemed to pale in comparison. She was Huang Wanqiu from Lingjian Peak. As the elders of Changsheng sect arrived, the disciples maintained a calm demeanor. However, with the appearance of Jin Miaoqing and Huang Wanqiu, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Many gazed in rapt admiration at the two figures in the air, their eyes filled with profound reverence. Zuiyan, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened them, revealing a fierce battle intent as he gazed at Huang Wanqiu. When his eyes turned to Jin Miaoqing, his lips twitched slightly before he sighed. He had indeed been intimidated. Ji Wuchang surveyed the two women amidst the jubilant disciples, and a faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, the Changsheng sect felt harmonious. The allure of this Miaoqing girl surpasses us old fellows by far. The second elder Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile. His words elicited hearty laughter from the other elders. Second elder, are you perhaps envious of Miaoqing as well? The fourth elder Yin Shuyu teased. Zhou Yuan chuckled heartily, replying, not only envious but nostalgic as well. In our youth, we too were once spirited and vigorous. Back then, our cultivation was meager, yet we dared to speak grandly and challenge the world. Now, with our cultivation improved, we find that the fervor of our youth has dissipated, leaving us to ponder the mundane affairs of the sect and its disciples daily. It seems we have truly aged, to reminisce so fondly about the past. As Zhou Yuan's words fell, all the elders fell into a contemplative silence, each reflecting on their own experiences. The sect master has arrived, along with the leader of the Blade Hall. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated throughout the venue. As a massive blade soared from the distance, upon which stood dozens of figures, led by Zhao Sandao. Not far from the great blade appeared two more figures, with Jin Yaotian at the forefront, followed closely by his disciple, Kai Ping. In that instant, Ji Wuchang's gaze fixated on Kai Ping. This individual would one day kill Jin Yaotian and ascend to the position of sect master of Changsheng, although he was later slain by Jin Miaoqing's emissaries. Jin Yaotian had long since turned to dust. In Ji Wuchang's previous life, he had seen little of Kai Ping, as they belonged to different realms. Moreover, due to Ji Wuchang's damaged meridians, Kai Ping would not even spare him a glance. Now observing Kai Ping, who trailed behind Jin Yaotian, Ji Wuchang noted that his eyes were fervently fixed on Jin Miaoqing, brimming with intense desire. Could it be that Kai Ping's future transformation in character was somehow linked to Jin Miaoqing? Ji Wuchang found himself speculating, believing there was indeed a possibility. From Ji Wuchang's memories of his past life, it seemed Jin Miaoqing would soon depart, not to return for another 100 years. The entangled grievances weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him reluctant to engage further. Chapter 38, The Contest Begins. Salutations to the sect master. All members of the Changsheng sect bowed respectfully to Jin Yaotian, their demeanor exceedingly reverent. At this moment, Jin Yaotian stood upon the high platform, surveying the thousands of disciples below, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Beside him, Zhao Sandao gazed at the thriving Changsheng sect, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. Zhao Pavilion Master, let us not waste time, shall we commence the competition? We can start with the Qi refinement stage, Jin Yaotian proposed with a cheerful countenance, his demeanor relaxed. Zhao Sandao smiled faintly before responding, Jin Sect Master, I have conceived a new competition rule. I wonder if you would be willing to accept the challenge. Jin Yaotian laughed heartily and replied boldly, Zhao Pavilion Master, speak freely. Zhao Sandao continued with a faint smile, each side shall send forth 5 participants from the Qi refinement stage. One will compete at a time, the victor remains, while the defeated sends forth another, until one side has lost all 5 members. The victors shall receive 35% of the resources, while the vanquished shall gain 15%. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Sandao's explanation, Jin Yaotian quickly comprehended the strategy. His gaze swept over a robust man from the Dadao pavilion, resembling a fierce tiger, and he instantly grasped Zhao Sandao's intentions. However, in front of all the disciples of Changsheng sect, he could not decline. To do so would imply cowardice. Since Zhao Pavilion Master wishes to proceed in this manner, our Changsheng sect shall not cower, we shall abide by your proposal, Jin Yaotian declared. And Zhao Sandao could not help but laugh heartily, feeling quite satisfied. Their exchange was devoid of any concealment, echoing throughout the venue. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's gaze was fixed upon the Dadao pavilion, recognizing the formidable strength of their 5 Qi refinement stage members. 4 of them were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with 3 having reached the pinnacle. The 5th was at the peak of the 8th level. Jin Enting, Xianzhua, Li Hao, Ling Yuzhen, Lu Yangzhan, step forward, Zhao Sandao called out. As his words fell, 5 figures stepped forth in unison. Among them, Ji Nenting was the most fearsome, towering over 2 meters, exuding a powerful and vigorous aura that dwarfed the other 4. Ji Wuchang regarded Ji Nenting with a newfound seriousness. "We pay our respects to the Pavilion Master." Ji Nenting and the others proclaimed simultaneously, their voices resonating throughout the Changsheng sect, drawing astonished gazes from elders and disciples alike. Elder Zhou Yuan and Elder Meng Kaihong exchanged solemn looks, their expressions betraying a hint of concern as they surveyed the scene. "Jin Sect Master, what do you think of my Dedeo Pavilion's 5 young talents?" Zhao Sandao asked, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Jin Yaotian smiled slightly before responding. "Their vitality is robust, and their spirits are full. Achieving such prowess at the Qi refinement stage is indeed no small feat. They hold the potential to establish 5, perhaps even 6, foundational platforms in the future." As the leader of a sect, Jin Yaotian's insight was commendable. Zhao Sandao glanced at Jin Miaoqing, a sigh escaping him as he felt a sense of disinterest. Jin Miaoqing was the sole individual within the Changsheng sect to have established 9 foundational platforms. Though the sect kept this fact well guarded, Zhao Sandao had managed to learn of it. 9 foundational platforms, such a talent was truly exceptional, destined for immeasurable achievements. Now, he found himself grappling with Changsheng sect, but in the future, even standing beside them would be an unattainable dream. "Jin Sect Master, please send forth your participants," Zhao Sandao urged with a smile. Jin Yaotian maintained a calm demeanor and nodded toward Elder Zhou Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan announced, "Chen Boyu, Duan Junchang. Fan Huajun, Huang Guangwen, Ji Wuchang, step forward." As Zhou Yuan's words resounded, 5 figures soared into the air, landing before the observation platform. They clasped their fists in salute, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master and all esteemed elders." The moment the 5 appeared, the Changsheng sect erupted in murmurs. "How can this be? There's even a 7th level Qi refinement participant, is this not absurd? Indeed, our sect should have no shortage of 8th level practitioners, right? I recognize him. He was the one who shattered the senior sister's record at the Fenglei Valley yesterday, Ji Wuchang, if I recall correctly." Whispers filled the air as the disciples of Changsheng sect began discussing Ji Wuchang. They understood that this contest was not merely a friendly spar. It bore significant implications for the sect's future resources. In that moment, many gazes directed at Ji Wuchang turned critical. A 7th level Qi refinement practitioner had no business competing. And Kexin, Tai Yujie, and Zhang Linghong stared at Ji Wuchang, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Yet, in a fleeting moment, and Kexin and Tai Yujie exchanged knowing smiles, their spirits lifting. They had just been contemplating how to seize an opportunity to teach Ji Wuchang a lesson. Now, witnessing his participation, their moods brightened. If Ji Wuchang were to lose, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, no matter how much his master favored him. He would ultimately be ostracized. But the question lingered, could a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement truly prevail? And Kexin and Tai Yujie felt that pondering this was an exercise in futility. To think any longer would be an insult to their intelligence. Zhao Sandao's keen gaze fell upon Ji Wuchang, his insight razor-sharp. The Dedeo Pavilion valued physical prowess. And Zhao Sandao could distinctly sense the formidable strength residing within Ji Wuchang's body. A fine prospect, Zhao Sandao praised without hesitation. His relief evident upon realizing Ji Wuchang's cultivation level. He believed that if Ji Wuchang were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, paired with his immense physical power, perhaps he could indeed challenge Ji Nenting. But for now, he was still lacking. At this moment, Zhao Sandao's expression brightened. As long as the Qi refinement contest yielded a victory, the subsequent foundational stage would pose little pressure. As for the Purple Mansion stage, he held no hopes. He was fully aware that the Dedeo Pavilion's members could not best Jin Miaoqing. Silence. Elder Zhou Yuan's voice cut through the chatter, commanding immediate attention. As his words resonated, the venue fell into a hushed stillness, no one daring to utter another sound. Let the contest commence, Jin Yaotian proclaimed calmly. As his words echoed, the atmosphere grew taut with tension. From the Dedeo Pavilion, a man stepped forward, then soared onto the competition platform. I am Li Hao of the Dedeo Pavilion. Which esteemed brother from the Changsheng sect would care to enlighten me? With that, Li Hao slowly drew the massive blade from his back. His aura surging forth, he was indeed at the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement. In that instant, the atmosphere grew solemn, the crowd brimming with anticipation. Chapter 39, The Indomitable Li Hao at Changsheng Gate. 5 individuals exchanged glances, and Chen Boyu nodded at Duan Junsheng. Taking a deep breath, Duan Junsheng slowly ascended the competition platform. Changsheng Gate's Duan Junsheng. His introduction was brief, consisting of merely 6 words, yet his aura began to emanate, revealing that he too was at the pinnacle of the chi refining 9th layer. As the first match commenced, both Changsheng Gate and the Great Blade Pavilion were evidently unwilling to lose face or the contest itself. Duan Shixiong, go for it! A voice from Changsheng Gate called out, prompting a chorus of encouragement from the junior disciples of the chi refining stage. However, the clamor subsided only when the second elder stood and gestured for silence. On the competition platform, Duan Junsheng and Li Hao stood facing each other, with Duan Junsheng brandishing a long sword. Neither rushed to attack, instead, they regarded one another as their respective auras surged, creating a formidable pressure that pressed toward one another. This was a typical maneuver among opponents of equal standing. The first to falter under the pressure often found themselves at a disadvantage. The clash of their energies reverberated, producing explosive sounds that made the spectators hold their breath in anticipation. Kill! Both Duan Junsheng and Li Hao shouted in unison, raising their weapons and striking down simultaneously. The clash of sword and blade rang out sharply. Duan Junsheng initiated the assault, his sword slicing through the air, unleashing a barrage of swordlights aimed at Li Hao. In an instant, he had executed over 10 strikes, the luminous sword energy cascading like mercury, enveloping Li Hao entirely. Duan Junsheng seized the initiative in the attack. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously as he unleashed his agility, creating afterimages as he assaulted Li Hao relentlessly. Concurrently, he shouted, and a green glow emanated from his palm before he struck down toward Li Hao. The green palm print conjured a fierce wind. Hurtling toward Li Hao, this was the green sand palm of Changsheng Gate, a technique characterized by its ferocity, akin to a tempest laden with sand, penetrating all defenses. Li Hao stood firm, his long sword raised, parrying the onslaught of Duan Junsheng's swordlights. Upon witnessing the palm strike approaching, Li Hao's expression shifted slightly as he retaliated with a strike of his own. With a resounding thud, Li Hao staggered back several steps, a crimson line appearing on his left shoulder, a wound inflicted by Duan Junsheng's sword energy. Many disciples of Changsheng Gate sighed in relief upon witnessing this moment. Yet, just then, Li Hao sprang into action. After enduring so many sword strikes, it is my turn now. Li Hao, robust in stature, paid little mind to his minor injury. With a fierce shout, he lunged toward Duan Junsheng. 18 slashes of the tempest. Li Hao roared, raising his great blade, with both hands gripping the weapon. He unleashed a furious onslaught of 18 slashes, each cut accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and a tempestuous wind. At this moment, Li Hao exerted his full strength, leaving no room for mercy. The sounds of violent clashes echoed as Duan Junsheng's hands trembled with each collision. After a relentless barrage of 18 strikes, with a thunderous clang, Duan Junsheng's longsword was shattered. Stunned, Duan Junsheng stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. However, this was a competition platform. Li Hao would not grant him any respite. Before Duan Junsheng could react, Li Hao soared into the air, delivering a series of powerful kicks to Duan Junsheng's chest. With a resounding impact, Duan Junsheng was sent hurtling off the platform, crashing to the ground. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion paling. Duan Junsheng had lost, decisively thrust from the competition platform. Remarkably, Li Hao had shown restraint, using his feet rather than the blade. Or else Duan Junsheng would have surely met a more dire fate. Initially, the disciples of Changsheng Gate were elated, but the swift reversal of fortune left many bewildered. A pallor of disappointment washed over their faces. Jin Yaotian glanced at Li Hao, then smiled at Zhao Sandao, saying, "This Li Hao is quite impressive." Zhao Sandao chuckled, responding, "He possesses brute strength, yet his understanding is somewhat lacking. I cannot predict how he will fare upon reaching the foundation establishment stage." As leaders of their respective sects, neither was swayed by the outcome of a single match. Meanwhile, Duan Junsheng returned with his head hung low, apologizing to Chen Boyu. Chen Boyu shook his head, his expression grave. Although he was slightly stronger than Duan Junsheng, the difference was not substantial. "I shall take my turn," Fan Huojun remarked, glancing at Chen Boyu. Chen Boyu nodded, his gaze shifting to Huang Guangwen and Ji Wuchang, finally resting on Huang Guangwen. Ji Wuchang was disregarded entirely. Huang Guangwen acknowledged with a nod. Understanding Chen Boyu's intent, he was to devise a strategy to confront Li Hao. Huang Guangwen stepped onto the platform, renowned as a battle fanatic. Had it not been for his cultivation limitations, his prowess would far surpass that of Duan Junsheng. Yet, even in ordinary contests, Duan Junsheng would require several hundred exchanges to claim victory over him. Changsheng Gates Huang Guangwen seeks guidance from brother Li Hao. Huang Guangwen declared. Brandishing a pair of axes, his weapons of choice. He practiced a technique known as the Mad Demon 13 axes, which grew increasingly powerful with fervor. Previously, Huang Guangwen had never dared to unleash his full strength against his peers, but today, he had no such reservations. Kill. Huang Guangwen would not afford Li Hao any time to recuperate, otherwise, he would become a formidable opponent. Li Hao showed no hesitation. Gripping his blade once more and executing the 18 slashes of the Tempest, the two engaged in a direct confrontation. The clash of axe and blade echoed incessantly, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Huang Guangwen's eyes reddened as he wielded his dual axes with frenzied intensity, raining down blows upon Li Hao with the ferocity of a tempest. In this moment, Huang Guangwen executed the Mad Demon 13 axes to perfection. His cultivation at the pinnacle of the Qi refining 8th layer further augmented his strength, rendering each strike equal to that of Li Hao at the 9th layer. Having just emerged from a match, Li Hao found himself beleaguered by Huang Guangwen's frenzied assault, struggling to maintain his footing. With Huang Guangwen's axes raining down like a storm, Li Hao was forced to retreat, soon finding himself at the edge of the competition platform. Li Hao understood that he was at a disadvantage, unable to contend with Huang Guangwen. However, he was determined not to let his opponent prevail easily. If he were to lose, he would do so thoroughly. Chapter 40, Adverse Circumstances. Upon this realization, a fierce glimmer flashed in Li Hao's eyes, and his entire demeanor surged with an intensity reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, doubling in strength compared to before. Furious Dragon Slash. With a mighty shout, Li Hao raised his long knife and struck downwards. A blade of light sliced through the air, faintly resonating with the roar of a dragon, aimed directly at Huang Guangwen. Huang Guangwen responded with a powerful shout of his own, wielding dual axes that met Li Hao's strike head-on. Clang! Both combatants were sent hurtling backward, and simultaneously, a spurt of blood erupted from their mouths. Bang! Bang! One landed atop the contest platform, while the other fell beneath it, both faces paling in unison. Blood streamed from the hands of both Huang Guangwen and Li Hao, as their palms had split open during that final clash. Huang Guangwen stood atop the platform, while Li Hao lay below. Despite his defeat, the disciples of Changsheng sect and the members of the Great Blade Pavilion regarded him as a victor. Many from Changsheng sect cast respectful glances toward Li Hao, recognizing that he had managed to severely injure Huang Guangwen, even knowing full well he was destined to lose. Ji Wuchang observed Li Hao with a nod of approval, acknowledging his remarkable decisiveness and wisdom. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had been aware of the competition between Changsheng sect and the Great Blade Pavilion, but he had been preoccupied with his own injuries, neglecting the unfolding events. He only knew that the outcome of this contest had been less than favorable. Following this match, the cultivation resources of each peak had been reduced by 10%. Given the current situation, the burden of securing victory would likely rest upon his shoulders. This thought ignited a flicker of excitement within Ji Wuchang. Was not the system tasked to help him initially establish a name within Changsheng sect? Great Blade Pavilion. Which senior will come forth to impart their wisdom? At that moment, Huang Guangwen's voice rang out, his eyes still ablaze with combat spirit, though his trembling hands betrayed his unfavorable condition. I shall engage with you. A woman's voice emerged from the Great Blade Pavilion, solemn and resolute. It was Lin Yuzhen. Lin Yuzhen ascended the contest platform, regarding Huang Guangwen, whose hands were still bleeding. She calmly declared, "You are not my match." Huang Guangwen laughed heartily and replied, "Whether I am or not, we shall see after the fight. I am about to make my move." With that, Huang Guangwen charged at Lin Yuzhen, his dual axes raised. His eyes red with fervor, entering a frenzied state as he launched a relentless assault. Lin Yuzhen remained impassive, her long knife raised without an ounce of retreat, parrying Huang Guangwen's onslaught with a flurry of strikes. Observing Huang Guangwen's increasingly disordered footwork, she leapt into the air, vanishing from his sight. Before Huang Guangwen could turn around, Lin Yuzhen struck him squarely on the back. He was sent flying, crashing down from the contest platform. By this point, it was evident to all observers that Changsheng sect was clearly at a disadvantage. With 3 participants remaining from Changsheng sect and 4 from the Great Blade Pavilion, the strongest 2 members of the latter had yet to enter the fray. The elders of Changsheng sect furrowed their brows, should they lose in the Qi refinement stage. Regardless of the outcomes in the Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion stages, Changsheng sect would be deemed the loser. In previous years, Changsheng sect had secured a commanding 60% of the resources in competitions against the Great Blade Pavilion, but this time, they would likely be fortunate to retain 50%. Senior sister, the Great Blade Pavilion has come well prepared, Huang Wanxiu remarked gravely to Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing nodded and replied calmly, "Do not panic. It is not as dire as it seems." She then cast a glance at Ji Wuchang, sensing something extraordinary about him. Having witnessed his prowess the previous day, she recognized the formidable strength of his physical body, yet her spiritual sense could not detect the overwhelming vitality typically exuded by one of his caliber. This suggested that his physical prowess had transcended the stage of merely projecting his vigor outward, becoming instead a more reserved force. This perception led Jin Miaoqing to overlook Ji Wuchang's cultivation level, filling her with a sense of anticipation. Huang Wanxiu, lacking Jin Miaoqing's insight, surveyed Chen Boyu, Fan Huajun, and Ji Wuchang, letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, Fan Huajun took the stage, and the disciples of Changsheng sect held their breath, their eyes fixed upon him. Changsheng sect's Fan Huajun, please bestow your guidance. As Fan Huajun announced his participation, he and Lin Yuzhen exchanged glances before simultaneously charging toward one another. Both unleashed their full strength without reservation, the sounds of their collisions echoing throughout the arena. Ji Wuchang observed the 2 combatants intently, having lived 2 lives. His discernment was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He noted that Lin Yuzhen and Fan Huajun were evenly matched, and the outcome would likely result in a stalemate, with both sustaining injuries. As anticipated, after over 200 exchanges, the 2 unleashed their most powerful techniques, leading to a tremendous clash. With a resounding boom, both were sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from their mouths. They collapsed upon the contest platform, struggling to rise, yet both were on the verge of collapse. Exchanging a glance, they leapt off the platform simultaneously. Fan Huajun returned to Chen Boyu's side, offering a rueful smile, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Boyu placed a reassuring hand on Fan Huajun's shoulder, feeling the weight of pressure. Just then, a figure soared onto the contest platform. It was Qianzhua, exuding a formidable aura. Great Blade Pavilion's Qianzhua, please bestow your guidance. Chen Boyu felt the immense power emanating from Qianzhua, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Ji Wuchang, shaking his head. Chen Boyu ascended the contest platform, clasping his fists in greeting, Changsheng sect's Chen Boyu. In the realm of Qi refinement, Chen Boyu was recognized as the strongest disciple of Changsheng sect, surpassing even Duan Junxing and Fan Huajun in strength. Upon seeing Chen Boyu take the stage, many disciples of Qi refinement erupted in cheers. "Senior brother Chen, go for it. You are the mightiest." Several female disciples chimed in, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Chen Boyu. Little did they know, at that moment, Chen Boyu felt an overwhelming burden. He could clearly sense that Qianzhua's strength was formidable, potentially rivaling his own, if not exceeding it slightly. Yet, he had to secure victory in this match. As for the ultimate outcome, he could do little to influence it. At present, many high-ranking members of Changsheng sect wore expressions of concern, their previous calmness evaporating. Even the sect leader, Jin Yaotian, bore a look of apprehension. His gaze shifted toward Ji Wuchang, his eyes narrowing slightly, uncertain if this young disciple could deliver an unexpected surprise. Chapter 41, Chen Boyu's Pyrrhic victory at this moment, on the competition stage. Qianzhua brandished his weapon, a massive iron rod. This sight caused Chen Boyu's expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. The sheer size of the iron rod revealed the terrifying strength possessed by Qianzhua. Chen Boyu, in turn, drew his weapon, a long saber. for he had always favored the blade over the sword. The appearance of their respective weapons took both by surprise, prompting a heightened caution towards one another. Take this blow. Xianzhu initiated the attack, raising the enormous iron rod high above his head, and brought it crashing down towards Chen Boyu. With a cold snort, Chen Boyu pivoted gracefully, sidestepping several paces. With his left hand forming a seal, he gathered thunderous energy within his palm. Thunderous fist! He shouted, unleashing a powerful punch adorned with flickering lightning. His fist swelled dramatically, multiplying in size as it surged toward Xianzhu. Ji Wuchang watched this unfold, momentarily taken aback. In his past life, he too had practiced this technique, a high-grade combat skill of the yellow rank. While it possessed formidable might, its power was somewhat dispersed. Manageable before reaching the Purple Mansion realm, yet nearly rendered obsolete thereafter. Come at me. Xianzhu showed no inclination to evade, launching a palm strike that emanated a faint golden glow. This was the golden flame palm from the Blade Sect, a technique known for its overwhelming offensive capability. With a resounding clash, their fists met, producing a thunderous echo as both warriors staggered slightly from the impact. Kill! A newfound seriousness flickered in their eyes as the long rod and saber collided fiercely, accompanied by an exchange of fists and feet. In mere moments, they exchanged over 100 blows, and with a final thunderous sound, both men emitted muffled groans and retreated. Receive this blade, thunderous triple slash! Chen Boyu bellowed. His aura surging as flickers of lightning danced across his body. He raised his saber high, gripping the hilt firmly with his left hand. Slash! With a mighty shout, he unleashed 3 razor-sharp beams of light, racing toward Xianzhu. The beams converged near the hilt, forming a nearly 2-meter-wide arc aimed directly at Xianzhu. Xianzhu's expression turned grave as he gripped the iron rod tightly, his veins bulging with explosive power. Overlord's lift! He roared, causing the iron rod to swell to double its size, meeting the descending trio of slashes head-on. Clang! 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 The 3 sounds resonated almost simultaneously on the competition stage. Each impact sending Xianzhu staggering backward, his complexion paling slightly as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What a thunderous triple slash! Delightful! Xianzhu laughed heartily, disregarding the blood at his lips, as he raised the iron rod with both hands, amplifying its size once more. Shadows of the rod materialized, propelled by his immense spiritual power, crashing down upon Chen Boyu. The rod's overwhelming presence, with multiple shadows layered upon one another, sealed off all of Chen Boyu's escape routes, leaving him with no choice but to withstand the assault. As the rod descended, it emitted a piercing whistle, a testament to its formidable might. Witnessing this, many foundational stage practitioners felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, recognizing that this attack surpassed the strength typical of a 9th-layer chi refining practitioner, rivaling that of a first-layer foundation establishment warrior. Chen Boyu's expression mirrored that gravity, yet he remained undaunted. He still possessed one final technique, albeit its use would significantly deplete his strength, potentially leaving him incapable of further combat. However, with the situation escalating, he felt he had no choice but to fight with all he had. Resolute, he steeled his gaze, determination igniting within him. Thunderous 8-fold slash! He roared, lightning crackling around his body, even the long saber crackling with energy. Raising the saber, he narrowed his eyes, gripping it tightly as his spiritual energy surged forth, causing the blade to expand dramatically. Slash! With a fierce cry, he brought the long saber crashing down. Though named the thunderous 8-fold slash, he unleashed 9 strikes in total. Each additional strike intensified the strain on his body, and with the final blow, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. At this moment, the spectators from the Changsheng sect held their breaths, astonished by the clash of power between Xianzhu and Chen Boyu. Ji Wuchang squinted, secretly admiring Chen Boyu. With the ninth strike unleashed, it was likely his meridians were suffering. Once this technique was executed, Chen Boyu would be incapable of continuing the fight. The colossal shadow of the rod collided violently with the towering saber amidst the watchful eyes of all. Clang! A shrill sound pierced the air, causing many chi refining disciples to cover their ears, their faces drained of color. As the saber and rod clashed, their energies intertwined, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. The crowd's gaze remained fixed on the scene, as the saber light shattered beneath the rod's might. 7 strikes disintegrated in an instant, halting the hearts of the onlookers. In that critical moment, the 8th saber light descended, colliding with the iron rod's shadow, which finally buckled under the pressure and shattered alongside the blade light. Then, the 9th saber light struck down, and Xianzuo's expression shifted dramatically as he raised the rod defensively. With a thunderous bang, he was sent flying, his hands trembling violently. His complexion paling as blood gushed forth. With a thud, Xianzuo landed below the competition stage. In that instant, the disciples of the Changsheng sect erupted in cheers. While this bout could not determine a victor, the preceding exchange had been nothing short of spectacular. Xianzuo rose from the ground, cupping his fist in salute to Chen Boyu before departing. Chen Boyu exhaled a sigh of relief, just as Ji Wuchang had predicted. He felt a sharp pain ripple through his meridians, prompting a bitter smile. Though he had triumphed over Xianzuo, he had also forfeited his combat capability. Moreover, this was merely a competition. In a true life-or-death struggle, the survivor might not necessarily be him. Although Xianzuo was injured, he likely retained some fighting strength, while Chen Boyu found himself depleted. Most importantly, Xianzuo was not even the strongest practitioner from the Blade sect. Chen Boyu glanced at Ji Wuchang, who stood at the peak of the 7th layer of qi refining, and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Even if he could contend against an 8th layer practitioner, it could not alter the outcome of the battle. Chapter 42, The arrival of Ji Wuchang. Chen Boyu steeled himself, resolved to engage in one more battle, all for the sake of his sect. With this thought, he retrieved a medicinal pill, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed. It was a common vitality pill, designed to swiftly replenish the spiritual energy within him. After assessing his internal energy, Chen Boyu couldn't help but shake his head in wry amusement. He had only about half of his peak strength left, which meant his capabilities were significantly diminished. He could no longer unleash the terrifying moves he had just performed. On the side of the Changsheng sect, the crowd fell silent after their earlier cheers. They had discerned Chen Boyu's condition, he could not fight again. At that moment, all eyes turned to Ji Wuchang, who became the focal point of attention. Among those gazes, a staggering 99% were filled with skepticism regarding Ji Wuchang's chances. They believed it was an insurmountable task for a 7th level qi refinement practitioner to contend with an 8th level and an even more formidable 9th level opponent. Sister, we need not intervene. Someone else will teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Tai Yujie exclaimed excitedly, leaning closer to Enkursen and whispering. Enkursen smiled lightly, but her tone bore a hint of reproach as she replied, Junior sister, there are many ears here, we must be cautious that our words are not overheard. This is, after all, a contest between 2 sects, and it would be undesirable if our words were to reach others. Upon hearing Enkursen's words, Tai Yujie stuck out her tongue, her face alight with schadenfreude. She was filled with anticipation for the upcoming duel, eagerly hoping to witness Ji Wuchang being thoroughly bested. A cold glint flashed in Enkursen's eyes. Ever since this junior brother's arrival, she felt her status as the senior sister waning in their master's eyes. Yet, within the confines of the sect, she could not act recklessly. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. Now, with an exciting spectacle on the horizon, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. As for the repercussions of losing the sex competition, Enkursen had never considered such matters. Senior sister, do you think we still have a chance of turning the tide? Huang Wanxiu asked, glancing at Jin Miaoqing, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Jin Miaoqing smiled gently, responding, Junior sister Wanxiu, nothing is absolute, the contest has not yet concluded. Perhaps a surprise awaits us. Upon hearing Jin Miaoqing's words, Huang Wanxiu's gaze shifted towards Chen Boyu and Ji Wuchang, landing on Ji Wuchang, though doubt lingered in her eyes. Despite the shock Ji Wuchang had delivered at Fonlei Valley, it did not necessarily imply that his combat prowess was formidable. At that moment, Ji Wuchang made his move, leaping onto the contest stage. Senior brother Chen, you should descend and recuperate, leave this to me. Chen Boyu furrowed his brow upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words and replied, Junior brother Ji, I wish to fight one more time. Ji Wuchang shook his head gently and said, Senior brother Chen, your meridians are injured. Continuing to fight could lead to grave consequences. Ji Wuchang was all too aware of the perils of meridian injuries, having endured their repercussions throughout his life until he was ultimately slain. Chen Boyu's face paled slightly upon hearing Ji Wuchang's caution. He had initially intended to persist but, upon meeting Ji Wuchang's calm gaze, he nodded in agreement. His current injuries would heal with a few days of rest, but if he continued to fight, the outcome could be dire. Junior brother Ji, take care. If we lose this time, the responsibility lies not with you, but with the rest of us. Chen Boyu said with a smile before stepping down from the contest stage. Ji Wuchang watched Chen Boyu's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood the implication of Chen Boyu's words, preemptively shouldering the blame for the outcome. A warm feeling surged within Ji Wuchang. In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. Although the Changsheng sect had its share of scoundrels, it also boasted a group of individuals with pure intentions, who were the true backbone of the sect. At that moment, among the elders, Meng Kaihong was the most anxious. Though she had gained some understanding of Ji Wuchang's combat abilities, her concern grew as the time for his appearance drew near. Jin Zhangjiu. This round is destined to be yours. Zhao Sandao said, smiling. Jin Yaotian shared the same sentiment internally, yet he would not admit defeat publicly, responding with a smile. That remains to be seen. Zhao Sandao did not expose Jin Yaotian's unease but merely nodded towards Jin Enting and Lu Yongzhan below. Brother Jin, you need not step in. I will handle him. Lu Yongzhan declared, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A mere 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner dared to stand on the contest stage. It seemed the Changsheng sect was devoid of capable individuals. Do not be overconfident. Jin Enting cautioned, glancing at Ji Wuchang. Lu Yongzhan nodded and, with a leap, ascended to the contest stage. From the Blade Hall, Lu Yongzhan. I seek your guidance. Ji Wuchang observed Lu Yongzhan with a calm demeanor, sensing the surging vitality within him, which was slightly stronger than the opponent he had bested the day prior. But so what? With his current physical prowess, even a peak 9th-level opponent would struggle to withstand his might. Ji Wuchang. Make your move. Lu Yongzhan stated calmly before drawing his long blade. Ji Wuchang did not unsheath his sword, instead, he chose to fight barehanded. His most formidable strength lay in his physical capabilities. Techniques such as the Thunder Clap Fist and Wind Thunder Fist were martial arts forms, and wielding a sword would only hinder his full potential. Lu Yongzhan frowned upon seeing Ji Wuchang's unarmed stance but dismissed the thought. With a roar, he raised his long blade, channeling his spiritual energy in a wild surge, and struck down towards Ji Wuchang. The fierce blade light morphed into multiple shadowy strikes, intertwining and extending several meters towards Ji Wuchang. As this strike was unleashed, the onlookers collectively held their breath. Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, and Huang Guangwen's expression shifted slightly, for this attack was nearly as formidable as their own. Meng Kaihong clenched her fists tightly, her body poised to spring into action. Should Ji Wuchang find himself in peril, she would not hesitate to rush in and save him. And Kursin and Tai Yujia's faces both brightened with joy. If Ji Wuchang could not withstand this assault, it would indeed be a spectacle. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Ji Wuchang, even Jin Yaotian's gaze was riveted on him. Just as the blade light came within a foot of Ji Wuchang's head, he moved, his body vanished in an instant. The elders of the Changsheng sect brightened with realization. Ji Wuchang's speed was astonishing. He executed the 8 trigrams dragon step, perfectly suited for the relatively confined contest stage. In that fleeting moment, Ji Wuchang had already arrived behind Lu Yongzhan, his right fist poised to strike. Lu Yongzhan, an experienced combatant, sensed something amiss the instant Ji Wuchang disappeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward while swinging his long blade backward to counter the impending attack. Chapter 43 Reward. Lu Yongzhan's reaction speed was undeniably swift, yet Ji Wuchang's speed surpassed it. Before Lu could swing his long blade back, Ji Wuchang's fist had already struck fiercely against Lu's back. With a resounding crash, accompanied by Lu's agonized scream, he was sent flying, crashing down beneath the competition stage. In that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, with many disciples of the Changsheng sect staring in disbelief at Ji Wuchang, questioning their own eyes. A 7th-layer Qi refining realm cultivator had just defeated an 8th-layer cultivator in an instant. How could this be? How could his strength be so formidable? Tai Yujie was unable to accept it, murmuring to herself. And Kuxian narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of killing intent flickering within. Meng Kaihong, who had been clenching her fists tightly, gradually relaxed as she exhaled. "Sister, you knew this result all along, didn't you?" Huang Wanxiu's face revealed astonishment as she turned to look at Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing remained calm and replied, "Do you think anyone can stay in the Wind Thunder Valley for several hours?" Her retort left Huang Wanxiu speechless, realizing she had significantly underestimated her junior's combat prowess. "Wuchang. Well done." Huang Guangwen was the first to speak, bursting into laughter. "Wuchang is incredible, he shall be my idol." A female disciple gazed at Ji Wuchang with adoration, her eyes sparkling. "How could I not have noticed how handsome Wuchang is before? None of you dare to compete with me, Wuchang is mine." It was no wonder Wuchang had caught the attention of the third elder, his combat strength was indeed terrifying. The previously oppressive atmosphere of the Changsheng sect was instantly ignited by Ji Wuchang's victory over Lu Yangzhan, transforming into a vibrant energy. Zhua Yan, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, opened them to glance at Ji Wuchang before slowly closing them again. "Zhao Pavilion Master, how do you find this surprise?" Jin Yaotian smiled, feeling a slight relief in his heart. Zhao Sandao surveyed Ji Wuchang before responding with a smile, "Your movement technique is commendable, however. In the face of absolute strength, mere agility is insufficient." Zhao Sandao's implication was clear, Ji Wuchang's swift defeat of Lu Yangzhan was merely due to his uncanny movement skills. Yet, despite his words, a shadow of doubt loomed in his heart. However, when Zhao Sandao's gaze shifted to Jin Enting, he felt reassured. It was well known that Jin Enting's combat prowess was unparalleled among the others, even with the combined efforts of Qianzhua, Li Hao, and Lin Yuzhen. It would be difficult to defeat him. Jin Enting was, without a doubt, the trump card in his hand. Zhao Sandao's proposal of a strategy reminiscent of a wheel battle was born from various considerations. With Jin Enting present, everything could turn around. Even if he were the last one standing. Lu Yangzhan returned to the group with a face full of guilt, genuinely feeling the weight of defeat. Jin Enting paid him no mind and slowly approached the competition stage. He exuded no discernible aura. Yet those in the Qi refining realm felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Even a second-layer foundation establishment cultivator stared gravely at Jin Enting. "This man is incredibly strong." A Qi refining realm cultivator murmured, his voice trembling slightly. No one responded to his words, all eyes were fixed on the competition stage. The previous joy having vanished without a trace. This battle represented the ultimate contest among Qi refining realm cultivators, with far-reaching implications. "Ji Wuchang, showcase your abilities and win this match. The sect will reward you with 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones." At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the arena, Jin Yaotian's voice. Upon hearing this proclamation, the eyes of everyone in the Changsheng sect widened in astonishment. What did 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones signify? Even at Xiaozhu Peak, the annual resources barely amounted to half that. The elders present did not voice any objections to Jin Yaotian's words, when compared to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The significance of this match was far greater. 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones were an immense fortune. Ji Wuchang could scarcely believe such fortune awaited him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he clasped his fists and declared, "Thank you, Sect Master, I shall gladly accept the 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones." His words were resolute. A surge of heroic spirit emanating from him. Jin Yaotian, hearing Ji Wuchang's response, felt a sense of satisfaction and inexplicably grew more confident in him. This gesture was not only to motivate Ji Wuchang but also to test his resolve. If Ji Wuchang lacked the belief in his victory, he would not dare to accept such a challenge. Since the sect master has made such a generous offer, I shall not be outdone. Zhao Sandao chuckled, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Jin Enting, if you win this match, I shall reward you with a 4th-grade cleansing marrow pill, allowing you to further solidify your foundation. The crowd gasped in astonishment, although the value of a 4th-grade cleansing marrow pill did not equate to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. It was not something one could easily obtain. Even if one offered 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, it was uncertain if they would be sold. Such a pill, when consumed by a talented Qi refining realm cultivator, could enhance their foundation, allowing them to consolidate more Dao platforms during the foundation establishment stage. The worth of a talented cultivator was beyond mere comparisons to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jin Enting's eyes lit up, and he hastily clasped his fists. proclaiming, "Thank you, Pavilion Master, I will surely triumph in this battle." His declaration ignited a wave of support from the Changsheng sect disciples. "Wuchang, we believe in you. Bring him down." "Yes, our Wuchang is the strongest, defeat him with a single punch." Many disciples fervently cheered for Ji Wuchang, their spirits soaring. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena became electrifying, be it the sect master, elders, or disciples, everyone felt a palpable tension in the air. Deep within the Changsheng sect, a strand of divine consciousness swept through, evidently stirred by the fervent atmosphere. This scene hardly resembled a match among Qi refining realm cultivators. Even battles among Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion realms lacked such intensity. Unbeknownst to them, high above the Changsheng sect, amidst the clouds, an elderly man sat cross-legged, his gaze intently fixed on the competition below. Clad in simple coarse linen robes, a wine gourd hung at his waist, and a storage ring adorned his left hand, nothing else to speak of. Is this the sect of my female disciple? While somewhat lacking, it is brimming with vitality. The elderly man murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to Jin Miaoqing, a gentle smile gracing his face. This elder was none other than Jin Miaoqing's master. Should Ji Wuchang behold him, he would undoubtedly recognize him, for he had encountered this figure in his past life. Chapter 44, The Disadvantage upon the Contest Stage. Ji Wuchang and Ji Nanting stood facing each other, both bearing solemn expressions. Standing side by side, they could sense the formidable aura emanating from one another. Fight! Ji Nanting bellowed, launching the first strike without any embellishments, delivering a powerful punch directly towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Nanting towered over Ji Wuchang by half a head, his imposing physique evoking the impression of an adult battling a child. Although his fist bore no fluctuations of spiritual energy, it produced a sound akin to an explosion upon impact. Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his right fist and struck back. A subtle crackling resonated through his bones, while a faint golden glow shimmered upon his skin. The combined resonance of his golden skin and jade bones allowed Ji Wuchang to perceive the terrifying power coiled within his right fist. Bang! The two fists collided mid-air, causing both combatants to stagger back. Ji Wuchang retreated 3 steps, while Ji Nanting took 2. Delightful. It's the first time someone has matched me solely with physical strength. Come again. Ji Nanting laughed heartily, tightening his fists and unleashing a flurry of punches towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang also laughed boisterously, undaunted, seizing the opportunity to hone his own physical prowess. Although he had already attained golden skin and jade bones, he had yet to unleash their full potential. Now, facing Ji Nanting, he found the perfect opportunity for tempering himself. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches, each collision resonating with explosive sounds that echoed throughout the arena, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. In a mere span of 10 breaths, they exchanged over 100 blows. With each impact against Ji Nanting, Ji Wuchang's bones resonated with a humming sound, and the lustrous sheen of jade-like radiance intensified across his entire body. With his blood racing fervently. Bang! They simultaneously struck each other's chests, both sent flying backward, retreating 7 steps. Ji Wuchang grimaced in pain. Ji Nanting's punch was indeed formidable. Ji Nanting furrowed his brow, the relaxed demeanor he once wore dissipating, gradually transitioning into a grave expression. The onlookers were tense, their palms sweaty, captivated by the raw beauty of the clash between Ji Wuchang and Ji Nanting. Chen Boi shook his head with a wry smile. Having initially believed Ji Wuchang's strength to be inferior, only to realize now that it surpassed his own by a significant margin. Impossible. How could his strength be so immense? Tai Yujie muttered, her eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. And Curson narrowed her eyes, recognizing that she truly knew very little about this junior brother of hers. Sister, who do you think will win? Huang Wansu's face revealed genuine anxiety, astonished by Ji Wuchang's prowess. Even her senior sister, during her time in the Qi refining stage, could only have been so remarkable. Jin Miaoqing observed the duo on the contest stage and remarked, "It's too early to decide." In terms of physical strength, Ji Wuchang is slightly stronger. However, his cultivation level is too weak compared to Ji Nanting. There is a significant gap, which is his weakness. Moreover, I sense that Ji Nanting is concealing something. There appears to be a unique power within him. Upon hearing Jin Miaoqing's assessment, Huang Wanxiu paused momentarily, shifting her gaze to Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang, you are impressive, your physical strength subtly surpasses mine. But today, you shall undoubtedly lose. Jin Enting declared. Forming seals with both hands, the aura of a peak chi refining ninth layer unmistakably radiating from him. At that moment, Jin Enting unveiled his true strength. A terrifying presence surging forth towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's expression turned serious, bracing himself with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Beast fist, tiger roars in the mountains. Jin Enting shouted, his hands morphing into claw shapes. Spiritual energy coalesced within his palms. With a resounding roar, he struck at Ji Wuchang's chest. The sound of a tiger's roar echoing forth. Bring it on! Ji Wuchang's eyes shone brightly, as explosive sounds reverberated through his bones, accompanied by a powerful shout. He unleashed his fists to meet Jin Enting's claws. With a deafening crash, Ji Wuchang staggered back 7 steps, while Jin Enting merely swayed slightly. At that moment, many spectators were taken aback. Ji Wuchang sighed, sensing an inexplicable barrier within his body that prevented him from unleashing his full physical power. Since that is the case, then I shall employ spiritual energy. Ji Wuchang resolved, stepping forward to reveal his peak chi refining 7th layer prowess. With the augmentation of spiritual energy, the aura surrounding Ji Wuchang surged, rivaling that of Jin Enting. Jin Enting, let us battle! Ji Wuchang proclaimed, executing the 8 trigrams dragon step, his fists clenched. With arcs of lightning crackling around him, this was the thunder explosive fist. Beast fist, divine dragon soars 9 heavens. Jin Enting's expression remained cold as he formed seals with his hands, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy, conjuring a golden dragon phantom in his palms. With a fierce cry, he thrust his right fist forward, the golden dragon merging with his strike, swelling in size as it surged towards Ji Wuchang. This spectacle left many in the audience astounded. Such a technique transcended the capabilities of the chi refining stage. Ji Wuchang's demeanor remained calm. His right hand clenched into a fist, crackling with lightning, accompanied by the thunderous roar as he shouted, unleashing a punch directly at the golden dragon. The collision of the golden dragon with the thunder explosive fist sent Ji Wuchang reeling back, taking 2 steps to regain his footing, a sharp pain radiating from his arm. Beast fist, fire phoenix calls from Qishan. Jin Enting did not afford Ji Wuchang a moment's respite, forming seals once more as a fire phoenix phantom materialized. With a swift motion of his hand, the fire phoenix expanded rapidly, flames billowing forth, charging at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang clenched his left fist and unleashed a thunder explosive fist, while his right hand formed a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers, slicing down at the fire phoenix. With a thunderous crash, the fire phoenix shattered, and Ji Wuchang was again forced back 3 steps. Jin Enting pressed forward relentlessly, deploying successive variations of the beast fist, each distinct from the last. After a barrage of punches, Ji Wuchang found himself cornered at the edge of the contest stage. At this moment, the tension in the air was palpable, as everyone held their breath. Should Ji Wuchang be forced off the stage? It would signify the end of this contest. Senior brother Ji, hold on. Many silently prayed for Ji Wuchang's perseverance. Chapter 45, Reversal at this critical moment. Ji Wuchang's body swayed and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in the center of the arena, his complexion slightly pale. His hands trembled slightly. The recent clash had inflicted intense pain upon his fists. Ultimately, he had suffered due to his insufficient cultivation, being overwhelmed by Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang, your cultivation is too weak, you are no match for me, Jin Enting declared, turning around with a fierce battle intent. The audience, comprehending Jin Enting's words, fell into a hushed silence, for his statement bore the truth. Sister, you must think of a way. Huang Wanxiu's voice broke the tension, directed at Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing shot her a glance, exasperated. This was a live competition, what could she possibly do? Could she lend her strength to Ji Wuchang? Even if she desired to, it was beyond her capability. With no alternatives, they had to rely solely on him. Jin Miaoqing spoke calmly. At this moment, the elders of the Changsheng sect also fell silent. Frankly speaking, Ji Wuchang's combat prowess had far exceeded their expectations. Jin Yaotian felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet his expression betrayed none. Meng Kaihong appeared tense, her eyes gleaming. This disciple had given her a tremendous surprise. To reach this level. Even if he were to lose subsequently, no one in the Changsheng sect would dare to speak ill of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang regarded Ji Nanting with a faint smile. Speaking nonchalantly, you are indeed correct, my cultivation falls significantly short compared to yours. In that case, allow me to elevate my cultivation. As Ji Wuchang's words echoed, the arena fell into a profound silence, many spectators staring at him as if he were a fool. Can cultivation truly be elevated at will? Even Ji Nanting stood frozen, perplexed by Ji Wuchang's declaration. System, check-in. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Ji Wuchang activated his check-in, which he had reserved specifically for the main peak. Ding! Main peak of Changsheng sect check-in successful, reward, 20 years of cultivation. Fortune value, 20. The system's voice resonated in Ji Wuchang's mind, causing his eyes to light up instantly. This was the most substantial reward he had received since acquiring the system. The main peak truly lived up to its name. Its fortune value far surpassing that of other peaks. Simultaneously, a surge of immense spiritual power flooded into Ji Wuchang's body. Without hesitation, he activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, channeling this vast energy into his dantian. In that moment, Ji Wuchang's cultivation began to soar, climbing rapidly. From the early stages of the 8th level of chi refinement to the late stages, and then to the peak of the 8th level. The ascent did not halt there. He broke through the peak of the 8th level and reached the early stages of the 9th level. Startled, Ji Wuchang quickly diverted the excess spiritual energy into his internal organs, determined to elevate his chi refinement to the 10th level. Until the completion of his divine treasures. He could not allow his cultivation to surge uncontrollably, otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. What is happening? How did senior brother Ji's cultivation suddenly skyrocket? Did he unleash some secret technique? Murmured the onlookers, astonished at Ji Wuchang's abrupt transformation. Had he been concealing his true strength all along? Ji Wuchang's rapid advancement ignited a frenzy within the Changsheng sect, with everyone chattering excitedly, their faces alight with exhilaration. Jin Yaotian, though slightly taken aback, wore a smile. Third elder, your disciple is a master of disguise, isn't he? Yin Shuyu remarked to Meng Kaihong, her tone imbued with a hint of envy. This Ji Wuchang, so young yet possessing such formidable prowess, had spent mere hours in the Wind and Thunder Valley, destined to be a prodigy of the sect. Meng Kaihong was rendered speechless by the revelation. She had once believed Ji Wuchang to be exceptional, only to realize she had vastly underestimated him. Fourth elder. This is merely concealing one's brilliance, not deception. However, I was in seclusion recently, so I was unaware of his true cultivation. Meng Kaihong replied, her words filled with delight. The other elders cast envious glances at Meng Kaihong, for who would not desire a disciple like this? This cannot be true, can it? Tai Yujia muttered to herself. Overwhelmed by Ji Wuchang's astonishing feats today, nearly rendered speechless. And Curson glared towards Meng Kaihong's direction from the stands, bitterness clouding her eyes. She believed that undoubtedly her master had provided Ji Wuchang with special assistance, otherwise, how could his cultivation have surged so rapidly? Senior sister, this fellow is too good at pretending. It's unnerving. I must teach him a lesson after the competition, do not stop me. Huang Wanxiu exclaimed to Jin Miaoqing, her voice laced with irritation. Jin Miaoqing regarded Ji Wuchang, her eyes gleaming with admiration. After all these years, she had finally encountered someone intriguing within the sect. She chose to disregard Huang Wanxiu's complaints entirely. Unbeknownst to Jin Miaoqing, Kai Ping had been watching her intently from a short distance away. Upon seeing the expression on her face, his demeanor darkened. His gaze shifting to Ji Wuchang on the arena, a flicker of malice dancing in his eyes. Having followed Jin Miaoqing for so many years, Kai Ping had never witnessed such brilliance in her before. Whoever dared to approach the woman he cherished would meet their demise. Little did Ji Wuchang know that he had unwittingly earned the ire of Kai Ping. Had he been aware, he would surely feel more aggrieved than Doi. Kill. Ji Nanting's expression darkened as he charged at Ji Wuchang, his hands forming seals to unleash the 100 Beasts fist. His fists intertwined, emanating a chilling aura. A fierce bloodlust radiating from his being. The members of the Blade Hall recognized the danger in Ji Wuchang's demeanor. He was at his most perilous now. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, feeling the immense power coursing within him, his battle spirit ignited. He unleashed the thunderclap fist, clashing violently with Ji Wuchang. The ensuing struggle was ferocious. The energy swirling around them creating deep craters in the ground. With a resounding thud, Ji Wuchang landed a punch, sending Ji Wuchang flying. Employing the 8 trigrams dragon step, Ji Wuchang positioned himself before Ji Wuchang, delivering 2 consecutive blows to his opponent's body. The disparity in cultivation allowed Ji Wuchang to dominate Ji Wuchang, forcing him to retreat continuously. Though Ji Wuchang fought desperately, no matter how he countered, in that moment, he found himself completely at a disadvantage. The disciples of the Changsheng sect erupted with excitement. As Ji Wuchang struck Ji Wuchang once more, the latter was sent hurtling backward, nearly toppling off the arena. Blood erupted from Ji Wuchang's mouth, his complexion paling. Chapter 46, The Might of the Storm Thunder Fist. Season Wuchang, you have provoked my wrath, warranting the full extent of my power. A furious expression manifested on Ji Wuchang's face as he pressed his hand against his chest. The bloodline of the violent bear activated. With Ji Wuchang's enraged roar, a terrifying force surged forth from him, causing his power to ascend dramatically. Simultaneously, a colossal bear figure emerged behind him, towering several meters high, exuding an overwhelming strength. Everyone, look! A voice trembled in awe. The words that were once on the tip of their tongues now lost in the air. Ji Wuchang's body began to sprout fine black fur, and the nails on his 10 fingers elongated rapidly, transforming into dark, curved claws. Season Wuchang stood in bewilderment, unable to fathom that Ji Wuchang possessed the bloodline of the violent bear. Season Wuchang, this is the awakening of the bloodline. Attack immediately, or his power will only grow stronger. A cool voice echoed in his ears. It was Xin Miaoqing relaying her thoughts to him. Upon hearing this, Season Wuchang instantly understood. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the 8 trigrams dragon steps, fists clenched, launching a dual assault towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang grinned maliciously, throwing a punch that effortlessly intercepted Season Wuchang's strikes. With a thunderous crash, Season Wuchang was sent flying. He felt excruciating pain in his arms, realizing the opponent's strength had increased nearly threefold. Season Wuchang, your defeat is inevitable. Ji Wuchang, covered in black fur, advanced towards him, each step causing the ground to tremble. Season Wuchang's expression turned solemn as he unleashed the thunder explosion fist with his left hand and slashed with the Azure Cloud sword technique using his right. Both aimed at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang snorted dismissively and struck down with his palm, creating a massive handprint that obliterated Season Wuchang's attack. Without hesitation, Ji Wuchang raised his fur-covered right fist and struck at Season Wuchang, locking onto him with an unyielding force, leaving no avenue for escape. Season Wuchang was momentarily stunned, feeling every bone in his body resonate with a jade-like shimmer. Simultaneously, golden skin emerged, rendering him akin to a golden figure. Golden skin! Zhao Sandao and Jin Yaotian exclaimed in unison, both astonished. For a practitioner at the qi refining stage to cultivate golden skin was an extraordinary feat, almost a 1 in 10,000 occurrence. The forging of golden skin necessitated immense spiritual power, and few at the qi refining realm could muster the patience for such an endeavor. Of course, Ji Wuchang had also achieved golden skin, aided by his bloodline power. Had Zhao Sandao and Jin Yaotian known that Season Wuchang had completed his jade bones, their astonishment would have reached unimaginable heights. At this moment, Season Wuchang channeled his physical strength to what he believed was its zenith, simultaneously drawing upon the spiritual energy within him, launching his fists directly into collision with Ji Wuchang's punch. With a resounding boom, Season Wuchang staggered back a step, while Ji Wuchang swayed slightly. Though your violent bear bloodline is formidable, it is not insurmountable. Let us see how long your bloodline can endure. Season Wuchang scoffed, then executed the 8 trigrams dragon steps to their fullest, relentlessly attacking Ji Wuchang. Season Wuchang noticed that with each full-force assault, the luster of his bones intensified. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each collision forcing Season Wuchang back a step. After dozens of clashes, he found himself once again at the edge of the competition platform. Season Wuchang, receive my final blow, and I shall concede. Ji Wuchang bellowed, forming hand seals. as the colossal bear illusion behind him merged into his being. In that moment, 7 ethereal platforms appeared behind Ji Wuchang, emanating a terrifying power. Foundation Establishment Realm. Someone gasped. Only to quickly refute it, for these platforms were illusory. Ji Wuchang was indeed impressive, although he had not reached the Foundation Establishment Realm. He could wield a fragment of its power. Jin Miaoqing gazed at him with admiration. A long dagger materialized in Ji Wuchang's hand, a dangerous aura radiating from him. Upon witnessing this scene, Sign-in and Wuchang straightened his posture, devoid of any panic in his eyes. One decisive strike, then? Very well, I shall oblige you. At this moment, Sign-in and Wuchang's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. He formed seals with his hands, as a dark thundercloud suddenly loomed overhead. Thunder rumbled ominously, causing the spectators to pause in confusion, uncertain of what was unfolding. Ji Wuchang, now prepared, raised his dagger, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Violet Bear Slash. With a ferocious roar, Ji Wuchang swung his dagger downward. A flash of blade light erupted, expanding rapidly into a colossal beam nearly 10 meters long. Within the blade light, the roar of the bear resonated, and fierce winds howled in response to his strike. Even those at the second level of the Foundation Establishment Realm paled at the sight of this attack, for it posed a grave threat to their lives. Thunderclouds gather. Summon the thunder. Sign-in and Wuchang's expression remained impassive as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking his palm amidst the gasps of the crowd. As the lightning struck, a crackling sphere of electric energy formed in his palm. Storm Thunder Fist, Storm Transformation. Sign-in and Wuchang roared, as lightning flickered within his dantian. An overwhelming surge of thunderous power erupting forth. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his fist. The lightning sphere fused with Sign-in and Wuchang's punch, releasing a formidable force that swept through the arena. At that moment, the crowd was captivated, sensing the terrifying power contained within his strike. The lightning-infused fist collided with the 10-meter blade light, capturing the attention of everyone present at the Changshengmen Plaza. All eyes were riveted to the competition platform, fully aware that this clash would determine the victor. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from above, the fearsome power of the lightning engulfing the long dagger. The lightning force erupted, striking Ji Wuchang repeatedly. With a cry of agony, Ji Wuchang was hurled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, before crashing violently onto the ground beneath the competition platform. Ji Wuchang had lost, having unleashed his most potent technique, comparable to a third-level Foundation Establishment strike, yet still unable to withstand Sign-in and Wuchang's Storm Thunderfist. Sign-in and Wuchang's complexion paled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet in that moment, no one dared to mock him, especially the disciples at the chi refining stage, all wearing expressions of profound reverence. Chapter 47, Salutations to Senior Brother Ji. We have triumphed. Our Changsheng sect has emerged victorious. The disciples of Changsheng sect erupted in jubilant cheers, many voicing their elation aloud. In this moment, Meng Kaihong felt an immense weight lift from her heart. Elder 3, Ji Wuchang is indeed remarkable, our sect should prioritize his development. From this day forth, he shall enjoy the same status within the sect as Huang Wanqiu and Kai Ping. Jin Yaotian laughed heartily, addressing Meng Kaihong beside him. Upon hearing this, a smile of joy illuminated Meng Kaihong's face as she promptly replied, "Thank you, Sect Master." The other elders gazed at her with envy, yet remained silent. They understood the formidable challenge that had been overcome in the recent battle. Ji Wuchang, the foremost cultivator of the refinement realm, nurtured by the Blade Pavilion's vast resources, possessed the bloodline of a great bear, his combat prowess rivaling that of a third-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator. To defeat such an opponent was no small feat. And Ji Wuchang had secured for the sect a substantial share of resources for the next 2 decades. The privileges he received were, without a doubt, well-deserved. Zhao Sandao's smile had vanished, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded Ji Wuchang. With the emergence of such a prodigy as Jin Miaoqing, he had not anticipated another remarkable figure like Ji Wuchang. The Blade Pavilion would find it increasingly challenging to contend with Changsheng sect. Yet, Zhao Sandao recognized that Ji Wuchang had given his all. It wasn't a matter of his inadequacy, but rather the presence of an even greater talent. In the realm of genius, there are always those who must fade into the shadows. Jin Miaoqing, observing Ji Wuchang from below, felt her admiration for him intensifying. This junior brother had surprised her multiple times in just 2 days. Senior sister, you should reconsider before you leave. With such an extraordinary little monster around, you are unlikely to feel lonely. Huang Wenqiu remarked with a smile, genuinely reluctant to see Jin Miaoqing depart. Jin Miaoqing shook her head resolutely and declared, "My master has said that Boyun Prefecture is too small, lacking even a single 6th-stage powerhouse. The world beyond is vast, filled with countless prodigies. Since I cannot find a rival among my peers here, I shall venture forth to explore a broader horizon. If one day I grow weary, I shall return to the sect." As she spoke, an aura of determination radiated from her, her eyes ablaze with martial spirit. Upon hearing her words, Huang Wenqiu sighed softly, choosing not to dissuade her any further. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to glance at Kai Ping nearby. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she harbored a deep-seated aversion to him, an instinctual feeling that he possessed a dark heart. Tai Yujie fell into a profound silence. The final blow Ji Wuchang had delivered sending chills down her spine. Among the three of them, the most elated was Zhang Linghong, who, despite being a senior, could not help but gaze at Ji Wuchang with admiration. From this day forth, senior brother Ji Wuchang shall be my idol. Does senior brother Ji have someone he fancies? I wish to become acquainted with him. He is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Amid the crowd, a cacophony of discussion ensued, predominantly extolling Ji Wuchang's virtues, as his name began to resonate throughout Changxing sect. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing the preliminary task of gaining fame within Changxing sect. Reward, ancient method of refining internal organs. System notification. This technique is designed to refine the internal organs, facilitating your swift advancement to the divine concealment stage. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Luck value, 300. Ji Nanting's luck value, 300. As Ji Wuchang descended the stage at a measured pace, the system's voice echoed in his mind, illuminating his eyes with excitement. What he needed most at this moment was a method to refine his internal organs and hasten his entry into the divine concealment stage. And the system had granted him exactly that. This was a significant gain. True strength lies not in external displays but in the fortitude within. Ji Wuchang felt a surge of potent spiritual energy within him and promptly activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, directing this energy into his internal organs. Salutations to senior brother Ji. Chen Boyu, Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, and Huang Guanwen all simultaneously clasped their fists, bowing respectfully to Ji Wuchang. These four represented the most formidable practitioners of the refinement realm within Changxing sect. Their address of senior brother was not a matter of seniority but rather an acknowledgement of Ji Wuchang's prowess. Much like Jin Miaoqing, who, despite being younger than many, was willingly called senior sister by all, a sign of respect from fellow practitioners of the refinement realm. Salutations to senior brother Ji. Many practitioners of the refinement realm followed suit, bowing with fervor in their eyes. Their declarations triggered a ripple effect, leading more and more disciples to rise and salute Ji Wuchang. In this moment, Ji Wuchang's reputation among the disciples of the refinement realm was firmly established. Kai Ping, observing Ji Wuchang from a distance, felt a flicker of murderous intent. As a disciple of the sect leader, he had become a mere joke within Changxing sect, remembered only when Jin Miaoqing was mentioned. At that moment, Kai Ping's heart brimmed with hatred toward many, including Jin Yaotian. He had once proclaimed his intention to betroth Jin Miaoqing, yet now, he dared not speak of it. Reflecting on his father's demise for Jin Yaotian, Kai Ping regarded him as a treacherous wolf, and at that instant, his heart was consumed by a tempest of vengeance. However, Kai Ping buried this animosity deep within, for he understood that he was still far too weak. Jin Yaotian could extinguish him with ease, as one would crush an ant. He had envisioned himself as the most illustrious figure within Changxing sect, yet he had become a mere jest, fueling his resentment. Although Ji Wuchang had no direct connection to him, witnessing Jin Miaoqing's admiration for Ji Wuchang and observing Ji Wuchang's immense popularity ignited a fierce hatred within Kai Ping. As Ji Wuchang returned to Meng Saihon's side amidst the crowd's cheers, the elders regarded him with admiration. Wuchang, are you unwell? Meng Kaihong noticed Ji Wuchang's pale complexion and immediately expressed her concern. In truth, Ji Wuchang was fine, most of his current condition was feigned. Having lived 2 lives, he understood a crucial truth: a tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. His strength, though now insufficient, necessitated caution. Even with the formidable Ji Yaoyao by his side, lest he fall victim to unforeseen dangers. Master, I am merely slightly fatigued from employing my final technique. My meridians have sustained minor damage. I shall refrain from observing the subsequent matches and return to recuperate, Ji Wuchang stated. Upon hearing his words, Meng Saihong's expression tightened with concern, and without hesitation, she replied, "Very well, you should return and rest." Ji Wuchang nodded earnestly, then bowed to Meng Kaihong and the elders before departing from the main peak. Chapter 48, No Destruction, No Establishment. Soon after, Ji Wuchang returned to his modest courtyard, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Wuchang, be cautious, there is an unparalleled powerhouse in your room. Do not call for me, lest you draw their attention." At that moment, Ji Wuchang was startled by the voice of Ji Yaoyao, sending a chill down his spine. The fact that Ji Yaoyao referred to someone as an unparalleled powerhouse indicated that this individual's cultivation must surpass her own. It is known that Ji Yaoyao had reached the supreme realm in her lifetime, although Ji Wuchang was unaware of her exact level within that realm. Anyone who could achieve such a status could dominate their surroundings. In that instant, Ji Wuchang felt as though his heart had leaped into his throat. However, events unfold as they must, and even if he produced a teleportation talisman, escaping the perception of such a significant figure would be impossible. Ji Wuchang quickly discerned that if this person intended to harm him, they could simply strike him down without pretense. There would be no need for stealth. Even if he were to be killed in the presence of the Longxing sect's ancestor, no one would dare voice their objections. With this realization, Ji Wuchang relaxed his mind, harboring no hesitation as he pushed open the door to his room. Upon opening the door, he beheld an elder clad in coarse hemp garments seated upon the meditation mat where he typically practiced, their keen eyes fixed upon him with evident interest. The moment Ji Wuchang recognized the elder, a buzzing filled his mind. He knew who this individual was: Master Jin Miaoqing's revered teacher. Ji Wuchang recalled that his senior sister had departed the Longxing sect after the conclusion of a competition. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had not paid attention to such matters. He had assumed she was simply venturing forth to hone her skills. Now, he realized his error. She had long since taken on a master, leaving with them only after fulfilling her obligations to the sect. Junior Ji Wuchang pays respects to the esteemed elder. Ji Wuchang greeted with a composed demeanor, his attitude exceptionally respectful. The elder cast a curious glance at Ji Wuchang, then spoke calmly, "What an intriguing young fellow, do you recognize me?" Ji Wuchang's mind raced, yet his expression remained unchanged. "I would not dare to withhold the truth. If I am not mistaken, you are the revered master spoken of by my senior sister." Time was fleeting, and Ji Wuchang could not devise many reasons, thus he resolved to speak plainly. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon Ji Wuchang's body. Taken by surprise, he nearly collapsed to his knees. It felt as though a mountain had settled upon him, his bones trembling in response as beads of sweat erupted from every pore. "Do you understand the consequences of lying before a supreme being? Do not think that your mere status as a chi-refining cultivator will spare you. I could extinguish your entire Longxing sect with a mere flick of my finger." The elder's words exuded an aura of unyielding authority. As the elder's pronouncement reverberated, it felt like a decree from the heavens, leaving Ji Wuchang devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Internally, he wrestled with despair, a voice urging him to confess all. Ji Wuchang bit down on his tongue, a jolt of pain snapping him back to awareness. Drenched in cold sweat, he realized he was utterly soaked after merely a few breaths. "Esteemed elder, I would not dare to deceive you. I stumbled upon the information regarding your existence purely by chance, as my senior sister had mentioned you." Ji Wuchang trembled, feeling as though he bore the weight of a mountain, his feet sinking deep into the ground. He sensed his bones vibrating, accompanied by a resonant hum emanating from within, a signal that his bones were reaching their breaking point. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, the elder let out a cold snort. And instantly, an even more formidable pressure bore down upon Ji Wuchang. Crack! Ji Wuchang's legs finally buckled, flesh bursting as his bones shattered. In that moment, a wisp of black gas wafted from the fractured bones, dissipating into nothingness. The agony twisted Ji Wuchang's face, the intense pain nearly overwhelming him. "Am I to perish? I cannot accept this. A voice within him cried out in desperation, confused as to why this elder was subjecting him to such torment. I shall grant you one more chance. How did you come to know of my existence? Deceive me, and I shall reduce you to ashes. The elder's voice echoed, accompanied by an even more terrifying pressure. Crack! Dozens of Ji Wuchang's bones splintered, the pain rendering him a mere puddle upon the ground. With great effort, he lifted his head, defiance gleaming in his eyes. Even in death, he would never unveil the secret of his rebirth. To do so would mean certain doom. Esteemed elder, I am not lying. The 7 words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from him, blood spilling forth from his mouth. The elder regarded Ji Wuchang, who steadfastly returned the gaze, neither willing to yield. Crack! Once more, dozens of Ji Wuchang's bones shattered, and at that moment, he could no longer lift his head, collapsing entirely to the ground. The elder's eyes, once cold and indifferent, now brimmed with admiration. With a flick of his wrist, a medicinal pill soared forth, entering Ji Wuchang's mouth before he could comprehend what was happening. Simultaneously, the elder pointed, and a drop of golden blood flew forth, merging with Ji Wuchang's being. In an instant, Ji Wuchang's shattered bones began to reassemble, rapidly healing. The drop of golden blood transformed into 206 tiny droplets, permeating every bone in Ji Wuchang's body. As the golden essence coursed through him, Ji Wuchang's injuries vanished, his bones radiating a crystalline luster. In that moment, Ji Wuchang felt his physical prowess surge to several times its previous strength, leaving him bewildered as to the elder's intentions. Thank you, esteemed elder. Although confusion lingered, Ji Wuchang hastily expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The elder nodded and calmly remarked, You indeed pique my interest, possessing remarkable resolve. Though I am fully aware that you have been disingenuous, I will grant you this fortuitous opportunity out of respect for Miaoqing. Golden skin and jade bones, no destruction. No establishment. What you have achieved thus far is merely superficial. Should you engage that brute now, he may not withstand even a few of your strikes. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang was suddenly enlightened. He comprehended the elder's meaning at last. Thank you, esteemed elder. His previous expression had been tentative, but this time, his gratitude was genuine. The elder's recent actions had effectively laid the strongest foundation for Ji Wuchang's future path in cultivation. Chapter 49, Reflection and Selection of 3 Combat Techniques Senior. Why do you assist me? Ji Wuchang pondered for a long time before finally voicing his lingering question. The elder smiled faintly and replied, Why should my actions require justification? Consider it a favor for Miaoqing. Young man, heed my advice, do not hasten your progress to the foundation establishment stage. Instead, refine your skills thoroughly in the Qi refinement stage, particularly focusing on your internal organs, which is paramount. After imparting this wisdom, the old man transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, leaving behind a dark jade token that floated before Ji Wuchang. As Ji Wuchang reached for the token, he noticed a single character inscribed upon it, Xia. He pocketed the token, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. Jaya Yodio, why did you not come to my aid? Do you not realize that my demise would lead to your own disintegration? The thought of nearly crossing into the afterlife, with Jaya Yodio remaining unresponsive, ignited a fire of frustration within him. He bore no ill intent. Had he wished to harm her, a mere glance would suffice, rendering any elaborate schemes unnecessary. Moreover, he had shielded her meridians and dantian with his spiritual energy, making any offensive action pointless. In that moment, Jaya Yodio's voice echoed within his mind, prompting him to chuckle ruefully. Ji Wuchang swiftly examined his own body and was astounded by what he discovered. His bones gleamed like flawless crystal, devoid of impurities, each one resembling a perfect work of art. His flesh brimmed with boundless vitality, and his meridians were stronger than ever, having improved several levels from before. His skin radiated a unique power, glowing with a golden hue. However, as the golden light gradually faded, his skin took on a jade-like quality. This was the true essence of golden skin and jade bones. At that moment, Ji Wuchang felt an increased sense of gratitude towards the elder. This was a profound favor that he would repay when the opportunity arose. After tidying the area and cleansing the remnants of blood, Ji Wuchang returned to his room and seated himself in meditation. He first checked his system panel: host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation level, early stage of Qi refinement 9th layer, bone quality, mid-tier earth grade, fortune value, 1239, special abilities, none, system tasks, none. His fortune value had surpassed 1,000, which filled him with joy. Ji Wuchang then retrieved the ancient method of organ refinement and studied it intently. As he read, he couldn't help but shake his head in self-deprecation. The 5 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and the 6 bowels, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, gallbladder, bladder, and sanjiao, are fundamental. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are essential for perfect refinement of the 5 organs and 6 bowels, as outlined in the ancient method of organ refinement. To refine the 5 organs and 6 bowels, one must utilize corresponding elemental spiritual materials to fortify them. However, such precious resources are not easily obtained. In his past life, Ji Wuchang had acquired both Earth Spirit Pearl and Fire Spirit Pearl, but in this life, he possessed none. This matter must be resolved. He resolved. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he remembered correctly, the sect's treasury should house a Wood Spirit Pearl. This particular type of innate pearl was unique to the Changqing sect, likely originating from its forbidden grounds. In his previous life, he lacked the qualifications to enter the forbidden area, so he remained unaware of its veracity. But the existence of the Wood Spirit Pearl was indeed true. Given his contributions to the sect, acquiring one should not pose a significant challenge. If necessary, he could enlist the help of his master, which would undoubtedly yield success. However, the remaining 4 types of elemental materials posed a dilemma. As both the Earth Spirit Pearl and Fire Spirit Pearl had not been obtained from the Changqing sect, it appeared he would have to proceed with caution. Sighing, Ji Wuchang grasped the reason behind the scarcity of individuals capable of condensing 10 Dao platforms in the Foundation establishment stage. The golden skin and jade bones prevented many from advancing, while the divine concealment posed an even greater obstacle. Moreover, there is a time constraint associated with the Foundation establishment stage. Ideally, it is best achieved before the age of 40. Crossing this threshold significantly diminishes the effects. A truth validated by countless practitioners. Of course, for those rare prodigies, the optimal age for Foundation establishment is before 25. When their vitality is at its peak and the Dao platform they condense is particularly formidable. However, at 18, Ji Wuchang had little to worry about. He pondered how the Foundation establishment competition would unfold. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought as inconsequential. He began to reflect on his recent competition with Jean Enting and quickly realized that his combat techniques were far too limited compared to Jean Enting's extensive repertoire. Currently, he practiced only 4 techniques: Qing Yun Sword Technique, Thunderclap Fist, Wind Thunder Fist, and Breaking Wind Palm, with Shattered Jade Finger still unmastered. The Breaking Wind Palm lacked sufficient power and was no longer beneficial to Ji Wuchang, which is why he refrained from using it. The Thunderclap Fist had limited potency. While it could still be utilized, its effectiveness would diminish further upon reaching the Foundation establishment stage. The Wind Thunder Fist was undoubtedly a top-tier technique. Yet he could only employ the Wind Thunder variation at present. As for the Qing Yun Sword Technique, its effectiveness was mediocre, and Ji Wuchang was not particularly fond of it. Upon this reflection, Ji Wuchang instantly recognized his course of action. He must swiftly cultivate several new combat techniques. He contemplated his past life's memories and selected 3 techniques: Wheel of Blazing Flames, Shadow Sword Technique, and Heart Step. The Wheel of Blazing Flames is a low-tier earth-grade technique that perfectly complements the Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique. It allows the wielder to harness their inner spiritual energy to create a blazing wheel of flames, striking at opponents with remarkable power. The Shadow Sword Technique is a top-tier earth-grade technique consisting of 4 strikes, emphasizing silent execution where the sword's aura condenses into a fine line, silently eliminating foes. Lastly, Heart Step is a unique footwork technique of indeterminate rank. Each step taken feels as though one is treading upon the enemy's heart. These 3 combat techniques were Ji Wuchang's favorites in his previous life, aiding him in vanquishing numerous adversaries. In the past, he would have hesitated to cultivate them. But circumstances had changed. He had emerged into the higher echelons of the sect and would be afforded their protection. Chapter 50, the final results of the competition. Once the decision was made, Ji Wuchang ceased to hesitate and began his cultivation. With the memories of his past life, he possessed a clear understanding of the cultivation process. In just over an hour, he managed to achieve minor success with the fiery wheel. If Ji Wuchang wished to expedite his progress, he could have consumed his fortune points, however, he chose not to do so. The battle techniques he practiced were drawn from his former life and did not consume much time, thus he deemed it unnecessary to squander the hard-earned fortune points. Ji Wuchang had a premonition that these fortune points held significant value, so he decided to accumulate them for the time being. Your master and the others have returned. The voice of Ji Yaoyao interrupted his thoughts, causing Ji Wuchang to abandon his plans to begin practicing the shadow sword technique. With Ji Yaoyao's assistance, he found the process considerably more convenient. Moments later, several figures landed outside Ji Wuchang's small courtyard, revealing Meng Kaihong and her 3 disciples. The 4 did not conceal their presence, prompting Ji Wuchang to hastily open the door, bowing with cupped fists. Greetings, master. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Meng Kaihong waved her hand and then grasped Ji Wuchang's hand, a thread of spiritual energy flowing into his body. After a brief moment, the energy returned, and Meng Kaihong sighed in relief. Your meridians are strong. It seems you are no longer in serious trouble. I can rest easy now. Her words warmed Ji Wuchang's heart, confirming his belief that this master was indeed commendable. Thank you, master. I just returned to recuperate a bit. I am fine now. Ji Wuchang replied with a smile, knowing his master had discerned that his meridians were unharmed. And Curson and Tai Yujie exchanged glances, a flicker of disappointment evident in their eyes. You have truly become a well-known figure in our Changsheng sect, junior brother. Shang Linghong remarked with a grin, his face illuminated with joy. Ji Wuchang laughed heartily, saying, Second brother, fame often brings trouble. I would prefer to return to my previous obscurity. Shang Linghong paused for a moment, then nodded, understanding his junior brother's desire to avoid excessive attention. Meng Kaihong spoke with a smile. Wuchang possesses a commendable temperament. I am quite gratified. The path of cultivation is inherently lengthy, and momentary successes or failures are not indicative of anything significant. After her words, she produced a storage ring and placed it in Ji Wuchang's hand. This was just given to me by the sect leader as your reward. It contains 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and a 3rd-grade warm vein pill. Upon hearing this, and Curson and Tai Yujie couldn't help but reveal a hint of greed in their eyes, coupled with a tinge of jealousy. Together, they possessed just over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to about 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet Ji Wuchang held 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a fact that inevitably sparked envy and resentment. Ji Wuchang accepted the storage ring, a glimmer of delight shining in his eyes. Indeed, the sect leader was a generous benefactor. Master, I cannot possibly use so many spirit stones, please take some back. Meng Kaihong pondered briefly before nodding. Very well. It is indeed inappropriate for so much spiritual energy to rest solely with you. I will keep 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones for you, while I shall safeguard the remainder. Whenever you require spirit stones, simply come to me. With that, Meng Kaihong withdrew 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones and returned the storage ring to Ji Wuchang. He exhaled in relief. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones were rather ostentatious at this moment, but 1,000 was a more reasonable sum. By the way, master, how did the subsequent competition fare? Ji Wuchang inquired with a smile as he tucked away the storage ring. Meng Kaihong responded with a slight smile. In the Foundation Establishment competition, the sect leader chose to go easy, resulting in each side winning 2 matches and 1 draw. As for the Purple Mansion competition, it was naturally won by Miao Qing. Ultimately, our Changsheng sect secured 65% of the resources, 0.5% more than in previous years. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang immediately understood. This was a concession from Xinyaotian to the Dedeo Pavilion. In a typical competition, the Dedeo Pavilion would be grateful to receive 30%. Yet this time they garnered 35%, just 0.5% shy of previous years. This also served as a punishment from Xinyaotian for Zhao Sandao's earlier scheming against him. In his previous life, the Dedeo Pavilion had claimed 50% of the resources, taking an additional 10% from the Changsheng sect, thereby diminishing the resources available to each peak of the sect. Now, having lived anew, Ji Wuchang had unwittingly stirred the winds of change, altering this outcome. Meng Kaihong did not linger for long, engaging in a brief conversation with Ji Wuchang before taking her leave. Ji Wuchang learned from Meng Kaihong that Elder Tang Yuan would return in a few days. Upon hearing this news, excitement flickered in Ji Wuchang's eyes. Xiao Fan was coming. He resolved to venture outside the sect in a few days to observe the commotion, as it was a significant event for the sect's recruitment of disciples. Ji Wuchang had attended in his previous life. At that time, Xiao Fan was under Elder Tang's tutelage. Besides wanting to see Xiao Fan, there was another individual who piqued Ji Wuchang's interest, a girl named Song Qing. Song Qing hailed from a small clan and was renowned as a genius of the Tsong family, possessing a water spirit body. However, she fell victim to treachery, consuming a fire spirit fruit that was incompatible with her nature, leading to the destruction of her water spirit body and severely damaging her foundation. Thus, the rise of a small prodigy was abruptly extinguished. Ji Wuchang clearly remembered that when Song Qing came to the Changsheng sect seeking to join, no one would accept her. She knelt at the sect for an entire day before departing. Later, for reasons unknown, she caught the eye of Zhao Sandao from the Dedeo Pavilion, who took her away. Subsequently, Song Qing rose to prominence within the Dedeo Pavilion, forging 8 Dao platforms during her foundation establishment, becoming a true prodigy. It was said that had her water spirit body not been damaged, she could have materialized a 9th Dao platform. After establishing her foundation, Song Qing returned to her family, slaying dozens of relatives to reveal to the world that the one who plotted against her was her own uncle. Following this, as her cultivation continually advanced, she eventually became a formidable 6th Divine Realm expert and departed from Boyun Prefecture to roam the world. Although Song Qing's aptitude may not rival that of Jin Miaoqing, she was undoubtedly a prodigy in her own right. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had no interaction with Song Qing, having merely crossed paths. He thought of her not out of personal interest, but rather with the hope that his master would accept her as a disciple. And Kursin and Tai Yujie were individuals he deemed necessary to eliminate. Once they were gone, there would be no female disciples left on Xiaozhu Peak. Ji Wuchang remembered clearly that Song Qing was a person of gratitude. When the Dedeo Pavilion faced peril, it was Song Qing who fought to resolve the crisis, making her status within the Dedeo Pavilion comparable to that of Jin Miaoqing in the Changsheng sect. With such a sister entering Xiaozhu Peak, Ji Wuchang felt reassured. Before the small dwelling, a figure stood with a grave expression, each step heavy as if laden with 1,000 pounds, sending ripples of energy radiating outward. This figure was Ji Wuchang himself. At this moment, he was not practicing any movement technique but rather a battle skill known as heart-treading steps. Although heart-treading steps bore no rank, Ji Wuchang sensed that this skill was extraordinary. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's heart raced intensely. The execution of heart-treading steps served as a form of tempering for him. Ji Wuchang, 2 individuals are observing you from above, one being the elder from earlier, and the other your senior sister. Ji Yaoyao's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's ears. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor, Ji Wuchang chose to ignore her words, focusing intently on the cultivation of this battle skill. Heart-treading steps comprised a total of 10 steps. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang could only manage 5 steps at once before his heart could no longer withstand the strain. As he took his second step, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he felt his heart pounding wildly. This overwhelming sensation caused Ji Wuchang to hesitate on his third step. Ultimately, Ji Wuchang decided to abandon the attempt. After all, he had only reached the 9th level of qi refinement and should not aim too high. Master, what kind of footwork is this? It feels as if each step is treading upon the heart. It is quite remarkable. Jin Miaoqing inquired curiously, glancing at the elder beside her. The elder shook his head and replied, "Dear disciple, you have truly perplexed me. I am at a loss." He continued, "Your junior brother possesses talent not inferior to yours. With diligent honing, he is destined for significant achievements in the future. If you wish to bid him farewell, you may do so, for returning thereafter will not be an easy endeavor." Jin Miaoqing was taken aback. She was well aware of her master's formidable nature. Besides his own cultivation, his insights were exceedingly profound. Yet today, hearing her master admit ignorance astonished her. "You might inquire with him about this footwork. He does not strike me as someone petty. With this technique, your combat prowess will surely receive a significant enhancement." The elder smiled and encouraged her, nodding in acknowledgement. Jin Miaoqing saw that Ji Wuchang had come to a halt and, feeling no need for further formalities, swiftly approached him. "Junior brother Ji, I hope you will graciously receive this unexpected visit from your senior sister. she greeted him with a smile from a short distance. Ji Wuchang blinked in surprise. Upon noticing the elder beside Jin Miaoqing, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. The presence of the senior sister graces my humble abode. He gestured invitingly. Jin Miaoqing, unfazed, accompanied him into his modest dwelling. After pouring tea for both visitors, Ji Wuchang settled cross-legged opposite Jin Miaoqing. Junior brother, I must depart from the sect. I do not know when I shall return. Today serves as my farewell to you, Jin Miaoqing stated plainly, revealing her intent. Ji Wuchang was aware of the significance. In his previous life, Jin Miaoqing had departed on this very night, returning only after a century. Casting a glance at the elder, he turned back to Jin Miaoqing with a smile. Congratulations, senior sister. The realm of Boyunzu is too limited, your extraordinary talents would be wasted here. I wish you rapid ascension in cultivation and, when you become a supreme emperor, I shall surely seek your protection. Jin Miaoqing shot Ji Wuchang a disapproving look. His audacity to speak of becoming a supreme emperor was amusing. She had heard her master assert that in this world, not even a quasi-emperor existed. Jin Miaoqing, known for her straightforward character, chuckled softly upon seeing Ji Wuchang shrink under her gaze. Junior brother, I noticed you practicing a unique combat technique just now, I must admit. I am intrigued. Jin Miaoqing continued. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, I am willing to exchange. Taken aback by her words, Ji Wuchang smiled and produced a jade slip, placing it against his forehead. Moments later, he removed it and handed it to Jin Miaoqing. Senior sister. This combat technique is called heart treading steps. If you like it, please take it. Jin Miaoqing was taken aback by Ji Wuchang's willingness, momentarily speechless as she accepted the jade slip. Was it truly this simple? In the realm of cultivation, practitioners guarded their techniques fiercely, rarely sharing them so readily. Ji Wuchang's openness was a first for her and sparked a newfound appreciation for him. The elder regarded Ji Wuchang with increasing approval. Ji Wuchang was indeed to his liking. Jin Miaoqing smiled gently. Junior brother, I will remember your kindness. Should you ever leave Boyunzu, do seek me out. I shall protect you. This jade token contains a strike from my master, intended for my protection. Since my master is nearby and it is of no use to me now, I bestow it upon you for your safety, she concluded, removing a jade token from her waist and presenting it to Ji Wuchang. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's heart raced. He had struck a remarkable deal. His willingness to share the heart-treading step stemmed from the knowledge that Jin Miaoqing was destined for greatness. Establishing a good rapport now could prove invaluable in the future. Surprised by the swift return of favor, Ji Wuchang understood that Jin Miaoqing's master was a genuine supreme realm powerhouse. The power of a single strike from him was unfathomable. Not daring to accept directly, Ji Wuchang glanced at the elder, who displayed no unusual reaction, before extending his hand to receive it. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Wuchang exclaimed, elated. This was akin to acquiring a talisman for protection, perhaps even a second life. Jin Miaoqing smiled and shook her head. After a moment, her spirit delved into the jade slip, and soon her face illuminated with delight. What a remarkable heart-treading steps! It is indeed extraordinary. Junior brother. This combat technique is quite rare, it may very well belong to the celestial rank. You should refrain from revealing it to others to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Jin Miaoqing's expression turned serious as she cautioned Ji Wuchang. She was genuinely astonished by the technique. With her keen perception, though heart-treading steps bore no explicit rank, she recognized its equivalence to her own celestial rank technique upon comparison. She had never anticipated that her junior brother possessed such a formidable skill. Chapter 52, Xiao Fan arrives at the Changcheng Gate. What? Both Ji Wuchang and the elder were taken aback, neither anticipating that this martial technique would be of the celestial tier. Ji Wuchang's mind buzzed as he recalled a past event. Before his demise at the hands of an ambush, he had unleashed this very technique to slay 2 or 3 opponents of equal standing. In his previous life, he remembered being utterly frenzied, devoid of any restraint, continuously executing the heart-treading step. Upon reflection, it was indeed this technique that had led to their deaths. The elder, equally astonished, though familiar with several celestial tier techniques, found the appearance of such a technique in the remote Changcheng Gate of Boyun Prefecture to be rather intriguing. Suddenly, he was reminded of the day Ji Wuchang had invoked the Thunder Fist, causing lightning to strike, and he shook his head. The emergence of one celestial tier technique was already alarming. The introduction of another would surely drive him to madness. Thank you, senior sister. I truly had no idea this technique was so formidable. Ji Wuchang said earnestly. Junior brother Ji, you cannot regret it now. Shen Miaoqing jested. Ji Wuchang chuckled heartily and replied, Senior sister, you jest. I am not one to be so petty. Shen Miaoqing nodded, crushing the jade slip in her hand before solemnly declaring, Rest assured, junior brother, I will not divulge this technique. Senior sister is leaving, you must cultivate diligently. To be honest, among those I consider worthy in the Changshan Gate, there is only 1.5. You are one, and the other half is junior sister Wanqiu. It's a pity her thoughts are too scattered, her future achievements are uncertain. Do your best, I have faith in you. With that, Zhen Miaoqing rose, exuding an air of authority. Ji Wuchang promptly stood up, following closely behind them. Upon reaching the door, Zhen Miaoqing nodded at Ji Wuchang before she and the elder swayed their bodies and vanished before his eyes. Zhen Miaoqing had left to pursue her own path. Ji Wuchang gazed in the direction of their disappearance, his right hand slightly clenched into a fist. He, Ji Wuchang, too would embark on his own invincible journey. At the entrance of the Changshan Gate, a vast square was normally sparsely populated, but today it was teeming with people. The elders of the Changshan Gate appeared one after another, seated on a high platform above the square, their faces reflecting a hint of anticipation. Even the Grand Elder Pei Yuanqing, who had been stationed at the Spirit Stone Mines, had returned to sit atop the platform. Pei Yuanqing appeared to be in his 50s. His demeanor imposing, belonging to that category of individuals whose authority was palpable without them needing to raise their voices, his cultivation had reached the 4th stage of soul division. Behind Pei Yuanqing stood Huang Wanqiu, standing quietly with her sword, enhancing the already striking ambience of the place. In his previous life, due to Ji Wuchang's damaged meridians, Meng Kaihong had gone out in search of medicine, resulting in her absence from today's disciple selection. At that time, Curson had substituted for Xiao Zhu Peak. While Ji Wuchang stood amidst the crowd, watching, Xiao Fan had shone brightly at the event, capturing Curson's attention. However, this time, Curson was absent. Instead, Meng Kaihong and Ji Wuchang were present. You are Ji Wuchang? Pei Yuanqing gazed at Ji Wuchang and spoke calmly. Ji Wuchang did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed, clasping his fists. Disciple Ji Wuchang, pays respects to the Grand Elder. Ji Wuchang's impression of the Grand Elder was not particularly profound, but he was known for his fairness. However, later on, during Kai Ping's rebellion, Pei Yuanqing had been consumed by fury, battling with Kai Ping, only to be slain by an elder beside him. To be honest, even now, Ji Wuchang had no idea who that elder was. Pei Yuanqing scrutinized Ji Wuchang for a moment before smiling and saying, Very well. Upon my return yesterday, I heard of the competition that took place during the day. Cultivate earnestly, the true future of Changshan Gate lies in the hands of your younger generation. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, and others turned their gazes toward Ji Wuchang. The Grand Elder rarely praised anyone. For him to express such words was a significant affirmation of Ji Wuchang. Meng Kaihong promptly interjected, Grand Elder, Wuchang is a member of Changshan Gate. These are merely his duties. Meng Kaihong did not wish for her disciple to be overly exalted, as that would make it difficult to come down from such heights. Ji Wuchang maintained a serene expression and subsequently clasped his fists, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Grand Elder. I will diligently learn from senior sister Huang and senior brother Zhua. Pei Yuanqing nodded, his satisfaction growing more evident in his gaze. Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, and others subsequently averted their eyes, their expressions inscrutable as they pondered their thoughts. At this moment, at the entrance of Changshan Gate, a multitude gathered, numbering in the tens of thousands. These individuals had journeyed from various places to arrive at Changshan Gate. Just then, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. The dot moved swiftly, rapidly enlarging, revealing itself to be a flying vessel. On board the vessel were numerous figures, all young men and women. This was the 5th Elder, Tang Yuan, returning from a remote area to recruit disciples. The individuals accompanying the vessel did not necessarily guarantee their admission into the Changshan Gate. In fact, It was quite normal for only 1 in 10 to succeed. Tang Yuan had only conducted a preliminary test of their innate bones, a mere basic evaluation. However, the Changxing Gate had 2 additional rounds of tests, the soul test and the heart examination. Those with weak souls would find it exceedingly difficult to progress in the future. Moreover, cultivating the soul was significantly more arduous than mere cultivation. Consequently, many sects did not accept individuals with inherently weak souls. Additionally, the heart examination assessed one's inner demons. Those unable to escape the illusions posed a threat to all sects, as they could become demonic cultivators. No sect desired to nurture a demonic cultivator, as they not only endangered the sect but could also bring about calamity. The 3 rounds of testing would eliminate multitudes, leaving only a handful to remain. Even among those who succeeded, approximately 95% would become outer disciples. Only 5% would catch the eyes of the elders, being chosen as direct disciples. Ji Wuchang, upon his initial entry into the Changxing Gate, had belonged to that 95%, remaining as an outer disciple for several years before being noticed by the 3rd elder, Meng Kaihon, who took him as her disciple. The 5th elder has returned. The disciples of Changxing Gate exclaimed, gazing at the grand flying vessel in the distance, many of their eyes reflecting nostalgia. They too had arrived at Changxing Gate in such a manner. As they witnessed figures leaping down from the vessel like dumplings, Ji Wuchang's lips curled into a cold smile as he fixated on one individual. That person was none other than Xiao Fan. Just as Ji Wuchang remembered, he had indeed come. However, what surprised Ji Wuchang was that Xiao Fan was not following beside the 5th elder, Tang Yuan. Could it be that Tang Yuan had not yet had the opportunity to take Xiao Fan as his disciple? Chapter 53, Xiao Fan shocks the elders. The square was bustling with activity, as tens of thousands gazed in awe and reverence at the towering gate of the Changxing sect, which soared to great heights. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with determination. However, he soon felt a sharp pain coursing through his meridians, causing him to frown. During the test in my city, he had employed a secret technique to conceal his root bone, resulting in a mere low-grade earth classification. Yet today, Xiao Fan aspired to make a remarkable impression, intending to astonish the entire assembly. He had set a minimum goal for himself, to secure an apprenticeship under an elder, which would provide him with the opportunity for vengeance, to trample Ji Wuchang beneath his feet. Although he had consumed the medicinal pills secretly sent by Xiao Shuecheng, his meridian injuries had only healed about 90%. Only by becoming a disciple of an elder and receiving a higher quality cultivation pill from his master could he achieve full recovery. Xiao Fan's gaze instinctively drifted toward the elder's platform above the grand square, where 9 chairs awaited. His eyes burned with fervor. These 9 individuals were his targets for the day. At that moment, he sensed something and glanced upward, instantly spotting Ji Wuchang. Their eyes locked. And upon seeing the slightly mocking expression on Ji Wuchang's face, Xiao Fan's heart surged with hatred, accompanied by a twinge of fear. He had discreetly learned from Bu Qiushuang, the disciple of the 5th elder, that Ji Wuchang was the 4th disciple of the 3rd elder, and notably the weakest among them. Xiao Fan had initially presumed that Ji Wuchang's status, though that of an elder's disciple, would be modest. However, witnessing Ji Wuchang's proximity to the 3rd elder shattered that assumption, making him realize that Ji Wuchang was likely favored by the elder. This thought tightened Xiao Fan's fists hidden within his sleeves, fueled by resentment. Ji Wuchang, once I become an elder's disciple, I shall show you that you are nothing compared to me, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan murmured to himself while caressing a dark storage ring on his hand, his confidence surging. Meanwhile, Ji Wuchang was preoccupied with searching for Tsong Chung amidst the crowd. Unfortunately, his recollection of her was vague, and with so many thousands below, he could not discern which one was Tsong Chang. After a brief search, he decided to abandon the endeavor, opting to wait until the test. Everyone, silence. The Grand Elder Pei Yuanqing rose slowly, swaying slightly before standing mid-air. The previously raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. Pei Yuanqing smiled faintly and calmly announced, "In a moment, I will present the Jade Bone Dharma Wheel of our Changxing sect. This artifact will verify the root bones of all present. Each individual will be enveloped by the light emanating from the wheel. Those who can trigger the light beam connecting to the Jade Bone will pass the first stage of today's test. Those who cannot will receive 10 taels of silver at the foot of the mountain and may leave thereafter. Pei Yuanqing's words echoed throughout the assembly, making the youthful candidates tense with anticipation. Naturally, some were exceptionally confident, their eyes gleaming with eagerness for the test to commence. Xiao Fan was among them. Without further ado, Pei Yuanqing produced a palm-sized wheel from his left hand. The wheel, adorned with gears and polished like jade, appeared exquisite. This was the Jade Bone Dharma Wheel, a personal artifact of Pei Yuanqing. With a flick of his wrist, the wheel ascended, and as he formed hand seals, symbols flew forth, causing the wheel to expand rapidly. In mere moments, it grew to several hundred feet in size, slowly rotating in the air. Many in the crowd gazed at this spectacle with awe, their eyes filled with excitement. Suddenly, countless beams of light shot down from the Jade Bone Wheel, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each beam precisely penetrated the body of an individual below, leaving no one untouched. As the beams descended, an equal number of beams erupted from the crowd, also numbering in the tens of thousands. These beams were a response to the activation of their root bones by the Jade Bone Wheel. Among these beams, over 90% were gray, with the remaining hues predominantly yellow and red. Gray signified mortal bones, rendering the individual incapable of cultivating immortality, thereby eliminating them. Yellow represented low-grade root bones, which made it challenging to become an inner sect disciple. Red indicated profound-grade root bones, allowing one to enter the inner sect after 3 years in the outer sect. Ji Wuchang and the elders overlooked the gray, yellow, and red beams, focusing instead on the few azure beams. These signified earth-grade root bones, and disciples with such bones, provided their spirit was strong enough and they could pass the introspection test, could become elder disciples. At that moment, a silver beam ascended, instantly capturing the attention of all the elders. Heavens, this is a celestial-grade root bone. Are we to welcome another genius into our Chongsheng sect? The elders exclaimed, their gazes fervently fixed on the proud figure below, Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan stood with unbridled confidence, revealing his root bone without reservation. I shall no longer conceal my brilliance, I declare myself a genius. All others before me are but refuse. In that instant, Xiao Fan stood out among the crowd, becoming the focal point of all eyes. The fifth elder, Tang Yuan, stared wide-eyed, and as a thought crossed his mind, displeasure flickered across his face. Tang Yuan realized that Xiao Fan had deliberately hidden his root bone from him, a clear indication of contempt. This realization intensified his discontent, and he regarded Xiao Fan with a scowl. As the elder responsible for recruiting disciples, failing to recognize a genius was a significant blow to Tang Yuan's pride. For Ji Wuchang, this outcome was not surprising. If Xiao Fan lacked such a root bone, he could never have achieved such heights. However, Ji Wuchang remained oblivious to Tang Yuan's sentiments. Had he known, he would have found it utterly amusing. Each elder present had disciples of considerable promise, yet the fifth elder's disciples were notably lackluster. In his previous life, Tang Yuan had devoted himself to Xiao Fan, sharing most of his resources, which enabled Xiao Fan's rapid growth. As the saying goes, a skilled chef cannot cook without rice. Even the most exceptional talent is futile without resources. Should Xiao Fan become a disciple of another elder, obtaining such treatment would be utterly impossible. Chapter 54, Entering under the Master's guidance. Fifth Elder, you have truly achieved great merit for our sect this time, bringing back such a prodigy. The decision to entrust you with the task of recruiting new disciples seems to have been the wisest choice. You have not hoarded such a promising talent for yourself. Well done. The second elder, Zhou Yuan, spoke to Tang Yuan with sincerity evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's expression froze for a moment, then swiftly shifted through a myriad of emotions. How could he not detect the subtle mockery in Zhou Yuan's words? Ji Wuchang stood behind Meng Kaihong, effectively positioned between the two. Upon hearing the second elder's remarks and observing the fifth elder's somewhat displeased countenance, his spirits inexplicably lifted. How could he not feel elated? Xiao Fan was his favored disciple. To enhance his fortune, he must exploit this opportunity. Ji Wuchang had awaited this day for an extended period. Indeed, our Changsheng sect is favored by the heavens. Besides Miao Qing, we have another disciple with heavenly bone structure. Excellent, excellent. At that moment, a figure flashed into view. It was the sect leader, Jin Yaotian. Jin Yaotian regarded Xiao Fan below with evident admiration in his eyes. Salutations to the sect leader. As the sect leader appeared, all the elders rose in unison to pay their respects. Ji Wuchang was startled. Could Xiao Fan truly be this fortunate to catch the sect leader's attention? If the leader were to accept him as a disciple, it would indeed pose a challenge. As the adage goes, what one fears will come to pass. Jinyao waved his hand to calm the crowd, then turned to Xiao Fan and asked, "Do you wish to join under my tutelage?" Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the elders exchanged wry smiles. How could they contest with the sect leader? Xiao Fan had already sensed Jinyao arrival and, recognizing the elder's identity upon hearing the address, he knelt without hesitation, clasping his fists and proclaiming, "Disciple Xiao Fan. Pays respects to master. Excellent, excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." After speaking, Jinyao reached out, and Xiao Fan's body was lifted, soaring to stand before the sect leader. Xiao Fan's gaze remained fixed on Ji Wuchang, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ji Wuchang's expression had settled. He had not anticipated that his butterfly effect would lead to such significant upheaval. However, Xiao Fan's joy might be premature. If Ji Wuchang's intuition was correct, Kai Ping had already begun to succumb to darkness. In their previous lives, the two had been able to collaborate due to a lack of conflicting interests. Yet now, as brothers, resources originally designated for Kai Ping would need to be shared with Xiao Fan. If not split evenly, Kai Ping would undoubtedly be displeased. Neither of these individuals were benevolent. It seemed necessary for Ji Wuchang to stoke the flames of conflict, inciting a dog-eat-dog scenario. In that moment, Ji Wuchang recalled a treasure he had yet to utilize, his heart communication rune. Yet, using it on Xiao Fan felt somewhat regretful. To overhear the thoughts of adversaries? How would one respond? As this thought crossed his mind, a sly smile crept upon Ji Wuchang's lips. He was confident he could outmaneuver him. Congratulations, sect leader, on gaining a beloved disciple. The elders, though envious, bowed and offered their congratulations to Jinyao. Jinyao laughed heartily, and with a flicker of his form, he and Xiao Fan vanished from sight, along with the entire gray light column. At this moment, the voice of the Grand Elder, Pei Yuanqing, rang out, announcing the fate of those within the gray light. The individuals within the gray light emitted cries of despair, yet they dared not defy the decree, shaking their heads in resignation as they descended the mountain. Among them was a girl of about 15, her face resolute. This was Song Qing. Having suffered damage to her water spirit body during the earlier test, she too had been shrouded in gray light. Song Qing was unwilling to accept defeat, retreating only to the side rather than descending the mountain. If she could not join a sect, her life would remain stagnant. Song Qing was determined. She would not allow those who conspired against her to live in peace, even if they were her kin. From the day they plotted against her, they ceased to be her family. Walking over 2,000 miles, enduring months of hardship, and narrowly escaping death at the jaws of ferocious beasts had not deterred Song Qing in the slightest. Her only desire was to restore her constitution, to cultivate immortality, and to exact her revenge. Unbeknownst to her, a gaze was fixed upon her. This gaze belonged to Ji Wuchang. In the crowd of tens of thousands, Ji Wuchang had been overwhelmed and had failed to recognize Song Qing. However, as the throngs descended the mountain, her slender figure at the edge of the square became strikingly conspicuous. Ji Wuchang had seen Song Qing from afar in a previous life. Back then, she had exuded a captivating vigor reminiscent of Jinyao. As familiarity merged with the sight of her frail form, Ji Wuchang instantly recognized her. He suppressed his joy, knowing it was not yet time for him to reveal himself. To provide a morsel to one in dire straits is more valuable than a bounty to the affluent. Ji Wuchang intended to appear when Song Qing was at her most desperate, ensuring that she would be eternally grateful. Having lived two lives, Ji Wuchang possessed a profound understanding of human nature. He knew precisely how to secure maximum advantage for himself. During the subsequent 2 rounds of testing, Ji Wuchang paid little attention, as over 20 figures emerged from the crowd, each representing the green light. They underwent more detailed assessments of their bone structures, revealing 5 with mid-level earth-grade bones, while the rest were of low-grade. Meng Kaihong accepted 2 disciples, a brother and sister named Wang Yi and Wang Ping, both hailing from a small cultivation family akin to Ji Wuchang's former lineage. Their cultivation levels stood at the second layer of qi refinement, making them among the elite in this group. To Ji Wuchang's surprise, both Ji Bing and Bai Yao were revealed to have low-grade earth bones. However, their spiritual essence was commendable and caught the eye of the ninth elder, Li Zhenfeng, who took them under his wing. Ji Wuchang nodded at Ji Bing, offering an encouraging glance. With this, the recruitment of disciples was effectively concluded, and each elder had made their selections. At that moment, Song Qing stepped into the center of the square, kneeling down. I am Song Qing, seeking the path to immortality. I implore the esteemed elders to show mercy. I am willing to serve you for life, even as a humble attendant. Song Qing spoke earnestly, bowing deeply several times. Yet the elders merely cast her a fleeting glance, their expressions cold, before departing with their newly accepted disciples, offering her no further acknowledgement. The gray light signified mortal bones, devoid of potential for cultivation, thus, no elder was inclined to nurture her. Chapter 55, Deceiving the Master. The elders were too preoccupied to pay attention to Song Qing, each of them soaring away until only the third elder, Meng Kaihong, and a few others remained. Meng Kaihong furrowed her brow as she gazed down at Song Qing, then turned her attention to Ji Wuchang. Wuchang, are you certain she was originally a water spirit body, merely afflicted by malevolence and forced to consume a fire attribute spirit fruit? Meng Kaihong truly held faith in Ji Wuchang, otherwise she would not have lingered after his earlier communication through sound transmission. Ji Wuchang nodded and promptly spoke, Master, I recently visited my city and overheard discussions regarding the Song family. My curiosity led me to inquire further about this matter. Upon seeing Song Cheng today, it all came back to me. Meng Kaihong nodded in understanding and replied, Very well, I shall keep this matter in mind. For now, let her kneel and observe her sincerity. Ji Wuchang nodded in agreement and quickly asked, Master, is it possible to restore such a damaged physique? Meng Kaihong smiled gently and replied, Naturally, it can be restored, but it will require the consumption of innate spiritual materials. Fortunately, I know that the Grand Elder possesses 2 portions of Imperial True Water, one of the innate spiritual waters. I shall request a portion from him. Ji Wuchang's eyes brightened, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He too needed the Imperial True Water, as it was essential for refining his organs. Not only would it benefit Song Cheng, but it would also be invaluable for Ji Wuchang. Master, I need to gather the 5 elemental spiritual materials to cultivate a special technique. Could you possibly procure the other portion of Imperial True Water from the Grand Elder? I can purchase it with spirit stones. This is of utmost importance to me. Meng Kaihong was momentarily taken aback, a hint of difficulty crossing her face. You require the 5 elemental spiritual materials. What do you currently possess? Ji Wuchang shook his head with a rueful smile and replied, Master, to be honest, I have nothing at present. This technique was imparted to me by senior sister Miaoqing just the other night before her departure. She advised me not to rush my advancement to the foundation establishment stage. If I can refine my organs using the technique she taught me, I may have the opportunity to condense 9 Dao platforms when I reach foundation establishment. After speaking, Ji Wuchang silently thought, Forgive me, Master. I did not intend to deceive you. He invoked Miaoqing's name purely to create a situation without witnesses. Miaoqing had completely departed from the Changsheng sect and would not return for a century, leaving his master with no means to verify his claims. Moreover, mentioning the condensation of 9 Dao platforms was sure to entice his master. Indeed, upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Meng Kaihong's expression brightened, and her breathing became noticeably heavier. Among her 3 foundation establishment disciples, Curson was the most accomplished with only 5 Dao platforms, while the other 2 had 4 each. If Ji Wuchang could truly condense 9 Dao platforms, his future achievements would be boundless, far surpassing her own. Wuchang, do not worry. I will find a way to procure the 5 elemental spiritual materials for you. However, do not disclose anything about Miaoqing imparting a technique to you to anyone. Not even your fellow disciples. If word gets out, even the sect leader may come seeking you, leading to endless troubles. Meng Kaihong earnestly cautioned Ji Wuchang. Hearing this, Ji Wuchang felt a twinge of guilt. In his past life, he had heard that the relationship between the senior sister and the sect leader was not particularly harmonious, likely due to the deceased sect leader's wife. Now, with his master mentioning the sect leader, it indirectly confirmed this issue. Rest assured, Master, I will speak of this to no one but you. Ji Wuchang promptly assured her. Meng Kaihong nodded and said, "Let us proceed as you suggested regarding Song Cheng. I will first escort these two back and then visit the Grand Elder." Ji Wuchang nodded in agreement. Meng Kaihong was inherently a person of vigor and decisiveness. With a wave of her spiritual power, she lifted Wang Yi and Wang Ping, the siblings, and departed for Shao Bamboo Peak. Ji Wuchang, meanwhile, found a quiet spot to meditate. As time passed, half a day slipped by, and Song Cheng remained kneeling there. Her frail body, having endured the sun's relentless rays for most of the day, felt faint and weary, yet she stubbornly remained in position. At that moment, two disciples of the Qi refining stage approached her, urging her to leave. "You should go, kneeling is futile. If anyone could enter the Changsheng sect just by kneeling, it would be overcrowded by now. Indeed, you should leave. If you remain kneeling until nightfall, descending the mountain will become perilous." Song Cheng, her complexion pale, gazed at them and shook her head. She was merely an ordinary person now, suffering under the sun's glare, drenched in sweat that left her lips dry. The two Qi refining disciples felt quite helpless. Had she been a man, they would have already thrown her out. Ji Wuchang sensed the timing was right and leaped forward, arriving before Song Cheng. "Greetings, Senior Brother Ji." The two Qi refining disciples greeted him with respect, their attitudes markedly deferential. The recent competition had revealed Ji Wuchang's formidable prowess, making him a popular topic of conversation among the disciples these past few days. "May I speak with her for a moment?" Ji Wuchang asked with a warm smile, his words as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. The two disciples nodded eagerly, and one responded, "Of course, Senior Brother Ji. We shall take our leave." After politely bowing to Ji Wuchang, they departed. Ji Wuchang and Song Cheng exchanged glances. He noticed the unwavering determination in her eyes, which prompted a silent nod of approval. In the journey of cultivation, while innate talent is of great significance, steadfast conviction holds even greater importance. Throughout history, how many exceptionally gifted individuals have ultimately faded into obscurity? Ji Wuchang regarded Song Cheng and calmly stated, "I am Ji Wuchang, a disciple under the third elder of the Changsheng sect. I can offer you an opportunity to meet my master. Whether you capture her attention depends on your fortune." Song Cheng's heart soared with joy upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother. Do not rush to thank me. First, I must ask you a question. What is the condition of your body? It feels as though two forces are clashing within you." Song Cheng was taken aback, astonished that someone could perceive the turmoil within her. This revelation shifted her expression to one of seriousness. Chapter 56, The Arrival of the Imperial True Water. Senior Brother, to be honest, I was originally a body of pure water, but I was harmed and consumed by something of the fire attribute. Now, these two forces have turned my body into a battlefield, and this has persisted for several years. Song Cheng resolutely revealed her greatest secret. Ji Wuchang merely wished to verify this, and upon hearing Song Cheng's words, he felt reassured, as he feared his memories from a past life might be flawed. "Rise. I shall take you to meet our master. Whether you can become a disciple depends on your fortune," Ji Wuchang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Song Cheng quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Ji. I will forever remember today's kindness." Observing the earnest expression on Song Cheng's face, Ji Wuchang could not help but smile slightly. He desired nothing more than the gratitude that resided in her heart. According to his memories, Song Cheng was a person who valued gratitude. Ouch! As soon as Song Cheng stood up, she nearly fell again. Having knelt for quite some time, her legs had grown numb. Ji Wuchang did not rush her, as he recognized that she was still an ordinary person without any cultivation. Once Song Cheng regained feeling in her legs, Ji Wuchang drew forth his flying sword and took her towards Xiaozhu Peak. Though carrying another, his sword remained remarkably steady. Standing on the flying sword, Song Cheng's expression grew increasingly resolute. She yearned for immortality and sought vengeance. Upon arriving at Xiaozhu Peak, they encountered senior sister Tai Yujie. Noticing Ji Wuchang returning with Song Cheng, she furrowed her brow. "Junior brother, are you planning to hide a beauty in a golden house? Or are you preparing to recruit disciples?" Tai Yujie's tone was laced with sarcasm as her gaze swept over Song Cheng, whose disheveled appearance contrasted with her delicate features. further aggravating her. Ji Wuchang cast a glance at Tai Yuje, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Senior sister, do not underestimate my intentions. I merely bring this young lady, Song Qing, at our master's behest. Ji Wuchang had no patience for such foolishness and retorted without any courtesy. Hearing their exchange, Song Qing instinctively shrank behind Ji Wuchang, sensing the tension in the air. Tai Yuje's expression darkened, and just as she was about to lash out, the icy glare from Ji Wuchang silenced her. She recalled the scene from their earlier contest, despite being at the second level of the foundation establishment stage. She was uncertain if she could defeat her junior brother. With a cold huff, Tai Yuje turned and walked away. The more she pondered, the angrier she grew, leading her straight to senior sister in person. Upon seeing in person, Tai Yuje began to vent her frustrations. Senior sister, that Ji Wuchang increasingly disregards me. He just reprimanded me in front of a newcomer. I can no longer tolerate this. And Curson regarded Tai Yuje and replied calmly, Junior sister. He is currently in a position of prominence, why provoke him? The sect will soon hold the secret realm trial, any matters can be addressed within the realm. As she spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. Tai Yuje's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The upcoming secret realm trial would see both Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples participating, along with some new recruits. Many had met their demise in these trials over the years. Contemplating this, Tai Yuje fell silent, no longer voicing her grievances. Little did they know, Ji Wuchang awaited this trial, harboring the same thoughts of allowing these two to meet their end. Ji Wuchang led Song Qing to their master's residence and found second brother Zhang Linghong already present. He promptly greeted him. Junior brother, are you here to see our master? And who is this young lady? Zhang Linghong inquired with a curious smile as he glanced at Song Qing. Ji Wuchang nodded, then a thought struck him. Second brother. Our master hasn't he entrusted you with the new disciples, has she? Zhang Linghong's face immediately fell, this was indeed the case. Lacking experience in teaching newcomers, he had come hoping to pass the responsibility to senior sister. Junior brother, I'm in no position to teach anyone, I suggest you leave it to senior sister instead. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and replied, Second brother, it's not as daunting as you imagine. First, familiarize them with the environment of Shaozhu Peak. Then impart the eternal youth technique to them, teaching them how to guide Qi into their bodies. As for other techniques, our master will teach them in due course. Zhang Linghong's eyes brightened at Ji Wuchang's words. You make a valid point, junior brother. I shall return now. Zhang Linghong understood that the eternal youth technique was the fundamental skill of their sect, the one they had practiced upon entering. He preferred not to confront their master too soon, lest he incur her displeasure. With Ji Wuchang's guidance, he quickly realized the best course of action. Watching Zhang Linghong depart, Ji Wuchang smiled faintly. It seemed his second brother was not yet completely captivated by senior sister. This was for the best. It would spare him undue sorrow when he had to eliminate them. Shortly after Zhang Linghong's departure, Meng Kaihong returned, causing Song Qing to feel a surge of anxiety. Without preamble, Meng Kaihong grasped Song Qing's hand, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her body. As the energy flowed back, Meng Kaihong's eyes sparkled with delight. Although Song Qing's spiritual energy was chaotic, it posed no issue in her eyes. At that moment, her gaze towards Ji Wuchang grew increasingly approving. Meng Kaihong produced a porcelain vial for Ji Wuchang, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. This is the imperial true water. I am still seeking a few more items. Ji Wuchang's spirit soared upon hearing Meng Kaihong's words, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master. Meng Kaihong nodded thoughtfully, then produced her token. Handing it to Ji Wuchang. Take my token to the treasure pavilion and request a wood spirit pearl, Elder 4 should grant you this favor. Ji Wuchang had long coveted the sect's wood spirit pearl, and upon hearing Meng Kaihong's instructions, he accepted the token without hesitation. He did not linger. Knowing time was of the essence, for the wood spirit pearl contained immense vitality, which would be invaluable for Xiao Fan, who faced meridian issues. Chapter 57, Harmonious Brotherhood. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, Xiao Fan stood with an air of triumph. Just moments ago, his master, the sect leader Zhenyao Tian, had restored all the injuries to his meridians, and simultaneously, his cultivation had experienced a breakthrough, reaching the mid-stage of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Given that Xiao Fan had been injured for a considerable period, Xianyao Tian recalled the existence of a wood spirit pearl in the treasure pavilion and decided to bestow it upon Xiao Fan. The wood spirit pearl contained a profound life force that would continuously nourish Xiao Fan's body, allowing him to eliminate any hidden dangers in his meridians completely. Kai Ping stood beside Xiao Fan, his gaze cold and menacing. Throughout his life, he had been overshadowed by Jin Miaoqing's talents, making his existence increasingly stifling. Having relinquished his pursuit of Jin Miaoqing, who had since left the Changsheng sect, Kai Ping felt as though a great burden had been lifted from his heart, allowing him to breathe freely once more. However, he did not anticipate that with Jin Miaoqing's departure, another rival, Xiao Fan, would emerge, a rival with inferior roots classified as low-grade celestial. This revelation filled Kai Ping with animosity towards Xiao Fan, his heart brimming with murderous intent. He would not allow anyone to rise above him, regardless of who they might be. Anyone daring to do so would become his adversary. Thus, from the moment he laid eyes on Xiao Fan, Kai Ping's heart was consumed with malice. Yet, he would not reveal this animosity outwardly, as his ambitions were grand. He sought control over the entire Changsheng sect. Kai Ping had already devised a plan for the upcoming sect trials. Intending to find a way to bring this junior brother along, for the secret realm would serve as an excellent resting place for his enemies. With roots superior to his own and having been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, Xiao Fan was treading upon a path that could lead to his demise. Junior brother, the treasure pavilion is under the jurisdiction of the 4th elder, who possesses a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the purple mansion. Therefore, when you meet her, be sure to show some courtesy. Kai Ping remarked amiably to Xiao Fan. The treasure pavilion was indeed a significant location within the sect. If one could establish a good rapport with the 4th elder, she would undoubtedly reward him generously. Xiao Fan nodded in response, and then calmly replied, "Thank you, senior brother." In his heart, however, he felt disdain. Addressing him as senior brother was merely out of respect for his master. In a few years, his cultivation would surely surpass that of Kai Ping, rendering the title of senior brother irrelevant. As the two conversed, they entered the treasure pavilion. Upon seeing them, Yin Shuya was momentarily taken aback before smiling at Kai Ping. "Kai Ping, it is indeed a rare visit." Kai Ping smiled faintly and replied, "4th elder. It was inconvenient to come by recently. Today, my junior brother Xiao Fan has come to the treasure pavilion, so I thought I would pay a visit as well." At this moment, Xiao Fan did not dare to be negligent, quickly clasping his fists and saying, "Xiao Fan pays his respects to the 4th elder." Yin Shuya glanced at Xiao Fan, then nodded, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. "No need for formalities. What brings you both to the treasure pavilion today?" Before Kai Ping could speak, Xiao Fan hurriedly interjected, "4th elder, the sect leader has sent me to retrieve a wood spirit pearl." Kai Ping's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Xiao Fan dare to interrupt him, but he quickly regained his composure. Yin Shuyao appeared momentarily stunned before chuckling. "You have arrived too late. Just moments ago, junior nephew Ji Wuchang took the 3rd elder's token and has already taken the wood spirit pearl." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's smile instantly vanished, his expression twisting into one of discomfort. "Ji Wuchang, you injured me first and then took away my wood spirit pearl. You have now sealed your fate." Murderous intent surged within Xiao Fan as, at this moment, his confidence soared with his recent breakthrough in cultivation. Strangely, Kai Ping felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Ji Wuchang had taken the pearl. Although Ji Wuchang had made a name for himself recently, he was merely a disciple of the 3rd elder and would never qualify to compete with him for the sect leader position. Xiao Fan, however, was different. He possessed low-grade celestial roots, while Kai Ping only had high-grade earthly ones, a significant disparity. Furthermore, the wood spirit pearl was a rare innate spiritual object, imbued not only with immense spiritual energy but also with a powerful life force. Whomever managed to refine this item would undoubtedly achieve rapid advancement in their cultivation. Kai Ping had previously refined one himself and was well aware of the benefits it contained. Leaving the treasure pavilion with a gloomy expression, Xiao Fan was followed closely by Kai Ping, who wore a faint smirk. "Junior brother Xiao, do not lose heart. The Changsheng sect acquires several wood spirit pearls every few years. As the sect leader's disciple, you will surely be given priority in the future." Kai Ping walked beside Xiao Fan, offering words of consolation. Although Xiao Fan's expression remained grim, he eventually nodded. The events had already transpired and were beyond retrieval. However, a thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind, and he asked, "Senior brother, do you know Ji Wuchang? What do you think of him?" Kai Ping looked at Xiao Fan, noticing his darkening expression, and felt a stirring in his heart. "Junior brother Xiao, do you know Ji Wuchang?" Xiao Fan's countenance grew ever darker. He feared Ji Wuchang had returned and boasted about the events in my city. At this moment, his resentment towards Ji Wuchang deepened. Yet, since Kai Ping inquired, he could not lie, as it would be easy for others to discover, thus, he nodded. Kai Ping was no fool and immediately understood that Xiao Fan must have had a conflict with Ji Wuchang, which caused his eyes to gleam with excitement. In that instant, Kai Ping conceived a scheme of utilizing a rival to eliminate another. Smiling, Kai Ping said, "Ji Wuchang is a disciple of the third elder. I have indeed seen him a couple of times. However, his strength is quite average, and he is rather arrogant, just a mere clown. Although his current power surpasses yours slightly. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you surpass him. I estimate that if you seclude yourself for 10 days to half a month, your strength will undoubtedly exceed his." Kai Ping specified this timeframe because the trial of the secret realm was set to begin within half a month. Xiao Fan was still unfamiliar with the people of the Changsheng sect and could not inquire about Ji Wuchang. If they indeed bore a grudge, should they cross paths in the secret realm, even if Xiao Fan could restrain himself, Ji Wuchang might not do the same. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. He recalled clearly that during his competition with Ji Wuchang, the latter was only at the initial stage of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. It had only been a little over a month. Ji Wuchang could barely reach the 7th layer at best. With the ample resources provided by his master, if he secluded himself for half a month, he would surely break through to the 7th layer, allowing him to reclaim his dignity. Thinking of this ignited a fervor within Xiao Fan, and he instinctively touched the storage ring on his finger, a flash of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "Senior brother is right, my meridians have just been restored. And I truly need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Kai Ping nodded vigorously, a gentle smile gracing his face. What a harmonious scene of brotherhood it was. Chapter 58, The Wood Spirit Pearl and Liver Refinement. Within the confines of the room, Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, his eyes brimming with delight. In his hand rested a pearl, verdant and glistening, imbued with a profound essence of life. This pearl was none other than the Wood Spirit Pearl, freshly acquired from the hands of the 4th elder of the treasure hall. The 5 elements correspond to the 5 organs, each influencing and being influenced by one another. The liver stores blood to nourish the heart, the liver nurtures the heart, akin to wood fostering fire. The heart supports the spleen, representing fire giving rise to earth. The spleen nurtures the lungs, embodying earth-generating metal, the lungs sustain the kidneys, signifying metal-producing water, and the kidneys nourish the liver, illustrating water giving rise to wood. With the Wood Spirit Pearl and the Imperial True Water in his possession, Ji Wuchang had acquired both wood and water, 2 potent spiritual entities. Reflecting upon the ancient art of organ refinement, he recalled that this technique required drawing upon the physical body as strength to nourish the internal organs. He retrieved several mid-grade spirit stones, placing them nearby for easy access. Gazing at the Wood Spirit Pearl, which resembled an egg in size, Ji Wuchang hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth and absorbed the pearl into his abdomen. Upon its entry, a tremendous surge of wood attribute spiritual energy erupted forth, accompanied by an overwhelming force. Ji Wuchang immediately activated the ancient organ refinement technique, enveloping these 2 energies and continuously channeling them into his liver. He could distinctly sense his liver becoming extraordinarily invigorated, as tendrils of dark energy were expelled from within. Under the operation of the ancient technique, the liver appeared to be an insatiable abyss. The vast spiritual energy provided by the Wood Spirit Pearl was insufficient to match the liver's absorption rate. Ji Wuchang was astonished to feel the spiritual energy within him depleting at an alarming rate. He had not anticipated that refining merely one organ would consume such an immense force. It was no wonder that the realm of divine abode was so elusive to most. As time swiftly passed, 2 days elapsed in the blink of an eye, with Ji Wuchang remaining motionless in his meditative state. At this moment, he appeared remarkably emaciated. Surrounded by a small circle of dust residue left behind after the spirit stones had exhausted their energy. Yet, a powerful essence of life emanated from his frail form. The paradox of his diminished physique juxtaposed with his robust vitality created a striking harmony. Gradually, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy. Upon introspection, he discerned a lustrous sheen enveloping his liver, a testament to the success of his refinement. He did not rush to rise but instead soared upwards, heading directly towards Spirit Sword Peak. Spirit Sword Peak, the abode of the Grand Elder Pei Yuanqing, boasted a denser concentration of spiritual energy compared to Little Bamboo Peak. The peak was adorned with hundreds of spirit swords, a truly magnificent sight. Every individual who entered Spirit Sword Peak was required to establish a connection with the swords, selecting one that resonated with their essence. Shortly thereafter, Ji Wuchang arrived at the base of Spirit Sword Peak. System: Sign-in. Deep. Sign-in at Spirit Sword Peak of the Changsheng sect successful. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Luck value: 10. Ji Wuchang had no intention of staying at Spirit Sword Peak. He had come solely to sign in. After all, the energy spent on refining his liver was substantial, necessitating a thorough replenishment. Having signed in multiple times at Little Bamboo Peak, the rewards had become rather unimpressive. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy manifested within Ji Wuchang's body. He activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, guiding this energy throughout his limbs and bones. As this force flowed in, his previously gaunt form began to re-inflate as if filled with air. In mere moments, Ji Wuchang returned to his original state. However, a residue of this energy remained, and he would not let it go to waste. He directed it into his dantian, swiftly replenishing the energy expended there. With a smile gracing his lips, Ji Wuchang swayed his body and made his way back to Little Bamboo Peak. The individuals at Spirit Sword Peak were left in a state of astonishment. They had thought Ji Wuchang had come for an important matter, only to realize that he lingered at the foot of the mountain for but a few moments. Upon returning to Little Bamboo Peak, Ji Wuchang noticed his senior brother, Zhang Linghong, searching for him. Upon seeing Ji Wuchang, Zhang Linghong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly addressed Ji Wuchang, "Junior brother, the master has summoned us for a matter. I just visited your quarters and found no one." Preparing to report back to the master. At the mention of this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up with realization, and without further ado, he and Zhang Linghong hurried towards Meng Caihong's residence. Upon their arrival, they found in person, Taiyujie, Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Cheng already present. Meng Caihong smiled upon seeing the two, gesturing for them to stand aside. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over Song Cheng, astonished. Just 2 days prior, she had been an ordinary person, yet now she radiated the aura of a third-tier chi refiner. This revelation made Ji Wuchang instantly aware that Song Cheng's water spirit body had fully restored. "I have summoned all of you today for 2 announcements. The first is that I formally accept Song Cheng as my direct disciple. As she joined the sect later than the rest of you, she shall henceforth be your junior sister," Meng Caihong declared, her expression one of joy. Song Cheng, equally exhilarated, stepped forth from the crowd and knelt before Meng Caihong. Discipled Song Cheng pays respects to master. After her proclamation, she bowed 3 times respectfully, tears streaming from her eyes. After enduring countless hardships over the years, this moment marked a long-awaited culmination. Ji Wuchang glanced at Incursion and Taiyujie, who remained expressionless, as though none of this concerned them in the slightest. Wang Ping approached, presenting a cup of tea she had meticulously prepared to Song Cheng. Song Cheng nodded in gratitude and then respectfully offered the cup to Meng Caihong. With a gentle smile, Meng Caihong accepted the cup, took a sip, and set it aside on a small table. Meng Caihong then pointed at Song Cheng's forehead, imparting, "Today, I shall teach you the sect's foundational technique, Evergreen Skill. This technique serves as the fundamental practice for all new disciples. I hope you will remain humble and diligent, learning from your senior brothers and sisters." Song Cheng nodded earnestly, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance, I shall remember it well." Standing up, Song Cheng addressed everyone present with a respectful fist bump. Song Cheng greets all senior brothers and sisters. Ji Wuchang and the others naturally returned her greeting with smiles. Regardless of how others perceived him, Ji Wuchang felt a surge of happiness. Another ally had joined him at Little Bamboo Peak. Meng Caihong gazed at the group with a smile before calmly announcing, having just returned from the main peak, "I must share that the secret realm will open in 5 days. I have registered Curson, Linghong, Yujie, and Wuchang from Little Bamboo Peak. Prepare well upon your return. Chapter 59, The Trials of the Secret Realm commence. Ji Wuchang returned to his abode. Reflecting on the excitement that illuminated in Curson and Tai Yujie's eyes when his master spoke of the Secret Realm trials, Tai Yujie cast a fleeting glance at Ji Wuchang, her eyes momentarily glinting with malice. Ji Wuchang maintained an air of indifference, feigning ignorance of Tai Yujie's gaze, silently expressing an apology to his master within his heart. After the conclusion of the Secret Realm trials, there would be a reduction in the personnel of the Xiaozhu Peak. Ji Wuchang retrieved the Imperial True Water. His eyes gleaming with determination, he resolved to fully utilize this precious substance before entering the Secret Realm. What man does not aspire to possess a robust vitality? Although Ji Wuchang considered his vitality satisfactory and had not been hindered by it in his previous life, an enhancement would surely be welcome. After all, this pertains to a matter of male dignity. While one might occasionally concede in other matters, this was not one to shy away from. As Ji Wuchang uncapped the bottle, the Imperial True Water burst forth like a sharp sword, aimed directly at his brow. Anticipating this, Ji Wuchang unleashed the purple chi burning heaven technique. A scorching aura erupting from his body like a volcanic explosion. The purple chi burning heaven technique, inherently a fire attribute skill, surpassed even the innate essence of the Imperial True Water, rendering it incapable of resisting the overwhelming force. A vortex formed before Ji Wuchang, enveloping the Imperial True Water, after which he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. With the Imperial True Water coursing within him, Ji Wuchang gradually closed his eyes, directing the essence to embrace his kidneys. Time passed, and 3 days later, Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes. This time, he appeared even more emaciated than a few days prior. He hastened once more to the foot of Lingjian Peak to sign in. Ding! Successful sign-in at Changshengmen Lingjian Peak. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Fortune value, 5. Ji Wuchang had anticipated this. The reward for signing in at the same location a second time was halved. However, with the influx of 5 years of cultivation, Ji Wuchang's physique reverted to its former state. He then examined the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, Mid-Stage Chi Refinement Level 9, Root Bone, Earth Grade Mid-Quality, Fortune Value, 1386, Special Ability, None, System Tasks, None. As Ji Wuchang scrutinized the system panel, his brow furrowed slightly. He could comprehend all other aspects on the panel, yet the meaning of Special Ability eluded him. Did it signify a technique, a combat skill, a secret art, or some unique capability? After pondering for a moment, he relinquished the thought, deciding it was a matter to be addressed later. Upon reaching the foot of Lingjian Peak, Ji Wuchang departed once more, leaving the disciples in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. However, the disciples of Lingjian Peak had little time to ponder such matters, as preparations for the Secret Realm trials were in full swing. Historically, the mortality rate for these trials was 1 in 5. Meaning 1 among every 5 participants met their demise. Who was responsible for their deaths and how they perished remained unexamined once they exited the realm. Like any cultivation sect, Changshengmen would not risk the lives of its living disciples for the sake of a deceased one. Hence, many grievances that could not be resolved within the sect would find resolution within the secret realm. Changshengmen would turn a blind eye to such occurrences. It was the living who were deemed worthy of cultivation. Although Ji Wuchang had not participated in this trial in his past life, he was well aware that it was no simple affair and could result in substantial losses. After the trials, many elders of Changshengmen would be left fuming. At this moment, the Grand Plaza of Changshengmen was already bustling with over 200 participants ready for the trials. Although the sect had only 9 elders in total, there were numerous guest elders of lesser rank. Many who could not secure a place under one of the 9 elders naturally sought out a guest elder instead. Ji Wuchang stood alongside Zhang Linghong, scanning the crowd, his heart heavy with resignation. Among these individuals, at least several dozen would find themselves eternally entombed within the secret realm. As Ji Wuchang surveyed the assembly, he frowned, noticing the absence of Xiao Fan. Did this fellow not intend to participate? At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the distance, Kai Ping and Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, brimming with confidence after several days of seclusion, had elevated his cultivation to the early stage of Qi refinement level 7. This breakthrough had dispelled all previous gloom, and as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze eventually landed on Ji Wuchang. Xiao Fan did not conceal the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Yet, he was aware that this was not the appropriate venue for conflict, otherwise, he would have been eager to exact revenge. Just then, Elder Zhou Yuan appeared, accompanied by Elder Yu Jin, who were the overseers of this trial. Esteemed participants, this trial is a decennial rite of passage for disciples at the foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages, serving as a test for you all. The ultimate results will be assessed based on the ferocious beast corpses you present upon your return. Naturally, the rankings will differ for the foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages. Now, everyone, please follow me to the rear mountain of the sect. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhou Yuan soared into the air, leading the way to the rear mountain of Changshengmen. The others swiftly drew forth their flying swords, trailing closely behind. In mere moments, they arrived at a clearing at the rear mountain. In the clearing, Elders Yin Shuyu, Tang Yuan, and Jia Yuanliang were already present. The three sat cross-legged at the three cardinal points. Beneath them, a unique formation rotated slowly, and a peculiar portal materialized above the array. From within the portal emanated strands of spatial energy, indicating that passage through this gateway would lead to a new realm. Esteemed participants, this is a random teleportation portal that will transport you to the trial location. Here is a jade token for each of you, should you encounter a life-threatening crisis. Shattering this token will allow you to be teleported out. However, those who do not remain for a full 7 days, regardless of their achievements, will not be included in the rankings. Elder Yuzhen spoke with a smile, then waved his hand, sending forth jade tokens that precisely landed before each participant, who eagerly grasped them. Ji Wuchang examined the token in his hand, sensing a unique aura emanating from it, and his heart instantly grasped its significance. Such artifacts were familiar to him from his past life, thus holding no allure. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept across the crowd, noticing that Kai Ping and Xiao Fan had already approached the teleportation portal. Just then, Xiao Fan turned to Ji Wuchang, offering a subtle, mocking smile before stepping through the portal. Chapter 60, The First Battle in the Secret Realm. Within the forest, a figure darted rapidly, traversing several yards with each stride. Behind him, 5 shadowy forms, remarkably robust black wolves, pursued relentlessly. Each wolf weighed no less than 300 pounds, their massive jaws revealing a set of menacing white teeth. Damn it, these beasts won't cease their pursuit until I eliminate them completely. Ji Wuchang cursed under his breath, casting a glance back, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. He lamented his misfortune. Upon his recent teleportation, he had unwittingly landed near the lair of these black wolves. There were 7 in total, with the lead wolf being a second-tier black wolf, equivalent to a human cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and estimated to possess strength comparable to a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator. The remaining 6 were peak first-tier black wolves, akin to cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang reacted swiftly, dispatching the nearest first-tier black wolf with blinding speed, before activating his escape mode. Shortly thereafter, he managed to slay another, yet 5 remained. Particularly the leader, which exerted considerable pressure on him, given that he was merely at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang, if you were to call me master, I could effortlessly annihilate these black wolves with a mere gesture. What do you say? The voice of Ji Yaoyao echoed in his ears. It was not the first time she had broached this topic, yet each time Ji Wuchang had firmly declined. The thought of acknowledging her as his master was preposterous, especially since he harbored certain feelings for her. Although the hierarchy of master and disciple was less rigid in the cultivation world, he felt it would diminish his standing. Shut your mouth, you foul woman. Ji Wuchang retorted coldly, pushing himself to his utmost speed, his movements resembling an ethereal dance. Meanwhile, Ji Yaoyao pouted within her storage ring, infuriated that a mere mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator dared to insult her. In the past, she would have easily dispatched him with a single strike. However, this despicable man had bound their fates together with a curse, preventing her from venting her anger upon him. Ji Yaoyao desired to impart the Ji family's supreme martial technique, the Great Sun Divine Fist, to Ji Wuchang, but naturally, she could not bestow such knowledge upon someone outside her clan. However, if Ji Wuchang were to become her disciple, their relationship would change, allowing her to share the technique without guilt, as he would bear the Ji family's mark. Die, Ji Wuchang, you wretched Ji Wuchang. I shall see how you, a mere body-refining cultivator, managed to take down a second-tier black wolf. Ji Yaoyao was furious and was eager to witness Ji Wuchang's capabilities. With a ferocious howl, the leader of the black wolves signaled its companions, who swiftly fanned out to encircle Ji Wuchang. Sensing that Ji Yaoyao had finally fallen silent, Ji Wuchang breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze swept the surroundings, and a long sword materialized in his hand, shimmering with a cold light and emanating a deep chill. This sword, named Azure Water, was a low-grade magical weapon, extraordinarily sharp, gifted to him by Meng Kaihong. Despite its low-grade status, Azure Water had claimed numerous lives in the hands of Meng Kaihong. As her power grew, she deemed the sword inadequate, however, under her nurturing, it had surpassed the quality of many mid-grade weapons. With the sword in hand, Ji Wuchang's murderous intent intensified as he turned his focus back to the wolves. In a swift motion, he altered his trajectory, propelling himself toward the left, soaring several yards to land atop one of the black wolves. Heart-treading step. Without hesitation, he lifted his left foot and stomped down upon the black wolf below. Although his foot did not make contact, the wolf emitted a pained howl, its frenzied movement abruptly losing balance. With a heavy thud, its head collided with a tree, eliciting a grimace of pain. At that moment, a ghostly flash of swordlight appeared at the wolf's throat, slicing through its windpipe. Blood erupted from the wound like a fountain as the wolf collapsed in defeat. Ji Wuchang vanished from atop the tree, catching his breath. The heart-treading step consumed substantial spiritual energy, and despite taking only one step, he felt a significant depletion of his power. Subsequently, he unleashed the Shadow Sword technique, delivering a spectral strike that ended the life of the black wolf. A resounding crash echoed as a second-tier black wolf felled a nearby tree, yet Ji Wuchang remained concealed, his expression icy. Determined not to flee from these beasts, Ji Wuchang focused intently on the second-tier black wolf, recognizing an opportunity as it sprinted to the left. Shadow Sword technique, Shadow Sword kill, he murmured, launching himself like lightning toward a distant black wolf, aiming for its throat. However, the wolf reacted with remarkable agility, evading his strike at the last moment. Instead of piercing its throat, Ji Wuchang left a deep gash along its side, blood gushing forth. With a cold snort, he formed a seal with his left hand, flames flickering to life around him. As the flames swirled, they coalesced into a fiery ring, which Ji Wuchang propelled forward. Blazing flame wheel, he shouted. And the flaming ring hurtled toward the black wolf, resulting in a pained howl as its massive form was cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Just then, a shadow lunged at him, jaws wide open, aiming to bite him. The stench was overwhelming, nearly causing Ji Wuchang to retch. Realizing he could not evade in time, he fell backward, raising his sword to slash at the shadow. The enormous form of the black wolf soared past him, Azure Water slicing through its belly, creating a long, bloody gash. Although the wolf was not yet dead, it was mortally wounded. In the blink of an eye, Ji Wuchang had slain 3 black wolves. Chapter 61, 8 Dao Platforms. Ji Wuchang wiped the wolf blood from his face, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent. At this moment, 2 black wolves had appeared not far from him, one in front and the other behind, encircling him. The first-tier black wolf seemed to harbor a hint of fear, unwilling to advance. However, the second-tier black wolf glared with ferocity, letting out a low growl that was accompanied by a gust of wind, lunging directly at Ji Wuchang. The black wolf opened its massive jaws, unleashing a wave of force that surged towards Ji Wuchang like a tempest. Simultaneously, its forepaw lifted, aiming to strike him squarely in the chest. The wolf moved with remarkable speed, even with Ji Wuchang exerting all his might in the 8 trigrams dragon step, he could barely keep pace. Having just slain 3 black wolves, he had already depleted a portion of his spiritual energy, and now he found himself unable to match the opponent's speed. Given this predicament, he resolved to confront the beast head-on. With a cold glint in his eyes, Ji Wuchang sidestepped the rush of wind expelled from the black wolf's jaws. He raised his Bai Shui sword and struck down, colliding directly with the wolf's paw. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Ji Wuchang felt as though his sword had struck steel, sparks flying in all directions. The wolf's paw was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, and his sword had merely struck this protective barrier. Ji Wuchang let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps, his right hand trembling slightly as he gripped the Bai Shui sword. The Black Wolf possessed tremendous strength, although he had achieved a robust physique. He felt he still fell short against this second-tier wolf in raw power. Just then, an icy gust of wind surged from behind him, and without a moment's hesitation, Ji Wuchang executed the 8 trigrams dragon step, dodging to the left. A powerful crash resonated as a deep pit formed where he had just stood. Stepping forward with determination, Ji Wuchang fixed his gaze on the first-tier Black Wolf, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes as he advanced. The wolf let out a pitiful cry, collapsing instantly to the ground. Utilizing the shadow sword technique, a fiery halo spun rapidly above Ji Wuchang's left hand, hurtling towards the second-tier Black Wolf. In that instant, his body transformed into a fierce wind, darting swiftly before the first-tier wolf and piercing its throat with his sword. At that moment, a fierce gust whistled toward him. And without time to think, Ji Wuchang seized the first-tier Black Wolf, using its body as a shield. A thunderous impact sent him flying, crashing harshly to the ground. Ji Wuchang felt excruciating pain in his back, but he dared not linger, springing up immediately. The Black Wolf's corpse in his grasp bore multiple deep gashes. Had he not used it as a shield, those wounds would have marred his own body. The second-tier Black Wolf glared at Ji Wuchang with an intense murderous gaze. Ji Wuchang met its stare and sighed before his expression turned cold. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Ji Wuchang formed a seal with his hands. And a unique aura suddenly enveloped him, surging like a volcanic eruption. The Black Wolf sensed this energy and its eyes widened in alarm. With a fierce roar, the second-tier wolf lunged at Ji Wuchang, its massive jaws poised to strike. 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique. Ji Wuchang bellowed, his gaze icy as he raised his sword and swung down. A blade of light, 10 zhang in size, flashed like lightning, cleaving through the air and striking the airborne Black Wolf, slicing through its entire body. The second-tier Black Wolf was cleaved in two, the sword's momentum unyielding as it carved a gash several tens of meters long into the ground. You have indeed begun to grasp the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique of the Windwalker Supreme. Ji Wuchang heard the astonished voice of Ji Yaoyao, her surprise palpable. The Windwalker Supreme had once told Ji Yaoyao that mastering the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique required immense talent. Some might spend their entire lives in pursuit without ever succeeding. Ji Yaoyao had previously harbored doubts, but now she was utterly convinced. Ji Wuchang collapsed to the ground, having expended over 80% of his spiritual energy, feeling as though his dantian was utterly empty. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful at the trial site. Reward, 6 years of cultivation. Luck value, 5, the system's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind. And his depleted spiritual energy surged back to its peak at a visible rate. However, he was aware that the secret realm was fraught with danger, and enhancing his cultivation was imperative. Thus, Ji Wuchang activated the purple qi burning heaven technique, drawing all his spiritual energy into his dantian. In that moment, his aura skyrocketed, breaking through from the mid-stage of the 9th layer of qi refinement to its peak. Ji Wuchang stowed away the corpses of the 5 Black Wolves, as he needed to present them to his sect. Ji Yaoyao, guard me. Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, retrieving a 5th-grade cleansing marrow elixir, and without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. This elixir was immensely beneficial, not only for a mere qi refinement practitioner but even for those in the soul division realm. Is he attempting to break through to the foundation establishment realm? Ji Yaoyao's spirit emerged from her ring, her curiosity piqued as she observed Ji Wuchang. At this moment, as Ji Wuchang consumed the 5th-grade cleansing marrow elixir, his body felt as though it had plunged into a sea of flames. The violent spiritual energy erupted, transforming into spiraling gales that assaulted every meridian within him. Simultaneously, these spirals surged into his flesh, bones, and even marrow, filling every conceivable space. Ji Wuchang trembled, the pain akin to being pricked by countless needles coursing through him. The spirals of energy swept through his bones like a flood, akin to scraping flesh. The agony was beyond description. Suddenly, before Ji Wuchang, a series of Dao platforms began to materialize. 1, 2, 3. In mere moments, 8 pristine Dao platforms floated behind him, each one immaculate. Ji Yaoyao gazed at the 8 platforms with astonishment, while the sight did not shock her, for she had once condensed 9 platforms. Her situation was entirely different from Ji Wuchang's. She possessed a high-grade heavenly root and the bloodline of the Ji family. A lineage that had produced saints, their bloodline power unfathomably formidable. Yet, Ji Wuchang, with only a mid-grade earthly root, had managed to condense 8 Dao platforms, shattering Ji Yaoyao's preconceived notions. Chapter 62, The Collapse of the Dao Platforms, Late Stage of Qi Refinement Level 10. At that moment, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, gazing at the 8 Dao platforms behind him with a complex expression. In his previous life, due to issues with his meridians, he had exhausted all his efforts and could only consolidate 5 Dao platforms at the foundation establishment stage. Now, with his meridians intact and having achieved the golden skin and jade bones, his potential erupted exponentially, allowing him to directly condense 8 Dao platforms. Had it been in his past life, seeing these 8 Dao platforms would have filled Ji Wuchang with overwhelming joy. With the support of these 8 platforms, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could at least cultivate to the celestial phenomenon realm, or even stronger. However, having been granted a second chance at life, he could not be satisfied with such an achievement. Ji Wuchang aspired to become the strongest man in this realm. In that moment, a newfound determination radiated from Ji Wuchang's gaze. Amidst the terror, confusion, and astonishment in Ji Yaoyao's eyes, Ji Wuchang struck down with his palm, causing the 8 Dao platforms to collapse instantaneously. The Dao platforms were mere illusions, formed by the aggregation of spiritual energy, and as Ji Wuchang's palm descended, they shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into the void. Have you lost your mind? Ji Yaoyao was bewildered by Ji Wuchang's actions. She had never encountered someone who would obliterate their own Dao platforms, effectively severing their own path. As the 8 Dao platforms shattered, Ji Wuchang was immediately met with a backlash, his face turning pale as blood gushed forth from his mouth. With this expulsion of blood, Ji Wuchang's aura began to wane, plummeting from the pinnacle of Qi Refinement Level 9 to the peak of Level 8. Yet, Ji Wuchang seemed prepared, his eyes were exceptionally calm, disregarding Ji Yaoyao as he sat cross-legged and formed hand seals. Although Ji Yaoyao was a being of pure spirit, she was enraged, her chest heaving violently. She thought to herself, this man must be insane. Ji Wuchang, you are a lunatic. Witnessing Ji Wuchang's diminished aura fueled her indignation. At this moment, Ji Wuchang, having shattered his own Dao platforms, suffered a decline in cultivation, with slight damage to his meridians and dantian. However, Ji Wuchang was well prepared, channeling the spiritual energy of the cleansing marrow and meridian elixir within him to restore himself. After a short incense stick's time, Ji Wuchang's aura gradually strengthened, and he broke through once more to the pinnacle of Qi Refinement Level 9. His physical body was flawless, and the effects of the cleansing marrow and meridian elixir had significantly diminished, now serving merely as a supplement. He then began to ascend in cultivation, rapidly advancing from the early stage of Qi Refinement Level 9 to its peak, leaving Ji Yaoyao utterly astonished. At this juncture, the power of the 5th grade cleansing marrow and meridian elixir was fully unleashed, and Ji Wuchang's entire being radiated like a blazing furnace. A fervent energy coursed through Ji Wuchang's body. He activated the purple Qi burning heaven technique. As the spiritual energy within him circulated, tendrils of purple gas enveloped him, imbuing him with an air of nobility and sanctity, as if he possessed an imposing presence that demanded reverence. Even Ji Yaoyao, now calmed, was intrigued. She wanted to see what Ji Wuchang was truly attempting to accomplish. The fervent energy surrounding Ji Wuchang intensified, and the purple gas multiplied. Gradually, these purple gases coalesced to form an alchemical furnace, enveloping Ji Wuchang within. Inside this furnace, the purple aura transformed, eventually manifesting as a colossal purple dragon coiling around him. As the dragon shifted, it morphed into a purple phoenix. Subsequently, various mystical beasts appeared, including the vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, Taodai, solar zhu, lunar yueying, Yinglong, Gocheng, Xieji, Bifang, and others. Ji Yaoyao was left speechless, realizing that this was the rhythm of a breakthrough to the saint level. Phenomena erupted continuously, rendering Ji Yaoyao in a state of shock. Breakthrough Qi Refinement Level 10 for me. Ji Wuchang roared in fury from within the purple alchemical furnace. His voice, though not loud, shattered all the myriad phenomena around him. Simultaneously, an ethereal iron chain appeared outside Ji Wuchang's body, connecting to his spirit, resembling a shackle of the soul. The chain pierced through his spirit, appearing both present and absent. However, in response to Ji Wuchang's furious roar, the chain shattered, breaking into several segments. With the chain's rupture, Ji Wuchang's spirit seemed to undergo a rebirth, surging in strength as it doubled in power. From the center of his spirit, the shattered chain transformed into a stream of pure energy, entering his brow and coalescing into a unique rune. This rune, like the chain, was elusive and ever-changing, its form impossible to discern. Simultaneously, Ji Wuchang's aura surged, propelling him from the peak of Qi refinement level 9 to the late stage of level 10. The purple alchemical furnace outside Ji Wuchang's body rapidly shrank, merging into him. Ji Yaoyao felt her heart racing, the extreme fluctuations causing her spiritual form to tremble slightly. It turned out that within the realm of Qi refinement, there truly existed a level 10. It required the destruction of one's Tao platforms and the severing of the shackles of heaven. Throughout history, it has been said that the Tao platform is the cornerstone of a cultivator. If it is destroyed, a lifetime of cultivation is rendered hopeless. This deeply ingrained belief has deterred many from inflicting any harm upon their Tao platforms. Yet today, Ji Yaoyao witnessed the most shocking event of her life. Ji Wuchang had entered the legendary 10th level of Qi refinement. If there were 10 levels in Qi refinement, did it imply that during the foundation establishment stage, one could condense 10 Tao platforms? The mere thought of this conjecture sent shivers through Ji Yaoyao's spiritual being. Could it be that today she was to witness the rise of a genius? With a complex expression, she gazed at Ji Wuchang, fully altering her perception of him. Though this man was despicable and had cast a curse upon her, his character and insight were undeniably exceptional. How did you know that a 10th level of Qi refinement existed? Ji Yaoyao asked, her eyes fixed on Ji Wuchang with intensity. Coming from the Ji clan, she had heard of such things but had never witnessed them. Ji Wuchang hailed from a remote area and was merely a disciple of the Qi refinement realm. How could he possess such knowledge? Take a guess. Ji Wuchang responded, feeling the power within him surge as a look of ecstasy crossed his face. He sensed that compared to Qi refinement level 9, he was at least several times stronger. If he were to confront the second-tier black wolf he had slain earlier, he was confident he could dispatch it within just a few moves without resorting to secret techniques. However, a 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique was indeed fearsome. Ji Wuchang believed that should he employ his secret method, even a 9th-level foundation establishment opponent would be annihilated in an instant. They would have no chance to retaliate. Yet, after such a strike, he might also lose the capacity to continue fighting. Guess you can die, Ji Yaoyao exclaimed, cursing before her form dissipated. Retreating back into her storage ring, she understood that this was a secret Ji Wuchang was unwilling to share. Chapter 63, The Tragic Xiao Fan Within a Cavern. Xiao Fan erupted with hearty laughter, astonished by the bountiful fortune he had encountered on his very first day in the secret realm. He stumbled upon several skeletal remains, each possessing intact storage rings, from which he unearthed a supreme treasure. Simultaneously, he discovered a third-tier vitality pill. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan consumed the pill, feeling his cultivation surge, propelling him to the initial stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. From within his ring, the spirit of an elderly man emerged, gazing at Xiao Fan with a look of profound satisfaction. This was a storage ring Xiao Fan had inadvertently discovered in the Xiao family's treasury, containing the spirit of a formidable 6th divine realm expert. Upon seeing the elder, Xiao Fan promptly clasped his fists and said, "Master, the eternal life sect truly is my fated ground. Within just a few days, I have made successive breakthroughs." The elder smiled gently and replied, "I have examined your fortune, and it is indeed extraordinary. You are destined to command respect in the future. Although the eternal life sect is modest, it is situated in the remote region of Boyun Prefecture, where competition is scarce. Spend some time here to solidify your foundation. When you emerge, you shall compete with the other prodigies, and that will be your stage." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, soon followed by a chilling glint of murderous intent. "Master, I must eliminate Ji Wuchang." The elder chuckled softly, confidence radiating from him as he spoke. "During this time, my spirit has recovered significantly. You may act freely. In this secret realm, there are no soul division experts present. I shall lend you my strength, and you may eliminate whomever you wish." Xiao Fan nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with a fierce resolve. The elder then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of Xiao Fan's storage ring. Emerging from the cave, Xiao Fan cast not a single glance at the scattered corpses. Being inherently selfish, he felt no concern for those whose remains he had discovered. He had already gained his rewards. Ji Wuchang observed Xiao Fan's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ji Yao, do you suppose there is also a remnant soul within his storage ring? How does it compare to yours? As soon as Ji Wuchang's words fell, Ji Yao's voice resonated within his mind. It is merely a remnant soul of the 9th layer of Soul Division. Although I have only regained less than 20% of my spiritual power, extinguishing such a soul is still a trivial task. However, I have just discerned that this individual has implanted a assimilation mark upon Xiao Fan, likely viewing him as a target for possession. Yet, Xiao Fan's cultivation is too low for him to act at this moment. Ji Wuchang's expression shifted to one of intrigue upon hearing Ji Yao's words. Is Xiao Fan truly so unfortunate? I cannot afford to eliminate him just yet, I must extract his fortune first. That said, individuals of such great fortune possess a peculiar trait: once their fortune is drained, it can gradually replenish. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. This is how one reaps the harvest. With this thought, Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he donned a cloak, concealing his aura. Ji Yao, suppress that remnant soul so it dares not reveal itself. I shall teach the Xiao Fan a lesson. Ji Yao huffed disdainfully, reluctant to be commanded by Ji Wuchang, yet ultimately acquiesced. At this moment, Xiao Fan soared through the forest. Exhilarated as he flew low on his sword, devising plans to torment Ji Wuchang. Suddenly, he felt a violent jolt to his heart, eliciting a pained scream. His form plummeted from the air, his face contorted in agony. In that instant, a figure appeared like a specter, a massive fist raised. Before Xiao Fan could react, 2 powerful blows struck his chest. With a crack, 3 of Xiao Fan's ribs shattered, and he let out another agonized cry. His body hurtling backward as blood gushed from his mouth. Die! Xiao Fan, true to his nature, despite the suddenness of the assault and the grave injuries he sustained, began to retaliate in mid-air. He hurled 2 treasure artifacts directly at the figure. Explode! With a fierce expression, Xiao Fan commanded the artifacts to detonate, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy toward Ji Wuchang. Remaining unperturbed, Ji Wuchang retreated, conjuring a shield before him, a prized artifact acquired from the treasure vault for 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Even for a Foundation establishment expert, breaching this shield would not be an easy feat. The explosive energy crashed against the shield, instantly generating a barrier of spiritual power that defended against the onslaught. With a resounding thud, Xiao Fan crashed to the ground, spewing forth more blood. Just then, a shield descended from above, poised to crush Xiao Fan. If struck, death was inevitable. Ignoring his internal injuries, Xiao Fan rolled to the left, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Master, lend me your strength, I must kill him. He cried out to the elder within his storage ring, his eyes aflame with fury, never before having suffered such a loss. Yet, to his dismay, his call went unanswered. At that moment, Ji Wuchang struck, the shield crashing down upon Xiao Fan. Believing the elder's power would arrive in time, Xiao Fan failed to evade the attack. As the shield bore down upon him, he could only raise his left arm in defense. Xiao Fan was sent flying several meters. His left arm crushed and his chest caved in. With a thud, he slammed into the ground, his complexion as pale as death. In that moment, a shadowy figure appeared. And before Xiao Fan could react, a punch landed squarely on his temple. Unable to hold on any longer, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Before long, Ji Wuchang had thoroughly pillaged the contents of Xiao Fan's storage ring, leaving only the map of the secret realm he had previously sketched in my city. As for the elder's remnant soul, Ji Yao had placed a binding upon it, capable of extinguishing its life at will. Ji Wuchang decided to keep the elder's soul nearby. For he had not yet exhausted his amusement, he would not allow the elder to perish just yet. Furthermore, with the elder present, he could forego an additional soul connection. Having stripped Xiao Fan of everything, Ji Wuchang bound him to a tree, relishing in the sight of the bloodied figure before him, a portrait of utter despair. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang's gaze fell upon the lower part of Xiao Fan's body, and he smirked coldly, brandishing his sword and severing 2 ounces of flesh in an instant. The elder's remnant soul looked on in horror, chills coursing through its being. Chapter 64, Framing, Ding. The master has once again defeated the son of great fortune, Xiao Fan, earning 500 fortune points. Xiao Fan's fortune value is 500. The system reminds the master that upon accumulating 10,000 fortune points, the system mall will be unlocked. The system's voice resonated in Ji Wuchang's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Indeed, dealing with those of great fortune yields the most rewards. However, upon hearing that 10,000 fortune points were required to unlock the system mall, Ji Wuchang felt somewhat speechless. With barely 2,000 fortune points to his name, he pondered how long it would take to reach the coveted 10,000. System, will I receive fortune point rewards for defeating others? Master, you need only defeat those whose fortune values exceed 300, specifically those of great fortune, to earn rewards. The higher the opponent's fortune value, the greater the reward. Typically 1/3 of their fortune points. Of course, if you eliminate your opponent, you can acquire half of their fortune points in one go. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang instantly understood. However, a new question arose. He had no way of knowing who possessed a fortune value exceeding 300. System, is there a method to view an opponent's fortune value? Master, certainly. The system mall offers the skill of fortune gazing, along with numerous ocular techniques that can reveal an opponent's fortune value. Thus, Master, you must diligently earn fortune points to unlock the system mall at the earliest opportunity. Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with newfound desire for the system mall. Ji Wuchang, since you harbor enmity towards this individual, why not eliminate him outright? Why subject him to such humiliation? Ji Yaoyao recalled the earlier scene, her face slightly flushed. Ji Wuchang was truly merciless. A smirk crept across Ji Wuchang's lips. He would never kill his opponent, after all, this was his source of experiential wealth. According to the system, defeating an opponent would yield 1/3 of their fortune points. He had previously received 500 fortune points from Xiao Fan, and had just acquired another 500. This indicated two things. First, that Xiao Fan still possessed at least 1,000 fortune points. Second, that his recovery rate was astonishingly swift. Now, with Xiao Fan crippled and castrated, he posed no immediate threat. For Xiao Fan to regenerate, he would require assistance from his master or to cultivate to the Purple Mansion realm, where one could regain severed limbs. Another possibility was a fortuitous encounter. Ji Wuchang believed that the likelihood of a fortuitous event or intervention from his master was the greatest. Yet, even so, Ji Wuchang felt unperturbed. For he had already planted a spy beside Xiao Fan. He also possessed a jade token gifted by senior sister Jin Miaoqing, which contained the power of a supreme realm expert. Thus, regardless of Xiao Fan's attempts to escape, he was firmly within Ji Wuchang's grasp. He would not rest until Xiao Fan was thoroughly defeated, avenging the suffering endured in his previous life. However, when Ji Yaoyao inquired, Ji Wuchang could not ignore her. After all, she was one of his trump cards, and maintaining a good relationship was essential. This individual harbored great fortune, and should he eliminate her directly, it would attract significant karmic repercussions. Instead, he would gradually weaken her fortune before ultimately striking. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Ji Yaoyao fell silent, realizing she had underestimated him. Ji Wuchang was shrouded in mystery, often displaying astonishing feats. At that moment, as Ji Wuchang contemplated his gains, Xiao Fan awoke to find himself in a pitiful state, letting out a piercing scream. The vines binding him shattered, yet as he summoned his spiritual energy, his brow furrowed in pain. The agony in his arm and groin rendered his complexion as pale as a sheet, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. In that moment, Xiao Fan was engulfed in terror. Still unaware of the identity of his assailant, he briefly considered Ji Wuchang, only to dismiss the thought he believed Ji Wuchang lacked the strength to do this. Master, why did you not lend me your power? Xiao Fan's words dripped with resentment. He believed the current predicament was due to his master's inconsistency, which had led him to let his guard down. The remnants of the elder's soul floated out from the ring, revealing a hint of pity on his face. Had he known that Xiao Fan had such a formidable enemy, he would never have chosen him as a vessel, regardless of Xiao Fan's exceptional roots and fortune. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. His life and death now rested in another's hands, forcing him to remain obediently by Xiao Fan's side. Xiao Fan, I owe you an apology. It was not that I did not wish to lend you my strength, but rather that your opponent possesses something terrifying. This object could annihilate my soul in an instant, which is why I refrained from showing myself. However, I have discerned the identity of your assailant. He is your senior brother, Kai Ping. Everything you possessed has been taken by him. The Elder's revelations echoed Ji Wuchang's earlier warnings, as he sought to witness the chaotic clash between the two brothers. Indeed, upon hearing Kai Ping's name, an unprecedented fury ignited within Xiao Fan's eyes. He had suspected Kai Ping's involvement. For someone with such formidable power who remained secretive must surely be someone he knew. Kai Ping, I, Xiao Fan, vow that we shall not rest until one of us is dead. The humiliation I have suffered today shall be repaid 100-fold. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, we shall see. After declaring this, Xiao Fan's brow furrowed, the pain from his wounds nearly causing him to faint. Someone approaches. A small cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Just then, the elder warned Xiao Fan. Upon hearing this, a ruthless glint flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. Moments later, a corpse lay at his feet, and he found himself adorned in a new set of clothes. Ji Wuchang remained oblivious to these events and would not have cared if he had known. This secret realm was uncharted territory for him. And he had no idea what treasures it might hold, so he wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, the sounds of combat erupted nearby, approximately 10 miles away from Ji Wuchang. With nothing pressing to attend to, he soared towards the commotion. Where there is conflict, treasures often emerge. Moments later, Ji Wuchang arrived at the vicinity, stealthily concealing himself to observe. In the midst of the fray stood 5 individuals, with a corpse not far off. All 5 possessed foundational cultivation, with the highest being at the 5th level and the weakest at the 3rd level. Ji Wuchang recognized them. As he recalled, he identified their affiliations. 3 of them hailed from the 100 Song Peak under the 7th Elder, Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming. Among them, Li Zhaoan was the most powerful, at the 4th level of foundation, while the other 2 were at the 3rd level. The remaining 2 were from the Grand Summit under the 8th Elder, Pan Shibin, at the 5th level, and Ma Mengnan, at the 3rd level. It is worth noting that the relationship between 100 Song Peak and Grand Summit had always been strained, making hostility among their disciples quite commonplace. Chapter 65, The Fisherman Gains You, Baitsong Peak, have gone too far. How dare you slay members of my dating peak? Do you truly believe we are so easily bullied? Pan Shibin spoke coldly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Li Zhaoan stepped forward, unleashing his cultivation at the 4th level of foundation establishment to counter the oppressive aura emanating from Pan Shibin. It was clearly your dating peak that provoked us first, having slain 2 of my junior brothers from Baitsong Peak. We pursued only after you took their lives. Baitsong Peak does not seek trouble, but we are certainly not afraid of it. Ask your sister Ma beside you, I speak not a word of falsehood. Li Zhaoan remained steadfast, his body tense, ready to counter any sudden attack from Pan Shibin. Pan Shibin turned to Ma Mengnan, who wore a solemn expression but spoke nonetheless. Brother, Bai Shidi inadvertently discovered a map within the secret realm. According to this map, there seems to be a cave of a purple mansion realm expert hidden within. However, upon being discovered by those from Baitsong Peak, Bai Shidi, fearing exposure, resorted to lethal measures, killing 2 members of Baitsong Peak. Subsequently, those from Baitsong Peak came to hunt down Bai Shidi, and the item has since been seized. Ma Mengnan conveyed the unfolding events to Pan Shibin telepathically. Upon hearing this, Pan Shibin's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, he resolved to acquire the item at all costs. Li Zhaoan, hand over that item, and I shall refrain from attacking you today. Pan Shibin's eyes burned with fervor. The cave of a purple mansion realm expert surely held treasures. If he could obtain secret techniques or legacies from it, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. The mere thought ignited a glimmer of greed in his gaze. Pan Shibin, do not overstep your bounds. This treasure was discovered by us at Baitsong Peak first. Although you are at the 5th level of foundation establishment, we are 3 in number. Even if we engage, you may not gain the upper hand. Li Zhaoan's body remained taut, he would never relinquish the item. Pan Shibin snorted coldly and retorted, I am offering you a chance, refuse, and you shall face death. With that, he unsheathed his sword, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming's expressions darkened, realizing that today's confrontation would not end peacefully. Li Shixiang, Lu Shidi, I will handle Ma Mengnan, you two join forces against Pan Shibin. Lian Hongying stated icily. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming nodded, drawing their swords. Prepared for battle. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Pan Shibin's demeanor was frigid. With a swift motion of his left hand, 5 gusts of wind transformed into small swords, hurtling toward Lu Jinming. His right hand raised the long sword, aiming a lethal strike at Li Zhaoan. The sword light surged, expanding several meters as it rushed toward Li Zhaoan. With a cold snort, Li Zhaoan had no hesitation, countering with a sword strike of his own. The clash of their blades rang out, causing Li Zhaoan to stagger back several steps, while Pan Shibin remained unmoved. Lu Jinming too was forced to retreat under Pan Shibin's assault. Did you truly think that 2 of you, one at the 4th level and the other at the 3rd, could contend with me? Today, you shall witness the true might of a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Pan Shibin declared, raising his sword high, his aura swelling like a mountain. Ascending mountain sword technique. 100 swords break through the clouds. As he spoke, he swung his sword down upon Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming. The strike unleashed a torrent of swordlight, morphing into 100 sword chi, cascading down upon the two. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming's faces turned pale, sensing an overwhelming threat of death. Bite-song sword technique. Sword chi transforms into Azure Dragon. They shouted in unison, channeling their spiritual energy into a formidable attack against Pan Shibin. As the two unleashed their swords, their attacks intertwined, swelling into a singular, colossal Azure Dragon that roared toward Pan Shibin's barrage of sword chi. A deafening explosion echoed through the air as the Azure Dragon collided with the myriad of swords, causing Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming's hearts to race with fear. Break! Pan Shibin scoffed, and the 100 swords surged, shattering the Azure Dragon into fragments, although a significant portion of his own attack was also dissipated. The remaining sword chi surged forth, mercilessly descending upon Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming. In a desperate bid, the two conjured a shield above their heads, a low-grade treasure. The clash of countless sword chi against their shield reverberated, sending them both hurtling backward. Li Zhaoan's face turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Lu Jinming spat out a mouthful of blood, looking ghostly white. With a resounding crash, they hit the ground almost simultaneously, fear etched across their faces. They had not anticipated Pan Shibin's terrifying prowess. Crack! Both were taken aback as they beheld their shields cracking under the pressure, before exploding into shards. At that moment, their fighting spirit waned entirely. I shall give you one last chance, hand over that item, or do not blame me for being merciless. Pan Shibin's expression was icy as he glared at Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming, his murderous intent palpable. Not far away, Ma Mengnan and Lian Hongying were locked in a fierce duel, their abilities evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Witnessing this, Li Zhaoan sighed, producing a box from his possession. Pan Shibin's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the box in Li Zhaoan's grasp. Suddenly, an unexpected figure appeared like a specter, snatching the box from Li Zhaoan before he could react. The figure then darted into the dense forest, vanishing from sight in an instant. The sudden turn of events was so swift that even Pan Shibin was caught off guard. As the figure entered the forest, Pan Shibin bellowed in fury, slicing his sword toward the trees. The blade cleaved through the foliage for several dozen meters, yet the figure had already vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Pan Shibin pursued into the depths of the forest, his murderous intent unwavering. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming followed suit, but moments later, all three returned empty-handed. Damn it! Do not let me catch you, or I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Pan Shibin seethed with rage. Chapter 66, Spreading News. Nkuxan Awakens Memories. Ji Wuchang stood atop the mountain, gazing at the silk scroll in his hands, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. To be candid, had he merely aimed to fulfill his duties to the sect, the task of hunting a few black wolves was sufficient. He only needed to remain for 7 days. This secret realm was unfamiliar to him, and he was uncertain of what to do. However, with this map in hand, his curiosity was piqued. The caverns of the Purple Mansion realm held a profound allure for his current cultivation level. In his previous life, it was during an expedition in a secret realm that he acquired the Purple Chi Burning Heaven technique. which he had now adopted as his chosen method of cultivation in this life. With newfound resolve, Ji Wuchang soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings before consulting his map. Confirming his direction, he sped forth into the distance. After half a day, he arrived at a valley. According to the map, he must traverse this valley, yet it was exceedingly long, stretching over 100 miles, shrouded in thick white mist that exuded a fierce aura. At the entrance of the valley lay the scattered bones of ferocious beasts, evidently victims of the valley's predators. Ji Wuchang could easily pass through, simply by unleashing Ji Yaoyao's oppressive aura, which would surely send the beasts fleeing. Yet, such an act would drain Ji Yaoyao's spiritual power, which seemed unnecessary. After pondering, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up with a gleam of mischief. Why not take advantage of the chaos instead? With this thought, a sly smile crept across his lips. He produced a jade slip, meticulously copied the map several times, and with a chuckle, departed from the scene. In a dense forest, 3 disciples of the Changsheng sect were encircling a second-tier flower leopard. All 3 were at the foundational stage, with the strongest among them at the 6th level, while the others were at the 4th. Working in unison, they had the leopard thoroughly subdued, its body riddled with wounds. As the leopard faltered, they shouted in unison, unleashing their ultimate techniques to slay the beast. Breathing heavily, clearly fatigued, 2 of them bore minor injuries. Word has spread that the caverns of the Purple Mansion realm are about to manifest. As instructed by senior brother Kai Ping, we've come to inform you all. Just then, a voice resonated, startling the trio into flight as they scanned their surroundings. Their spiritual senses swept the area, yet they found nothing, landing back in confusion. Upon returning to the leopardess carcass, they were astonished to discover a jade slip that had mysteriously appeared on it. Exchanging glances, they recognized the shared shock in each other's eyes but could not resist reaching for the slip. Moments later, they nodded in agreement, deciding to investigate further. Such events transpired across multiple locations throughout the day, with many individuals now possessing a jade slip. Did you know there is a hidden cavern in this secret realm? I've heard whispers, though I cannot attest to their truth. However, it is wise to believe there is some merit to it, after all. We are already within this secret realm, so why not take a look? Indeed, it makes sense. We should investigate, there may be other rewards to be reaped. In merely half a day, this news spread like wildfire within the secret realm, sparking fervent discussions among many. Impudent fools! How dare they disclose this matter? Pan Shibin bellowed, slamming his palm down, causing a massive stone to shatter into countless fragments, the ground trembling beneath him. After Ji Wuchang's departure, Pan Shibin speculated that Li Xiaoan and his companions must have seen the map, prompting him to press them once more for information. Li Xiaoan indeed recalled the details, yet he refused to yield. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to collaborate and venture forth as a group of 5. Pan Shibin silently vowed that should he encounter the individual who had pilfered his map within the secret realm, he would ensure the person met a gruesome fate. Yet now, the matter had been exposed, and many were aware of it. Li Xiaoan and his companions were equally flabbergasted. They had never encountered such a peculiar individual before. Senior sister, let us join the fray, Ji Wuchang may very well be involved. In a secluded thicket, Taiyu Jia spoke to Nku Xin, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Upon hearing this, Nku Xin nodded in agreement. They were fortunate to have arrived together during the teleportation. After entering the secret realm, they began searching for Ji Wuchang. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flickering in Nku Xin's gaze. Just moments ago, she had been flooded with a peculiar memory, a vivid recollection of her past life. Stunned for a prolonged moment, she finally understood that these were indeed her memories from a former existence. In this instant, the 2 individuals she yearned to kill most were Xiao Fan and Ji Wuchang. The thought of her past life, where Xiao Fan had pulled her before him to shield her from a fatal blow, resulting in her Dantian's destruction, sent tremors through her being. She had given everything to him, only to receive such a grim fate in return. Nku Xin then recalled kneeling before Ji Wuchang with silver hair, imploring for forgiveness, only to be met with his icy gaze. He did not assist her, ultimately claiming her life. This thought ignited an inferno of rage within her. Since acquiring these memories, her disdain for her 3rd junior sister, Taiyu Jia, had only intensified. In her previous life, it was the foolish words of this individual that had led her to ruin. Yet, Xin found herself in a state of uncertainty, as many aspects of this life diverged from her memories. Ji Wuchang's meridians remained intact. Xiao Fan had entered the sect under the teachings of the Grandmaster, and she had yet to encounter Xiao Fan. All these discrepancies clouded her certainty regarding the truth of her recollections. Nonetheless, Xin distinctly remembered that when they had initially participated in the trial within this secret realm, they had ultimately converged within that Purple Mansion cavern. The individual residing there, while of the Purple Mansion realm, was a skilled alchemist, having left behind numerous medicinal pills and a small cauldron. That very cauldron had been stealthily claimed by Xiao Fan, unnoticed by others, as they had only focused on seizing the pills. Years later, when Xin had followed Xiao Fan, he had finally revealed this to her. The small cauldron was no ordinary item, it was a supreme spiritual weapon, aiding Xiao Fan immensely. Xin had resolved to investigate, seeking to ascertain the veracity of the memories within her mind. If all were true, she would not hesitate to eliminate Taiyu Jia, for such a fool could only bring calamity. Observing Xin's distracted demeanor, Taiyu Jia felt perplexed but remained silent, relieved that her senior sister had agreed to her proposal. Little did she know that the very sister who had always stood by her side was now harboring thoughts of her demise. Chapter 67, The Battle of the Valley commences. Ji Wuchang returned to the valley once more, blending seamlessly into the crowd. He had disguised himself, concealing his true appearance. Having mastered the art of disguise in his previous life, he stood amidst the throng, unrecognized. His gaze swept forward, and he spotted Kai Ping, Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, and his second elder brother, Zhang Linghong. Zhang Linghong's eyes darted anxiously across the crowd, revealing a hint of concern. At that moment, several figures emerged once again, and upon seeing two of them, Ji Wuchang's eyes narrowed slightly. Xin and Taiyu Jia had arrived. Ji Wuchang's attention shifted towards Xin, his brow furrowing slightly. She seemed different, emanating an unusual chill. When Xin scanned the crowd, Ji Wuchang averted his gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, this valley is teeming with ferocious beasts, and we have gathered over 100 individuals here. We shall divide into 3 teams, led by myself, junior sister Wanqiu, and junior brother Kai Ping, to enter the valley from 3 different directions. Those wishing to join my team, please stand to the left. Those who wish to accompany junior sister Wanqiu, stand in the center, and those who prefer junior brother Kai Ping, please stand to the right. Zui Yan proclaimed from midair. Upon hearing Zui Yan's words, the crowd began to move. Ji Wuchang naturally chose the center, aligning himself with Huang Wanqiu. He noticed that Xin and Taiyu Jia opted for the right, while Zhang Linghong took his place on the left. Ji Wuchang squinted slightly, sensing that Xin was indeed different. Given her character, she should not have chosen the 8th level of foundation establishment represented by Kai Ping. She should have gravitated towards Zui Yan or Huang Wanqiu. However, Ji Wuchang dismissed further speculation, deciding he would deal with the two of them decisively to avoid future complications. Soon, the distribution of the 3 teams was complete. Huang Wanqiu's team comprised the largest contingent, exceeding 40 individuals, while Zui Yan and Kai Ping each led around 30. Junior sister Wanqiu, junior brother Kai Ping. Let us proceed according to our prior agreement, Zui Yan said with a smile. Huang Wanqiu returned a faint smile, responding, since I have the largest group, I shall take the lead. With a glance at her followers, she waved her hand and led the charge into the valley. As they entered the valley, a resounding roar erupted from within. A massive black ape emerged. From the numerous caves lining the valley's cliffs, gigantic heads appeared, revealing the presence of more black apes. Humans, retreat immediately, this is not a place for your kind, the black ape declared, articulating human words. A fierce aura radiated from it, rivaling that of Huang Wanqiu. At that moment, Huang Wanqiu's expression grew grave. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent upon entering the valley. Black Ape, since you possess intelligence, I shall not mince words. We are merely passing through and mean no harm. Allow us to pass, and we shall remain unconnected, Huang Wanqiu urged, hoping to avoid a confrontation. I cannot permit your passage, retreat at once. The Black Ape replied coldly, its tone frigid. Junior sister, why waste words with it? Let us slay it. We have a sect mission to fulfill. Golden Wei, at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, interjected, his eyes gleaming with menace. Huang Wanqiu nodded at Golden Wei's words, then calmly commanded, attack. With that, she unsheathed her long sword. Her aura surging dramatically as she raised her sword and slashed down at the black ape. As a master of the sword, having grasped the essence of sword intent, her strikes were overwhelmingly forceful. The sword light descended like a vibrant rainbow towards the black ape. Furious, the black ape roared, its body swelling to twice its size, muscles rippling with terrifying power. Grasping a massive stone axe, it swung down at Huang Wanqiu with tremendous force. Clang! Clang! The clash of sword light and stone axe reverberated in the air, their strikes colliding with ferocity, neither gaining the upper hand. Spirit Sword Technique. 100 swords returned to 1. Huang Wanqiu maintained her calm demeanor, raising her long sword for a decisive strike. A torrent of sword light cascaded from her blade. A full 100 swords unleashed in a dazzling display. The lightning-fast sword light gathered above the black ape, converging into an immense beam aimed directly at it, emanating an overwhelming pressure that caused the black ape's expression to change. Kill! As Huang Wanqiu engaged the black ape, Golden Wei and the others sprang into action, launching themselves towards the black apes lurking in the cliffside caves. With hundreds of these fierce black apes present, Ji Wuchang found himself enveloped in their midst. Holding a long sword, an inferior artifact obtained from Xiao Fan's storage ring, he refrained from drawing the treasured by Shu Wei's sword gifted by his master, knowing it would draw unwanted attention from Incursion and Tai Yujie. The sheer number of black apes overwhelmed them, and a cry of despair echoed as one disciple had their skull crushed by a black ape's punch, meeting a swift demise. Ji Wuchang swung his sword, severing the throat of a black ape, blood gushing forth like a spring. The creature charged at Ji Wuchang, but he deftly sidestepped, causing it to collapse, smashing the 2 boulders beneath it. Roaring in fury, the black ape engaged Huang Wanqiu, sustaining several wounds. However, for its massive frame, these were mere trifles. The injuries only intensified its ferocity, and each strike it delivered was terrifyingly powerful, forcing even Huang Wanqiu, at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, to retreat. Junior sister, I shall assist you. Observing Huang Wanqiu at a disadvantage, Zui Yan and Kai Ping charged into the fray. Together, Zui Yan and Huang Wanqiu confronted the black ape, stabilizing the situation. Junior sister, this black ape must be slain today. Given 10 more years, it will undoubtedly evolve into a 3rd-tier beast. The trials a decade hence would be catastrophic and could lead to our total annihilation, Zui Yan stated solemnly. Chapter 68, The Death of Tai Yujie. Upon hearing the news, Huang Wanqiu instantly comprehended Zui Yan's intentions. This trial ground had been specifically established by the sect, prohibiting any cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm from entering. The deceased cultivator from that realm had somehow breached this barrier. As Zui Yan articulated, failing to eliminate the black ape would undoubtedly render the secret realm perilous in the future. The mere thought of it sent a chill of murderous intent through Huang Wanqiu. With the addition of 2 formidable allies, the pressure on the disciples of the Eternal Life sect significantly lessened, their determination now palpable. Ji Wuchang thrust his sword into the throat of a black ape, his gaze scanning the surroundings for Xiao Fan, who had yet to appear. It was unusual. Someone like Xiao Fan thrived in chaos. Ji Wuchang pondered this, suspecting that perhaps his previous blow had been too severe, leaving Xiao Fan occupied with recuperation. His eyes flitted over Incursion and Tai Yujie, furrowing his brow as he noted their separation. Ji Wuchang distinctly recalled that in his past life, Incursion had always been protective of Tai Yujie. This discrepancy puzzled him, but it also signaled an opportunity to eliminate Tai Yujie. As he battled the black ape, Ji Wuchang continued to observe the battlefield. Above, Zui Yan and Huang Wanqiu were working in unison to suppress a black ape. It was merely a matter of time before it fell. Kai Ping was showcasing his prowess, dispatching several black apes before engaging a 2nd-tier black ape in fierce combat. However, this particular ape, equivalent to a 6th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, found itself retreating under Kai Ping's relentless assault. Yet, the overwhelming number of black apes, approximately 3 times their own, led to casualties among the disciples of the Eternal Life sect. At that moment, Ji Wuchang saw Tai Yujie besieged by a 2nd-tier black ape and 2 first-tier black apes, clearly in a precarious position. He then noticed Incursion entangled with another second-tier black ape, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Stepping forth with the heart-treading step, Ji Wuchang advanced toward Tai Yujie. A piercing scream erupted from her lips as she felt her heart shatter, the agony prompting a heart-wrenching cry. With her cultivation at merely the second level of foundation establishment, her combat prowess paled in comparison to Ji Wuchang's. The moment he executed the heart-treading step, a fissure appeared in her heart, sapping her strength. The sword she aimed at the black ape lost all momentum. The massive paw of the second-tier black ape rose, crashing down toward Tai Yujie's head. Terror filled her eyes, she lacked even the strength to draw her jade token. "Senior sister, save me!" Tai Yujie's voice echoed with fear and despair. With a resounding thud, the black ape's enormous paw struck Tai Yujie's head, splattering it like a crushed watermelon. Third junior sister. Zhang Linghong, witnessing the horror, descended into madness, his sword rising to slay several first-tier black apes. However, at that moment, a second-tier black ape locked onto him, forcing him into a frenzied battle. Ji Wuchang observed the unfolding chaos with cold indifference. Tai Yujie's demise was witnessed by many, and no one would suspect his involvement. The heart-treading step was indeed formidable, evoking an insurmountable sense of dread. Naturally, if the opponent's cultivation vastly exceeded that of the user, it could lead to backlash. Yet, given Ji Wuchang's current prowess, employing it against cultivators below the 5th or 6th level of foundation establishment posed no risk. Third junior sister. Incursion was likewise taken aback. Tai Yujie's death unsettled her, casting doubt upon the authenticity of her recollections from a past life. According to those memories, Tai Yujie should not have perished. Yet, the reality remained: Tai Yujie had fallen, slain by a black ape, contradicting her memories. With a thunderous crash, the black ape's massive paw sent Incursion flying. Her disarrayed thoughts had hindered her focus in combat, leaving her vulnerable. Her complexion turned pale as she coughed up blood. Die! Enraged, Incursion raised her sword. A unique azure glow emanating from its blade, a terrifying intent materializing from the sword itself. Silent extinction azure light slash! She cried, executing a swift strike that pierced through the second-tier black ape, cleaving it in two as if it were mere tofu. Though her face paled, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. Ji Wuchang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. The silent extinction azure light slash was acquired by Incursion after her ascension to the Purple Mansion realm, within a certain relic. After Ji Wuchang had slain Incursion, he had obtained this technique from her spatial ring. Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, he was killed, having executed it in a desperate bid for survival. This technique was potent. Yet each use consumed approximately 20% of one's spiritual energy, condensing the sword energy into a singular line for a guaranteed lethal strike. Presently, Incursion was only at the foundation establishment stage. Mastering such a technique was inconceivable. However, the impossibility had occurred. Indicating one thing: Incursion had also been reborn or had awakened her memories of a past life. The thought sent a shiver down Ji Wuchang's spine. In that moment, his gaze toward Incursion brimmed with murderous intent. Regardless of the reason, Incursion had to be eliminated swiftly, otherwise, she could pose an immense threat. Kill! At that instant, Zuoyan roared, cleaving through the enormous arm of a black ape. Huang Wanqiu followed suit, unleashing a barrage of sword energy that rained down upon the ape's head. A gaping wound appeared, and the black ape succumbed, collapsing in defeat. At that moment, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. With the black ape leader slain, the remaining black apes fled back to the caverns flanking the cliff. In mere moments, the surviving black apes vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gruesome scene of blood and severed limbs. Everyone exhaled in unison, grateful to be alive. During the fierce battle, several had shattered their jade tokens to be teleported away. On the ground lay nearly 20 corpses of the Eternal Life sect disciples, while Tai Yujie's body had been reduced to a puddle of flesh. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Linghong buried Tai Yujie, and Incursion stood by to assist, casting a complex glance at him. In her memories, this second junior brother had always been a kind soul. Perhaps recalling her past indifference toward him, a flicker of guilt surfaced in Incursion's eyes. Second junior brother, third junior sister would be comforted to know how much you cared for her. Chapter 69. The death of Incursion. Zhang Linghong's eyes glistened with tears as he shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting that he had not yet shared his innermost thoughts with Tai Yujia. In this moment, he despised his own cowardice, regretting that he had not joined forces with her earlier. While Zhang Linghong was engulfed in sorrow, the others present wore expressions of indifference. Death was an inevitable aspect of their trials. The crowd began to gather the corpse of the black ape before venturing deeper into the valley. Deep within the valley stood a peculiar fruit tree, bearing over 20 extraordinary fruits. These were the spirit-nourishing fruits, which explained how the black ape had swiftly awakened its intelligence. It had consumed this very fruit. Zhuo Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as they finally understood why the black apes had obstructed their passage. Without hesitation, Zhuo Yan dashed toward the spirit-nourishing fruits, followed closely by Huang Wanxiu, Huang Jinwei, Zhang Bin, Kai Ping, and even Incursion, whose eyes glimmered with fervor. The spirit-nourishing fruits not only granted intelligence to fierce beasts but also enhanced their strength. For cultivators, they could nurture meridians and improve physical constitution, making them a rare treasure. Ji Wuchang remained motionless, quietly observing the crowd. Such fruits held little value for him at this moment, and he had no desire to reveal his prowess. Before long, all 20 spirit-nourishing fruits were swiftly claimed. Huang Wanxiu, Zhuo Yan, and Kai Ping each took 2. While Incursion also secured 1, her face betraying a hint of joy. She had already cast aside thoughts of Tai Yujia's demise. The group pressed on, but Ji Wuchang lagged behind, unhurried. The presence of the spirit-nourishing fruits hinted that the location of their tree was far from ordinary. As the others moved ahead, Ji Wuchang approached the base of the fruit tree, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After a thorough examination, he began to dig on the left side of the tree. Moments later, a palm-sized piece of jade emerged before him. Holding it in his hand, he felt an extraordinary warmth. It was a piece of sunlight jade. Beneath it, spiritual energy surged and mist swirled, revealing a branch of a spiritual vein. Sunlight jade was indeed a valuable item, though it did not accelerate cultivation speed. Its prolonged presence could dispel evil, alleviate inner demons, and nurture the body in meridians, purging impurities. If one practiced fire-based techniques, the jade's benefits multiplied. Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with delight as he covered the soil again, allowing the spiritual energy to continue nourishing the spirit-nourishing fruit tree. Hand over the item. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out, laced with an air of arrogance. Ji Wuchang was not taken aback. He turned to see Incursion, and at that moment, he was certain that she had been reborn. Scanning the area, he noted the absence of others and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. This discovery belongs to me by right. To confuse Incursion, Ji Wuchang brandished a sex jade token in one hand, while the other gripped his sword, projecting an aura that suggested he might shatter the token at any moment. Incursion frowned, scrutinizing Ji Wuchang, feeling an inexplicable familiarity about him, yet unable to pinpoint it. How about this? Name your price in spirit stones, and I shall purchase that sunlight jade from you, she proposed, her heart brimming with murderous intent. She had intended to quietly retrieve the jade and leave immediately but had not anticipated someone would beat her to it. Had it not been for the jade token in his hand, she would have already acted. Very well, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Provide them, and I will hand over the sunlight jade immediately. Ji Wuchang deliberately displayed the jade while stepping closer. Incursion's gaze fixated greedily on the sunlight jade. 100-fold instant kill technique, activate. Heart-treading step, shadow sword strike. Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he unleashed his most formidable technique. With a single step, accompanied by Incursion's piercing scream, Ji Wuchang moved like lightning, raising his sword to slash across her throat. No! You are Ji. Incursion's head soared into the air, and in that fleeting moment, she recognized him, her eyes filled with boundless terror. Sister, may your journey be smooth. Ji Wuchang whispered softly, his gaze chillingly indifferent. Standing on the ground, Ji Wuchang gasped for breath. He had expended nearly half his strength in that instant. Ding! Master has slain the fated individual Incursion, gaining 150 fate points. Incursion's fate is now nullified. The system's voice ignited a spark in Ji Wuchang's eyes. This must be an unexpected windfall. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in at the trial site successful, reward, 3 years of cultivation. Fate points, 2. This marked Ji Wuchang's second sign-in at the trial site, with rewards halved. A surge of immense spiritual energy coursed through his body, replenishing what he had expended. With cold indifference, he approached Incurson's lifeless form, removing her storage ring and taking anything of use, including the spirit-nourishing fruit. With a flick of his hand, a fireball materialized, reducing Incurson's remains to ashes. Then, Ji Wuchang murmured a complicated incantation. As he spoke, a unique gas began to rise around him, gradually coalescing into Incurson's spirit. This was the soul summoning technique, which gathered the remnants of the deceased soul. These remnants would typically enter the cycle of reincarnation, eventually being reborn after countless years. However, Ji Wuchang would not afford Incurson that opportunity. He could not ascertain whether she would be reborn again. Thus, annihilating her soul was the best course of action. As Incurson's spirit grew clearer, her eyes flashed with resentment as they met Ji Wuchang's. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that engulfed her soul. The purple energy transformed into a blazing fire, consuming Incurson's remnants until they vanished without a trace. Sister, you may rest easy. In our past life, our grudges are settled. Since you held such affection for Xiao Fan, I shall expedite her arrival to reunite with you. Ji Wuchang spoke coldly, then cast Incurson's storage ring and weapons into a pile of rubble. He could not take these items with him, otherwise his master would recognize them at a glance. With the two unstable elements eliminated from Xiaozhu Peak, the atmosphere should become more harmonious. However, with their deaths, Xiaozhu Peak's strength had diminished significantly, leaving only the second senior brother, Zhang Linghong, in the Foundation establishment realm. Ji Wuchang hoped he could withstand the pressure. Feeling an immense sense of relief, Ji Wuchang vanished from the spot. Chapter 70, Assault on the Caves Barrier. Not long after Ji Wuchang's disappearance, several figures emerged in the valley, those who had arrived late to the unfolding events. Among them was a shadow wearing a grim expression, Xiao Fan. The injury on his lower body was not severe, nurtured back to health through his spiritual energy, yet it remained a source of profound humiliation for him. With the loss of that most vital flesh, life had taken on a dismal hue. In this moment, Xiao Fan's hatred for Kai Ping ran deep. Convinced that he was the architect of his misfortune, Ji Wuchang carefully concealed the warm sun jade, feeling a rush of warmth course through his body, invigorating his spirit. After advancing several hundred meters, a shiver ran down his spine as he spotted the increasing number of snake corpses littering the ground. Initially sparse, their presence grew more ominous with each step. Some severed snakes still writhed grotesquely, sending chills down Ji Wuchang's spine. Not far off, a body lay ensnared by hundreds of snakes, leaving Ji Wuchang's hair standing on end. This valley was indeed perilous, with a black ape blocking the entrance and a pit of snakes at his back. While most of the serpents lacked the prowess of demonic beasts, their sheer numbers were disconcerting. Before long, Ji Wuchang encountered the remains of several giant pythons, their massive bodies severed into segments. He soon stumbled upon the corpses of several disciples from the Changsheng sect, their faces marred and blackened by snake bites, evoking a deep sigh from Ji Wuchang. With hands forming seals, he unleashed a volley of fireballs, incinerating the clusters of snakes in his path. Fortunately, the majority had already been slain, allowing him to proceed with minimal hindrance. Exiting the valley, he breathed a sigh of relief, preferring to contend with ferocious beasts than to face these writhing horrors that ignited an inexplicable panic within him. Upon leaving the valley, Ji Wuchang beheld a throng of figures. Before them stood a defensive barrier, blocking all passage. Ji Wuchang recognized this as the burial ground of the Purple Realm expert. Regrettably, he had not participated in this secret realm's trials in his previous life, leaving him unaware of the treasures that lay within the cave. Otherwise, he could have directly pursued his objective. He felt a pang of regret for having dispatched Incurson too hastily, for she might have possessed valuable information. Yet, Ji Wuchang did not lament his decision, knowing that granting Incurson an opportunity could have led her to shatter the Jade Token and escape the secret realm. Once back in the sect, it would be far more challenging to act against her. His arrival drew little attention from the crowd, as his face was not one of renown within the Changsheng sect. Everyone, we will attack the barrier in shifts according to the previously assigned teams. This method will allow us to breach it most efficiently, Zuo Yan announced, outlining the plan. The group had no objections, and Zhuo Yan led the charge. His team of 23 swiftly followed suit, and soon the barrier began to tremble. Ji Wuchang assessed the situation and concluded that, at this rate, it would take no less than 2 days to breach the barrier. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within Ji Wuchang. The formidable barrier indicated that the Purple Realm individual was no ordinary foe, likely possessing a cultivation level of at least the 6th or 7th tier of the Purple Realm. Such mastery would grant them a position akin to an elder within the Changsheng sect, suggesting they held substantial treasures. He pondered whether the cave contained spiritual materials of earth, gold, and fire attributes, but quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing their rarity. Half an hour later, another group arrived, and Ji Wuchang's eyes brightened at the sight of Xiao Fan, whose pallid complexion and empty left arm spoke volumes. Gloom enveloped his expression. Ji Wuchang instinctively glanced at Xiao Fan's lower body, noting the absence of blood and suppressing a smirk. He observed that Xiao Fan was fixated on a particular direction. Following his gaze, Ji Wuchang felt a rush of elation. It seemed his contingency plans were bearing fruit. In a past life, Xiao Fan and Kai Ping had conspired together to seize control of the Changsheng sect. After pilfering a crucial item, Xiao Fan had fled Bo Yunzhou while Kai Ping remained to assume leadership of the sect. Eventually, Sister Jin Miaoqing dispatched someone to eliminate Kai Ping, unaware that Xiao Fan had orchestrated the events behind the scenes. This time around, Ji Wuchang's presence had altered many outcomes, causing Xiao Fan and Kai Ping to become rivals as they both sought to become the sole successor to the sect's leadership. Ji Wuchang was curious to witness their forthcoming clash. With a deliberate shift of focus, he turned away from Xiao Fan, recognizing that he would not eliminate him easily. Nurturing him would serve a greater purpose, as he was a pivotal contributor to the potential early activation of the system's marketplace. Over the next day, individuals continued to arrive, culminating in a gathering of approximately 150 people. Ji Wuchang surmised that all who were meant to come had arrived. Those who had not were either dead or had been teleported away. System, sign in. A new day naturally began with this ritual. Ding. Sign in successful at the trial site. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Luck value, 1. Hearing the system's notification, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He understood that starting tomorrow, daily sign-ins would yield only a single point of luck value, while cultivation rewards would cease. The minimum reward from the system was a full year of cultivation. Ji Wuchang channeled the purple qi burning heaven technique, directing this energy into his dantian, solidifying his cultivation at the late stage of the qi refining 10th layer. He was not particularly anxious about whether he could sign in for cultivation. His greater concern lay with the elusive spiritual materials of earth, gold, and fire attributes. Yet, such treasures were not easily found, and he would have to devise a plan once out of the secret realm. The continuous thunderous sounds persisted for 12 unbroken hours. The three teams took turns assaulting the barrier, gradually weakening it until it teetered on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this, Ji Wuchang felt a surge of exhilaration. Just then, two divine presences swept over him, sending a chill through his body. He quickly scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss. In that instant, a sense of dread filled Ji Wuchang. He realized he had drawn the attention of someone formidable, whose cultivation level far surpassed his own. Chapter 71, The Struggle for the Cave. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier finally could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. In that instant, the disciples of the Changsheng sect erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing fervently into the cavern. The Foundation establishment practitioners surged ahead, with Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, Kai Ping, and Huang Jinwei leading the charge. Following closely were Pan Shibin, Ma Mengnan, Li Zhaoan, and a multitude of other Foundation establishment individuals. Ji Wuchang remained unhurried, trailing behind, his mind still preoccupied with the two malevolent spiritual auras that had brushed past him moments earlier. Ji Wuchang could distinctly sense the palpable malice emanating from those two souls. Regardless of their identity, should they provoke me, I shall ensure they pay the price, even at the cost of incurring a favor from Ji Yaoyao. A cold smile played upon Ji Wuchang's lips as he joined the throng of qi-refining disciples entering the cave. The cave was expansive, resembling a small village. The first sight to greet them was a sprawling medicinal herb garden, seemingly untouched for countless years, brimming with herbs over 100 years old, and in considerable quantity. At that moment, both foundation and chi refining practitioners were frantically scrambling through the medicinal fields. Without hesitation, Ji Wuchang darted towards a patch and swiftly grasped a century-old herb in his hand. His eyes gleamed when he spotted a century-old 9-leaf grass ahead, and he reached out eagerly to seize it. Just then, a blade of sword energy shot toward Ji Wuchang's right hand with lethal intent. A glint of cold light flashed in Ji Wuchang's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he retracted his hand with lightning speed, and in a blink, he stood before the disciple who had unleashed the attack. This was a first-level Foundation Establishment disciple, unknown to Ji Wuchang, whose expression was marked by an icy indifference. Ji Wuchang's fist clenched tightly, and before the other could retreat, he launched a devastating punch to the disciple's chest. Crack! A scream pierced the air as the disciple's chest caved in, and he was sent flying several meters, blood spewing forth. Ji Wuchang cast a cold glance around. The onlookers recoiled in fear, unwilling to approach him. His ferocity was evident, as a chi refining practitioner had just single-handedly incapacitated a first-level Foundation Establishment disciple. The crowd dared not draw near, allowing Ji Wuchang to claim the century-old 9-leaf grass without contest. As he obtained it, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and he swiftly approached the recently downed disciple. The latter, terrified, stumbled backward, fear evident in his gaze. Yet, Ji Wuchang was resolute in his intent to eliminate him and would not allow him to escape. With a ghostly swiftness, Ji Wuchang vanished and reappeared before the disciple, extending a finger. A surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, piercing through the disciple's forehead. Unwilling to accept his fate, the disciple collapsed, his eyes filled with profound regret. He had assumed that with the Foundation Establishment practitioners ahead, the chi refining novices could be easily bullied, only to find himself paying with his life. Ignoring the chaos around him, Ji Wuchang removed the disciple's storage ring, plundering all valuables. With a dismissive kick, he sent the corpse flying into a distant ravine. His ruthless actions left the surrounding chi refining practitioners in shock. After scrutinizing, they realized they did not recognize him. Xiao Fan also cast a surprised glance in Ji Wuchang's direction, a faint sense of familiarity stirring within him, though he could not pinpoint why. However, he had no time to ponder, as his master had promised to lend him power, and he was determined to seize greater opportunities within. Killing and looting in the secret realm was commonplace, yet Ji Wuchang's brazen demeanor was a rarity. Consequently, whenever the disciples of the chi refining stage observed Ji Wuchang dashing toward a direction, they promptly retreated, fearful of incurring the wrath of this ruthless killer. Ji Wuchang did not bully others, intentionally avoiding the crowded medicinal fields and seeking out the less frequented areas, where, despite their seclusion, one could discover some fine herbs. Ji Wuchang amassed several century-old herbs, his spirits lifting. However, as the throng grew, the herbs were swiftly depleted, prompting everyone to race toward a line of houses in the distance. Ji Wuchang, eager to join the fray, suddenly spotted a dilapidated low house adjacent to the medicinal field, likely used for storing various items. After all, such a vast medicinal field would require irrigation, weeding, and pest control, necessitating the storage of tools and supplies. Having spent time in the medicinal fields as an outer disciple of the Changsheng sect, Ji Wuchang was somewhat familiar with these practices. Observing over 100 individuals rushing toward the row of houses, he surmised that even if he joined them, he might not secure anything of value. A thought struck him, and almost instinctively, he approached the shabby low house, pushing the door open to enter. Inside, he found a jumble of assorted items, and upon touching one, it disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Ji Wuchang was taken aback. How long had it been since anyone had visited this place? As his spirit sense scanned the surroundings, he suddenly noticed a small cauldron in the corner, covered in dust. Intrigued, he stepped forward, sweeping away the dust with a wave of his hand. Initially anticipating it to be a broken item carelessly discarded, he was surprised to find that the cauldron, though darkened with age, was entirely intact. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed there were no signs of damage, but he could not discern whether the cauldron was of good or ill quality. Regardless, he decided to take it with him, planning to seek Ji Yaoyao's counsel about it later. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the cauldron in his system space and departed the premises. By the time Ji Wuchang reached the row of houses, chaos reigned. The interior was in disarray, with fierce battles erupting over an array of pills, hundreds of second-grade pills and a substantial quantity of third-grade pills, all perfectly preserved. In that moment, Ji Wuchang's heart sank with regret. Had he known such treasures awaited within, he would never have wasted time in that dilapidated house. Now, upon his arrival, the pills were nearly depleted. Discontent over the uneven distribution prompted fierce altercations among the disciples. The ground was littered with corpses, yet the living paid no heed. Their eyes locked onto their adversaries, filled with murderous intent. This was the trial of the Changxing sect, survival of the fittest. Just as Ji Wuchang had recently taken a life, no one would seek vengeance for the deceased. Chapter 72, Assassination and Counterattack. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept across the scene, discovering that Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, Kai Ping, and others had all vanished, and even Xiao Fan was not present. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Ji Wuchang felt an unsettling sensation. As if he had overlooked something crucial, his mind raced with thoughts. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from a distance, startling Ji Wuchang. He abruptly abandoned the fight at hand and soared into the sky. At that moment, he beheld a fierce clash between Huang Wanqiu and Zui Yan above him. Meanwhile, Kai Ping was engaged in a 1-against-2 struggle, battling both Huang Jinwei and Zhang Bin. This revelation astonished Ji Wuchang. He was bewildered as to what had transpired to provoke such intense competition among the 5 strongest individuals. Huang Wanqiu, who specialized in swordsmanship, unleashed a flurry of relentless sword strikes. Zui Yan, in stark contrast, appeared to strike carelessly but effectively thwarted Huang Wanqiu's aggressive onslaughts with precise timing. After a mere glance, Ji Wuchang discerned that determining a victor between these two would not be a simple endeavor. His attention then shifted to Kai Ping, narrowing his eyes slightly. Kai Ping's attacks were exceedingly fierce. He favored unconventional sword techniques, which, despite facing 2 opponents, allowed him to maintain an upper hand. The duel among the 5 attracted numerous disciples of the Changxing sect, yet the competition for the elixir remained intensely fierce. Suddenly, an unexpected twist unfolded. A pillar of light shot skyward. This unforeseen event left everyone present astounded. Within the luminous column, a figure emerged. It was Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just searched for Xiao Fan everywhere but found him missing. It turned out this fellow had gone to the rear. Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, Kai Ping, and the others halted their combat. Their previous skirmish was merely a contest for the final inheritance of this cave. However, as the clamoring of the clam and the snipe ensued, the fishermen reaped the benefits. Xiao Fan had already seized the opportunity and entered the cave's ultimate secret realm. Kai Ping gritted his teeth in frustration. They had never anticipated that the 5 strongest cultivators of the Changxing sect would inadvertently pave the way for a mere chi-refining individual. Just moments ago, the 5 had shattered the final barrier, yet only one could enter, prompting their decision to compete. Xiao Fan stood within the pillar of light, observing the onlookers with a faint, cold smile. He then stepped forward and vanished into a chamber, disappearing from their sight. Ji Wuchang silently lamented. Xiao Fan truly embodied the essence of remarkable fortune. Despite having been exploited by him twice, he still possessed such favorable luck. It seemed he must hasten the frequency of his exploitation. Ji Wuchang mused inwardly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If he could defeat Xiao Fan once, he would undoubtedly gain a share of that fortune and experience treasure trove. However, this young man was growing rapidly. Ji Wuchang needed to prioritize his cultivation to avoid being outpaced, or else the situation would become dire. With the thrill of competition dissipated and the opportunity for plunder vanished, the crowd gradually withdrew from the cave. Ji Wuchang did not linger, exiting without delay. It was well known that beyond this cave, the valley concealed many other intriguing locations worth exploring. As Ji Wuchang swiftly leaped through the forest, he found the recent secret realm experience quite satisfactory. Just then, a chilling beam of sword light descended from above, aimed directly at Ji Wuchang, imbued with a terrifying murderous intent. Ji Wuchang felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he executed the 8 trigrams dragon step, swiftly shifting several feet to the left. Boom! The sword light struck where Ji Wuchang had just stood, resulting in a fierce explosion that carved a 10-meter-long ravine into the earth. Trees and boulders within several meters of his previous position were obliterated. A powerful shockwave swept through the area, forcing Ji Wuchang to stagger back several steps, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Remarkable, he evaded it. In the sky, a figure cloaked in black stared at Ji Wuchang in surprise. With a cold snort, the man raised his long sword and launched 3 swift strikes at Ji Wuchang. Employing the 8 trigrams dragon step, Ji Wuchang moved with lightning speed, dodging the 3 sword strikes in succession. However, just as he regained his footing, an even larger beam of sword light plummeted from above, aiming straight for Ji Wuchang with greater velocity than before. With a thunderous crack, a massive pit formed where Ji Wuchang had just stood, annihilating everything in proximity. Is he dead? The initial black-clad attacker queried, glancing at his companion. The second black-clad figure furrowed his brow, then abruptly turned his gaze to the distance, where Ji Wuchang stood, exuding an icy demeanor. How did you escape? The second black-clad man asked in astonishment, clearly taken aback that Ji Wuchang had evaded a lethal strike. Ji Wuchang's heart brimmed with murderous intent. Had he not communicated with Ji Yaoyao in the nick of time, borrowing her strength, that sword strike could have seriously injured or even killed him. Ask King Yama when you get there. Ji Wuchang's eyes glinted with malice as he swiftly vanished like a specter. The 2 black-clad men were taken aback, retreating in panic. But Ji Wuchang was faster. A long sword materialized, and as Ji Wuchang swept it, one head flew into the air. The other black-clad man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Who are you?" "You are not Ji Wuchang." Ji Wuchang replied with a cold smile, "Correct. But there is no reward, I'll send you on your way." With that, Ji Wuchang transformed into a series of afterimages. And by the time he came to a stop a short distance away, another head soared into the air. Breathing heavily, Ji Wuchang felt his strength ebbing like a receding tide. He had leveraged Ji Yaoyao's power, momentarily elevating his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Conversely, these 2 black-clad men were merely at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The disparity was immense, leading to their decapitation. Ji Wuchang, you owe me a favor. Ji Yaoyao's voice echoed in his ears. Ji Wuchang nodded, then calmly replied, "Rest assured, you may also make a request of me. As long as I can fulfill it, I shall not refuse." Satisfied with Ji Wuchang's response, Ji Yaoyao then inquired, "Why did you not employ the 100-fold ascension instant kill technique? With a 100-fold increase, it should have been quite easy to eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile wryly. He did not conceal the truth, explaining, "My meridians are too weak, I can currently endure at most a 20-fold enhancement. I used it once before and sustained minor injuries. Relying on your power is a safer option." Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyao instantly understood. She had witnessed Ji Wuchang utilize the 100-fold ascension instant kill technique several times, but the power seemed lacking. Now she realized the reason behind it. Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with cold light as he murmured softly, "I must discover who seeks to take my life." Chapter 73, inflicting pain on the innocent. With a cold expression, Ji Wuchang approached the 2 severed heads and, with his sword, peeled back the black shrouds. Only to find himself momentarily stunned. The individuals before him bore no resemblance to the person he had envisioned, for he did not recognize either of them. Frustration washed over Ji Wuchang as he lowered his gaze in deep contemplation, striving to recall any memories from his past life. Yet he found no recollection of these 2 souls. Removing their storage rings, Ji Wuchang soon set the 2 bodies ablaze, opting to scour their possessions for any clues about their origins. In a secure location, he unleashed his spirit, breaking the seal of 1 storage ring. The contents spilled forth, hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, over a dozen elixirs, including 1 third-grade elixir, 3 second-grade elixirs, and the remainder being first-grade. Alongside these items were several changes of clothing and 2 tokens. 1 token was familiar to him, a symbol of a disciple of the Changsheng sect. The other, however, was entirely foreign. Furrowing his brow, Ji Wuchang examined the unfamiliar token, which bore the inscription 167 on its front, while the back was blank. He attempted to probe it with his spirit, only to find no trace of spiritual energy, indicating that it could not retain any soul imprint. Undeterred, he proceeded to break the seal of the 2nd storage ring, which yielded similar contents. Among them was another unfamiliar token, inscribed with the numbers 269. Ji Wuchang set fire to the clothing of both individuals, watching as the flames danced. A thought crossed his mind, and he withdrew the 167 token, engulfing it in flames. Although the fireball technique was a rudimentary skill within the realm of cultivation, it still felt quite effective. The intense flames consumed the token, turning it a fiery red within moments. With a sigh, Ji Wuchang relinquished his efforts, realizing he had perhaps overestimated the significance of the tokens. He cast both tokens into his system space, vowing to study them further when time permitted. In his possession were 2 tokens belonging to disciples of the Changsheng sect. One inscribed with the name Wangqua and the other Wang Xiang. As Ji Wuchang stored these tokens away, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Although he did not recognize these individuals, he was certain they did not belong to any of the 9 peaks. This meant they were inner disciples. Likely students of some guest elder. If these 2 were spies from another sect infiltrating the Changsheng sect, it would imply that some outer sect elder had already betrayed them. However, Ji Wuchang found it puzzling why anyone would attempt to assassinate him, a mere chi refining cultivator. After pondering for a while, he decided to let it go, adopting a mindset of readiness to confront whatever came his way. After gathering his belongings, he departed with measured steps. Following this assassination attempt, Ji Wuchang became all the more cautious. Over the next 3 days, he hunted several ferocious beasts. Upon returning to the cave dwelling in the Zifu realm, he found it deserted. He could not comprehend why he had come back. Perhaps, subconsciously, he still regarded Xiao Fan as his most formidable rival. Until he had a clear understanding of his opponent's circumstances, he would remain unsettled. After a fruitless search around the cave, he was about to leave when a beam of light appeared, and a figure emerged, Xiao Fan. In that moment, Xiao Fan exuded vitality. His previously severed left arm had miraculously regrown, leaving Ji Wuchang momentarily speechless. Xiao Fan's cultivation had surged, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refining. Just a step away from foundation establishment. Silently, Ji Wuchang donned a black hood he had found among the belongings of the second assassin, which effectively shielded him from spiritual detection. It was a valuable item for covert operations, and Ji Wuchang was determined to keep it. Even if discovered, he had no fear, for his appearance was now disguised. Ha ha! I, Xiao Fan, am fully revived. Kai Ping, Ji Wuchang, wait for me. I shall return to settle the score. Xiao Fan roared with laughter, as the 2 liang of meat he had lost reappeared. Though smaller and shorter than before, it was better than nothing. Ji Wuchang coldly regarded Xiao Fan, who was now merely a few steps away, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Step of the heart. 100-fold instant kill technique. Ji Wuchang murmured. An overwhelming force surged within him. Though he dared to invoke only a 10-fold amplification, he was a 10th layer chi refining cultivator, significantly stronger than a 9th layer. Even Incursion, at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, had fallen before him, thus, it was impossible for Xiao Fan to withstand his current might. Ah! Xiao Fan suddenly clutched his chest, letting out a piercing scream. Before he could react, a shadowy figure loomed nearby. Bang! Bang! A fist struck Xiao Fan's chest, followed by another to his head. Blood gushed from Xiao Fan's mouth as his body was hurled to the ground. Before he could regain his bearings, a hand seized his right arm and tore it asunder. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Xiao Fan's lips as his right arm was brutally wrenched from his body, causing him to lose consciousness. My dear junior brother, I shall graciously accept your belongings. A mocking voice echoed in Xiao Fan's ears just before he succumbed to darkness, fueling his rage. Ji Wuchang gazed at the unconscious Xiao Fan, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he looted the storage ring of its contents. Simultaneously, a surge of energy shot from his left index finger, aimed at the 2 liang of meat. I shall let you grow, and then reduce you to mere shreds. Let's see how you manage to grow. Ji Wuchang spat venomously, pointing at Xiao Fan's chest. While the strike did not entirely ruin his dantian, it inflicted severe damage that would make future recovery exceedingly difficult. Though Xiao Fan had lost consciousness, Ji Wuchang's actions still caused his body to tremble in agony. The elder in Xiao Fan's ring watched the scene unfold, his expression twisted in disbelief. I have witnessed cruelty before, but nothing could compare to this. Ding! Master has defeated the Son of Fortune, Xiao Fan, for the 3rd time, earning 400 fortune points. Xiao Fan's fortune points, 400. As the system's voice resonated, Ji Wuchang gracefully departed the scene. Chapter 74, The Heist Within the Confines of the Secret Realm. A fierce competition has reached a boiling point. This secret realm is not particularly vast, and after more than 10 days of searching by numerous individuals, Most areas have been thoroughly explored. However, the Longshan sect has regulations in place that reward the top achievers. How does one ensure their performance stands unrivaled? Undoubtedly, plundering others emerges as the most advantageous option. Thus, within the secret realm, a predatory dance ensues, where larger fish devour smaller ones, and small fish feast on shrimp. The larger fish are none other than Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, and Kai Ping, while the shrimp are the Qi refinement practitioners. Soon after departing from the valley, the minor shrimp, Ji Wuchang, finds himself targeted by three familiar faces, Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming. These three hail from the 100 Song Peak, under the tutelage of Elder 7, and our fellow disciples. Apologies, junior brother. We do not wish to take much, merely a second-tier beast's corpse and 4 first-tier beast corpses. And we shall depart immediately. Lu Jinming grins, believing their target to be quite affluent, thus demanding more than usual. Li Zhaoan and Lian Hongying position themselves on either side, forming a triangular encirclement around Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang regards the trio with a furrowed brow. Should they employ lethal force, he could likely eliminate one, perhaps even two, with his 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique, but he would undoubtedly falter against the third, as that technique induces a brief period of weakness. Of course, with Ji Yaoyao's assistance, the trio could be eradicated effortlessly, but such measures seem unwarranted. The three exhibit no murderous intent. They merely seek to commandeer a portion of his spoils, and he feels no need to resort to lethal methods against them. Feigning indignation, Ji Wuchang suddenly adopts a look of delight. "Senior sister, second senior brother, you have arrived," he exclaims loudly. The trio, upon hearing his words, is taken aback and hastily glances behind, only to find emptiness. Realizing they have been outwitted, their anger flares as they turn back, only to discover Ji Wuchang has vanished, reappearing several dozen yards away. After him, Li Zhaoan bellows, leading the charge in pursuit, with Lian Hongying and Lu Jinming hot on his heels. Moments later, the three, slightly breathless, exchange glances, each sheepishly turning away. How embarrassing it is for 3 Foundation establishment practitioners to be outpaced by a Qi refinement cultivator. They feel their faces burn. Should the word spread, they would be the subject of ridicule. Is he a rabbit? How can he be so swift? None of us can keep up, Lian Hongying exclaims, then bursts into laughter. Junior brother, junior sister, I believe we should retreat. No matter how we scheme, we cannot compare to senior sister Wanqiu or senior brothers Wei Yan. If we become the targets of another heist, that would be even more humiliating. Disheartened, Li Zhaoan speaks out, and as his words fall, Lu Jinming and Lian Hongying readily concur, deeming their pursuit unnecessary. With a nod, they produce their jade tokens and shatter them in unison. An unusual force envelopes them, and a void portal materializes before them, drawing them into its depths. Just as they depart, Ji Wuchang's figure re-emerges nearby. He had overheard their conversation and could not help but nod in approval. Had they lingered, he might have genuinely considered them as targets for plunder. Regaining his composure, Ji Wuchang turns to leave. In another part of the dense forest, Shen Boyu, Duan Junshan, Fan Huajun, and Huang Guanwen find themselves in a state of despair. Since their last competition with the Dedeo Pavilion, their camaraderie has deepened, and thus, upon encountering one another in the secret realm, they traveled together. They had hoped to catch a glimpse of Ji Wuchang, yet he seemed to have vanished. Not long ago, they were intercepted by Pan Shibin, a 5th-layer Foundation establishment practitioner. Despite their combined efforts, they struggled to withstand Pan Shibin's onslaught, ultimately surrendering half of their beast corpses. This is utterly unfair. A 5th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator preying on us Qi refinement practitioners, where is the justice in that? Huang Guangwen lamented, his words resonating with Fan Huajun, who echoed his sentiments. Indeed, our standings in Qi refinement and Foundation establishment are not meant to intermingle. Why cease from us? I had hoped to outperform Ji Wuchang. But now we have lost half our spoils, how can we even compete? Shen Boyu and Duan Junsheng shook their heads in resignation, yet, voicing their grievances would bear no fruit. For the world of cultivation thrives on survival of the fittest. The sect encourages plundering as part of one's trials. Hand over your storage rings, this is a robbery. Just then, a commanding voice resounded from a distance, rapidly approaching the four. Startled, they immediately crushed their jade tokens, and in an instant, their figures were engulfed by the swirling vortex, vanishing without a trace. Ji Wuchang was left speechless. He had finally encountered these individuals in the secret realm, intending to greet them, yet they had fled in terror. What on earth is happening? Ji Wuchang pondered, bewildered by the unexpected outcome. Shouldn't there be some resistance to a heist rather than an immediate retreat? Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the depths of the forest. Ji Wuchang paused, then hurried toward the source. In mere moments, he arrived at the scene where two figures were locked in an intense battle. The surrounding trees had been obliterated by their clashing energies. One combatant was Zui Yan, while the other was Huang Jinwei. It was evident that Huang Jinwei was no match for Zui Yan, who dominated the engagement. Junior brother Huang, surrender. I want to grant you an opportunity to shatter your jade token. Zui Yan maintained a calm demeanor, yet his assault was relentless. His palms struck in rapid succession against Huang Jinwei, who staggered backward but still managed to hold his ground. At that moment, Huang Jinwei's storage ring, which he had just seized from a 7th-layer Foundation establishment practitioner, was knocked into the air. Zui Yan, spotting the airborne ring, leapt to seize it. In response, Huang Jinwei unleashed a sudden roar, his aura surging dramatically, now twice as potent as before. With a powerful strike, he sent Zui Yan flying, causing Zui Yan to miss his grasp on the storage ring. The ring, propelled by Huang Jinwei's explosive force, hurtled directly toward Ji Wuchang. Chapter 75, Gale and Thunder in the Void. To that curious junior brother, the storage ring is for you. After declaring this, Huang Jinwei did not hesitate to shatter the jade token in his hand. He then laughed heartily at Zui Yan, saying, "Farewell, brother Zua." Upon the completion of his words, a vortex enveloped his body, and he vanished without a trace. Ji Wuchang watched the storage ring flying toward him. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and grasped it, then dashed away into the distance. Hand over that storage ring, or do not blame me for being merciless. Zui Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly addressed the fleeing Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang had no intention of stopping. He unleashed his full speed, employing the 8 trigrams dragon step, which allowed him to leap several dozen feet with each stride. Shadows of himself flickered through the dense forest, only to dissipate moments later. Zui Yan's expression turned icy. He raised his longsword and struck down with a single swing. A beam of sword light sliced through the air, covering dozens of feet before crashing into the thicket. With a thunderous roar, the area where the sword light struck erupted violently, creating a chasm several meters long. Trees on either side were obliterated and fell with a resounding crash. Furrowing his brow, Zui Yan realized the figure had not been harmed and continued to flee into the distance. His expression darkened further, and he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. The ground trembled with each blow, massive trees crumbling, and debris flying through the air. Yet, the figure ahead remained unscathed, even accelerating beyond Zui Yan's reach, causing his frown to deepen. Very well, it is rare to encounter such an intriguing chi-refining cultivator. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I shall indulge in this little pursuit. Zui Yan sneered and followed closely, his speed as a 9th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator surpassing that of Ji Wuchang, narrowing the distance between them. Seeing Zui Yan relentlessly pursuing him, Ji Wuchang furrowed his brow. His speed could not match that of his pursuer. Ji Wuchang, how about you owe me a favor, and I assist you in eliminating him? Ji Yaoyao's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang frowned. Although he was ruthless towards his enemies, he recalled that in his previous life, Zui Yan had died heroically defending the Changqing sect. Such a person was worth sparing, especially as he was now a distinguished figure among Foundation establishment cultivators. Forget it, I bear no grudge against him, and killing him would weigh heavily on my conscience. Do you possess a flight technique that you could share with me? I could use it to shake him off. Ji Yaoyao was momentarily speechless at Ji Wuchang's request. Of course, I have numerous flight techniques. However, their levels are quite high, sharing them with you now would be of little use. Ji Wuchang understood Ji Yaoyao's point. Such techniques could not be mastered in an instant. This might not be feasible for others, but Ji Wuchang was unique. He had his own cheat. Yao Yao. Just pass one on to me, perhaps I have a natural talent for it. Do not forget, I experienced a moment of enlightenment last time. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Ji Yaoyao fell into contemplation. Though she did not believe he could master it, she had no objections to imparting some knowledge. As for Zuoyan, who was in pursuit, she dismissed him entirely. If she wished, she could make herself and Ji Wuchang vanish at any moment. Very well. I shall teach you a top-tier flight technique called Gale and Thunder in the Void. It complements your Thunder Fist rather nicely. Wind sweeps and lightning strikes, treading upon the gales. Traversing vast distances with each step, with thunderous wings sprouting, soaring through the void. This is a high-tier heavenly technique. If you can master it, even those a major realm above you may struggle to catch you. Ji Yaoyao's words resonated in Ji Wuchang's ears, and immediately, countless characters materialized in his mind. This was the formula for Gale and Thunder in the Void, transmitted through Ji Yaoyao's spiritual power. Ji Wuchang felt an intense pressure in his head. The profundity of this technique was overwhelming, making comprehension a daunting task. System, I wish to utilize my luck points to understand Gale and Thunder in the Void. Without hesitation, Ji Wuchang summoned his cheat. Ding! Master, consuming 800 luck points will grant you entry into Gale and Thunder in the Void. Consuming 2400 points will achieve minor success. Upon hearing the cost, Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. System, are you trying to deceive me? Why such an exorbitant amount? Master, this is a high-tier heavenly technique. More challenging to cultivate than many top-tier heavenly techniques. If the master were to cultivate it on his own, it could take 20 years to reach minor success. Ji Wuchang felt deflated upon hearing this and promptly declared, deduct 2,400 luck points. Ding! 2,400 luck points have been deducted. Gale and Thunder in the Void insights are being transmitted. As the system's voice faded, a surge of insights regarding Gale and Thunder in the Void flooded Ji Wuchang's mind, as if he had studied it for many years. Unconsciously, Ji Wuchang ceased using the 8 trigrams dragon step and transitioned into Gale and Thunder in the Void. With each step he took, his speed surged exponentially, covering 60 to 70 feet in a single bound, and he continued to accelerate. Beneath his feet, the sound of wind and thunder resonated, leaving Ji Yaoyao, who was observing from the storage ring, utterly astonished. Zuoyan, who had been pursuing Ji Wuchang, was equally stunned. The other's speed far surpassed his own. Surely this must be a secret technique. But I wonder how long you can maintain it. Zuoyan understood well that using such techniques placed immense strain on the body and often could not be sustained for long. However, Zuoyan was soon left dumbfounded as Ji Wuchang continued to distance himself, eventually becoming a mere speck in the horizon, vanishing entirely. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was euphoric. This speed was astonishing. He felt as if the surrounding spiritual energy was naturally converging beneath him. His entire being resembled a darting arrow. This velocity was such that even those who had just broken through to the Purple Palace realm might struggle to keep up. This was undoubtedly a monumental gain. Wind sweeps and lightning strikes, treading upon the gales, traversing vast distances with each step, with thunderous wings sprouting, soaring through the void. Ji Wuchang softly recited this phrase, finally grasping the meaning behind Ji Yaoyao's earlier words. It succinctly described the 3 stages of Gale and Thunder in the Void: minor success, major success, and perfection. At this moment, his speed was remarkable. With the sound of wind and thunder beneath his feet, embodying the first stage, wind sweeps and lightning strikes, treading upon the gales. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang nearly burst into laughter. With this step technique enhancing his capabilities, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply. Chapter 76, The Yellow Sparrow Lurks Behind. How did you accomplish this? Ji Yaoyao appeared as if she had seen a ghost, remaining in a daze for quite some time. During her years of cultivation of the Wind-Thunder-Void step, she spent 5 years to enter the path, 20 years to achieve minor success, and a century to attain major success. Yet she never reached perfection even when her physical body was destroyed. Ji Wuchang, however, attained minor success in mere moments, leaving Ji Yaoyao utterly astonished. Ji Wuchang laughed heartily and proclaimed, "Did I not tell you that some individuals are inherently different from others? I am indeed a genius among geniuses." Ji Wuchang expected Ji Yaoyao to retort, but after a prolonged silence, she remained unresponsive. Noticing the absence of Zuoyan, Ji Wuchang instinctively halted, only to suddenly feel an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body. Startled, he realized that his internal spiritual energy had diminished by a staggering 40%. In his earlier excitement, he had overlooked this detail, but as the exhilaration began to fade, he recognized the anomaly in his body. With a wry smile, Ji Wuchang lamented that indeed there is no such thing as a free lunch. He then checked the system panel, and his expression grew even more troubled. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation level, late stage of Qi refinement, 10th layer, constitution, earth grade. Mid-tier, fortune value, 11, special abilities, none, system tasks, none. Gazing at the meager fortune value of 11, Ji Wuchang shook his head with a bitter smile. Uncertain when the system shop would finally open. He had recently taken numerous hits from Xiao Fan, depleting all his fortune value in one fell swoop. Ji Wuchang retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. As the pill settled in his stomach, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted, rapidly replenishing his depleted reserves. With the Wind Thunder Void step at his disposal, Ji Wuchang felt liberated from the fate of a mere small fry, ready to become a predator in a world of lesser beings. The thought ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Robbery was indeed a commendable profession, redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished, embodying the true spirit of chivalry. Ji Wuchang donned a disguise to avoid future awkward encounters within the sect. Having completed his preparations, he embarked on his mission. By a small river, Pan Shibin and his junior sister Ma Mengnan were tallying their gains from the day. They had successfully robbed 2 cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 1 at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, resulting in substantial rewards. Pan Shibin was not content with mere trifles. He had seized the opponent's storage rings, though he returned the jade tokens to them. Brother, we have accumulated 4 second-tier fierce beast corpses and 18 first-tier ones today. With what you had before, we should easily place within the top 10. Ma Mengnan squinted her eyes, a smile creeping across her face. Pan Shibin nodded in agreement, then said, "Our master mentioned that if we enter the top 10, we will be taught a battle technique. We should consider robbing a few more junior brothers and sisters before heading back. We wouldn't stand a chance against the strongest ones." Many had already returned, leaving only about 50 to 60 individuals in the secret realm. Lingering further would serve little purpose. Ma Mengnan eagerly agreed with Pan Shibin's suggestion. Just then, a male voice echoed, followed by a figure darting towards Pan Shibin like lightning, simultaneously striking at Ma Mengnan. The sudden turn of events left Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan shocked. Yet the assailant's strength far surpassed theirs, and his speed was blinding. With a resounding thud, Ma Mengnan screamed in agony as she was sent flying, blood erupting from her mouth. Pan Shibin retaliated with a punch, colliding with the assailant's fist. He too screamed, his body hurtling backward, blood spilling forth. In that instant, the figure swiftly approached Pan Shibin, snatching the storage ring from his grasp before he could react. Pan Shibin sighed in resignation, recognizing he was no match for the intruder. "Take half, return the rest." The figure laughed heartily, extracting half of the fierce beast corpses from Pan Shibin's storage ring before tossing it back to him. Watching the figure retreat, Pan Shibin exchanged a bitter smile with Ma Mengnan. "Brother Jiangbin has gone too far, stealing half of my belongings." Ma Mengnan fumed, her face pale from the shock. Pan Shibin shook his head, responding with another wry smile, "Sister Ma, he didn't take everything, that's already a concession." With a resigned attitude, he suggested, "Let us not dwell on this, we should leave." Ma Mengnan was still irked, but considering that Brother Jiangbin had spared her storage ring, she surmised he had no desire to rob a woman. The two soared into the distance, only to encounter Jiangbin again half an hour later. This startled them both, each clutching a jade token. Should Jiangbin dare to strike again, they would not hesitate to shatter the tokens to escape. However, after a brief moment, they sensed something was amiss with Jiangbin. He appeared utterly flustered. "Brother Jiangbin, what's wrong?" Ma Mengnan bravely inquired. Jiangbin glanced at them, then sighed. "I was robbed, the thief's speed was too swift, I couldn't catch up." Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan froze, a flicker of schadenfreude washing over them, though they concealed their delight. "Serves you right for robbing me, huh? Now you've been robbed yourself." Pan Shibin laughed inwardly, feeling a wave of satisfaction. "Brother Jiangbin, was it Sister Huang Wanqiu or Brothers Huayan?" Pan Shibin asked, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bin erupted in frustration. Damn it, it was a Qi refinement cultivator. I couldn't even keep pace, it infuriates me. With that, he slammed his palm down, shattering several trees within a radius of several meters. Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan were left speechless, but they could tell from Jiang Bin's demeanor that he was not lying. Sister, the wind is strong. Pan Shibin felt the risks in this secret realm were escalating and swiftly advised Ma Mengnan. She agreed wholeheartedly, glancing at her brother before shattering her jade token. In an instant, a vortex enveloped them, and they vanished without a trace. They had chosen to flee. Several hundred miles away, Ji Wuchang appeared. His eyes narrowing with delight as he examined the storage ring in his possession. He had initially aimed to rob Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan but had fortuitously encountered Jiang Bin's ambush. Seizing the opportunity, he trailed Jiang Bin and, utilizing the utmost speed of the Wind Thunder Void Step, snatched Jiang Bin's storage ring, inciting the latter's furious rage. Chapter 77, Meng Saihong shock outside the grand array of the Changshengmen secret realm, the second elder Zhou Yuan, third elder Meng Kaihong, sixth elder Yuzhen, seventh elder Jing Fengcheng, and eighth elder Jia Yuanliang were all present. A flicker of anxiety crossed Meng Saihong's eyes as she realized that the life tokens of Incursion and Tai Yujie had shattered, signifying their demise. Upon receiving this devastating news, she nearly fainted, prioritizing her rush to this location. The other elders cast sympathetic glances towards Meng Kaihong. The loss of 2 Foundation establishment disciples was indeed a grave blow. Although the sect typically did not investigate the fatalities within the secret realm, inquiries would inevitably arise. Primarily to eliminate those of poor character or spies from rival sects infiltrating Changshengmen. At that moment, the entrance of the secret realm trembled, and a figure stepped through Zhang Linghong. Initially dazed, upon spotting his master Meng Kaihong, his eyes reddened with emotion. Disciple pays respects to master and esteemed elders. Meng Kaihong nodded and quickly pulled Zhang Linghong aside to inquire about the circumstances. Hearing that Incursion's token had also shattered left Zhang Linghong aghast. He staggered back several steps, his expression one of disbelief, tears streaming down his face. Through his account, Meng Kaihong learned that Tai Yujie had perished at the jaws of a ferocious beast, while Zhang Linghong had no knowledge regarding Incursion's fate. Have you seen your junior brother Ji Wuchang? Meng Kaihong asked urgently, but Zhang Linghong could only shake his head. Concern gripped Meng Kaihong, though she found solace in the fact that Ji Wuchang's life token remained intact. Just then, the entrance trembled again, revealing the figures of Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan. As they settled, the entrance shook once more, and Jiang Bin followed closely behind, his countenance grim. Jiang Bin, how fruitful was this expedition? Sixth elder Yuzhen inquired with a smile, confident in his top disciple. Upon reaching Master Jia Yuanliang, Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan exchanged odd looks upon hearing Yuzhen's question. Jiang Bin sighed, Master, don't mention it. I was just robbed by a Qi refining disciple and returned empty-handed. His words plunged the assembly into stunned silence, the elders rendered speechless. Yuzhen's lips twitched slightly before he asked, Jiang Bin, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Jiang Bin felt disheartened, aware that his claim might not be believed. Master, esteemed elders, how could I be mistaken? It was indeed a Qi refining disciple. Their speed was astonishing, I couldn't catch up. The elders exchanged bewildered glances. If a disciple from the second or third layer of Foundation establishment had made such a claim, they might have believed it, given that some prodigies could fight beyond their rank. However, Jiang Bin was one of the most formidable Foundation establishment cultivators in Changshengmen. Perched atop the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment pyramid. The fact that he had been robbed by a Qi refining disciple spoke volumes about the latter's terrifying speed. Who could this individual be? As they pondered, the elders speculated that the robber might have concealed their true strength. Being a Foundation establishment cultivator rather than merely a Qi refining one, thus making sense of the situation. Just as Jiang Bin and the others departed, the entrance trembled once more, revealing 2 Foundation establishment disciples at the 6th layer, both bearing expressions of despair. Although neither of them belonged to the elders' disciples. Second elder Zhou Yuan inquired out of courtesy, how was your harvest from this secret realm journey? The 2 exchanged rueful smiles, with one female disciple replying, Second elder. It was going well until we were robbed by a Qi refining disciple. After sharing this, they left without lingering. The elders exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Second Elder, could this have been the work of Zuoyan? Sixth Elder Yushin voiced his suspicion. Zuoyan was the strongest among the Foundation establishment cultivators, with only Huang Wanqiu able to rival him. As both were still inside the realm and had yet to emerge, Huang Wanqiu's involvement seemed unlikely, while Zuoyan's was very plausible. Upon hearing Yushin's words, the other elders turned their gazes toward Zhou Yuan, who, with a slight twitch of his lips, harbored similar doubts. If Zuoyan was indeed the culprit, everything would fall into place. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to respond, the entrance shook again, and Ji Wuchang emerged. Upon seeing Ji Wuchang, Meng Caihong's heart finally settled. The losses from Xiaozhu Peak had already been substantial. Further losses would be difficult to justify to the sect leader. Wuchang, what did you obtain? Eighth Elder Jia Yuanliang asked directly, not waiting for Meng Caihong to speak. The other elders also turned their attention to Ji Wuchang, suspecting that if anyone could be the qi refining disciple, it would be him, though they remained skeptical, as Ji Wuchang's cultivation was still regarded as that of a qi refining disciple in their eyes. Ji Wuchang paused momentarily, aware that his considerable gains would soon be revealed upon submission, but he felt these items were no longer of use to him. Master, I managed to rob several individuals and accumulated quite a haul. However, I am still a qi refining disciple. So please pass this storage ring to my second senior brother for submission to the sect, Ji Wuchang declared, handing a storage ring to Meng Caihong. She was taken aback, her divine sense sweeping the storage ring, leaving her astounded and staring incredulously at Ji Wuchang. You didn't rob Jiang Bin and the others, did you? Seeing Meng Caihong's astonished expression, Ji Wuchang realized he might have overstepped, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Meng Caihong was left speechless. Just moments ago, they had all speculated about Zuoyan being the prime suspect, only to find that a qi refining disciple was indeed responsible. At that moment, even Meng Caihong was filled with curiosity about Ji Wuchang, for this disciple often displayed remarkable feats. As she contemplated further, a glimmer of something special flickered in her eyes, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 78, the final results of the Secret Realm trial. As Ji Wuchang appeared, he immediately drew the attention of many. Jiang Bin, Pan Shibin, Ma Mengnan, and others regarded him with a glimmer of inscrutable expression. However, Jiang Bin soon furrowed his brow, for the face before him was not that of the one who had robbed him. Ji Wuchang approached the designated area in the Grand Plaza where rewards were collected. The fourth elder, Yin Shuyu, and the ninth elder, Li Zhenfeng, were tasked with tallying the results. 6 Tier 2 ferocious beasts, 23 Tier 1 ferocious beasts, 11 century-old medicinal herbs, and over 50 other herbs. Not bad at all. If nothing unexpected occurs, the title of the first in the qi refinement realm must belong to you. Ninth elder Li Zhenfeng cheerfully announced Ji Wuchang's haul. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the crowd. Could it really not be him? Jiang Bin muttered to himself, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. Ji Wuchang's achievements, while commendable, paled in comparison to his own, as he possessed over a dozen Tier 2 ferocious beasts within his storage ring. Ji Wuchang quickly clasped his hands in gratitude towards Elderly, saying, "Thank you, Elderly." After expressing his thanks, he found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. System, sign in. Ding. The Lord of Changsheng's sect has successfully signed in, receiving 5 years of cultivation and 5 luck points. The system's voice echoed, nearly bringing Ji Wuchang to tears. Within the secret realm, he had received no rewards for days. Feeling the surge of immense spiritual power within him, he hurriedly activated the purple qi burning heaven technique, guiding this power into his dantian. As the spiritual energy flowed in, Ji Wuchang felt every cell in his body rejoicing, as his cultivation level ascended once again. At that moment, Ji Wuchang reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement. He dared not funnel any excess spiritual power into his dantian, hastily directing it to his limbs instead. Though he had attained a golden physique, it did not mean he no longer needed to refine his body. The golden skin and jade bones would continually require metamorphosis as his cultivation advanced, necessitating a thorough refinement at each stage. Once he fully refined this surge of spiritual energy, Ji Wuchang began to worry. He still lacked 3 types of elemental spiritual materials. If he did not find them soon, he would be unable to initiate the foundation establishment process. It seemed he would need to contemplate this matter carefully and resolve it promptly. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the direction of the plaza, as Zhang Linghong stepped forward to report his gains from the secret realm. Good heavens! How could senior brother Zhang have accumulated so much? He is truly remarkable. Over 40 Tier 2 ferocious beasts, and more than 100 Tier 1 ferocious beasts. Senior brother Zhang's combat prowess is terrifying indeed. It became apparent that senior brother Zhang was the hidden gem within the sect. He was undeniably impressive. In the plaza, many were abuzz with excitement, particularly the female disciples whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Linghong felt a bit embarrassed. But he could not refuse his master's request to submit his findings. Hearing the buzz around him, he blushed and hurried back to his master's side, his heart racing wildly. Jiang Bin, Pan Shibin, and others regarded Zhang Linghong with suspicion. Could it be that someone at the fourth layer of Foundation establishment was truly that formidable? Suddenly, the entire plaza fell silent as a woeful figure stumbled into view. Blood-eaten with his right arm completely missing, the individual exuded an aura of utter exhaustion. Wasn't this the newly received disciple of the sect leader? How could he be in such a pitiful state? Had he been specifically targeted? Or had he encountered a Tier 2 ferocious beast he could not contend with? But wait, wasn't he the one who had claimed the final cave's inheritance? How could he have ended up like this? Look, his trousers are drenched in blood, and his gait is peculiar. Could he have sustained injuries there as well? Xiao Fan's appearance rendered the plaza utterly still, yet soon murmurs of speculation filled the air. Many faces betrayed a sense of schadenfreude. To be frank, when Xiao Fan was tested for his aptitude, the commotion had drawn even the sect leader's attention, leading to envy from many. Had Xiao Fan continued to excel, many would have showered him with praise, but in his current state, it naturally brought a sense of relief to many. The human tendency to revel in the misfortunes of others is an unfortunate truth, especially among acquaintances. Just then, a figure materialized before Xiao Fan, frowning deeply upon witnessing his condition. It was none other than Jin Yaotian, the sect leader of Changsheng. With a wave of his hand, Jin Yaotian and Xiao Fan vanished in an instant. Ji Wuchang observed the scene calmly, entirely unsurprised by the turn of events. He believed the sect leader would ensure Xiao Fan's external injuries healed swiftly, yet injuries to the Dantian could not be so easily remedied. Ji Wuchang had briefly scanned Xiao Fan, noting that his cultivation had plummeted to approximately the 6th layer of qi refinement. It could be said that he had regressed to the state he was in before joining Changsheng's sect. Had Ji Wuchang not coveted the luck points Xiao Fan possessed, he would have dealt with him long ago. In the following moments, more individuals appeared in the plaza, excitement evident on many faces, as they were pleased with their harvests. The last to arrive were Zui Yan and Huang Wanqiu. Huang Wanqiu's gains were the most substantial, boasting around 50 Tier 2 ferocious beasts and over 100 Tier 1 ferocious beasts. Zui Yan's haul was comparatively modest, with only about 40 Tier 2 ferocious beasts. Kai Ping had even fewer, with only around 30. Kai Ping had believed he would undoubtedly place in the top 3, but upon hearing the 9th elder declare him in 4th place, his expression shifted slightly. His cold gaze swept over Zhang Linghong, causing Ji Wuchang to furrow his brow. As the 2nd elder and others reappeared, confirming the conclusion of the secret realm trial, the elders bore solemn expressions. Normally, the expected losses would be around 1/5, yet this time, the losses had reached nearly 1/3. Out of over 200 participants, only about 150 emerged, a significant loss that even the upper echelons of Changsheng sect found concerning. Fortunately, the core candidates had largely remained unscathed, providing some solace. Ji Wuchang returned to the small abode he had not seen for over 10 days, receiving the sect's reward, a high-grade spiritual artifact. This trial in the secret realm had firmly established Ji Wuchang's status among the Qi refinement disciples as the foremost practitioner of Changsheng sect. Speculations about the identity of the Qi refinement cultivator who had robbed others in the secret realm abounded, with Zui Yan's suspicions being the strongest, followed closely by Zhang Linghong. While some harbored doubts about Ji Wuchang, most ultimately dismissed such notions. For it seemed utterly preposterous for a Qi refinement cultivator to rob someone at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. Chapter 79, Intensifying Conflicts. Restoring the truth in the main peak side hall, the esteemed leader Jin Yaotian, along with Kai Ping and Xiao Fan, convened. After Jin Yaotian's diligent treatment, Xiao Fan appeared considerably improved, though his cultivation remained at the 6th level of qi refinement. With a solemn demeanor, Jin Yaotian inquired, "Please enlighten me about the events that transpired within the secret realm. It is rare for our sect's trials to incur such significant losses. Moreover, Xiao Fan, how did you sustain such grievous injuries?" The Long Life sect adheres to the principle of not holding anyone accountable for occurrences within the secret realm, a regulation even the leader must respect. However, given the unusual extent of the losses this time, it is only reasonable for him to seek some understanding of the circumstances. Kaiping exchanged glances with Xiao Fan, their eyes locking momentarily before diverting away. A trace of disdain and a hint of schadenfreude flickered in Kaiping's gaze, while Xiao Fan's eyes briefly flashed with murderous intent before he skillfully concealed it. Kaiping clasped his hands and reported, "Master, this expedition involved a contention for a cave dwelling of the Purple Mansion realm. To reach this dwelling, we traversed a vast canyon inhabited by numerous black apes and a nest of serpents. Many of our fellow disciples perished there, contributing to the significant losses of this trial." Kaiping's words, though succinct, conveyed the crux of the matter, leading Jin Yaotian to a sudden realization. "As for my junior brother Xiao Fan, I did not encounter him until the moment he emerged within the Purple Mansion cave, seizing its legacy. Afterward, as we departed, I remain oblivious to how Xiao Fan was injured." Kaiping articulated everything he needed to convey in one breath. Xiao Fan stood silently, his expression calm yet his eyes radiating a chilling aura. Was it not this very individual before him who bore responsibility for his plight? He was cunning enough to distance himself entirely. The more Xiao Fan pondered, the angrier he became. Had it not been for his inadequate strength, he would have unhesitatingly ended Kaiping's life. Jin Yaotian then turned his attention to Xiao Fan, prompting him to share his account. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan promptly spoke. "Master, my entry into the secret realm was initially untroubled, yet I found myself the target of someone else's malice. This person lurked behind me and ambushed me twice. Had I not fled desperately, I would have perished within the realm. The assailant possesses formidable strength, at least at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, rendering me powerless to retaliate. Perhaps they refrained from killing me out of consideration for my status as your disciple, yet they intentionally damaged my dantian. I implore you, Master, to seek justice for me. Their methods are truly despicable." Upon concluding his plea, Xiao Fan knelt before Jin Yaotian, his eyes brimming with emotion. Jin Yaotian furrowed his brow. Although Xiao Fan did not explicitly name Kaiping, the implication weighed heavily on his mind. Reflecting on this, Jin Yaotian felt a chill in his heart as he questioned how he would react if he had a junior brother with superior talent. Stealing a glance between Kaiping and Xiao Fan, he withdrew his gaze, withholding his suspicions. "Xiao Fan, can you ascertain that your assailant's cultivation is indeed above the 6th level of Foundation establishment?" Xiao Fan responded promptly, "Master, I would not dare to lie. In the secret realm, I acquired the legacy of a predecessor from the Purple Mansion realm. At that time, my cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Even against someone at the 3rd or 4th level of Foundation establishment, I would have had confidence in my ability to contend. However, this individual struck with such speed that I had no chance to defend myself, thus I am certain their cultivation surpasses the 6th level of Foundation establishment." Xiao Fan's explanation was sound and reasonable, prompting Jin Yaotian to accept it. Among those who entered the secret realm, few possess strength above the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Therefore, uncovering the truth should not prove overly time-consuming. Very well, I shall take note of this incident, yet according to sect regulations, no one shall be held accountable. Xiao Fan, focus on your cultivation. I will seek out materials or elixirs to help restore your dantian. Kaiping, upon your return, strive to break through to the 9th level of Foundation establishment. After issuing instructions to Kaiping and Xiao Fan, Jin Yaotian waved his hand, dismissing them. Observing their departing figures, Jin Yaotian's brow furrowed slightly. Neither of these disciples brought him peace of mind. Subsequently, he recalled Jin Miaoqing's departure and sighed once more. "Junior brother Xiao Fan, you might discreetly investigate who might be targeting you within the secret realm. Should you uncover any information, you must inform me at once. I will seek retribution on your behalf." Kaiping remarked with a smile, his expression appearing quite cheerful. Xiao Fan felt an unsettling chill at Kaiping's words. interpreting them as a warning against speaking out of turn. Consumed by hatred yet wearing a facade of gratitude, he replied, "Thank you, senior brother. If I discover who is behind this, I will certainly inform you at the earliest opportunity." Kai Ping nodded, patting Xiao Fan's right shoulder in a gesture intended to foster goodwill. However, at that moment, Xiao Fan's right arm was devoid of any support, and the pat felt more like a warning than a gesture of camaraderie. As he watched Kai Ping's retreating figure, Xiao Fan's expression darkened. At that moment, his animosity towards Kai Ping surpassed even his feelings toward Ji Wuchang. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuchang, this realization would surely amuse him greatly. Within the Long Life sect, the peak leaders were inquiring about their disciples' experiences within the secret realm. On the side of the second elder, Zhou Yuan, after questioning the others, he retained only Zuiyan and calmly inquired, "Do you know who dealt Xiao Fan such a heavy blow?" Zuiyan, taken aback for a moment, replied, "Master, I truly do not know. However, I can assure you it has no connection to me or junior sister Wan Xiao. As for the others, I am unaware." Zhou Yuan nodded at Zuiyan's words, feeling a sense of relief. The leader would undoubtedly investigate this matter discreetly, yet there was no need for concern. He likely already had his suspicions. Zuiyan, perplexed by his master's words, nodded in response. As he watched Zuiyan depart, Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted to the main peak, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. At this moment, Meng Kaihong held a jade plaque in her hand, gazing at it with a semblance of inner turmoil. This jade plaque, known as the mother-child jade plaque, served as the mother piece, while the child piece resided within Curson. With a sigh, Meng Kaihong pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the mother plaque. Instantly, the plaque vibrated, and an image materialized, depicting the scene in the valley where Ji Wuchang effortlessly dispatched in Curson. Chapter 80, News of the Fire Attribute Spiritual Object. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Meng Kaihong felt a flicker of suspicion in her heart, yet a wry smile still graced her lips. She had long observed the strained relations between her fourth disciple and her other disciples, but she had never anticipated it would escalate to such a degree. The stunning display of skill by Ji Wuchang, who had effortlessly dispatched a sixth-layer foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike, left Meng Kaihong in awe. Such an event, if she were to recount it, would likely be met with disbelief. With a complex expression, Meng Kaihong crushed the Mother Jade token in her hand, resolving to keep this matter concealed within her heart. In the realm of secretive confrontations, the sect could not be held accountable. Thus Ji Wuchang bore no fault in this incident. Even if Meng Kaihong wished to punish him, she could not use this occurrence as grounds for retribution. At that moment, Ji Wuchang remained oblivious to the extent of his master's capabilities. Had he known, he would have likely lost interest in sorting through the treasures within his storage ring. Although he had presented the corpses of fierce beasts to his second senior brother, Zhang Linghong, he retained the other spoils for himself. Ji Wuchang meticulously counted the medicinal pills, 17 third-grade pills, over 50 second-grade pills, and a large vial of first-grade pills, estimated to exceed 200. He inwardly rejoiced at the prospect of wealth, recognizing that these pills could fetch a considerable sum in spirit stones if sold. After evaluating his findings, he decided to keep all the third-grade pills, retain 30 second-grade pills, and offer the remaining ones to his master the following day. With his master having recently taken on 3 new disciples, these resources would be invaluable. Upon further examination, Ji Wuchang noted he possessed around 600 or 700 lower-grade spirit stones. He understood that the abundance of pills was due to the circumstances surrounding the Purple Mansion. For otherwise, the disciples of the Changsheng sect would be far from affluent. As he continued his assessment, Ji Wuchang discovered 6 treasured weapons, 1 magical artifact, and 1 spiritual weapon. These items had fixed identities and posed significant risks if kept close, prompting him to consider a discreet opportunity to descend the mountain and sell them. Reflecting on his journey through the secret realm, Ji Wuchang concluded that he had performed admirably. However, he quickly reminded himself to remain vigilant, as he realized that even without the presence of Ji Yaoyao, Xiao Fan was still advancing at an alarming rate. His growth trajectory was on par with Ji Wuchang's, who possessed a system. It seemed that he would need to occasionally suppress Xiao Fan to swiftly drain his fortunes. Resolute in his decision, Ji Wuchang understood that without the backing of fortune, his rival would be inconsequential. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. where he had played the role of a virtuous person only to meet a tragic end. In this life, he would follow his desires and carve his own path, indifferent to the world's chaos. Leaving his modest dwelling, Ji Wuchang made his way to the main peak where his master, Meng Kaihong, resided. Upon arrival, he found his second senior brother instructing Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Qing in their cultivation. A glance at Zhang Linghong made Ji Wuchang feel as though his brother had matured considerably in an instant. Second senior brother, fellow disciples. Ji Wuchang greeted them with a smile, to which they returned the gesture warmly. During this time, Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Qing had become aware of Ji Wuchang's circumstances, and admiration shone in their eyes as they regarded him. Zhang Linghong smiled slightly before addressing Ji Wuchang. Fourth junior brother, you are here to see master, correct? You may enter directly. Ji Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement, waving goodbye to the group as he proceeded to the back courtyard. In the courtyard, Meng Kaihong sat across from Ji Wuchang, her expression a mix of complexity, yet internally she had already come to terms with the situation. Master, these are some items I acquired in the secret realm, they are of no use to me. You have recently taken on 3 new disciples, and they may find these resources beneficial, Ji Wuchang stated, offering the prepared storage ring. Meng Kaihong was momentarily taken aback before accepting the ring with a smile. You are quite thoughtful, she remarked. However, her brow furrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment. Wuchang, there is a matter for which I need your assistance. I require you to visit the Meng family in Shijiaking. I had originally intended for your senior sister to undertake this task, but she has perished in the secret realm, she added. Upon hearing her words, Ji Wuchang was momentarily startled, and memories of his past life flooded his mind. The Meng family in Shijiaking was indeed Meng Saihong's clan, and in his previous life, it was in Kursan who had visited the Meng family. Meng Saihong's relationship with her family was tenuous, and as a cultivator who had lived for centuries, her generation had long passed, leaving only descendants separated by several generations. Ji Wuchang was unaware of Kursan's purpose in visiting the Meng family. Yet he knew that her return had significantly bolstered her strength. Understood, master. May I inquire about the purpose of my visit to the Meng family? Ji Wuchang readily agreed. Meng Kaihong sighed before explaining, when I departed the Meng family, I promised them I would fulfill 3 conditions in the future. Over the years, I have completed 2, leaving 1 remaining. Recently, the Meng family used the communication jade talisman I left behind to inform me that they have decided on the 3rd condition, to accept a descendant of the Meng family as a disciple. It seems they are also facing some difficulties. Please represent me and visit them. If they indeed possess the aptitude for cultivation, bring them back. While you are there, assist with their troubles as well. If they do not meet the criteria, negotiate a different condition and return to the mountain. There is another reason for this task: you require the 5 elemental spiritual objects to refine your body. You have already acquired wood and water, but still lack earth, metal, and fire. The Meng family possesses the eye of a fire dragon, obtained by their ancestor from a secret realm. As I practice wood-based techniques, this object is of no use to me, which is why I have not retrieved it. However, it would serve you well as a fire attribute spiritual object. Simply state that you are acting on my behalf to retrieve it, and offer the Meng family a suitable compensation in spirit stones. As for the remaining 2 elemental objects, I shall inquire further and inform you of any developments at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang felt a surge of joy and nodded eagerly. He recalled Kursan mentioning in a past life that she had acquired the eye of a fire dragon, which contained a drop of its precious blood. It was this very essence that had propelled her cultivation to new heights. With Kursan's demise, this opportunity now belonged to Ji Wuchang. Chapter 81, The Invitation from My One. As Meng Kaihong watched the retreating figure of Ji Wuchang descending the mountain, she let out a sigh of relief. The death of Kursan at Ji Wuchang's hands left her with a lingering sense of disappointment. After all, they were both her disciples. Sending Ji Wuchang to the Meng family was also Meng Saihong's way of avoiding an awkward encounter by minimizing their meetings. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuchang, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the fiery dragon's eye that his master had mentioned. If he could indeed acquire this item, he would only be lacking the earth and gold elemental spiritual treasures. In truth, even if Meng Kaihong had not dispatched Ji Wuchang, He had already planned to leave the Changsheng sect for some time. In Ji Wuchang's recollections, the Changsheng sect had no spiritual treasures associated with the earth, gold, or fire elements. At this moment, Ji Wuchang recalled a place, the Minglu auction house. The Minglu auction house had a considerable reputation, akin to a chain of auction houses with branches in various locales. His previous visit to my city had brought him great fortune, and the secret map he had designed to trap Xiao Fan now lay within Xiao Fan's storage ring. However, Ji Wuchang hesitated to visit the Minglu auction house, for in his past life, he had wronged the young lady of the establishment. The thought of that foolish girl filled him with guilt. Ultimately, she had vanished while seeking a herb that could completely heal his meridians. Generally, the herbs required for meridian injuries were available at the Minglu auction house. But by the time Ji Wuchang had met her, his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. His meridian injuries had festered for nearly 2 centuries, making complete healing a formidable challenge. Ji Wuchang soared on his flying sword towards Shijiaking. The distance from Changsheng sect was considerable, exceeding 10,000 miles. Even with his sword flight, covering 1,000 miles a day would take him over half a month. Meng Kaihong had not stipulated a specific time frame for Ji Wuchang, leaving him unconcerned about haste. 5 days later, he arrived at Tiantong City, feeling quite fatigued from his journey and deciding to rest for the night. In Boyun Prefecture, 4 major factions existed, besides the Changsheng sect and the Dadao Pavilion. There were also the Luyun sect and the Qingke sect. Among these 4 sects, the Changsheng sect maintained a good relationship with the Dadao Pavilion, while the Luyun and Qingke sects managed to sustain a balance of power. Tiantong City was no longer under the jurisdiction of the Changsheng sect. It belonged to the Luyun sect. Ji Wuchang entered Tiantong City, a place he was quite familiar with from previous visits. Without pausing, he made his way directly to the Minglu auction house, as certain matters required the assistance of the auction house. The Minglu auction house in Tiantong City was significantly larger than that in my city, boasting at least double the scale. Given that Tiantong City housed cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm from the Luyun sect, its importance was evident. Upon entering the auction house, Ji Wuchang was immediately approached by staff. "Esteemed guest, are you here to auction or to purchase?" An elderly man inquired with a cordial demeanor. Though a faint pressure emanating from his 6th level Foundation establishment cultivation was palpable, Ji Wuchang wasted no time and directly replied, "Shopkeeper, I am in search of innate spiritual treasures of the gold and earth elements. Might your auction house have any?" The elderly man paused in surprise, then frowned slightly. "I apologize, young friend, but currently, our auction house cannot provide such items. However, if you are truly interested, I can notify you if we acquire any in the future." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Ji Wuchang's face, but he quickly masked it with a smile. "Shopkeeper, how about this? I shall return to Tiantong City in a month. If you happen to have such items, could you kindly reserve them for me?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "Young friend, that does not align with our auction house's regulations. Innate spiritual treasures are inherently rare. Once obtained, they cannot be held. However, you are fortunate, as we will be hosting an auction in a month. If there are commendable items, they will all be presented. Would you care to purchase an entry ticket for 10 low-grade spirit stones and attend the auction yourself?" Ji Wuchang's heart stirred at this suggestion, recognizing its merit. He readily produced 10 low-grade spirit stones and received an invitation from the shopkeeper. After concluding this matter, Ji Wuchang exited the Minglu auction house and continued on his way. "Young friend, please wait a moment." At that moment, an elderly voice called from behind him. Startled, Ji Wuchang halted his steps. He recognized the elder, who had been nearby during his conversation with the shopkeeper. "Esteemed elder, is there something you need?" Ji Wuchang inquired calmly, sensing the elder's 4th level Foundation establishment cultivation. The elder smiled faintly and approached Ji Wuchang. "Young friend, I am Mai One, you may address me as Taoist Mai." Ji Wuchang nodded and replied, "Taoist Mai. My surname is Ji. May I ask if you have called me for a specific reason?" Mai One smiled slightly, saying, "Taoist Ji. I overheard your request for innate spiritual treasures of the gold and earth elements at the Minglu auction house. Coincidentally, a gathering of scattered cultivators is scheduled for tonight. where I know someone possesses an earth element innate spiritual treasure. If you are interested, you are welcome to join us tonight. There may indeed be fruitful outcomes. Ji Wuchang was taken aback by this unexpected opportunity but could not shake a hint of skepticism. Daoist Mai, given our lack of acquaintance, why would you share this information with me? Maiwen chuckled softly. Rest assured, Daoist Ji, I harbor no ill intentions. Among scattered cultivators, there exists an unwritten rule: if one can bring an additional participant to such a private trading event, they receive a reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones from the host upon its conclusion. Of course, the newcomer must be trustworthy, otherwise, the host bears responsibility for any mishaps. I observe that you are no ordinary person, which is why I dared to approach you, otherwise, I would not invite trouble upon myself. Recalling certain events from his past life, Ji Wuchang acknowledged that such customs indeed existed among scattered cultivators. Moreover, he felt no fear of Maiwen's potential deceit. If he dared to cross him, Ji Wuchang would not hesitate to retaliate. Thank you, Daoist Mai. May I inquire where this gathering will take place? I shall certainly arrive punctually. Maiwen's expression brightened at Ji Wuchang's response, and he promptly provided an address while advising, Daoist Ji, when you arrive, simply announce my name. It would be best if you disguised yourself for the occasion. Ji Wuchang nodded in understanding and took his leave after bidding farewell to Maiwen. Chapter 82, The Private Trading Fair at 1888, Harmony Street. A man adorned with a conical hat arrived at the venue. Two burly men stationed at the entrance immediately blocked his path upon his arrival. Both of these imposing figures possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. I am Ji Wuchang, introduced here by my friend Maiwen, the man rasped, his voice muffled by the black veil that hung from his hat, obscuring his expression. Upon hearing this, the two men stepped aside, allowing Ji Wuchang to enter through the door. Upon entering, he found himself in the front courtyard and, after walking a few dozen paces down the path, he arrived at a spacious hall. The hall was vast, spanning at least several hundred square meters. And by the time Ji Wuchang arrived, over 20 individuals were already present. Almost all of them, like Ji Wuchang, wore conical hats that concealed their true identities. As Ji Wuchang entered, many gazes turned towards him, but they merely glanced and then turned away. Ji Wuchang noted that each person had a small table before them. Instantly realizing that these were for displaying items, he chose an unoccupied chair to sit down and remain silent, patiently waiting. Before long, more individuals arrived. And within a mere incense stick's worth of time, over 40 chairs were filled. At that moment, an elderly man ambled in from outside, his face uncovered, revealing his clear features to all present. Ji Wuchang was taken aback to discover that this elder was a practitioner at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Esteemed guests, I am Xiang Daoming, the host of this private trading fair. According to the rules, each participant must present me with 10 low-grade spirit stones. The elder proclaimed calmly, standing at the center. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding attendees promptly produced spirit stones, handing them over to the elder with a wave of their hands. Observing that everyone complied, Ji Wuchang understood this was an unwritten rule and followed suit, tossing 10 low-grade spirit stones into the air. Ji Wuchang calculated that with 41 attendees, a total of 410 low-grade spirit stones would be collected, truly a lucrative affair. At that moment, Ji Wuchang contemplated that Maiwen had brought him here, perhaps solely for those 10 low-grade spirit stones. As Xiang Daoming gathered the spirit stones, a smile spread across his face. Since we have newcomers among us, I will reiterate the rules of this private trading fair. First, no coercive buying or selling, all transactions must be consensual. Second, no private assassinations. If a deal must be made, please do so outside of Tiantong City. Third, for each completed transaction, I will collect 4 low-grade spirit stones, with each party contributing 2. With these 3 rules established, the attendees began to present their items for trade. Ji Wuchang felt a surge of inspiration and directly produced several treasured artifacts and magical tools obtained from a hidden realm, along with 2 second-grade pills. As he scanned the tables around him, he noticed many individuals writing down their desired items. Seeking 1 foundation establishment pill, items on the table are negotiable. Seeking 1 low-grade spirit weapon, choose 2 items from the table, negotiation allowed. Seeking 1 centennial centipede, payment in spirit stones, table items also selectable. Seeking 1 third-grade beauty-enhancing pill, price negotiable. Each table displayed signs with various requests, and Ji Wuchang naturally followed suit, writing, seeking innate spiritual materials of earth and gold attributes, price negotiable. Once he completed this, he left his seat to survey the surroundings. Others, like Ji Wuchang, also wandered away from their tables, mingling throughout the hall. This was a peculiar method of private trading among loose cultivators, with the host ensuring everyone's safety. Ji Wuchang perused several tables, yet found nothing of interest. Just then, he approached a table that read, seeking 2 third-grade cultivating pills, items on the table are available for selection. Behind the table sat a man who remained seated, silently observing. Ji Wuchang glanced at the items on the man's table, momentarily taken aback. There lay a broken knife, a chipped clay jar, a dark spherical object, and a torn map. The dark spherical object is useful to me. Ji Wuchang heard the urgent voice of Ji Yaoyao echo in his mind. Surprised, Ji Wuchang turned to the man sitting there and gestured towards the dark object and the map. 3 third-grade cultivating pills for these 2 items. He communicated telepathically. A common method of private transactions. The man raised his gaze to Ji Wuchang. Despite the layers of black veils, Ji Wuchang felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the man's eyes. With a flick of his hand, the 2 items sailed towards Ji Wuchang, signaling agreement to the trade. Without further ado, Ji Wuchang tossed a porcelain vial, which the man caught deftly. After inspecting the vial's contents with evident satisfaction, he nodded at Ji Wuchang. As Ji Wuchang secured the 2 items, the dark spherical object was swiftly taken by Ji Yaoyao the moment it touched his hand. Continuing his exploration, Ji Wuchang felt disappointment wash over him after a thorough search, as nothing else piqued his interest. However, he found solace in the fact that Ji Yaoyao had acquired what she needed. Although he was unaware of the object's nature, it must hold value given Ji Yaoyao's discerning eye. Furthermore, he had obtained a fragment of a map, perhaps a quarter, which instinct told him would prove useful in the future. When Xiang Daoming approached, Ji Wuchang produced 2 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to him. Xiang Daoming nodded, accepting the stones before departing. Ji Wuchang subsequently completed 3 transactions, as others showed interest in the magical tools he had displayed. However, the items they offered in return did not meet his needs, and ultimately, he exchanged them solely for spirit stones. Ji Wuchang handed Xiang Daoming 6 more low-grade spirit stones. After half an hour, the trading fair drew to a close, and attendees returned to their seats. Ji Wuchang felt deceived by Maiwen, realizing there were no innate spiritual materials of earth and gold attributes to be found. As everyone began to tidy their tables, Ji Wuchang also prepared to leave. At that moment, an individual with a conical hat approached him and conveyed telepathically, "If you truly seek innate spiritual materials of the earth attribute, follow me shortly." Taken aback, Ji Wuchang hesitated for a moment but nodded eagerly. He possessed 2 6th-grade teleportation talismans, capable of transporting him vast distances in an instant, so he felt no fear. Moreover, with Ji Yaoyao by his side, he was confident that she would not stand idly by should any danger arise. Chapter 83, A bountiful harvest on the pitch-black streets. 2 figures walked into the distance, both adorned with conical hats. At that moment, one of the men removed his hat, revealing his true visage. "Maiwen, my friend!" Ji Wuchang exclaimed in mild astonishment, not expecting it to be Maiwen, who had just sent him a telepathic message. Ji Wuchang promptly lifted his own hat, unveiling his face beneath. "Please do not take offense, my friend, as we are not well acquainted, and I must exercise caution. I possess a soil spirit pearl, which I originally intended to auction at the renowned auction house, but upon hearing of your need, I altered my decision. I require 3 items. Should you be able to fulfill my requests, I shall promptly present this item to you." Maiwen spoke with a smile, his cultivation far surpassing that of Ji Wuchang, rendering him unafraid of any forceful demands. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly replied, "Do not hesitate to state your demands. I shall certainly oblige if within my means." Maiwen smiled subtly and continued, "My friend, judging by your attire, you are not a solitary cultivator, but rather hail from the Lu Yun sect?" Ji Wuchang paused for a moment, then calmly responded, "That matter is unrelated to our transaction." Maiwen nodded in acknowledgement and replied with a grin, "My apologies, I was merely curious. My first condition is that I require a low-grade spirit weapon, be it a sword, spear, or staff. For my second condition, I seek 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lastly, I need 2 third-grade elixirs, such as vitality pills or cultivation pills. If you can meet these 3 conditions, we can conclude our deal immediately. With that, Maiwen's gaze remained fixed on Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. The price was rather steep, considering a low-grade spirit weapon was worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, if not more. Moreover, third-grade elixirs were not common and exceedingly valuable. After a brief contemplation, Ji Wuchang replied, your price is too high for me to accept. Here is my counteroffer. I do not possess a low-grade spirit weapon, but I can offer you a top-grade magical tool along with a top-grade treasure. I have no objections to your second condition, but I only have 1 third-grade elixir. I simply cannot provide more. If you agree to these terms, we have a deal. If not, I must decline due to my limited resources. Ji Wuchang reasoned that such an exchange would be fair for both parties. Upon hearing this, Maiwen fell into deep thought. After a moment, he reluctantly stated, my friend, this soil spirit pearl was acquired from a secret realm. To be frank, I entered with 3 others, and I was the only one who emerged. The others perished within. Aside from the spirit stones I retained, the rest of the items were gifted to the descendants of my 3 companions. I swear by the heavens, if I utter a single lie, may I suffer a terrible fate. The 2 third-grade elixirs are non-negotiable, but I can agree to your previous conditions. If absolutely necessary, you may reduce the spirit stones. And I will accept that. Seeing the look of sorrow in Maiwen's eyes, Ji Wuchang felt a sense of assurance that he was not being deceived. Yet his wariness remained intact. He was well aware of the high value of 5 element spirit items. Present the soil spirit pearl, and I shall accept your conditions. Ji Wuchang ultimately conceded, as he could not afford any delays. For him, establishing his foundation sooner was undeniably beneficial. The earlier he laid his foundation, the greater his future advantages would be. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's agreement, Maiwen let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, a fist-sized pearl appeared. Enveloped in an exceptionally dense soil attribute spiritual energy, undoubtedly the soil spirit pearl. This soil spirit pearl is extraordinary, given a few hundred years. It may very well give rise to the primal force of the earth attribute. Ji Yaoyao's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind, instilling him with even more confidence. Without hesitation, Ji Wuchang retrieved the items he had promised Maiwen and took the soil spirit pearl from his hand. Maiwen cast a reluctant glance at the pearl before sighing, clasping his fists in farewell as he departed. Ji Wuchang could hardly believe the fortune he had garnered in Tiantong City. Having acquired 3 of the 5 element spirit items, he now only lacked the last 2, gold and fire. If the Meng family indeed possessed the fire dragon's eye, he would be just 1 step away. As this thought crossed his mind, Ji Wuchang felt a wave of elation wash over him. Yao, what was that item you just obtained? Ji Wuchang suddenly recalled and inquired eagerly. It is a soul crystal, but it is bound by several layers of restrictions. Had my spiritual essence not recovered nearly a third, I would not have sensed it. With this, I can restore about 10% of my spiritual essence, though future recovery will be arduous. Ji Yaoyao's voice carried a hint of excitement, startling Ji Wuchang. He was well aware that the soul crystal was a rare internal core of a unique beast known as a soul beast, containing pure spiritual essence. However, soul beasts were scarce, and possessing a soul crystal was even rarer, making them immensely valuable. Given Ji Yaoyao's severe spiritual injury, the initial recovery of her spiritual essence was relatively manageable, but as time progressed, it became increasingly difficult, requiring exponentially greater amounts of spiritual power. A soul crystal capable of restoring even 10% of her spiritual essence would fetch at least tens of thousands of spirit stones, if not more, at an auction. Yet, Ji Wuchang had only traded 2 third-grade elixirs for it, a remarkable bargain indeed. Ji Wuchang felt a surge of joy for Ji Yaoyao. The more her spiritual essence recovered, the stronger the power she could lend him in times of peril. This private transaction had yielded remarkable profits for him. System, sign-in. Beep. Sign-in at Tiantong City successful. Reward, 4 years of cultivation. Fortune value, upon hearing the system's announcement, Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback, as it was somewhat less than he had anticipated. His previous sign-ins in my city had proven more fruitful, yet my city could not be compared to Tiantong City. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy surging within him, Ji Wuchang promptly activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, channeling this energy throughout his limbs and bones. Although he had already attained a golden physique, the influx of spiritual energy allowed him to distinctly feel his physical strength augmenting. The potential of the physical body is boundless. Ji Wuchang understood this well from his past life. Within the physical form lies an entire universe, each breakthrough to a higher realm is, in essence, a metamorphosis of the body. Everything Ji Wuchang was currently undertaking was merely laying the strongest foundation for his future. Chapter 84, Instant Kill Within the Forest. Ji Wuchang soared through the air on his sword, having departed from Tiantong City for an hour. You have followed me all the way, come out. Ji Wuchang calmly gazed behind him, his eyes exuding an icy indifference. Ha, young friend Ji, your keen perception is impressive, you can actually sense our presence. A hearty laugh echoed, and soon two figures emerged, grinning at Ji Wuchang, though their eyes shimmered with greed. One was Xiang Daoming, the host of the clandestine trading event from the previous night, and the other was Mai Wan. Ji Wuchang was not the least bit surprised. Ji Yaoyao had warned him last night about someone tailing him. As soon as he stepped out of Tiantong City, she had reminded him once more. Ji Wuchang had initially thought these two would reveal themselves sooner, yet he underestimated their patience, as they had followed him for a full hour. Xiang Daoist, my Daoist. What is your intention in following me? Ji Wuchang queried, his demeanor unwavering and devoid of panic. Exchanging glances, Xiang Daoming and Maiwen shared a knowing look. Maiwen smiled and said, Ji Daoist, my brother and I are rather tight on resources and would like to borrow some spiritual stones from you. Also, regarding the Earth Spirit Pearl I gave you yesterday, we have great use for it, please lend it to us as well. With a smile, Maiwen spoke as if discussing the most mundane matter. Ji Wuchang scoffed inwardly, realizing that Maiwen had set his sights on him since the auction at Minglu. My Daoist, did you not swear an oath to heaven yesterday? Are you not afraid of the consequences should that oath be broken? Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Maiwen burst into laughter. After a moment, he mockingly replied, Ji Daoist, what I said yesterday was sincere, I did not deceive you. As for today's affair, what does it have to do with yesterday? You are still young, with a boundless future ahead, spiritual stones are merely external possessions. My brother and I have always acted with integrity. If you hand over your storage ring, you may leave immediately, we will not make things difficult for you. Maiwen declared, brimming with confidence, believing that such a plump catch could not be missed. Xiang Daoming too dismissed Ji Wuchang, seeing him merely as a small fry in the chi refinement stage, incapable of turning the tides. Ji Wuchang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Did they truly think him a soft target to be toyed with? Xiang Daoist, my Daoist, do you truly believe I ventured out alone? Surely. You recognize this insignia and know from whence I hail? Ji Wuchang spoke calmly, waving his hand to reveal a token of a direct disciple of the Changsheng sect. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, both Xiang Daoming and Mai Wen's expression subtly shifted, and their faces paled upon seeing the token. A direct disciple of the Changsheng sect. Mai Wen's voice trembled slightly as he glanced at Xiang Daoming. Though they were relatively strong, they were no match for a major sect like Changsheng. It was not just the elders they had to fear, even the top disciples could easily slay them. Moreover, such esteemed sects were fiercely protective of their own. Should a disciple fall outside, a rigorous investigation would ensue, leading to severe consequences for the perpetrators. This was a common practice among major sects to instill fear in rogue cultivators. After all, many disciples ventured out into the world, and without a deterrent, the repercussions could be dire. Xiang Daoming's brow furrowed. They had seen Ji Wuchang merely as a plump lamb, hence their relentless pursuit. Master, you have arrived. Ji Wuchang's piercing gaze fixed behind Xiang Daoming and Mai Wan. Both men were taken aback and turned swiftly, but there was nothing behind them, instantaneously realizing they had been tricked. However, at that moment, Ji Wuchang had already acted. 100-fold Ascension Instant Kill Technique. Wind and Thunder Void Step. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Wuchang unleashed his most potent move, this time augmenting it by a staggering 20-fold. An overwhelming force surged through his body, so intense that his meridians throbbed with pain. With the sound of wind and thunder roaring beneath his feet, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood beside Xiang Daoming, his sword slicing through the air like a specter across Xiang Daoming's throat. Upon realizing the ruse, Xiang Daoming felt an ominous premonition rise within him, his entire being prickling with terror. He stumbled backward, only to feel a searing pain at his neck. In a horrified daze, he witnessed his own headless body retreating wildly, blood gushing from the severed neck. Am I to die? The depths of fear flooded Xiang Daoming's eyes. In that moment, regret consumed him. After a century of toil to ascend to the Purple Mansion realm, he now found himself perishing at the hands of a mere chi refinement cultivator. Ji Wuchang's expression remained cold, the pain surging through his meridians rendering his gaze even more frigid. As he beheld the dazed My One, Ji Wuchang acted without hesitation. The winds and thunder swirling beneath his feet, moving with lightning speed. The blade swept through the air once more, and another massive head soared into the sky. 2 lives extinguished in the mere blink of an eye. Yet as Ji Wuchang paused, he found himself panting heavily, the immense power ebbing from his body like receding tides. Every aspect of this had been meticulously calculated. He first displayed the token of a direct disciple of the Changsheng sect to disrupt their focus. Then, with a single utterance of master, he diverted their gaze from himself, activating his swiftest speed and strongest secret technique to achieve an instantaneous kill. Indeed, the 100-fold ascension instant kill technique and the wind and thunder void step were a perfect match, a pinnacle fusion of power and speed. Ji Wuchang had previously activated the 100-fold ascension instant kill technique several times but had only enhanced it 10-fold. This time, he escalated it to 20-fold. Primarily due to Xiang Daoming's presence. As Xiang Daoming had just entered the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, 10-fold power was insufficient to contend with him, thus necessitating the 20-fold enhancement. Feeling the throbbing pain in his meridians, Ji Wuchang shook his head with a bitter smile. After a thorough examination, he found no significant issues, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Wuchang collected the storage rings from both men and then unleashed his spiritual sense to dispel the restrictions within their souls. My Win's storage ring was rather meager, but it contained the items he had given him yesterday, along with several hundred low-grade spiritual stones. Ji Wuchang discarded all the useless items from My Win's ring. Then, he turned his attention to Xiang Daoming's storage ring, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This fellow was far wealthier than My Win, possessing over 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones and more than 500 mid-grade spiritual stones. There were 5 third-grade pills, over 10 second-grade pills, and more than 100 first-grade pills. Additionally, within the storage ring lay a low-grade spiritual weapon, albeit a sword. Having grown accustomed to wielding a sword in his previous life, Ji Wuchang merely glanced at it before storing it in his system space. What is this? Chapter 85, Arrival. Ji Wuchang gazed intently at the dark object in his hand, furrowing his brow. This item had been placed at the deepest part of the storage ring by Xiang Daoming, encased in an exquisite box. Yet, despite his scrutiny, Ji Wuchang could not discern its nature. Yao, do you recognize this object? This is called the Black Underworld Stone. It is of great utility for those who cultivate dark attribute techniques, but it holds no value for you. The voice of Ji Yao echoed in Ji Wuchang's ears, prompting him to nod and stow the stone away. Ji Wuchang flicked his fingers, conjuring a fireball that incinerated the 2 of them completely. And with a slight shift of his body, he departed. 10 days later, Ji Wuchang arrived at the entrance of Shijiaking, his intended destination. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in at the west gate of Shijiaking successful, reward, 3 years of cultivation. Fortune value, 3, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through him. Ji Wuchang was nearly moved to tears. In the recent days of signing in, he had consistently received a fortune value of 1. After more than 10 days, he had accumulated over 10 fortune values, and finally, he had gained cultivation. He promptly activated the Purple Chi Burning Heaven technique, channeling his inner spiritual energy. Part of it flowed into his dantian to replenish his energy for the journey, while another portion circulated through his limbs to further refine his physical body. The gates of Shijiaking towered far above those of my city, bustling with a denser population. Ji Wuchang stepped into the thrumming crowd. Inside the Meng family hall of Shijiaking, the expressions of the gathered individuals were laden with deep concern. The three great families of Shijiaking Meng, Chui, and Zhou each had foundational practitioners in residence. Among them, the current head of the Meng family, Old Master Meng Nian, held the highest cultivation at the 6th level of foundation establishment, while the heads of the Chui and Zhou families were at the 5th level. For years, the three families coexisted harmoniously, despite unavoidable frictions, establishing a stable triangular alliance. However, not long ago, the Chui and Zhou families jointly announced a significant development. Chui family's young master, Chui Luochang, was to be betrothed to Zhou family's eldest daughter, Zhou Jini. Once this news broke, the atmosphere in Shijiaking shifted dramatically. The union of the Chui and Zhou families signified not merely a marriage, but the consolidation of their powers. Furthermore, Chui Luochang, possessing exceptional talent, had recently become a direct disciple of an elder at the Qingke sect. Just days prior, he returned, having reached the first level of foundation establishment and established 5 Dao platforms, garnering considerable attention within the sect. As a result, the Meng family found themselves in an awkward position. Recently, the Chui family proposed hosting a competition for young disciples in Shijiaking, which received the Zhou family's endorsement. This was no mere contest, it was a grand event orchestrated by the Chui family to elevate Chui Luochang's status and solidify the Chui family's dominance in Shijiaking. Many families aligned with the two families expressed their agreement, leaving the Meng family with no choice but to comply. However, the highest cultivation among the younger generation of the Meng family was merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement, rendering them incapable of rivaling Chui Luochang. If this were not troubling enough, Zhou Jini was equally formidable, having reached the 9th layer of qi refinement after joining the Luyun sect. The situation grew even more dire with the emergence of a formidable figure from the Lu family, allied with the Chui family, Lu Muchuan, who entered the Qingke sect alongside Chui Luochang, was also at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Without external assistance, the Meng family faced imminent defeat, with the best possible outcome being a 4th-place finish. If this occurred, the reputation they had built over centuries would be irrevocably tarnished, with consequences that were unfathomable. In desperation, the head of the Meng family, Meng Nian, shattered an ancient jade slip belonging to their ancestor, Meng Kaihong, seeking aid from her. They were well aware that she would not personally come, but she might send a disciple or two to observe, which would suffice. Head. The Chui family has gone too far, demanding that each family provide a mine as a reward for the first place. Isn't this a blatant act of bullying? Spoke Meng Yingxian, the eldest elder of the Meng family, at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Indeed, father, we cannot agree to the Chui family's terms. A mine represents nearly a third of our family's income. Meng Yucheng exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Being the eldest son of Meng Nian and also at the 4th level of foundation establishment, he was the designated successor to the Meng family leadership. Following this, several elders voiced their dissent, indicating that none within the Meng family held optimistic views regarding the competition. All believed the Meng family would undoubtedly lose. Meng Nian gazed calmly at the members of the Meng family, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. The family had grown too comfortable over the years, with its younger generation living in indulgence, leaving few who genuinely dedicated themselves to cultivation. In Meng Nian's view, this was far more terrifying than losing a mine. For if things continued this way, the family would inevitably march toward extinction. Were it not for the knowledge that both the Chui and Zhou families were aware of a member of the Meng family serving as an elder in the Changsheng sect, the Meng family might have already faced annihilation at their hands. Yet now, with the Chui family backed by the Qingke sect and the Zhou family by the Luyun sect, they no longer feared the Meng family. While they could not directly obliterate the Meng family, they could gradually suppress and erode their influence. This competition was merely a test of waters. If the Changsheng sect were to send support for the Meng family, the Chui and Zhou families would likely temper their aggression. At that moment, a young woman entered the hall with measured steps, her bright eyes reflecting a resolute spirit, revealing her cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement. She was Meng Yucheng's daughter, Meng Ziyi. Grandfather, I will not be defeated by Zhou Jini. Meng Ziyi proclaimed, her gaze filled with determination and boundless fighting spirit. Ziyi, do not be foolish. Even if you triumph over Zhou Jini, can you truly contend with Chui Luochang? He is at the foundation establishment stage. Meng Yucheng interjected sternly. If the family loses this contest, we will forfeit a mine, which is an unbearable loss for us. Upon hearing her father's words, Meng Ziyi bit her lip but refrained from retorting. In truth, she harbored feelings for Cui Luochang, viewing Zhou Jini as a rival. However, having failed, she was unwilling to accept defeat. Meng Ziyi did not believe her innate talent to be inferior to Zhou Jini's. The latter had merely joined the Luyun sect, otherwise, how could she surpass her? Regrettably, the relationship between the Meng family's ancestor and the family was strained, otherwise, the Meng family would have long dominated Shijiaking, leaving no room for the Cui and Zhou families. Just as Meng Nian was about to speak, a man hurriedly entered the hall. Head, there is a man waiting outside. He claims to be Ji Wuchang, sent by his master from the Changqing sect, and is currently waiting at the entrance. Chapter 86, Doubt in Action. Ji Wuchang stood at the entrance of the Meng family estate, casually surveying the surroundings. The Meng residence far surpassed the Ji family in my city in terms of grandeur. Two colossal stone lions, each weighing thousands of pounds, flanked the entrance, exuding an air of majesty. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Ji Wuchang observed more than 10 individuals emerging from the Meng household, with Meng Nian leading the group. The faces of the Meng family members were tinged with excitement. The fact that their ancestor had sent someone indicated that he still held the Meng family in consideration. However, as Meng Nian, Meng Yucheng, and Meng Yunxian scanned Ji Wuchang with their spiritual senses, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes. Their ancestor had only dispatched a disciple at the Qi refinement stage, suggesting a waning emotional connection to the Meng family. They had come with great expectations, only to be met with swift disillusionment. Ji Wuchang observed their expressions but remained unfazed. He had met the head of the Meng family before. With a smile, he addressed Meng Nian and presented a jade slip he had received from Meng Kaihong, instructing him to deliver it to the head of the Meng family upon his arrival. However, the jade slip could only be probed once, leaving Ji Wuchang unaware of its contents. Meng Nian did not hesitate to accept the jade slip, allowing his consciousness to flow into it. With a crack, the jade slip shattered, and Meng Nian could not help but smile as he gestured for Ji Wuchang to enter. Before long, they reconvened in the grand hall of the Meng family, with Ji Wuchang seated in the most prestigious position at the upper right. He represented not only himself but also his master, Meng Kaihong, and thus deserved the esteemed share. Meng family head, may I inquire what troubles have befallen the Meng family? My master, having just broken through to the Soul Division stage, is currently consolidating his cultivation and cannot attend personally. He instructed me that if I could resolve the matter, I should assist the Meng family. If not, I would promptly inform my master for his decision. Ji Wuchang wished to be direct. Upon hearing that their ancestor had achieved a breakthrough, the Meng family members' breaths quickened. If their ancestor were willing to support them, they could easily dominate not just the minor Shujiucheng but also several surrounding cities. In that moment, many in the hall exchanged glances, contemplating whether to leverage this situation to bolster the Meng family's standing. Meng Nian's heart also stirred with renewed vigor upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words. The Soul Division stage was a realm they dared not even dream of. Meng Nian candidly recounted the entire situation, detailing the opposing party's cultivation level and sect with clarity. Upon listening, Ji Wuchang's understanding deepened. This competition had been specifically aimed at the Meng family, fundamentally a struggle for resources. The resources controlled by the Meng family far exceeded those of the Cui and Zhou families, and previously, they had lacked the strength to challenge this status quo. But now, emboldened by newfound power, they were unwilling to let such matters persist any longer. When is the competition scheduled? Ji Wuchang inquired, looking at Meng Nian. Meng Nian smiled slightly and responded, the competition is set for the day after tomorrow. The marriage alliance with the Cui and Zhou families has been postponed by a day. Ji Wuchang nodded thoughtfully and then asked, Meng family head, if I were to represent the Meng family in this competition, would that be acceptable? Meng Nian smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, of course. You are the disciple of our ancestor and can be considered half a member of the Meng family. No one would dare object. Feeling assured, Ji Wuchang smiled and declared, in that case, I shall take on this competition on behalf of the Meng family, thus fulfilling my master's wishes. His words did not elicit a strong reaction from the members of the Meng family. Meng Yucheng and Meng Yunxian both furrowed their brows in concern. Meng Wuchang, it is not that I doubt your strength, but this matter is of great significance. Should we lose, the Meng family would forfeit a mine. Are you certain you can defeat Shui Luochang? He possesses solid foundations at the first level of foundation establishment and has opened 5 Dao platforms, making him exceptionally formidable. As Meng Yucheng spoke, the elders of the Meng family nodded in agreement. The stakes were too high for them to risk. Ji Wuchang glanced at Meng Yucheng, his gaze calm as still water. However, Meng Yucheng felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, causing a shiver to run through him. I am the disciple of your ancestor, by seniority. You should at least address me as Shi rather than Wuchang Shidi. If I have stated I can assist in resolving this dilemma, then I certainly can, otherwise, I would not have spoken. However, since you harbor doubts, shall we engage in a sparring match? Ji Wuchang proposed, his words carrying an undeniable authority. Meng Yucheng's expression darkened upon hearing this challenge. It was the first time someone other than his father dared to speak to him in such a manner within the Meng family. Did he truly believe that being the ancestor's disciple rendered him immune to repercussions? A mere Qi refinement disciple daring to challenge a 4th-level foundation establishment practitioner, such audacity was laughable. If he sought humiliation, then so be it. Meng Yucheng thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing such sentiments. For he had yet to reach the boldness required to offend the ancestor. Very well, let us have a match, Meng Yucheng declared, rising with a flare of combativeness igniting in his eyes. Meng Yan frowned, wanting to intervene, but seeing Ji Wuchang already standing, he refrained from further protest. The hall of the Meng family was spacious, and the elders promptly cleared a space for the duel. Ji Wuchang and Meng Yucheng faced each other, the latter's 4th-level foundation establishment prowess immediately manifesting. Ji Wuchang calmly regarded him and remarked, "You may strike first, otherwise, should I take the initiative? I fear you may not have the chance." Arrogant, Meng Yucheng retorted, raising his right palm, crimson flames swirling within, a manifestation of the Meng family's martial technique. The crimson flame palm. Receive my palm. Meng Yucheng thrust his hand towards Ji Wuchang, exerting only 60% of his strength to avoid causing harm. The blazing palm print surged forward, carrying intense heat straight toward Ji Wuchang's chest. Too slow, and your strength is lacking, unleash your full power, Ji Wuchang remarked as he smoothly vanished from sight, employing the 8 trigrams dragon step, an incredibly practical technique for such confined quarters. The wind and thunder void step was unnecessary. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Meng Yucheng's palm struck only air. Angered by Ji Wuchang's words, he roared and doubled the intensity of the crimson flames in his palm. Without hesitation, he launched another strike at Ji Wuchang, his speed now exceeding that of before. Chapter 87, The Eye of the Fiery Dragon. A terrifying heat erupted from Meng Yucheng's right palm, causing the temperature in the Grand Hall to surge instantly. Meng Ziyi felt her breath constrict and retreated repeatedly until she stood in front of the Grand Elder, Meng Yunxian, which brought her some relief. Meng Yan wore a tense expression, ready to act at any moment. He could not allow the ancestor's disciple to come to harm within the Meng family, for that would spell disaster. With all his might, Meng Yucheng struck, swiftly appearing before Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang remained calm, choosing not to evade this time. Wind and Thunder Fist, first form, Wind and Thunder Change. Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist, lightning crackling around it, and with a powerful shout, he unleashed his punch. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided. The spiritual energy between them swept outward, shattering several chairs into splinters. A scream pierced the air as a figure was sent flying, crashing onto the ground several meters away. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent. Every gaze fixated on the young man's body. Crack! The stones beneath Ji Wuchang's feet fractured, numerous cracks spiderwebbing across the surface as he slowly retracted his right fist. Against a mere 4th-level foundation establishment cultivator, he certainly did not need to expend excessive energy. Father! Meng Ziyi rushed to Meng Yucheng's side, helping him up from the ground. Meng Yucheng opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he looked at Ji Wuchang with an expression akin to seeing a ghost. How could a dignified 4th-level foundation establishment cultivator be defeated by someone in the Qi refinement stage? Moreover, this was after he had given it his all, prompting him to question his own strength. Uncle Wuchang, are you truly in the Qi refinement stage? Meng Yucheng asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Ji Wuchang calmly nodded and replied, I am at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. He would not divulge that he was at the 10th level. After all, that was his secret, best kept known by the fewest possible. The expressions of all the Meng family members in the hall shifted dramatically as they looked at Ji Wuchang with newfound respect. "Uncle, I concede," Meng Yucheng declared, though injured. Excitement flickered in his eyes. With such a powerful ally, there was nothing to fear in the upcoming competition. Not only could they intimidate the other two families, but they would also gain 2 additional mines, a tremendous boon for the Meng family. Despite the chaos in the hall, not a soul paid it any mind. Meng Ziyi gazed at Ji Wuchang with admiration, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Meng Nian suppressed his astonishment and stated, "What occurred today must not be disclosed to anyone." "Understood. Head of the family." The elders of the Meng family responded solemnly. With a wave of his hand, Meng Nian dismissed the crowd, leading Ji Wuchang directly to the forbidden area of the Meng family's rear courtyard. Along the way, the Meng family disciples greeted them with respectful bows. "The ancestor mentioned in the jade slip that you are to retrieve the eye of the fiery dragon. I will take you to it now," Meng Nian explained, relief washing over him. "I had previously warned the ancestor that this item must be taken away promptly, otherwise, it would surely bring calamity to the Meng family. Some time ago, a Taoist had visited the Meng family but departed quickly. I suspect he may have sensed this item." Meng Nian chuckled, a sense of release evident in his demeanor. Ji Wuchang had initially thought that even with the ancestor's jade slip, the Meng family might be reluctant to part with the object, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. As Meng Nian had stated, some things, if left in the hands of the unworthy, could indeed prove disastrous. Soon, the two arrived at the rear courtyard of the Meng family, where an elder of the foundation establishment stage stood guard. Upon seeing Meng Nian, Meng Yunan hurriedly greeted him. "Sixth elder, this is the ancestor's disciple. Here on the ancestor's orders to retrieve this item." Meng Yunan's relief was palpable, his body relaxing at once. Ji Wuchang noted the elder's expression and felt a sense of unease. He sensed that the eye of the fiery dragon contained something amiss. Meng Nian performed a series of hand seals, sending symbols flying towards a stone door not far away. The door trembled violently before slowly opening. As the door swung open, a wave of scorching heat surged forth, revealing a winding passageway before Ji Wuchang. The walls on either side appeared as though they had been scorched by intense flames, the heat palpable. Meng Nian led the way into the passage, with Ji Wuchang closely following. "Is there something wrong with the eye of the fiery dragon?" Ji Wuchang pondered aloud, voicing his concerns. Meng Nian nodded, replying, "Indeed, there have been issues. Since 20 years ago, the eye seems to have developed a semblance of consciousness. Periodically, it erupts violently, releasing terrifying heat. I had no choice but to reinforce the ancestor's seal to prevent it from escaping. I have to come here once a month. But I can sense that the fiery energy within has not diminished, rather, it has only grown stronger. If this continues for another 2 or 3 years, I may truly be unable to suppress it. Should these flames escape, the Meng family could face utter destruction. Thus, I had previously contacted the ancestor regarding this matter, hoping for assistance." As Meng Nian spoke, the two descended deeper underground, now over 100 meters below. The heat intensified with each step, yet Ji Wuchang's eyes shone brighter. The purple chi burning heaven technique activated automatically, drawing the fiery spiritual energy into Ji Wuchang's body. After a brief moment, they arrived at another stone door, where the temperature was even more oppressive. "Pushing open this door will reveal it," Meng Nian cautioned Ji Wuchang, then slowly opened the door. Heat surged like crashing waves. Ji Wuchang's gaze was drawn to a massive, fireball-like object floating in the air, emanating waves of heat. Suddenly, the flames within the fireball contracted rapidly, revealing a gigantic eye. Within the eye, a shadow of a dragon flickered, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Ji Wuchang's eyes fixated on this enormous eye, a glimmer of greed evident within. The eye of the fiery dragon possessed power beyond his expectations, filling him with exhilarating delight. Chapter 88, The Second Lottery. The technique known as the Purple Chi Burning Heaven method is exceedingly unique. From the Purple Mansion realm onward, every breakthrough in major realms necessitates the refinement of fire attribute spiritual materials. These materials can either be innate or acquired. The more potent the refined materials, the more terrifying the power of the subsequent stages of the Purple Chi Burning Heaven method. All spiritual materials will eventually transform into innate purple chi, wielding unparalleled might. Presently, the purple chi burning heaven method is merely at the introductory level and cannot yet reveal its formidable prowess. This method is not solely a technique. It encompasses terrifying combat skills that remain locked at this stage. Ji Wuchang gazed at the eye of the fire dragon, filled with excitement. The fire elements contained within are extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding the necessary amount for refinement. If his conjecture holds true, it must contain a drop of the fire dragon's essence blood. With this drop of essence blood, he would effectively provide a spiritual material for the purple chi burning heaven method, allowing him to disregard such concerns for the purple mansion realm. As for breakthroughs into the soul separation realm, that is still a distant prospect for him, with ample time for preparation ahead. Within the enormous eye, a dragon's shadow swirled continuously, and as the eye trembled, surrounding runes ignited. These runes, akin to iron chains, firmly bound the fire dragon's eye, preventing it from stirring even slightly. Within this eye, there exists a drop of the fire dragon's essence blood. Ji Wuchang, you truly possess remarkable fortune. The voice of Ji Yaoyao echoed in Ji Wuchang's ear, affirming his thoughts and filling him with uncontainable joy. No wonder during his previous life, after Incursion visited the Meng family, she returned and entered seclusion for a time, achieving a meteoric rise in cultivation from the 6th to the peak of the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Ji Wuchang retrieved a porcelain vial, which was no ordinary vessel, but rather a superior artifact entrusted to him by his master, Meng Kaihong. This artifact was specifically designed to contain the eye of the fire dragon. Head of the Meng family, please unlock the seal. Ji Wuchang addressed Meng Yan. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan nodded and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from within, forming seals with his left hand and pointing towards the air. Runes shattered, and the iron chains that had previously ensnared the fire dragon's eye broke apart. At that moment, a terrifying flame erupted from the eye, poised to engulf Ji Wuchang and Meng Yan. With a cold snort, Ji Wuchang hurled the porcelain vial, which rapidly expanded to encompass the entire cave, creating a formidable suction force. A reluctant roar emanated from the fire dragon's eye before it was drawn into the vial. The porcelain vial swiftly shrank and landed in Ji Wuchang's left hand. Inside, flames blazed brightly, illuminating the entire vial as the fire dragon's eye darted about within. After a glance, Ji Wuchang saw that the vial remained motionless, and he felt a sense of relief, promptly storing it within the system space. Upon witnessing the fire dragon's eye being secured, Meng Yan also exhaled in relief. The two then walked outside, their steps lightened. Head of the Meng family, may I inquire if you have heard of innate spiritual materials of the gold attribute? Ji Wuchang casually inquired. Having already acquired innate spiritual materials of earth and fire attributes during this outing, he was merely lacking the gold attribute. Meng Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have not heard of such things. If others possess them, they would certainly not disclose, lest they attract unwanted attention to their family. Ji Wuchang chuckled at this, realizing he had indeed been somewhat presumptuous. With a wave of his hand, a porcelain vial materialized before Meng Yan, who, uncertain of Ji Wuchang's intentions, received it with curiosity. Head of the Meng family, this vial contains a third-grade elixir and several second-grade elixirs. If you refine them all, you should be able to break through to the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, and possibly even reach the 9th layer. Ji Wuchang continued. You have just assisted me in securing the fire dragon's eye. Consider these elixirs a small token of my gratitude. By the way, my master has also instructed that the Meng family may arrange for a disciple to accompany me to the Changxing Gate. Please discuss this amongst yourselves, and after the competition concludes, join me. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he repeatedly nodded and clasped his hands, exclaiming, Thank you, Wuchang. Ji Wuchang acknowledged this, as he was merely acting out of respect for his master, providing some assistance to the Meng family. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang was not fully aware of the Meng family's circumstances, as Incursion had not brought anyone back. However, a family like the Mengs surely had individuals with commendable talents, and the events that transpired remained a source of curiosity for Ji Wuchang. Little did he know, Incursion had dismissed the idea of bringing anyone back upon encountering Meng Zi. With Meng Ziyi already at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and being from the Meng family, bringing her back would undoubtedly require extra attention from his master, leaving Ji Wuchang in a precarious position. Because of this, Curson never mentioned the matter again. Upon returning, she claimed that the Meng family had average aptitude and expressed disdain for the distance to the Qiansheng Gate, unwilling to come. When Meng Kaihong heard this, she was quite disappointed and ultimately ceased all communication with the Meng family. However, Ji Wuchang's arrival in this life completely altered the situation. Ji Wuchang was assigned to the most luxurious courtyard in the Meng residence, while Meng Yan hurried off to share this splendid news with Meng Ziyi. Ji Wuchang dismissed the servants and sat cross-legged, his eyes gleaming with fervor. System, initiate the lottery. A month had already passed. Yet Ji Wuchang had refrained from utilizing this opportunity. He distinctly remembered that his last lottery yielded a moment of enlightenment. He was curious about what he might obtain this time. Beep. Lottery successful. Congratulations, Master, you have received 100 fortune points. Ji Wuchang waited for a while, but the system remained silent. System, is that all? Nothing else? Master, the lottery has concluded. You did receive 100 fortune points, did you not? Upon hearing the system's response, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but twitch his lips in resignation, then glanced at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation level, late stage of Qi refinement, 10th layer, root bone, earth grade. Medium quality, fortune points, 149, special abilities, none, system tasks, none. As Ji Wuchang observed the section for special abilities, he fell into contemplation. Still unclear about what constituted a special ability. Thus, he inquired of the system. Master, there are many special abilities, such as dual pupils, supreme bone, great fate technique, transformation technique, and so forth. Special abilities differ from secret arts. While anyone can cultivate secret arts, special abilities are unique to individuals, some even tied to their bloodline. Master, focus on your cultivation. The system store also has special abilities available for purchase. Hearing this, Ji Wuchang found himself both amused and exasperated. The system store required 10,000 fortune points to unlock, yet he only possessed 149, a vast difference indeed. Chapter 89, Li Gubei. At the entrance of the Minglu auction house in Shijiaking, Ji Wuchang emerged with a look of disappointment. It was the second day of his arrival in Shijiaking, and he had set out early in the morning with the purpose of inquiring about any news regarding metallic spirit objects. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results, leaving him rather disheartened. As Ji Wuchang strolled through the bustling streets, he delved into the recesses of his past memories, hoping to uncover clues about metallic spirit objects from his former life. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a standstill. He had never utilized elemental spirit objects to refine his internal organs, nor had he attained the divine storage stage, thus he had never concerned himself with such information. At that moment, a figure suddenly caught Ji Wuchang's attention, causing him to frown. Wasn't this individual from Beta Prefecture? What could possibly bring him to this place? Beta Prefecture, significantly larger than Boyun Prefecture, housed a much more intricate web of powers, including formidable 6th Divine Realm experts. Ji Wuchang had spent over a decade in Beta Prefecture after leaving Boyun Prefecture and was familiar with this figure, Li Gubei, the young master of the Qingfeng sect and one of Beta's prodigies. Ji Wuchang vividly recalled that when Xiao Fan had ventured into Beta Prefecture, he had offended Li Gubei, leading to a relentless pursuit by the Qingfeng sect. After slaying several individuals and even an elder of the sect, Xiao Fan had provoked the sect's grand elder, a 6th Divine Realm powerhouse, who personally sought him out. The details of what transpired thereafter were unknown to Ji Wuchang, but he was aware that it culminated in a life-and-death battle between Xiao Fan and Li Gubei, one that forbade any external intervention. This clash drew a considerable audience, as both Xiao Fan and Li Gubei had broken through to the Soul Division stage, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. The battle lasted a full 2 hours, resulting in mutual injury. Yet Xiao Fan emerged victorious by a narrow margin. This confrontation catapulted Xiao Fan's reputation throughout Beta Prefecture, leading many influential entities to extend their olive branches. However, Xiao Fan's ambitions lay elsewhere, and he departed shortly thereafter. The next time Ji Wuchang encountered Li Gubei, the latter had ascended to the 6th Divine Realm, becoming the youngest in all of Beta Prefecture to do so. Given the vast disparity in their standings, Ji Wuchang had no reason to engage with him, merely observing from a distance on a few occasions. Thus, it was quite unexpected for him to cross paths with Li Gubei in Shijiaking. Ji Wuchang's gaze drifted past Li Gubei to notice two elders discreetly trailing behind him. A chill ran down Ji Wuchang's spine, although the two elders had masked their presence. A faint aura of a Soul Division expert still emanated from them. Ji Wuchang understood that these two were Li Gubei's protectors, as he had not yet matured into his full potential. A quick assessment revealed that Li Gubei was at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage. Ji Wuchang chose not to dwell on Li Gubei further, not out of fear of the two elders, but simply to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, he and Li Gubei passed by each other without any dramatic encounters. Li Gubei squinted, casting a glance at the departing Ji Wuchang. He had sensed Ji Wuchang sizing him up, as if recognizing him. Such intuition was not to be underestimated, for Li Gubei trusted his instincts. His presence in Shijiaking was merely a serendipitous occurrence. He had only opened 7 Dao platforms upon breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, which left him dissatisfied. Though the higher-ups of the Qingfeng sect were rather pleased, recognizing the rarity of such talent in Beidao Prefecture. Determined to clear his mind, Li Gubei had ventured out to weigh a significant decision, whether to disperse his cultivation and start anew. This notion was met with immediate opposition from the Qingfeng sect, as the achievement of 7 Dao platforms marked him as an exceptional talent. Guided by an inexplicable force, he found himself in Boyun Prefecture. Accompanied by 2 Soul Division protectors who discreetly safeguarded him, he learned of a competition scheduled for the following day, igniting a spark of interest in his eyes. If it piqued his curiosity, he might even engage in combat, for fighting was one of his greatest passions. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuchang, Li Gubei harbored such thoughts as he pondered over his past encounters with the young master. Upon returning to the Meng family, Ji Wuchang was summoned by Meng Nian. Upon his arrival, he found 5 individuals gathered in the hall: Meng Nian, Meng Yucheng, Meng Yunxian, Meng Zi, and a young boy. The boy, significantly younger than Ji Wuchang, appeared to be around 13 years of age, his eyes glimmering with excitement upon seeing Ji Wuchang. Meng Nian greeted Ji Wuchang with exceptional warmth, choosing to sit beside him rather than at the head of the table. Recognizing the unusual dynamics, Ji Wuchang opted to remain patient, awaiting their initiative to broach the subject. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Nian shyly spoke, "Wuchang, I have a favor to ask of you." Pointing to the boy, he continued, "This is my grandson, Meng Jiyu, and the younger brother of Zi. At 13, he is at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, yet possesses commendable aptitude, no less than Zi. Would you be able to take them both to the Changxing sect?" Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Meng family head, please hold on a moment, I will consult my master regarding this matter." Rising from his seat, he retrieved a communication stone gifted to him by his master, Meng Kaihong, for such occasions. Stepping aside, Ji Wuchang conveyed the request to Meng Kaihong through the stone. Moments later, he received a response. The decision lay in his hands. Ji Wuchang realized that his master still wished to extend a helping hand to the Meng family, otherwise, she would have outright declined. The Meng family members watched Ji Wuchang with bated breath, particularly Meng Jiyu, whose fists were clenched tightly in anticipation. "Meng family head, my master did not explicitly agree," Ji Wuchang stated, causing a wave of despondency to wash over the group. Meng Ziyi, with a bitter expression, suggested, "Perhaps let my brother go, I can remain here." "Sister, you should go, your talent surpasses ours," Meng Jiyu hurriedly interjected. Observing the exchange, Ji Wuchang nodded subtly before smiling and saying, "Do not be anxious. My words are not yet concluded. I can take you both to the sect, but once there, you will need to undergo the sect's assessment. Should you fail to meet the requirements, I would be unable to assist further." Instantly, joy surged through the Meng family members at Ji Wuchang's words. Chapter 90, The Battle Intentively Gubei. The Grand Square of Shijiaking is bustling with activity today. The Cui family proposed that the younger generation of Shijiaking hold their competition here. Among the prominent families in Shijiaking, 3 stand at the pinnacle: the Meng family, the Cui family, and the Zhou family. Each of these illustrious families has several affiliated clans, totaling 11 in all. Of these, 5 are allied with the Meng family, while the remaining 6 are split evenly between the Cui and Zhou families. The Meng family's strength is undoubtedly unrivaled in Shijiaking. As Ji Wuchang arrived with the Meng family, the square was already teeming with people. Ji Wuchang scanned the crowd, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. He had encountered Li Gubei once more. When the Meng family members arrived, the crowd stood to greet them, yet Ji Wuchang remained unnoticed. Disinterested in the insincere pleasantries, his gaze shifted towards the Cui and Zhou families. Suddenly, a man and a woman caught his attention. The man was strikingly handsome, and although he remained silent, disdain flickered in his eyes as he regarded the Meng family. His countenance bore an air of arrogance. Undoubtedly, this was Cui Luochang. The woman from the Zhou family appeared quite delicate, her calm gaze sweeping over the Meng family. Upon spotting Ji Wuchang, her brows furrowed slightly. For some reason, Ji Wuchang perceived a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Zhou Jin seemed intriguing. Could she possibly be discontented with her engagement to Cui Luochang? Ji Wuchang pondered this notion before dismissing it. After all, it was of no concern to him. Among all those present, the only individual who piqued Ji Wuchang's interest was Li Gubei. What could this person possibly seek in Shijiaking? The competition soon commenced, with each of the three prominent families Meng, Cui, and Zhou sending 2 representatives to compete, alongside one from each of the remaining 11 families, making a total of 17 participants. Notably, the 3 distinguished families could each opt to withdraw 1 participant from the initial elimination round. Naturally, Ji Wuchang did not need to compete. Instead, Meng Ziyi took his place. Ji Wuchang merely glanced at the competition before turning his attention elsewhere. After the elimination round concluded, 7 victors emerged, leaving 10 competitors remaining. As the draw for matchups began, Ji Wuchang was astonished to find himself selected first, prompting a momentary pause. As Ji Wuchang ascended the competition stage, both the Cui and Zhou families turned their attention towards him, for he might represent the Meng family as strongest combatant. Cui Hao, I seek your guidance. A young man bowed and addressed Ji Wuchang, exuding a tangible aura of 9th level Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement, calmly introducing himself. Meng family, Ji Wuchang. Cui Hao displayed his full 9th level Qi refinement aura. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly feel daunted. Yet, upon observing Ji Wuchang's tranquil demeanor, Cui Hao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He brandished a massive iron hammer, revealing his formidable strength. As Cui Hao was a cousin of Cui Luochang and had joined the Qingke sect alongside him, his raw power was considerable. Even with his mid-stage 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, he could contend with peak practitioners. Strike now, otherwise, I shall seize the opportunity. Ji Wuchang held Cui Hao in little regard, confident that even without employing any secret techniques, he could hold his own against a 5th level foundation establishment practitioner. Although Cui Hao could not discern Ji Wuchang's cultivation level, he sensed no foundation establishment aura emanating from him. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's words ignited a spark of anger within Cui Hao. Cui Ruxing, observing the two in the arena, turned to his son and asked, Chang'er, do you believe Cui Hao can match this individual? Cui Luochang glanced at Ji Wuchang, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes before he replied calmly, Father, rest assured. Cui Hao's strength is considerable. It would take effort for me to best him. This person lacks the aura of a foundation establishment practitioner at most. He is a peak 9th level Qi refinement. Even so, Cui Hao's innate strength may prove sufficient. Cui Ruxing nodded, having sensed no foundation establishment aura from Ji Wuchang. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, a twinge of worry lingered in his heart. Feel the weight of my hammer. As Ji Wuchang disregarded him entirely, fury surged within Cui Hao. He raised the enormous iron hammer, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. With a mighty shout, the hammer grew in size, descending upon Ji Wuchang like a mountain. The spectators from the Cui family erupted in cheers, and even Cui Ruxing exhaled in relief. In contrast, the Meng family wore expressions of cold amusement. After all, Ji Wuchang had effortlessly dispatched Meng Yuqing, a 4th level foundation establishment practitioner. With a single punch, what was a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner to him? As Ji Wuchang regarded the descending hammer, he neither dodged nor flinched, instead launching a punch. This strike was executed purely through physical strength, devoid of any spiritual energy. With a body tempered like gold and jade, Ji Wuchang felt an immense power lurking within him, though its full extent remained unknown as he had never tested it against another. When the punch and hammer collided, many spectators assumed Ji Wuchang's punch would be obliterated. Yet, at that moment, Cui Hao let out a cry of agony. The overwhelming force transmitted through the hammer shattered his palm, tearing the skin and causing blood to spatter. Cui Hao sensed that if he did not relinquish the hammer, his right arm would surely be broken. In a state of horror, he released his grip, sending the hammer soaring into the air. Before Cui Hao could react, an immense force struck his chest, propelling him off the competition stage. With a resounding clang, the hammer crashed to the ground, sending stones flying and creating a deep crater. Realizing his opponent had shown mercy, Cui Hao felt a wave of shame wash over him and respectfully cupped his fist toward Ji Wuchang before returning to the Cui family. Cui Ruxing stood in a daze, glancing at Cui Luochang. The latter, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks, realized the folly of his earlier bravado. He had not anticipated that Cui Hao would be so easily defeated. In that moment, Cui Luochang's heart brimmed with caution. He had returned with the intention of claiming first place in this competition. If he were to lose, the Cui family would forfeit a mine, and he would have no face left to remain among them. How intriguing! Purely physical prowess. Li Gubei observed Ji Wuchang as he descended the competition stage, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his gaze. Confident in his own physical strength, which had never met its equal in Beta Prefecture, he found it rare to encounter an interesting opponent today. He certainly could not let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 91, A Decisive Clash. The competition continued, with the second match featuring Meng Ziyi against Zhou Jini. As the two stood upon the stage, Zhou Jini maintained a serene demeanor, while Meng Ziyi radiated an intense fighting spirit. Meng Ziyi had long anticipated this confrontation, as the two had been subjects of comparison since childhood. "Zhou Jini, I shall defeat you," she declared, drawing her longsword with a serious expression. Zhou Jini cast a calm glance at Meng Ziyi and replied, "You are not my opponent." Enraged, Meng Ziyi unleashed a furious battle cry, raising her sword to deliver 3 consecutive strikes toward Zhou Jini. The sword light glimmered like a dragon, propelled by the immense spiritual energy within Meng Ziyi, transforming into 3 fierce sword energies aimed directly at Zhou Jini. In an instant, Zhou Jini vanished, leaving Meng Ziyi's strikes to meet only empty air. Ji Wuchang, having observed the match briefly, concluded without doubt that Meng Ziyi was destined to lose. Zhou Jini's agility surpassed that of Meng Ziyi, and her mastery was far superior. Moreover, her composure was an advantage Meng Ziyi could scarcely hope to overcome. Of course, had Meng Ziyi possessed a secret technique akin to the 100-fold transcendence instant kill, the circumstances would be different. Yet, such a hypothetical was utterly implausible. After approximately 30 exchanges, Zhou Jini struck Meng Ziyi squarely in the chest, sending her flying from the competition stage. As she stood outside, her expression was a mixture of complexity and unshed tears. Yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. "Zhou Jini, I may have lost today, but I shall not give up. I will return to compete with you in 3 years." With that declaration, Meng Ziyi returned to the Meng family. Since Ji Wuchang was the hope of the Meng clan, Meng Ziyi's defeat elicited little reaction from her family, who accepted it as inevitable. The competition proceeded, with Cui Luochang, Lu Muchuan, and Luo Meng emerging as prominent contenders. Cui Luochang was particularly striking, as upon revealing his first-level foundation establishment cultivation, his opponents conceded without engaging in combat. With the conclusion of the second round, the anticipation among the audience intensified. The earlier matches were merely appetizers. Now, the main course was being served. To heighten the challenge and excitement, the 5 competitors would engage in a team battle, ascending the stage simultaneously. This format was proposed by the heads of the Cui and Zhou families, to which the Meng family reluctantly agreed. At that moment, Ji Wuchang was present, and Meng Nian discreetly sought his opinion. Upon hearing the proposal, Ji Wuchang understood that it was devised as a countermeasure against him, following his victory over Cui Hao. However, had Meng Nian opposed it, such a format would not have been possible. As Ji Wuchang stood on the stage, observing Cui Luochang, Zhou Jini, and Lu Muchuan grouped together, while Luo Meng stood on the opposite side, he began to gauge the situation. It was noted that Luo Meng's family had allied with the Zhou family, a fact revealed to Ji Wuchang by Meng Nian. This meant Ji Wuchang would face 4 adversaries alone. Remaining composed, Ji Wuchang harbored a distaste for this format of competition. In a battlefield scenario, Where life and death were at stake, he could resolve the presence of these four opponents within mere moments. Let us engage first, and we shall determine the victor later. Cui Luochang squinted and addressed the group, simultaneously unleashing the pressure of his first-level foundation establishment cultivation. Lu Muchuan and Zhou Jini nodded in agreement and charged at Ji Wuchang. Their 9th-level Qi refinement energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. Concurrently, Luo Mang moved forward, brandishing a massive iron rod and delivering a powerful strike toward Ji Wuchang. Instantaneously, all three attacked, drawing the attention of many spectators towards Meng Nian, the matriarch of the Meng family. Many anticipated that she would display anger or panic. Yet they were mistaken, her expression remained as calm as a still pond. The onlookers shifted their gaze to the other members of the Meng family, who exhibited no signs of concern, instead wearing faint smirks of ridicule. At that moment, the audience felt a surge of excitement, sensing that a spectacle was about to unfold. Ji Wuchang remained unfazed, his eyes devoid of any hint of alarm as he activated the 8 trigrams dragon steps, causing his form to vanish. He reappeared beside Luo Meng, delivering a powerful punch that struck Luo Meng squarely in the back. With a pained cry, Luo Meng felt as though his bones were shattering, propelled into the air by the overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, Luo Meng landed beneath the competition stage, blood spurting from his mouth. Ji Wuchang disregarded Luo Meng, focusing his attention on Zhou Jini, who was swiftly approaching, her sword poised to strike. With an impassive expression, Ji Wuchang moved with lightning speed, colliding directly into Zhou Jini. A soft sensation emanated from his left shoulder as Zhou Jini gasped, her body hurtling backward, a flush of color crossing her face. Ji Wuchang's impact was significant. Although Zhou Jini attempted to regain her balance, she ultimately fell beneath the competition stage. Clutching her left chest, she felt a sharp pain and glared at Ji Wuchang, her expression a mix of humiliation and rage. Ji Wuchang had no time to spare on Zhou Jini, he had already shown restraint, for had he not, she would have likely suffered broken ribs. As he sent Zhou Jini flying, he shifted toward Lu Muchuan. When Lu Muchuan threw a punch at him, Ji Wuchang merely scoffed, countering with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a loud thud. Ji Wuchang remained unyielding, while Lu Muchuan cried out, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he glanced at Ji Wuchang, fear evident in his eyes as he retreated rapidly. Yet, Ji Wuchang's speed surpassed his own. Before Lu Muchuan could react, Ji Wuchang delivered a swift kick to his chest. Lu Muchuan screamed as he crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. This entire sequence appeared slow, yet transpired within the span of a breath, a testament to Ji Wuchang's extraordinary speed. Cui Luochang attempted to intervene, but soon realized that he was now the sole remaining contender against Ji Wuchang. Who are you? Cui Luochang exclaimed incredulously, his heart racing in disbelief. Ji Wuchang remained composed as he advanced, moving swiftly toward Cui Luochang. Thunderclap Fist. To demonstrate his respect for Cui Luochang's foundation establishment prowess, Ji Wuchang unleashed the Thunderclap Fist, his right hand crackling with electricity as he propelled it toward Cui Luochang. Cui Luochang's face contorted with rage, this was meant to be his grand performance. Yet it seemed to be unraveling. With a mighty roar, he struck out with both fists to meet Ji Wuchang's advancing blow. The impact of their fists resonated through the arena, as Cui Luochang let out a pained cry, his body soaring backward like a severed kite, ultimately crashing to the ground before Zhou Jini. Chapter 92, The Duel with Li Gubei. Above the dense forest, three figures soared on two long swords, heading toward the horizon. These three were naturally Ji Wuchang, Meng Ziyi, and Meng Jiyu. Ji Wuchang led the way alone, while Meng Jiyu stood atop his sister Meng Ziyi's sword. The competition in Shijiaking had concluded yesterday, with Ji Wuchang astonishingly forcing four contestants off the stage, leaving the entire city in shock. Cui Luochang, pale as a sheet, was unable to accept this outcome and fainted on the spot. The Meng family acquired two mines, one from the Cui family and one from the Zhou family. The Zhou family was willing to part with a mine as a dowry for Zhou Jini. However, due to their defeat, all plans fell apart. Zhou Jini left Shijiaking that very afternoon, returning to her sect, Lu Yunzong, and the engagement with Cui Luochang naturally came to naught. What was originally a competition orchestrated by Cui Luochang to showcase his prowess was completely transformed by Ji Wuchang's arrival. Moreover, when the Cui and Zhou families learned that Ji Wuchang was a disciple of the Changsheng sect, sent by the Meng family's ancestor, and that 2 members of the Meng family would soon join the sect, both families fell silent. They understood well that for the foreseeable future, the Meng family would remain the foremost clan in Shijiaking. Having departed Shijiaking for an hour, the Meng siblings gradually emerged from their feelings of homesickness. At this moment, they were more filled with anticipation for the future, though a hint of trepidation lingered in their hearts. Just then, Ji Wuchang halted and slowly descended to the ground. Although the Meng siblings were unsure of the reason, they promptly followed suit, and moments later, the 3 stood upon the earth. "Come out. You've been following us all this way," Ji Wuchang called out, fully aware of who was trailing behind them. With the powerful Yuanshan of Ji Yaoyao accompanying them, it was akin to having a pair of eyes that could see miles ahead. "Good. Good. It was worth following you, this is rather interesting," a man's voice echoed. And a figure emerged from a distance. It was Li Gubei. Ji Wuchang was uncertain of Li Gubei's intentions for seeking him. Yet he sensed the presence of 2 powerful guardians nearby, hidden from view. Ji Wuchang furrowed his brow, although he recognized Li Gubei. They had never interacted in their past life, leaving him unaware of the latter's true nature. "May I inquire, esteemed friend, why you have been following us?" Li Gubei gazed at Ji Wuchang with fervor, his combat spirit soaring as he declared, "Your physical strength is formidable, I wish to challenge you to a duel." Ji Wuchang was taken aback, a hint of peculiarity crossing his face. Is this fellow truly so combative in this life as well? His mind raced as he calmly replied, "I decline." Li Gubei was momentarily stunned, then retorted, "That is not your choice. If you refuse to fight me, I shall follow you relentlessly. Surely, you do not wish to be trailed endlessly. Moreover, I wish to compete based solely on physical strength, without the use of any spiritual energy. You need not fear a disparity in realms." Ji Wuchang, observing the eager glint in Li Gubei's eyes and his intense fighting spirit, could now confirm that this individual was indeed a warrior at heart. "I see no benefit in a fight, I shall not engage." However, recalling Li Gubei's status, Ji Wuchang's thoughts shifted, contemplating the possibility of unexpected gains. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Li Gubei chuckled heartily and proposed, "Let us make it worthwhile. If you accompany me in a duel, regardless of the outcome, I shall reward you with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Ji Wuchang, surprised by the generous offer of 1,000 spirit stones, acknowledged Li Gubei's stature as the young master of Qingfeng sect. Yet, he was not in need of such currency at this moment. "I, Ji Wuchang, never take advantage of others. Instead, should you defeat me, I will grant you this Earth Spirit Pearl. However, if you lose, you must offer me a piece of innate spiritual artifact. What do you say? Dare to engage in a more substantial wager, so we may truly give our all?" Upon finishing, Ji Wuchang produced the Earth Spirit Pearl. Its rich earth attribute spiritual energy emanating forth, momentarily startling Li Gubei. He had not anticipated Ji Wuchang would present an innate spiritual object so readily. Li Gubei hesitated. For within his storage ring lay 2 innate spiritual artifacts. One, a fire attribute artifact, was indispensable due to its connection to his cultivation technique. The other, a piece of golden vine, though only a small fragment, contained immense golden elemental energy. He had initially intended to reserve it for enhancing his sword chi in the future, but was genuinely eager to duel Ji Wuchang, sensing potential gains from their clash. Realizing Ji Wuchang had unveiled an innate spiritual object, he felt compelled to reciprocate. With a swift gesture, he produced the golden vine, which erupted with a robust wave of golden attribute spiritual energy, revealing glimmers of its sharpness. This object, the golden vine, is not inferior to your Earth Spirit Pearl. Should you triumph over me, it shall belong to you. Upon seeing the golden vine, Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not expected Li Gubei to possess something he truly needed. At that moment, he nearly burst into laughter, realizing how advantageous this outing had become. He now had the 3 elemental artifacts necessary for his foundational cultivation. A gentleman's word is his bond, it is settled then. Ji Wuchang suppressed his elation and addressed Li Gubei. "Let us engage in battle here." Li Gubei's eyes gleamed as he stowed the golden vine, a fierce fighting spirit radiating from him. Upon sensing the intensity of Li Gubei's battle intent, Meng Ziyi and Meng Jiyu felt their breaths quicken, simultaneously retreating in alarm. They had not anticipated that Li Gubei, even without revealing any cultivation, could exude such an aura. Ji Wuchang, however, perceived nothing amiss. For Li Gubei was far from an ordinary individual. After securing the Earth Spirit Pearl, he approached Li Gubei, a powerful resolve igniting within him. He too was eager to uncover the limits of his physical strength. Chapter 93, The Defeat of Li Gubei. The two stood facing each other, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Take this punch. Li Gubei was the first to strike, his right fist hurtling towards Ji Wuchang. Although Li Gubei refrained from utilizing any spiritual power, the air reverberated with explosive sounds as his fist flew through it. Ji Wuchang remained stationary, leaning slightly forward. And with a clenched fist, he met Li Gubei's punch head-on. Bang! As their fists collided, the sound of an explosion echoed, and a fierce gale surged around them, sending leaves swirling into the air. Subsequently, the leaves burst apart, disintegrating into dust. At the moment of impact, both men trembled, a flicker of pain crossing their faces. Ji Wuchang staggered back a step, while Li Gubei remained steady, albeit slightly shaken. This was not due to Ji Wuchang's inferiority but rather because Li Gubei had momentarily gained an edge through the force of his attack. Ji Wuchang glanced at Li Gubei, laughed heartily, and proclaimed, refreshing. Now, take one of my punches. A golden radiance enveloped Ji Wuchang, transforming him into a resplendent figure as he raised his fist and struck towards Li Gubei. Golden skin. Li Gubei's expression turned grave, golden light also emanated from his skin. Gripping his right hand into a fist, he met Ji Wuchang's strike. With a deafening crash, both men were jolted back, retreating 3 steps simultaneously. Ji Wuchang was not surprised to see Li Gubei's golden skin. As the young lord of a major sect with a 6th divine realm protector, Li Gubei possessed knowledge beyond that of ordinary individuals. Kill! They shouted in unison, charging at each other, fists, feet, elbows, and knees unleashed with ruthless intent. Though it was a contest, neither had any intention of holding back. However, as they refrained from using any spiritual power, close combat proved to be the best method of evaluation. Bang, bang. Their fists and feet clashed, exchanging over 100 blows in an instant. Li Gubei felt increasingly alarmed. He had nearly exerted all his strength, yet Ji Wuchang appeared to glide effortlessly. It was well known that Li Gubei had honed his physical prowess since childhood, consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to achieve his current state. He could not fathom that anyone could surpass him. Ji Wuchang, you are impressive. Now, take another punch from me. Gentle Breeze Fist. The Gentle Breeze Fist was one of the premier boxing techniques of the Gentle Breeze sect, its power seemingly soft like a gentle breeze, yet in reality, it was exceedingly domineering and ferociously potent. Though Li Gubei did not employ spiritual energy, the moment he unleashed the Gentle Breeze Fist, each of his punches doubled in impact. Ji Wuchang swayed, employing the 8 trigrams dragon step, swiftly retreating several paces to evade Li Gubei's strike. Thunderclap Fist. Ji Wuchang called out, simultaneously clenching both fists. Even without utilizing spiritual power, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from his fists. Li Gubei showed no fear, executing the Gentle Breeze Fist to collide with Ji Wuchang's attack. Crack! As their fists clashed, a violent gust of wind tore apart a massive stone beneath them, fissures spreading across its surface before it shattered. As their techniques unfolded, the intensity and peril of their confrontation escalated. Meng Jiyu swallowed hard and remarked, "Sister, they are incredibly powerful. Their raw physical strength is terrifying." Meng Ziyi nodded, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Back in Shijiaking, I once thought I was not inferior to others. Now I realize how laughable that notion was. A frog at the bottom of a well, merely gazing at the sky. Meng Jiyu gazed at the two figures darting and weaving through the battlefield, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Not far away, 2 silhouettes concealed in the void, one tall and one short, observed the contest with solemn expressions. These two were Li Gubei's guardians, both at the soul separation realm, having accompanied him to this place. The shorter elder spoke with gravity. The young lord has encountered a formidable rival. The taller elder nodded, calmly adding, "Isn't this even better?" The young lord's pursuit of martial arts is incredibly fervent. It is rare for him to face someone of his age who can compel him to exert his full strength. The shorter elder smiled faintly, remaining silent yet fixated on the duel before them. Bang! Ji Wuchang and Li Gubei's fists collided once more, both men revealing expressions of pain before simultaneously retreating several paces. Refreshing. It's been a long time since anyone has allowed me to unleash myself so freely. Ji Wuchang, I concede your strength, but you shall not prevail over me. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, is that so? Then come, test your mettle." As Ji Wuchang finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his bones. A terrifying aura rising from within him. His entire being radiated a glass-like brilliance. At this moment, he prepared to truly unleash the power of his jade bones. Li Gubei, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Ji Wuchang's aura, widened his eyes in astonishment. This was not spiritual energy but rather a force emanating from physical prowess. Thunderclap fist. Ji Wuchang roared, his speed suddenly doubling as he appeared before Li Gubei in an instant, delivering a crushing blow. The sound of thunder echoed within his punch. And wherever it went, it was like a tempest raging, causing Li Gubei's expression to change dramatically. Li Gubei could not evade in time. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Clenching his right fist, he retaliated with a punch to meet Ji Wuchang's strike. Their fists collided with a resounding boom, sending Li Gubei staggering back several paces, pain etched across his face. Li Gubei felt an excruciating pain in his right arm. Had he not gritted his teeth to endure, he might have cried out in agony. Ji Wuchang, seizing the moment, closed in on Li Gubei like a wraith, launching another punch. Li Gubei, still reeling from the injury to his right arm, reacted instinctively, his left fist striking out. With a resounding thud, Li Gubei was sent flying, crashing against a massive tree, which could not withstand the force and toppled over. Li Gubei's hands trembled, pain etched across his features. However, before he could recover, Ji Wuchang was upon him once more, delivering yet another punch. Feeling the might of this blow, Li Gubei's eyes widened in horror. Instinctively, his internal spiritual energy surged forth. He punched out, colliding with Ji Wuchang's fist, and was forced back over 10 steps before finally halting, staring incredulously at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang refrained from attacking again, having gauged the situation. He realized that, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily overwhelm those at the 3rd or 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. After all, he had yet to fully unleash the entirety of his physical power. Chapter 94, Return, System Task Reissued. Shall we continue? Ji Wuchang inquired calmly, gazing at Li Gubei. The moment the latter employed his spiritual energy, the contest had reached its conclusion. Li Gubei, astonished, looked at Ji Wuchang and shook his head. No more. I concede. How did you achieve that? His curiosity was genuine. Having mastered the golden skin technique, he believed himself to be on par with anyone. He had not anticipated Ji Wuchang's attainment of Jade Bone at this stage. Furthermore, even within the Qingfeng sect, knowledge of Jade Bone was scant. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and replied, "The path of body refinement is boundless, golden skin is merely the beginning." Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Li Gubei fell into contemplation, a look of deep thought crossing his face. After a brief moment, he shook his head, waved his hand, and summoned the diamond vine. He gazed at the vine with reluctance but ultimately presented it to Ji Wuchang. "I will not contest further, this time I am defeated. Ji Wuchang, I shall remember you. This match is not concluded. When I return, I will surely triumph." With that, Li Gubei departed without hesitation, swiftly disappearing from Ji Wuchang's sight. 2 elder figures, one tall and one short, materialized beside Li Gubei. "Young master, shall we intervene and reclaim the diamond vine and earth spirit pearl?" the taller elder suggested. Li Gubei shot the elder a reproachful glance before responding calmly, "I accept defeat gracefully. Do you think I am one who cannot bear to lose? Moreover, it is my face to reclaim." Ji Wuchang of the Qingsheng sect, how intriguing, this journey to Boyun Prefecture has not been in vain. The path of body refinement is indeed infinite. Upon my return, I shall refine my body once more. I firmly believe that I am not inferior to anyone. As he spoke, an indomitable aura emanated from Li Gubei, causing the 2 elders' eyes to light up with admiration, nodding in agreement. This was their future sect leader, destined to guide them beyond Beta Zhou. Ding! Successfully defeated Li Gubei, luck value 200, Li Gubei's luck value -50. Just as Li Gubei left, the system's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind, causing him to pause momentarily before erupting with joy. He had not anticipated that defeating Li Gubei would yield a reward in luck value. According to the system's standard, the reward was typically 1/3 of the opponent's luck value, implying that Li Gubei possessed a luck value of 600. However, it did not align, for Li Gubei's luck value had increased. System, could there be an error? Li Gubei's luck value is 50, how can this be explained? Master, some individuals in the cultivation world possess hearts as steadfast as rock. They are indifferent to the outcomes of contests, focusing solely on self-improvement. Though the master triumphed over Li Gubei, it did not damage his resolve, instead, it fortified his belief in his future invincibility. Thus, for him, failure signifies nothing, but rather serves as motivation. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang instantly comprehended the situation. They had departed without any intention of reclaiming what was lost. That young man was rather impressive. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly, feeling that Li Gubei had not disappointed him. Ji Yaoyao, a former peak expert, had praised Li Gubei, indicating that he was indeed extraordinary. Acquiring the diamond vine allowed Ji Wuchang to complete his final piece of innate spiritual material, thus placing him in debt to Li Gubei, an obligation to be repaid when the opportunity arose. Ji Wuchang was clear about his loyalties, he would not hesitate to repay kindness. Nor would he show mercy to those who wronged him. Thinking of the 200 luck values he had gained, Ji Wuchang's eyes narrowed with satisfaction. The trio continued their journey. Had it not been for the presence of the Meng siblings, Ji Wuchang would have hastened back to the sect to refine the 3 innate spiritual materials. However, he decided it was best to wait until they returned to the sect. Half a month later, they arrived at Tiantong City, where Ji Wuchang, accompanied by the Meng siblings, attended an auction organized by a prestigious auction house. It was Meng Jiwei's first experience at such an auction, and he was quite exhilarated. Throughout the evening, Ji Wuchang made 2 purchases of minor trinkets. The next day, they set off again, and after 8 days, Changsheng sect finally came into view. Upon gazing at the imposing entrance of the sect, the Meng siblings felt a wave of solemnity wash over them. System, check-in. Ding. Successful check-in at the Changsheng sect entrance. Reward, 2.5 years of cultivation. Luck value 3. This marked Ji Wuchang's 3rd check-in at the sect's entrance, with rewards now reduced to 1/4 of the initial amount. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within his body, Ji Wuchang promptly directed it into his meridians and dantian. As the energy flowed in, his cultivation level surged from the late stage of Qi refining 10th layer to the pinnacle of Qi refining 10th layer. All of this had been meticulously planned by Ji Wuchang. After refining the 3 spiritual materials, he would officially strive for the foundation establishment stage. Ding. System task issued. Please reach the foundation establishment stage within 1 month, and at least open 9 DAO platforms. Should you successfully open 10 DAO platforms, you shall receive a special reward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, Pinnacle of Qi refining 10th layer, Root Bone, Earth grade, Mid quality, Luck value, 376, Special abilities, none, System task, achieve foundation establishment within 1 month. And at least open 9 DAO platforms. Ji Wuchang's eyes narrowed slightly, he was uncertain what the system's special reward entailed, but it was undoubtedly of great significance. At this moment, his heart burned with fervor, eager to break through immediately. Ji Wuchang exchanged greetings with the gatekeeper and then led the Meng siblings straight to Xiaozhu Peak. After more than a month, Ji Wuchang had finally returned, feeling an immense sense of relief. Greetings, senior brother Ji. Upon arriving at Xiaozhu Peak, he encountered Wang Yi and Wang Ping, who promptly bowed respectfully while casting curious glances at the Meng siblings. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly, offering no further words, and guided them directly to his master's training hall. As he approached the grand hall where his master resided, he spotted Meng Kaihong standing there, a benevolent smile gracing her face. Xiaozhu Peak was her domain. Naturally, she was aware of Ji Wuchang's arrival. Ji Wuchang quickly clasped his fists and said, "Disciple pays respects to master." Meng Kaihong smiled gently and replied, "Wuchang, you have worked hard. It is the duty of a disciple." Ji Wuchang responded with a smile. Stepping aside, Meng Jiwei and Meng Jiqi hurriedly approached, kneeling respectfully as they spoke. Meng Jiqi, Meng Jiwei pay respects to ancestor. Meng Kaihong scrutinized the two for a moment. nodding with a smile, her heart swelling with a sense of comfort. Chapter 95, Recent Developments in the Sect. Ji Wuchang provided a detailed account of the happenings in Shijiamen. Presenting the Eye of the Fiery Dragon. Meng Kaihong glanced at it briefly before returning it to Ji Wuchang. Although the Eye of the Fiery Dragon could not be entirely classified as a congenital spiritual object, it contained a formidable energy that rivaled the finest of innate treasures. Take this, it is on par with fire attribute spiritual objects. As for the other two items, I am devising a solution, Meng Kaihong said with a smile. Ji Wuchang, grinning, replied, Master, my recent outing has indeed brought some fortuitous encounters. I have acquired congenital spiritual objects of gold and earth attributes. I plan to enter seclusion for a few days to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, so I must request a Foundation Establishment pill from you. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaihong's eyes brightened, and with a wave of her hand, a porcelain vial appeared before Ji Wuchang. Here are 2 Foundation Establishment pills, take them both, just in case. Ji Wuchang nodded gratefully, clasped his fists in respect, and turned to leave. As soon as Ji Wuchang returned to his courtyard, his second senior brother, Zhang Linghong, arrived. After exchanging greetings, Ji Wuchang inquired, Second brother, has anything noteworthy occurred in the sect recently? Zhang Linghong chuckled, Fourth junior brother. Although you have been away for a short time, quite a lot has transpired in the sect. Senior sister Wanqiu and senior brother Zuoyan have both successfully broken through. And they are now formidable practitioners at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Senior brother Kai Ping has also advanced to the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. While Chen Boyu, Duan Junsheng, and Fan Huajun have all succeeded in their Foundation Establishment, each having opened 5 top platforms, earning commendation from the sect master. Hearing this, Ji Wuchang could not help but smile. He recalled the memories of his past life. These individuals had similarly achieved breakthroughs around this time. Second brother, what about Xiao Fan? Zhang Linghong paused, puzzled by Ji Wuchang's particular interest in Xiao Fan. Fourth junior brother, Xiao Fan suffered serious injuries during the last Secret Realm expedition. And I hear it was at the hands of senior brother Kai Ping. The sect master was quite angered by this incident and reprimanded Kai Ping. Ji Wuchang was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Second brother, who spread the word linking this to senior brother Kai Ping? Zhang Linghong smiled slightly. Who else could it be but Xiao Fan himself? Others' words may not be believed by the sect master. Senior brother Kai Ping was furious upon hearing this and reportedly struck Xiao Fan, knocking out a tooth. However, the sect master arrived shortly thereafter, scolding Kai Ping and ordering him to reflect in solitude, from which he has yet to emerge. Ji Wuchang felt a bit speechless. Could it be that Xiao Fan was truly unaware that his assailant was someone from his own ranks? Ji Wuchang considered that he had concealed his intentions rather well, surely someone as astute as Xiao Fan would eventually recognize the truth. Second brother, how did senior brother Kai Ping respond to the sect master? Zhang Linghong chuckled. Senior brother Kai Ping offered no defense, his expression was exceedingly cold. Ji Wuchang nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it all. Kai Ping had unwittingly taken the fall for this incident. With both Kai Ping and Xiao Fan possessing malevolent traits, it was likely that they would find themselves at odds in this life as well. Ji Wuchang could seize the opportunity to benefit from their misfortunes. By the way, second brother, how is Xiao Fan faring? Ji Wuchang inquired further. Zhang Linghong smiled again, the sect master has indeed taken care of him, reportedly providing him with a creation pill that not only repairs his dantian but also enhances his cultivation. He is currently in seclusion. Of course, this is merely hearsay. I cannot speak to the specifics. However, Master has mentioned that Xiao Fan's injuries are severe, and one creation pill may not suffice, with potential lingering side effects. Ji Wuchang nodded knowingly. No one understood Xiao Fan's injuries better than he did, as they were indeed a product of his own making. After discussing various topics with Zhang Linghong and gaining clarity on the sect's affairs, Zhang Linghong departed, leaving Ji Wuchang in solitude. Not long after, Song Cheng arrived. Junior sister Song Cheng, do you have something to discuss? Ji Wuchang had not anticipated her visit, as their interactions had been limited to their initial apprenticeship. Observing Song Cheng's cultivation level, he noted a significant increase since his departure. She had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Her rapid advancement could be attributed to the Imperial True Water. Song Cheng possessed a water spirit body. And the Imperial True Water not only restored her constitution but also activated her latent potential, allowing her scattered cultivation to coalesce once more in her dantian. Among all the disciples on Xiaozhu Peak, Ji Wuchang placed the greatest importance on Song Qing, for her future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of her peers. Of course, compared to him, she still had a long way to go. Fourth senior brother, I owe my gratitude to you for allowing me to join Master S tutelage. I should have come sooner, but the last time I visited, you had already left the sect. Now that you have returned, I must express my thanks. Song Qing said with a bright smile, her demeanor transformed from the one she had displayed on the Changshengmen Plaza. Ji Wuchang shook his head gently, this is your fortune. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards Master. Had it not been for Master S' procurement of the Imperial True Water, your constitution might not have been restored. Song Qing shook her head slightly, smiling as she replied, Senior Brother Ji. Master has already mentioned that you were the first to notice my unique constitution. It was upon your suggestion that Master considered taking me as a disciple. While I must thank Master, I also owe you my gratitude. Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback, he had not expected Master to share this with Song Qing. He did not deny it, for it was indeed the truth. Junior sister Song Qing, our Xiaozhu peak is relatively weaker compared to the other peaks. I hope that Master will take on several prodigious disciples to strengthen our ranks. Your aptitude is the best among us, so you must diligently cultivate. Should you surpass us, we would undoubtedly rejoice. Ji Wuchang smiled, fully aware that Song Qing's progress would be swift. Without the system, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed him. However, given the current circumstances, it would be quite a challenge for her to exceed his capabilities. Song Qing nodded earnestly, posing a question regarding cultivation before bidding farewell. As Ji Wuchang finally found a moment of peace, he let out a sigh of relief, then swiftly made his way to the sect's training hall. Chapter 96, Divine Repository. In the realm of the Eternal Life sect, there exists a cultivation tower known as the Tower of Eternal Life. A sacred place where disciples engage in seclusion to break through their realms. Beneath the tower lies a rich spiritual vein, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, which is the reason for its construction in this very location. However, entry into this sanctuary requires a corresponding payment of spirit stones, with the minimum fee set at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Seasoned in his endeavors, Ji Wuchang directly offered 100 medium-grade spirit stones for access to the finest cultivation chamber. There are only 10 such chambers, and they are rarely vacant. By fortuitous chance, Ji Wuchang arrived just as one became available. Upon closing the door to his chamber, Ji Wuchang settled into a lotus position on the meditation cushion, gradually closing his eyes to enter a state of tranquility. After the passage of an incense stick's burn, he retrieved the Vajra vine, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The storage ring upon his finger shimmered, and the ethereal form of Ji Yaoyao emerged, exuding a formidable aura that enveloped the space. Fortunately, this oppressive force was fleeting, otherwise, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the tower. Yao Yao, assist me in my protective endeavor. Ji Wuchang addressed Ji Yaoyao without a hint of hesitation. He felt entirely secure with her presence. As long as the life-bond curse remained unbroken, she could not harm him without facing dire consequences herself. Curiosity flickered within Ji Yaoyao, as she was acutely aware that Ji Wuchang was on the verge of establishing his foundation. She was eager to witness how many Dao platforms he could manifest. The last time, he had destroyed 8 platforms himself, making this attempt all the more challenging, a divine punishment for those who disrespect the heavenly order. Yet, Ji Wuchang's mind was unclouded by such thoughts, his sole focus was on the divine repository. With the essence of gold, jade, and the divine repository, he aimed for a refinement that transcended his inherent limitations. Everything was meticulously prepared as he enveloped the Vajra vine with his spiritual energy and, opening his mouth, consumed it. The purple chi burning the heavens technique surged within him, golden radiance radiating forth, illuminating his entire being. Ji Wuchang guided the immense influx of gold attribute spiritual energy into his lungs. The purity and clarity of this energy fortified his respiratory system, making it an essential component of his physicality. As the powerful gold energy flowed through him, his lungs vibrated with increasing vigor. An hour later, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, a flash of golden light illuminating his gaze. After a brief respite, he procured the Earth Spirit Pearl, his eyes shining with intensity. This pearl contained a vast reservoir of earth attribute elements. With a series of intricate hand seals, he stabilized the pearl between his palms. A tremendous pulling force emanating from his grasp. The overwhelming earth energy traversed his body and entered his dantian, subsequently flowing into his spleen. In this manner, a portion of the earth energy would be absorbed by Ji Wuchang's body, integrating into his very essence. This extraordinary earth spirit pearl, laden with immense earth energy, was more than sufficient for refining his spleen. Ji Wuchang had already resolved that he must allow his entire being to partake in the absorption of the earth energy contained within the pearl. The spleen nourishes the internal organs and extremities, embodying the earth's nurturing qualities, which are intrinsic to the genesis of life. Utilizing the innate earth spirit pearl to enhance his physical form would yield manifold benefits, undoubtedly elevating his corporeal strength to unprecedented heights. Time passed swiftly once more. And after another hour, the earth spirit pearl was nearly depleted. Ji Wuchang opened his eyes to reveal a spectral form resembling a small mountain manifesting around him. A weighty aura emanating from his presence. Ji Yaoyao stared in awe, perplexed at how Ji Wuchang had acquired such profound knowledge. In her eyes, both Ji Wuchang and the Eternal Life sect were but minor entities, and techniques for refining the internal organs were likely unknown even to the sect. Overwhelmed by curiosity, Ji Yaoyao suppressed her urge to inquire, recognizing that Ji Wuchang's refinement was far from over. After a brief pause, he solemnly presented the eye of the fire dragon. As the eye appeared, the temperature within the chamber soared dramatically. Yaoyao, I require your assistance. Extract this drop of blood from the eye. Ji Wuchang urged Ji Yaoyao. His expression earnest. You owe me a favor. Very well, Ji Yaoyao replied calmly, and upon receiving his nod, she unleashed a torrent of her formidable soul energy. This force surged forth with terrifying might, enveloping the fire dragon's eye. Sensing the impending threat, flames erupted from the eye, surging towards Ji Yaoyao's spirit. With a dismissive snort, Ji Yaoyao concentrated her soul power into a colossal hand, which came crashing down to disperse the flames entirely. Subsequently, her spirit transformed into numerous long needles, piercing directly into the fire dragon's eye. The eye trembled violently, yet it was powerless to escape, and a drop of crimson blood, the size of an egg, coalesced and was successfully extracted. Ji Wuchang swiftly produced a porcelain vial to secure the precious drop of blood, for it would be crucial in his future endeavors with the purple chi burning the heavens technique as he sought to break through to the soul division realm. With the extraction of the blood, the aura of the fire dragon's eye diminished significantly. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt no fear. He opened his mouth wide, drawing in the remaining essence with a powerful suction. As the purple chi burning the heavens technique activated, the vast waves of fire attribute spiritual energy surged into his heart. The warmth of the heart invigorated him, and the infusion of fire energy prompted his heart to pulse vigorously. Thump! 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 The rhythmic beats echoed like a drum, as blood surged frantically through his veins, creating a cacophony within his body. With each thump, his liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys synchronized, igniting the activation of his 5 organs. The quintessence of the 5 elements began to coalesce within him, ceaselessly birthing new vitality, while the 5 organs underwent continuous transformation. An overwhelming force of attraction emanated from Ji Wuchang, drawing the spiritual energy within the chamber like a torrent into his being. This energy, upon entering, did not linger but flowed directly into his internal organs, where an infinite expanse of purple energy began to manifest. From this ethereal purple essence emerged the 5 celestial realms. As the energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged forth, the 5 organs harbor the divine. Acting as vessels for celestial secrets, this was the essence of the divine repository. In that moment, Ji Wuchang achieved his divine repository. Chapter 97, the 10th Dao Platform, the Soul Dao Platform outside Ji Wuchang's body, the 5 elemental wheels of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materialized, interlinked in pairs to form a grand circular ring. Upon these wheels, a formidable pressure emerged, one that was terrifying in nature. This pressure did not stem from the realm of cultivation but rather from a transcendent state. It seemed to surpass the very laws of heaven, existing as an independent entity, its own miniature world. Ji Yaoyao gazed at Ji Wuchang with a grave expression, her face a portrait of astonishment. It became evident that the long-held belief regarding the refining of the internal organs was erroneous. The true process occurred not during the foundation establishment stage but rather in the qi refining stage. Ji Yaoyao murmured softly, a flicker of confusion dancing in her eyes. It is crucial to note that the Ji family has a legacy steeped in antiquity, possessing a unique method of refinement. She had been rigorously instructed by the elders of her clan since childhood, adhering strictly to their teachings. Yet now, upon witnessing Ji Wuchang, she realized the order had been inverted. This revelation struck her profoundly, casting doubt upon other cultivation methods she had long accepted. Meanwhile, Ji Wuchang was oblivious to Ji Yaoyao's turmoil, as he felt an intense surge within him, akin to boiling waters. His internal organs thrummed with vitality, nurturing his physical form in return. Ji Wuchang sensed that the energy within him had reached a critical threshold, poised to erupt. With a swift motion, he summoned rows of mid-grade spirit stones, over 1,000 in total. Simultaneously, he produced a foundation establishment pill, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. Upon entering his abdomen, the foundation establishment pill transformed into a terrifying energy that swept through Ji Wuchang's dantian and meridians. This energy refined the spiritual power within him to unprecedented purity. A Dao platform materialized outside Ji Wuchang's body, resplendent and devoid of impurities. This was the flawless Dao platform, the highest quality among its kind. Some individuals' Dao platforms bore black spots or other impurities, indicative of impure spiritual power. Although such blemishes could eventually be eradicated, they would nonetheless affect the quality of one's future purple palace. With the emergence of the first flawless Dao platform, the second, third, and fourth soon followed. In mere moments, 7 Dao platforms appeared behind Ji Wuchang, each one flawless. Ji Yaoyao held her breath, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She understood that the pivotal moment had arrived. Ji Wuchang maintained a composed demeanor as the 5 organs within him resonated, the elemental forces surging forth from the 5 realms. His bones shimmered with a translucent brilliance, each one resembling exquisite glass, radiating a unique luster. His skin glowed with golden light, shimmering brilliantly. 8th Dao platform, arise! Ji Wuchang bellowed, his aura surging violently as the 8th Dao platform gradually materialized, still flawless. With its manifestation, Ji Wuchang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Spirit stones, shatter! Ji Wuchang commanded, and the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones surrounding him exploded simultaneously, their rich spiritual energy flooding the entire chamber. Within the confines of the room, mist enveloped the space, coalescing with the potential to condense into droplets. This was not mere mist, but an extraordinarily dense spiritual energy. Ji Wuchang activated the purple qi burning heaven technique, opening every pore in his body to draw in a tremendous force. Spiritual energy surged into Ji Wuchang, revitalizing him from his earlier fatigue. 9th Dao platform, arise! He shouted, his blood surging with vigor as the gaseous energy within him surged forth like a torrent. The silhouette of the 9th Dao platform manifested, gradually solidifying. Ji Yaoyao looked on in disbelief. She knew that Ji Wuchang possessed only mid-grade foundational bones. Such lineage had never been known to condense 9 Dao platforms. Yet today, Ji Wuchang achieved this feat, earning her profound respect for him. Her gaze remained fixed on the 9th Dao platform, still flawless, devoid of any imperfections. At the very instant Ji Wuchang solidified the 9th Dao platform, a tremor resonated within the hearts of all present in the cultivation tower. They felt as though awakened by a fearsome aura that instilled dread in their hearts. Some could no longer contain their curiosity and opened the doors of their cultivation rooms, stepping out. Elder Tang Yuan also awoke from his meditation, casting a questioning glance around him. As the overseer of the cultivation tower, he had intended to meditate for half a day but was roused by this overwhelming presence. Tang Yuan scanned the tower, his focus honing in on Ji Wuchang's cultivation room. Could it be that Ji Wuchang had failed to establish his foundation? How many Dao platforms had he managed to condense? Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he ceased his meditation, his spirit locked onto Ji Wuchang's room, eager to learn the outcome. Many who had exited their rooms followed suit, their expressions reflecting intrigue, unaware of who was cultivating within. Ji Wuchang beamed at his 9 flawless Dao platforms, but the process was not yet complete. 10th Dao platform, arise! Ji Wuchang roared, his internal energy surging wildly, his jade-like bones radiating a glassy light. His veins bulged as the power within him roared like crashing waves, thrumming through his being. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang let out a pained cry. His soul was tormented, as if something within was poised to break free. He dared not relax for a moment. There was but one chance to condense the 10th Dao platform. Failure would mean never attaining it in this lifetime. The power within him surged forth like a tidal wave, forming a torrent of spiritual energy. Ji Wuchang trembled, his expression contorted, yet he showed no signs of halting. "Come forth!" he bellowed, followed by a cry of agony as his soul seemed to tear apart, a droplet of purple soul blood erupting from his brow. The moment this drop of purple soul blood emerged, it ravenously consumed the powerful spiritual energy that surged from Ji Wuchang's body. A purple Dao platform began to take shape. Blood streamed from Ji Wuchang's eyes. He was exerting every ounce of his strength. "I understand now. The 10th Dao platform is the Soul Dao platform," Ji Wuchang exclaimed in exhilaration, gazing at the purple platform before him. The purple Dao platform shimmered, transforming into a streak of light that entered Ji Wuchang's sea of consciousness. His previously weakened soul rapidly healed, restoring itself in mere moments. Yet, this was not the end. The power of his soul continued to swell at an alarming rate. Chapter 98, a sensation throughout the sect upon the Violet Soul Dao platform. A series of runes began to materialize, gradually forming a purple disk. In this moment, Ji Wuchang emanated a terrifying aura that enveloped his body. This overwhelming pressure affected the entire cultivation tower, causing those who were meditating in the secluded chambers to feel their souls tremble and hastily vacate the premises. Tang Yuan hurriedly flew to the entrance of Ji Wuchang's training room, his face reflecting astonishment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Changsheng sect. The previously clear sky was obscured by ominous storm clouds, and an alarming force radiated from the darkened heavens. What was happening? Was a thunder tribulation imminent? Could someone be on the verge of breaking through to the soul separation realm? It seemed the direction of the impending tribulation was indeed towards the cultivation tower. Come. Let us hasten to investigate. Which elder is attempting a breakthrough now? We must witness this spectacle. The disciples of Changsheng sect swiftly took flight towards the tower. Not only them, but the leaders of various peaks also soared into the air, heading to the cultivation tower. Even the sect master, Zhenyaotian, who had been in seclusion, was stirred from his retreat. Emerging from his meditative state, he gazed at the tempestuous clouds above, a look of skepticism crossing his features. If his memory served him, there should not be anyone in the sect attempting to break through to the soul separation realm at this time. In mere moments, a multitude of individuals had gathered around the cultivation tower, though none dared to approach too closely, remaining at a respectful distance. Those within the tower had also heard the rumbling thunder, and as confusion spread among them, Elder Tang Yuan spoke up. "Everyone, leave at once. Should you be caught in the thunder tribulation, the consequences would be dire." Upon hearing his words, the crowd surged forth, fleeing from the tower as if pursued by some ancient beast. "Senior brother, what is happening?" A disciple outside inquired of one who had just emerged from the tower. "Who am I to ask? I was deep in meditation when I was abruptly interrupted. And now I've fled. My 100 low-grade spirit stones I've saved for so long. I had hoped to break through a small realm, but now it's all gone to waste." The unfortunate disciple lamented, a frown etched across his face. Those who had turned to witness the commotion now silently redirected their gazes towards the tower. "Elders, do you know who is inside?" Zhenyaotian asked, his expression curious as he looked at the assembled elders. The elders exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads. They genuinely did not know. The fourth elder, In Shuyu, who was most likely to break through to the soul separation realm, was present, but the others had no inkling. "Master, let us wait for Elder 5 to emerge. He will surely have the answers," Elder Zhou Yuan suggested with a smile. The other elders nodded in agreement, endorsing Elder Zhou's proposal. Zhenyaotian nodded as well. His curiosity piqued. Inside the cultivation tower, Ji Wuchang's 9 flawless Dao bases radiated an intimidating aura, rivaling that of a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. The tumultuous thunder above momentarily stunned Ji Wuchang, his eyes widening in realization. In a prior life, he had stumbled upon an ancient scroll that stated, should one manage to condense 10 Dao platforms, a thunder tribulation would inevitably follow. For the heavens would not permit such an existence to endure, seeking to obliterate them. This thought ignited a spark of clarity within Ji Wuchang. While the thunder tribulation heralded destruction, it also bore the promise of rebirth. If he could harness the lightning to further refine his body, not only would his physical strength be amplified, but he could also seize the opportunity to condense the power of wind and thunder. The cultivation of the wind and thunder fist required the condensation of a lightning seed. Ordinarily, a journey to the wind and thunder valley would take an indeterminate amount of time for such a feat. But the arrival of the thunder tribulation might enable him to achieve his goal today. With this in mind, Ji Wuchang swiftly gestured to Ji Yaoyao, who transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and entered Ji Wuchang's storage ring. He then opened the door to the training room, where the anxious elder Tang Yuan awaited. The cultivation tower might not withstand the impending thunder tribulation. As Ji Wuchang stepped outside, Tang Yuan, who had intended to speak, was rendered speechless at the sight of the 9 flawless Dao platforms behind Ji Wuchang, his eyes widening in disbelief. Without delay, Ji Wuchang took flight towards the outside world. Moments later, he burst forth from the cultivation tower and into the open air. The sky roiled with thunder, the clouds twisting ominously. Yet, at this moment, no one gazed at the storm, all eyes were fixed upon Ji Wuchang. The 9 flawless Dao platforms shone like suns, blinding all who beheld them. Though Zhen Miaoqing had barely managed to condense 9 Dao platforms in the past, they were not all flawless, her 8th was flawed, and the 9th even more so. Jin Yaotian's eyes sparkled with envy as he beheld the scene. Third Elder, congratulations. Jin Yaotian respectfully clasped his fists towards Meng Kaihong, genuinely pleased for her. Following Zhen Miaoqing, the emergence of another disciple with 9 Dao platforms was undoubtedly a harbinger of prosperity for the Changsheng sect. Meng Kaihong, equally astonished as she gazed at Ji Wuchang, felt as if she were in a daze. Ji Wuchang had once informed her that using the 5 elemental innate spiritual objects to refine the internal organs could yield 9 Dao platforms. Truthfully, she had approached this with skepticism, but having gathered 3 elemental spiritual objects for him, with Ji Wuchang procuring 2 more, she had not anticipated that he would indeed succeed in condensing 9 flawless Dao platforms. Realizing the sect master's words, Meng Kaihong snapped back to attention and clasped her fists in response. Sect master, congratulations to you as well. Jun Yaotian burst into hearty laughter, his spirits lifted. Although Ji Wuchang was the disciple of 3rd Elder Meng Kaihong, he was also a disciple of the Changsheng sect, and thus, his success was a shared joy. Elders Zhou Yuan, Yin Shuyu, Yuzhen, Jing Fengcheng, Jia Yuanliang, and Li Zhenfeng all offered their congratulations to Meng Kaihong with clasped fists. Yet the corners of their mouths betrayed a tinge of bitterness. After Zhen Miaoqing's departure, they had hoped their own disciples might ascend to prominence within the Changsheng sect. However, with Ji Wuchang's sudden rise, he became their greatest rival. A disciple who could condense 9 Dao platforms was far more rare than those with heavenly roots. If Ji Wuchang's earlier contest had merely begun to establish his presence within the sect's higher echelons, the current achievement of condensing 9 Dao platforms solidified his unassailable position within the Changsheng sect. Unbeknownst to them, within Ji Wuchang's sea of consciousness lay yet another soul Dao platform. Had they known he had condensed 10 Dao platforms, it would surely have driven the entire Changsheng sect to the brink of madness. Chapter 99, The Tribulation and Innate Divine Ability. The thunderclouds churned violently, with bolts of lightning dancing within, causing the onlookers to adopt solemn expressions. Many found it curious that when Zhen Miaoqing had previously condensed 9 Dao platforms, such a tumult had not ensued. However, most of the elders were equally perplexed and chose to observe further. Ji Wuchang gazed at the roiling thunderclouds, a flicker of excitement evident in his eyes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkness, striking Ji Wuchang with tremendous force. He let out a muffled groan as the lightning seared his skin, leaving it charred and blackened. The electricity coursed through his body, causing him immense pain. Yet with the dissipating force of destruction came a unique vitality. At this moment, the protective quality of Ji Wuchang's golden skin became apparent. Golden light erupted from his skin, converging from all directions to cleanse the charred areas, revealing his radiant golden flesh beneath. A portion of the lightning that surged into his body was absorbed by his bones. Simultaneously, Ji Wuchang activated the techniques of the wind and thunder fist, drawing the errant electricity towards his dantian. Within his dantian lay a remnant of lightning power he had previously gathered at the wind and thunder valley, resembling a small thunderball. As the new lightning power surged in, it merged with the existing energy, immediately doubling the size of the thunderball. With the initial strike of lightning, subsequent bolts fell like a relentless storm, leaving the onlookers astounded. In that moment, the terrifying might of the 9 Dao platforms was unveiled. The platforms vibrated ominously, each absorbing a portion of the lightning directed at Ji Wuchang, effectively reducing its power to 1/10 of its original intensity. Despite this, Ji Wuchang still felt numb from the pain, with dark smoke rising from his body. The relentless barrage of lightning continued unabated, and the golden skin was no longer sufficient to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, Ji Wuchang still had the wind and thunder fist technique, guiding the lightning into his dantian. Inside, a basketball-sized thunderball began to mutate as the lightning flowed in, and within it, a lightning rune began to take shape. This rune was the seed of lightning, the key to mastering the wind and thunder fist. Once formed, it would serve as an indelible mark around the cultivation tower. All eyes were fixed solemnly on Ji Wuchang, enveloped in a myriad of lightning bolts. Such a deluge of electricity would challenge even those newly ascended to the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, here was Ji Wuchang, merely a fledgling at the first level of the foundation establishment stage, enduring it all, attesting to the formidable nature of the 9 Dao platforms. Meng Kaihong wore a worried expression. She had initially thought only a few bolts would descend, yet dozens had already struck. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared not far from the crowd. Upon seeing him, the elders of Changshengmen were taken aback and hurriedly bowed in respect, addressing him as ancestor. This elder was none other than Jin Nanfeng, the true anchor of Changshengmen, at the pinnacle of the soul-splitting realm. He had long been in seclusion, delving into the mysteries of breaking through to the 6th divinity realm, and had not shown himself for quite some time. The fact that even he had been stirred was astonishing. Jin Yaotian also expressed surprise and bowed respectfully. Jin Nanfeng waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "No need for formalities, I am here to observe this young fellow." The 9 flawless Dao platforms surpassed even Miaoqing. A sight the likes of which I have never encountered in my life. Its potential is limitless. The crowd absorbed the ancestor's appraisal, though surprised, found it acceptable. Nearby, Xiao Fan had arrived, having been roused from his meditation atop the main peak. Upon witnessing the 9 flawless Dao platforms behind Ji Wuchang, envy washed over his face. His eyes brimmed with a chilling malice. A concoction of envy, jealousy, and hatred flickered across his visage. He believed such glory should belong to him. With his celestial-grade bone structure, he surpassed all in Changshengmen. He was the true prodigy. However, his dantian was still not fully repaired, while his body had been restored. Some parts had shrunk, resembling a mere sprout, inciting furious rage within him. I am the one who should be in the spotlight, not Ji Wuchang, his heart screamed, twisting his expression into a grimace. At that moment, he loathed Kai Ping, Ji Wuchang, and all those who overshadowed him. They all deserved to perish, must perish. Xiao Fan's heart roared, his eyes glowing a feral red. Huang Wanqiu arrived, her gaze complex as she regarded Ji Wuchang, enveloped in lightning. Zui Yen appeared, his expression impassive. Qin Boyu, Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, and others emerged, all having broken through to the foundation establishment stage. They looked towards Ji Wuchang from a distance, exchanging glances and sharing a bitter smile. Ji Wuchang frowned as he observed the thunderclouds above, which had unleashed dozens of bolts without any sign of abating. Yet, he felt no fear. It was time to employ the Soul Dao platform he had yet to utilize. With a thought, the Soul Dao platform vibrated, drawing the lightning surrounding Ji Wuchang away with a violent force. As the lightning continued to strike, upon contact with Ji Wuchang's body, it vanished without a trace, leaving the onlookers bewildered. As the electricity flowed into the Soul Dao platform, a vortex materialized upon it, devouring all the lightning that entered, rendering it non-existent. This vortex resembled an abyss, swallowing every bolt of lightning whole. Ji Wuchang had not anticipated the ferocity of the 10th Dao platform. It was indeed more powerful than the other 9. His thoughts were accurate. The 10th Dao platform transcended the heavenly path and possessed an innate divine ability. The name of Ji Wuchang's innate divine ability was Devour, capable of consuming all things, though he remained unaware of this. Currently, this innate ability was still nascent, only able to devour what entered Ji Wuchang's soul sea, with no power beyond that. Lightning continued to rain down upon Ji Wuchang's form. Ultimately, the thunderclouds roiled and unleashed a bolt of purple lightning, thick as an infant's arm. However, with the activation of the 10th Dao platform, all challenges were effortlessly overcome. At last, the thunderclouds reluctantly dissipated, and the gathered crowd exhaled in relief, erupting into jubilant cheers. Chapter 100, Foundation Establishment Level 3, A Rising Star After the Thunder Calamity. Ji Wuchang's internal spiritual power was nearly depleted. At that moment, a surge of vibrant life force flooded into his body. This power flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing Ji Wuchang's nearly desiccated meridians and mending the charred skin that had been struck by lightning. His once dry dantian rapidly filled, and the 9 flawless Dao platforms behind him resonated with a profound vibration, simultaneously emanating a tremendous. This swiftly expanded outward, reaching 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, ultimately encompassing 1,000 zhang. The onlookers were left speechless as many gazed at the 9 flawless Dao platforms behind Ji Wuchang with envious glimmers in their eyes. Each additional Dao platform significantly enhanced one's offensive power. Moreover, in combat, the recovery rate was notably swifter than that of others. Ji Wuchang's 9 Dao platforms had merely just broken through to the foundation establishment realm, yet could absorb spiritual power from 1,000 zhang radius. It is noteworthy that many who had just entered the Purple Mansion realm could rarely achieve this level. This realization deepened the understanding of the terrifying potential of the 9 Dao platforms among the crowd. Spiritual energy surged wildly towards Ji Wuchang, converging above his head to form a colossal vortex of spiritual power. This vortex resembled a funnel, cascading down towards Ji Wuchang. The 9 Dao platforms behind him radiated a lustrous glow while simultaneously generating a formidable, voraciously devouring the descending spiritual energy. Meanwhile, within Ji Wuchang's sea of consciousness, the spiritual Dao platform was also diligently at work. Waves of spiritual power erupted forth, imbued with a potent life force. This energy was the profound vitality extracted from the lightning by the spiritual Dao platform after it had consumed the thunder. After devouring the essence, it refined the crude elements and nurtured Ji Wuchang. With the collaborative efforts of the 10 Dao platforms, Ji Wuchang's waning aura was instantly revitalized, and his cultivation began to ascend. Back then, when Miao Qing broke through to the early stage of Foundation Establishment Level 3, one could only wonder how far this young man might ascend. Jin Nanfeng spoke with a smile, and his words made all the elders realize that the ancestor held Ji Wuchang in high regard. This evoked envy among many elders while they sighed for their own disciples. At this moment, Meng Kaihong felt an immense sense of relief. She had no particular expectations for how far Ji Wuchang could advance. As the 10 Dao platforms exerted their power simultaneously, Ji Wuchang's cultivation swiftly reached the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Level 1. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As his cultivation continued to rise, reaching Foundation Establishment Level 2 in mere moments, Ji Wuchang had prepared himself mentally for this, feeling no surprise. For him, this was merely the culmination of extensive preparation. Over the past 2 months, the majority of his cultivation rewards had been dedicated to refining his physical body and internal organs, ensuring that Ji Wuchang possessed no weaknesses from within. Additionally, the baptism of the Thunder Calamity further solidified his foundation, allowing him to ascend several levels without detrimental effects. Of course, Ji Wuchang would not blindly pursue higher realms that held no significance. True strength was fundamental. Ji Wuchang divided the spiritual energy flowing into his body into 3 parts. One portion flowed into his internal organs, another into his limbs and bones, and the last into his dantian and entire meridian system. The golden skin, jade bones, and divine essence were not mere realms but foundational elements. They represented Ji Wuchang's establishment of an unparalleled foundation during his foundation establishment phase. What he needed to do in the future was to continuously fortify this supreme foundation while allowing it to grow and flourish. By effectively utilizing this foundation, he aimed to gradually transform it into his most formidable support, ensuring it would not become unstable or superficial with breakthroughs in cultivation. Thus, the simultaneous growth of these 3 aspects was a predetermined direction for Ji Wuchang's training. However, even with such meticulous planning, the magnitude of this power was overwhelming. Even when divided into 3 portions, it still propelled Ji Wuchang's cultivation to ascend continuously. Foundation Establishment Level 2 Mid-Stage. Foundation Establishment Level 2 Late Stage. Foundation Establishment Level 2 Pinnacle. The spiritual energy within 1,000 zhang radius surged towards Ji Wuchang like moths drawn to a flame. and the onlookers could distinctly feel the surrounding spiritual energy becoming increasingly sparse. "Wuchang, I shall lend you a helping hand," Meng Kaihong calmly declared. With a wave of her hand, thousands of low-grade spirit stones flew forth, landing beside Ji Wuchang before erupting into bursts of energy. The immense spiritual power formed a tempest, instantly enveloping Ji Wuchang within. Once stagnant at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Level 2, Ji Wuchang's cultivation surged once more, reaching the early stage of Foundation Establishment Level 3. Within Ji Wuchang's body, 5 circular rings appeared above his internal organs, transforming into 5 black holes, emanating and overwhelming from above. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, perpetuating life. As the 5 black holes voraciously consumed the energy, Ji Wuchang's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys began to pulsate, with crimson blood surging through his veins. The blood coursed throughout his body, invigorating his muscles, and revealing his golden skin which radiated a dazzling light. After a brief moment, the golden radiance gradually dimmed, returning to normal, yet Ji Wuchang could distinctly feel that his skin had become even more resilient and powerful. A formidable mist of spiritual energy enveloped Ji Wuchang, rendering him indistinct to the eye. However, everyone sensed that Ji Wuchang's cultivation had once again ascended, reaching the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment Level 3. This level had already surpassed Jin Miaoqing. System, Sign-in. Ji Wuchang perceived the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to wane. Yet both his internal organs and body remained in a state of yearning, prompting him to activate today's Sign-in. Ding! Successful Sign-in at the Changshengmen Cultivation Tower. Rewarded with 8 years of cultivation. Luck value, 8, the system's voice resonated within Ji Wuchang's mind, and once again, a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged forth within him. Ji Wuchang threw his head back and roared, opening his mouth to unleash a dreadful, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his mouth. Ji Wuchang's cultivation ascended yet again, reaching the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Level 3. At that moment, a terrible pressure emanated from Ji Wuchang's body. This oppressive force caused all Foundation Establishment cultivators to change countenance, as they found themselves unable to harbor any thoughts of resistance under this overwhelming pressure. Even those who had just entered the Purple Mansion realm, such as Huang Wanqiu and Zui Yan, wore grave expressions. This pressure was no less formidable than that of those already in the Purple Mansion realm. In fact, it felt even stronger. Fortunately, the pressure was fleeting, vanishing in an instant as if it had never existed. The 9 Dao platforms outside Ji Wuchang's body also dissipated, returning to him. From this day forth, Ji Wuchang became a Foundation Establishment Level 3 cultivator, truly emerging as a notable figure within the Changshengmen. Ji Wuchang's name would be remembered by all, from the ancestors to the disciples.